Hashtag C 2910 Wancher Ancient Sea. This is a large number of heaven and earth spirits. Chu Yan and Moa Earth God swallowed them at an extremely fast speed. Although this kind of heaven and earth spirit is rich in spiritual power, there are still some impurities, which need to be consolidated and refined. But right now, you don't have to think about it so much, just swallow it desperately, and improving your cultivation is the key. Along this mountain range, the two of them moved forward all the way, as if the spirits of the heaven and earth were inexhaustible and inexhaustible. Moreover, along the way, there was no danger at all. Even if some cultivators occasionally meet, they start to avoid each other after a long distance. Because, the world is full of spiritual things, and you can't finish picking them all. Who has time to find trouble with each other, and there is no need at all. With the passage of time, even if someone like Chu Yan has just broken through from the human god realm, the cultivation in the body is now approaching the bottleneck again, and there is a possibility of breakthrough at any time. And Moa Earth God's cultivation base is also advancing by leaps and bounds, and it is only half a step away from breaking through the heavenly god realm. A respectable heaven and earth spirit. Chu Yan's eyes were like torches, and he glanced over and found a small purple flower, and immediately picked it up in his hand. After swallowing it, the 9 regions and star regions didn't react at all, and it directly turned into pure heaven and earth spiritual power and merged into Chu Yan's body. At this moment, Chu Yan was only a thin line away from breaking through. It seems that after the last promotion of the 9 territories star chart, the requirements for heaven and earth spirits have also increased. Chu Yan smiled wryly in his heart and shook his head. This little purple flower has definitely reached the Zun class, and it is 1 rank higher than the first blood-colored mushroom. However, there was no response from the 9 territories star atlas, which only shows that the 9 territories star atlas doesn't like it. However, this is also a good thing. If all the good things are swallowed by the 9 realms star chart, then it will be much more difficult for him to improve his cultivation. Chu Yan, the ancient sea of 10,000 potentials is in front of you. Pay attention to running the pupil technique, maybe you will gain something. Moa Earth God seemed to have some understanding of the terrain here, so he spoke. Wancher Guhai. Chu Yan's eyes flashed strangely. This sea of 10,000 potentials is a boundary in the sea of thousands of opportunities. After passing by, it will be regarded as the real core of the sea of thousands of opportunities. This sea of 10,000 potentials is not simple. Although it can't be called vast and boundless, the bottom of the sea is so deep that even the gods have never been to the bottom of the sea. There were rumors in the past that in the past few hundred years, many people have obtained great benefits in this sea of myriad potentials. Hearing this explanation, Chu Yan's eyes lit up, nodded, and flew forward. An hour later, the two arrived at Wancher Ancient Seaside, glanced at it, and were immediately surprised by the sight in front of them. I saw that on the surface of this deep blue sea, there were interlaced islands, and countless tides and undercurrents. And on those islands, there are mountains and forests, from which all kinds of divine lights shoot up into the sky, shining brightly in the sky, and the aura is shocking. In all directions, there is a cultivator, riding a ship-like spirit treasure, fighting for each other in it. Among these cultivators, there are even disciples of the unrivaled overlord force. And glanced at Chu Yan's unicorn pupil. It can also be seen that in the depths of the sea, there is a little surprisingly powerful aura, faintly fluctuating. Indistinctly, some god's brilliance can be seen, colliding with each other. Apparently, on the entire surface of the sea, including the depths of the seabed, there are powerful gods fighting each other. This is all a paradise. How come there are so many? Mo Wudishan was stunned. The original purpose of coming to Qianjihai was for the paradise. As for the blessed land of the cave, it doesn't just refer to a place rich in the aura of heaven and earth, it even has a division of equal ranks. The real blessed land of the cave, bred by the heaven and the earth, is a treasure land with a certain special power. Practitioners who practice in it can feel the world and get twice the result with half the effort. Like the overlord-level cave heaven paradise, the spiritual energy and special power of heaven and earth in it can be recovered almost as much as it is absorbed. Therefore, there is no need to deliberate suppression at all to cultivate in this kind of heavenly paradise at the same level, and the speed is extremely fast. Of course, the fighting and murderous intentions that this kind of blessed land attracts are all the time, and it is extremely dangerous for people without strength to occupy it. But now, in this ancient sea of 10,000 potentials, there are more than 20 caves and blessed places. That's really a little much. Senior Mo'u, don't think too much. I think the power of that island is the strongest among these paradises. Let's go and seize it. When Chu Yan spoke, the fighting spirit surged all over his body, and his breath kept rising. Most of the cultivators around here now have cultivation bases between the third heaven of the earth gods and the ninth heaven, and the peak of the earth gods is only a little over 10. Based on the cultivation of the two of them, they are fully qualified to occupy one of them. Good. Earth god Mo'u was also excited, and he took out a spirit boat, and the two of them stepped into the base, and under the sudden urging, the spirit boat sailed away like an arrow, riding the wind and breaking through the waves. The sea water of Wanchur Ancient Sea is extremely special, coupled with the existence of these caves and blessed places. The entire sea area is full of special power everywhere. Therefore, flying is extremely dangerous, and the best way is to take a spirit ship. Half-step God. The cultivators around felt something, and their expressions changed at the same time. Because the island that Chu Yan and his friends went to is the strongest one among the many blessed places, there are obviously many more cultivators competing for it. What? That is, Chu Yan. On the other side, on a few spirit boats, several inner disciples of the unrivaled overlord's power all of a sudden fell on Chu Yan, and all of them were moved. Fellow Taoists, let's join forces, or we will all be defeated. An inner disciple suddenly made a decision and shouted loudly. Yes, join hands. Except for a spirit ship that drove away and turned its target to other paradises, all the other cultivators showed fighting intent in their eyes. In the blink of an eye, these cultivators who were determined to join forces all shot together, and played magic spells towards Chu Yan and the two. In order to fight for this blessed place, they have been fighting here for a long time. If they leave now, it will be a bit of a disadvantage. Wait a minute, let's work together to take down that Chu Yan, and then leave here directly. In the midst of the attacks, several inner disciples were discussing through voice transmission with their spiritual consciousness. Others don't know, but they know that Chu Yan has the secret of Qianjiu. This secret is much more precious than a temporary paradise in a secret realm. Heavenly demon comes. Mo'u Earth God's breath surged all over his body, and a black phantom shrouded him, instantly increasing his combat power, and the large amount of magic power blasted out by raising his hand blocked all the incoming divine arts. At the same time, with a flash of his figure, he had already rushed onto other people's spirit boats, and directly fought. #C2911 The first fusion of the God of War. This move of Mo Wudi God immediately attracted the attention of others. After all, the surrounding cultivators teamed up to target Mo Wudi Shen, who was in the half-step heavenly god realm. Relatively speaking, Chu Yan, who was in the first-level heavenly realm, was not worth mentioning at all in their view, and it was ignored. Therefore, when Earth God Moa left the spirit ship, the surrounding spirit boats all turned around, chasing after Earth God Moa. The opportunity is here. Those inner sect disciples, who were secretly observing, saw this scene, their eyes lit up immediately. They urged the spirit boat one after another, approaching Chu Yan, and the aura surging from their bodies shook all directions. The cultivation base of these inner disciples is a bit stronger than those inner disciples under the command of the Holy King of the Gods that Chu Yan met before, and they are all above the sixth heaven of the Earth God realm. 2 of them have even reached the 7th heaven of the Earth God realm. Chu Yan, if you don't want to die, hurry up and hand over the secret of Qianjiu, and we will spare your life, otherwise. The leading disciples of the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth God directly transmitted voices to Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness. I want it, come get it. When the voice fell to the ground, the spirit ship under Chu Yan rushed out like lightning, and the Haoyan sword in his hand was cut out. What? How dare you take the initiative? None of these inner disciples thought that this Chu Yan would not run away, but dare to charge towards them by himself. You know, they were willing to give Chu Yan a chance, but they didn't expect that Chu Yan would not cherish it at all. Humph, then show him some color. The 3 disciples of the Earth God sect, Zhongtian sect, grinned grinningly, formed seals with their hands, and shot out a series of magic spells, sealing the air and covering Chu Yan. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan's figure disappeared directly into the original place, and when it reappeared, it was directly above the heads of these people. In the astonished eyes of several people, 3 bright sword lights rushed down. Not good. The 3 inner disciples turned pale with shock in an instant, and sacrificed all kinds of spirit treasures and talisman jades they had prepared with them. Boom. 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 The 3 groups of chi exploded, and those talismans, spirit treasures, etc. were exploded one by the sword chi, but they had no resistance at all. When they turned around and wanted to escape, it was already too late. They were smashed by the sword energy on the spirit boat, and even the boat and people were blown to pieces. The situation is wrong. All 3 companions were lost at once, and the other inner disciples suddenly realized something was wrong, and with a huff, they all dispersed, looking at Chu Yan with a look of surprise. This Chu Yan must have hidden his cultivation. Everyone be careful, don't get together and attack separately. The 2 7th heavens of the Earth God realm took out the talisman and began to arrange restraint measures. The incantation of the ethereal and supreme Dharma. Destroying the Heart Sutra. A series of prohibitions and ultimate moves were quickly arranged, and the 5 inner disciples of the 6th heaven of the Earth God suddenly urged the spirit boat, waved the spirit soldiers, and chopped out 5 or 6 swords, and chopped at Chu Yan. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan waved the Haoyan sword in his hand, and the bright sword light chopped all those soldiers into pieces. In his eyes, the 5-color streamer is overflowing. Under the peeping of the unicorn's pupil, the sword light cut down, directly splitting a huge gap in the forbidden ultimate move that was arranged. Die. Chu Yan's terrifying combat power was undoubtedly revealed at this time, and his aura continued to increase. The Haoyan sword shot up into the sky, like a flash of lightning between heaven and earth, and cut at one of them while traveling through the void. Ah! Brother, help! Before he could utter a cry for help, the inner disciple was hit on the head with a sword and was killed on the spot. This is the pinnacle of the 5 elements. Seeing this scene, the rest of the inner disciples suddenly changed their complexions, their scalps were numb, and the coldness in their hearts rose violently. They never expected that this Chu Yan turned out to be a hidden peerless genius. To be able to control the extreme power of the 5 elements is definitely at the level of a peerless genius, and they are actually planning to rob a peerless genius. Quick, run away! The leading disciple roared, turned and fled. Under the fear of death, the other disciples turned around abruptly, used various means of escape, and left in a hurry. My sword is out of its sheath, you still want to leave? Chu Yan's whole body was full of fighting spirit, and his body was like a flash of lightning. He turned his right hand again, with the Duantian sword in his hand, and raised his hand to slash horizontally. Ah! Amidst the screams, blood was spilled horizontally, and the sea was covered in a deep red. Next, it's you guys. Chu Yan pointed with one hand, and above the sky, the power of thunder of days fell, and exploded beside the 2 disciples of the 7th level of the realm, directly sealing them. Chu Yan, you are an inner disciple under the command of the Kang God King. If you kill me, you will definitely cause trouble. How about? This inner disciple hurriedly opened his mouth, moved out the God King behind him, and wanted to survive from Chu Yan's hands. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan didn't hesitate at all, and didn't even bother to listen to his nonsense. He raised his hand and saw the light of the extreme sword, cutting towards the two figures in the range of the thunder explosion. It doesn't matter what kind of God King he is under, or he is a disciple of the supreme orthodoxy, as long as he dares to provoke him, he will all die. Moreover, in this Shanghai area, various forces are extremely complicated. Now, his cultivation level is not too high. In order to avoid some troubles, it is the safest way to cut grass and roots. As Jianguan passed by, the two disciples of the 7th level of the realm were lost on the spot. At this time, the Haoyan sword flew back from a distance. The sword body was like silver and was taken back by Chu Yan. In the distance, the corpses of 5 disciples fell towards the bottom of the sea. At this time, Chu Yan didn't stop his figure. When he turned around, his whole body was covered with sword intent, his eyes were like thunder, and he looked at the other cultivators who were still fighting with the god of magic and martial arts. With this glance, the other cultivators all felt their necks shudder, and the corners of their eyes twitched. This guy, with his own strength, killed 9 cultivators who were in the 6th or 7th realm, but his cultivation was clearly only in the 1st realm. What does this mean? This guy is definitely a peerless genius. God of War, cut. Chu Yan held the Duantian sword in his hand, and slashed again with the horizontal sword. The light of the sword was like lightning, sweeping across the sky. Not good. Several cultivators in the 8th level of the realm suddenly felt the sword force, and their expressions changed immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, their whole bodies exploded with divine power, and charged 1,000 steps in a radius. Bang 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 bang. Now that the defensive power has been expanded to the extreme, their figures are also violently retreated by the impact of the sword energy, and they spit out a mouthful of blood mist when they opened their mouths. What kind of power is this? Several experts at the peak of the Earth God realm watched this scene from a distance, their faces changed greatly in shock, and their scalps became numb. You know, the move just now, the 8th level heavens were able to block it. It was all because the person who made the move was not strong enough. If this person's cultivation is raised by 1 or 2 realms, I am afraid that the sword just now can directly kill several 8th realms. A sword that contains the power of a god of war is definitely not something that ordinary cultivators can resist. #C2912 Howling Tigers. The fusion of Chu Yan and God of War, with the improvement of time and cultivation, the fusion speed is also increasing. Therefore, when Chu Yan exerted all his strength, the power of the God of War broke out naturally. Magic 9 Heavens. Earth God Moa saw the right timing, raised his hand and blasted out with a magic move. Countless phantoms roared out from the void, turning into a frenzy of phantoms. Quick, use pupil technique. A strong man at the peak of the Earth God reacted instantly. Buzz, buzz. In an instant, several cultivators cast the pupil technique at the same time, with powerful pupil power, passing through the frenzy of phantom shadows, and shooting directly at Chu Yan. The pupil of the unicorn. In Chu Yan's eyes, the 5-colored thunder light exploded, rolling out like rays of divine light. The power of the 5-color pupils gathered together and turned into a flame, burning all the incoming pupil techniques into nothingness. What? Hitomi power transformation. When a group of cultivators saw this scene, their faces turned green in shock. The pupil technique of this black-robed youth is actually so powerful. The relationship between pupil technique and cultivation base is not too big, and it doesn't matter if the pupil technique turns into reality. There is a strict hierarchy between pupil arts, just like between Emperor Arts and Divine Arts. You guys, go and hold him back. It's best not to let him disrupt the situation, otherwise, we'll all lose. An earth god was at the peak of the heat, his face was dark, he gritted his teeth, and said. He sent 2 earth gods, Jiuxiao and 2 earth gods, Yazhong, to deal with Chu Yan. Judging from the current situation, this is already the limit. If one more person is sent, then the Moa earth god in front of him will not be able to deal with it at all. However, for this peak earth god, although the half-step god Moa earth god is powerful, he can at least circle around and attack him. Slowly grind to death. But that young man in black robe, whether it's sword moves or pupil skills, is at a critical moment, and his power is astonishing. A sword in the sky. Who knows, before they split up, Chu Yan's figure rushed out suddenly, and landed on a spirit boat on their side, swinging the sword in his hand, cutting out the sword light all over the sky. What? All the practitioners were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that it would be fine for that half-step god to kill him, but now, this guy in the first level of the realm dared to kill him directly. Isn't this sending you to death? Go to hell. A strong man at the peak of the earth god realm reacted instantly, and a large amount of divine energy exploded from his body, turning into a giant shield to block the sword light. Haha, you came here to die yourself, and the old man will not be soft. With a wild laugh, the old man waved his big hand, and the spiritual seal was like a tide, like meteors shooting rapidly, and blasted towards Chu Yan. Destroy the field. Chu Yan's figure was like a shadow, and the black energy in his body surged and scattered. Boom! 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 Every light spot seemed to hit a thunderbolt, and it exploded instantly, the stars dimmed, and the rest fell on Chu Yan's body, making him back again and again. A trace of blood overflowed from the corner of the mouth and flowed down the corner of the mouth. Although Chu Yan is physically strong and has an extraordinary physique, after all, the difference in cultivation base is too large. After being bombarded, he suffered a lot. Chu Yan. Moa Earth God's face changed drastically, his body was full of murderous aura, rising like a raging sea tide, all kinds of magical killing moves, bursting out, attacking in all directions with his face full of madness, as if he wanted to die with them. Quick, block him. The old man at the peak of the earth god, with a serious face, did not dare to neglect in the slightest, and hurriedly sent an order to let all the cultivators take action together, blasting out a terrifying attack. You 3, after 2 breaths, when I use the killing array to block him, I will use all my strength to suppress that black robe first, or kill him directly. With one order, the voice of the old man resounded in the sea of consciousness of other cultivators. This black-robed young man seemed to be an unrivaled genius who had mastered the power of the 5 elements. How could he rush forward so recklessly to die? This seems counterintuitive. Although they seem to have doubts in their hearts, they seem to have greatly underestimated Chu Yan. Recover. Just listening, Chu Yan gave a low drink, and then a large green light surged out of his body, and the majestic power of life was like a spring, endless. All his injuries recovered in an instant. Tiger roaring god of war, sword of destruction. On Chu Yan's spiritual bed, there was a roar of a tiger that shook the sky, the cloak of flames flew up, and the Duantian sword in his hand swung a black glow all over the sky, and slashed down fiercely at dozens of cultivators. How? Dozens of cultivators were pale and their complexions changed drastically. They all clearly saw that the black-robed youth was severely injured just now, but in the blink of an eye, nothing happened at all. This attack was almost devastating, even more violent than before he was not injured. Boom! 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 In a hurry, they shot quickly, but they were still a bit slow. All kinds of magic spells and talismans were all shattered, and their bodies were all blown up and down. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan's attacks, wave after wave, seemed to be endless, completely covering those spirit ships. Magic Nine Heavens. Mo Dishan is also a great display of divine power, summoning a large number of void phantoms, like black tides, blasting towards the cultivators and spirit ships. Ah! Ah! Some cultivators with low cultivation bases were flanked back and forth, and it was too late to resist, and they were all blown upside down and fell into the sea water. Even those who were at the peak of the Earth God realm were also impacted and embarrassed. At this moment, the entire battle situation was completely reversed. Withdraw. Withdraw quickly. The old man at the peak of the Earth God realm, with a pale face, gritted his teeth and hurriedly ordered. The moment the voice fell, one after another, the spirit boats turned their heads towards the distance and fled at high speed. After all, they came to fight for the paradise, not to fight a life and death battle. There are so many blessed places in the cave, if it is because of this, the loss is here, it is too worthless. Just leave now, give up the biggest paradise, and fight for the others, at least you don't have to die. Why did you escape? Looking at this scene, Chu Yan shook his head, full of regret in his heart. In this battle just now, he only tried it once, and he planned to try that green lotus many times. But now, the opponents are all scared away, what a fart it is. Moreover, the fighting spirit in his body had just boiled, and there was no need to fight, which made Chu Hu quite disappointed. The Mo Earth god on one side, when he heard Chu Yan's words, the corners of his mouth twitched violently twice. How many meanings? Listen to what you say, you can't fight enough, right? In his eyes, Chu Yan in front of him is getting more and more perverted. Such a life and death battle seemed to pose no threat to him at all, just like a martial idiot, completely obsessed with fighting. #C 2913 Forbidden Ridge. Dongtian Blessed Land is here. Let's hurry over and recognize the Lord first. Mo Dishan said quickly. Good. Chu Yan nodded, and took a last look at those cultivators who left with a face full of reluctance, before turning around and flying towards the island. This big island, like ordinary islands, has the spirit of heaven and earth. Because the entire island is a complete spiritual object of heaven and earth, and every flower, plant, tree, mountain peak, and river is a part of the spiritual object of heaven and earth. In the middle of the island, there is a huge spar, which contains extremely pure spiritual power of heaven and earth. Of course, in the core, there is still a trace of powerful immortality. Chu Yan's consciousness spread out like a net in an instant, covering the whole island. In less than a few breaths, Chu Yan completely refined the island. In this sea of gods, all the caves and blessed places are intelligent and spiritual. Get together. Chu Yan let out a low drink. In an instant, a strong wind blew up on the entire island. All the trees, flowers, and plants danced one after another, and with the majestic and vast divine breath, large formations and restrictions of heaven and earth evolved around the island. After refining the paradise of paradise, it is very easy to mobilize the power and resources on all the islands, deploy defenses, and prevent other people from interfering again. Now this island, as long as the spiritual power is not exhausted, even the strong gods can easily block it. Okay, hurry up and retreat. Chu Yan and Mo Earth God looked at each other, walked towards the divine crystal in the center of the island, and sat cross-legged together. At present, this is the best paradise they can get. Of course, in the depths of the sea, there are naturally better caves, but the cultivation of the two of them is still not enough. If you forcibly grab it, it will be no different from sending you to death. Holy Rakshasa! Chu Yan gave a low shout, and a tall figure behind him stepped out through the void. As soon as the tall holy Rakshasa appeared, he sat cross-legged just like Chu Yan and Mo Dishan, and began to practice on his own. Seeing this scene, Mo Dishan felt bad all over. You are awesome, you can even do this. Um. Suddenly, Chu Yan felt the green lotus swaying gently in the sea of consciousness, as if talking to him. You need it too. After feeling it carefully for a long time, Chu Yan seemed to understand what Lulian said. In the next breath, Chu Yan poured the pure fairy spirit absorbed from the divine crystal in front of him into the green lotus. Immediately, the green lotus burst into dazzling green light, with the green lotus as the center, rippling in circles towards the entire 10,000 potential sea. These ripples, every time they ripple, will absorb a large amount of pure power from other surrounding paradises, and even sea water, and wrap them back. Huh. This green lotus still has this ability after being promoted. Seeing the scene, Chu Yan was shocked and happy. Up to now, Chu Yan finally has a little understanding of the horror of this blue lotus. You take it easy, don't be found out. To be honest, Lulian's method is too earth-shattering. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, all the caves and blessed places, even those under the deep sea, have not escaped from the clutches of Lulian. However, Chu Yan was heartbroken and raised his throat. If this was discovered by a group of strong gods in the sky and gods, and they attacked together, then he and Mo Wu Dishan would have to run for their lives. As if she understood Chu Yan's words, Lulian trembled slightly, and her devouring power dropped a lot in an instant. This finally said that Chu Yan let out a long breath, and his face relaxed. I don't know what kind of terrifying existence this green lotus will be promoted into in the future. Chu Yan shook his head, no longer thinking about it, and slowly immersed himself, and began to concentrate on retreating. Now, with the blessed land of the cave and the devouring power of the green lotus, the aura and fairy spirit of the surrounding world are extremely rich. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. In the past 10 days, all kinds of competition in the sea of 10,000 potentials gradually subsided. All the blessed places in the cave were snatched by the cultivators of various teams and occupied as places for retreat and cultivation. At the same time, news about the emergence of a large number of caves and blessed places on the Wanchur Sea began to spread about the Qianji Cave, spreading far and wide to the entire Divine Sea realm. After receiving the news, more and more cultivators gathered at Qianji Lake and began to fish for Qianji Jade, wanting to enter the Qianji Cave and experience this strange scene. For Chu Yan, these external matters have nothing to do with him. After 10 days of concentrated cultivation, the divine breath in Chu Yan's body has been completely full, and the power of the god of war has also soared a lot. Promote. Chu Yan's mind moved, and he began to guide the might of the god of war and integrate it into his own divine power. Boom, boom. The divine power in the body began to erupt in an instant. At this moment, his body came with a powerful devouring force, enveloping the huge divine crystal in front of him completely. Even the whole island began to tremble. Boom. 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 After nearly 100 breaths of time for this kind of vision, there were explosions in Chu Yan's body, and they exploded directly. The whole physical body seemed to have been stimulated with some kind of potential, and began to undergo a qualitative change, reaching the level of the third heaven of the earth god in an instant. In addition, the divine power in his body has been directly raised to the level of the fourth level of the realm, and the shining blue light inside is very powerful. There are still many forces on the island, let's consolidate the realm first. Chu Yan opened his eyes, glanced at the Moa earth god beside him, and found that he was attacking the heavenly god realm, so he didn't bother, and immersed himself again. Before swallowing a large number of heaven and earth spiritual things, the spiritual power is mixed. Now, it is just a matter of taking advantage of the cultivation base that has just been broken through to strengthen the torch. At this time, Qianji Cave, deep in the core. The number of those who can reach the deepest part of Qianji Cave is very small compared to the outer areas, and most of them are experts at the peak of the heavenly god realm, or inner disciples of the supreme Tao lineage. Once again, it must also be at the unrivaled genius level. Just now, what kind of power was that made me wake up from the retreat? Strange, this world seems to be different from before. It's such a familiar smell. Could it be that Taboo Ridge should be born again? An ancient voice, sitting cross-legged on top of a large piece of bones, muttered to itself. After nearly 100 breaths, all the cultivators suddenly discovered that the ground under their feet began to tremble. What happened? One by one, all the cultivators looked up at the sky and the earth, frowning slightly. Boom. The next moment, everyone could see that a dazzling fairy light soared into the sky from nowhere on the sea level and crashed into the clouds in the sky. The shadows of the gods and demons, creeping monsters, howling celestial beings, and other shocking phenomena all appeared in the sky at the same time. This is the fate of the immortal, appearing. A shocking doubt popped up in everyone's heart at the same time. #C2914 Celebrating Immortal Fate. A few hours later, all over Shanghai. Big news. I heard that in Qianji Cave, there is a fate of honoring immortals. What? What are you talking about, respecting, Xuanhuan? Got it wrong. It can be wrong, it's the fate of honoring the immortals. It was rumored that a large number of heaven and earth spirits appeared in the Qianji Cave, and the number of blessed places in the cave was several times higher than usual. Unexpectedly, it was all because of the fate of honoring the immortals. Fuck, what are you waiting for, let's go. The news in Qianji Cave spread among the major cities and forces, sweeping the entire Shanghai area like a storm. All the cultivators, upon hearing this news, couldn't help but rush towards Qianji Cave. Calling Xuanhuan, just by hearing the name of this vision, one knows that it is a powerful opportunity for a strong person at the peak of the gods to soar directly and break through to the Xuanjing in one fell swoop. This kind of opportunity, according to the basic historical records, may be a heaven and earth spiritual object, or it may be a spiritual treasure, but no matter what, as long as it appears, it will definitely cause shocks from all parties and gather together. Shozu and Xuanhuan appeared in Qianji Cave. Fuck, that secret realm has been closed for tens of thousands of years. What kind of Shenzhou and Xuanhuan came here? At most it was a good fortune, right? A hoarse voice resounded in the death spot of a Jedi in a certain place. However, my 9-soul ghost body just needs treasures, so I need to refine it. Quack, with such news, I'm afraid it will attract a lot of powerful and fresh flesh and blood. A cup of black gravel suddenly split open in the middle, and a bone-like hand suddenly emerged from the tip of the gravel. Immediately afterwards, a zombie covered in carrion and an unpleasant smell slowly crawled out of the grave. At the same time, on a certain nameless mountain, a young man dressed in tiger skin and animal clothes, carrying a big sword, looked down at the group of monsters below, and murmured. It's kind of interesting. The battlefield that has been silent for thousands of years is no longer the battlefield of the ancient spiritual breath, but such a big phenomenon has appeared. Even if it's not about respecting Xuanhuan, the great fortune that has appeared is probably some unknown taboos. If you have time, let's go. The figure of the young man disappeared on the spot. In the next time, an invisible storm broke out in Qianji Cave. One after another, the peak powerhouses of the gods, and one after another of geniuses, even unrivaled geniuses, all rushed to the core of the deep sea. Vaguely, the field seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. However, in a sense, Chu Yan, who is the chief culprit of all crimes, is totally unaware of it. His mind is immersed in cultivation. Time passed slowly, and in a blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. When he opened his eyes, his whole body was full of breath, restrained as much as possible, and everything returned to calm. This transformation has brought him huge benefits, and his combat power has been greatly improved. Moreover, after his cultivation level has broken through, apart from his own knowledge, even those who are strong in the realm of human dignity will only think that he is the first level of the realm. Chu Yan, you are finally over. Let's set off, quickly. It is said that in the core of the deep sea, there is a fairy fate, and many people are rushing there. Seeing Chu Yan open his eyes, Mao Dushan said anxiously. During this period of retreat, Mo Wu Dishan's cultivation has completely broken through to the realm of the gods. Between words and deeds, it coincides with the avenue of heaven and earth, and in the surrounding void, special power is constantly pouring into his body to bless his divine power. The current hymn should be called Mo Tianshan. Respect the immortal fate. Chu Yan was just about to congratulate Mo Tianshan, but when he heard this, he was startled. Yes, just a few days ago. Mo Wu Tianshan has not been idle for the past 2 days. He has been inquiring about news, and immediately told Chu Yan all the information he inquired about. A gathering of unrivaled geniuses. Let's go, hurry up. Chu Yan didn't care about anything else, but when he heard that there were many unrivaled geniuses, he immediately decided to go and have a look. At the beginning, I chose the place to practice, on the one hand because of the blessed land in Qianji Cave, and at the same time, because there are many unrivaled geniuses in Qianji Cave. Now, just a breakthrough, just in time for a big battle. As for the predestined relationship to immortality, although it is also very attractive to him, given his current state, even if he gets it, it should not be possible to break through to the state of human dignity. Swish. Swish. The figures of the two turned into 2 rainbow lights at the same time, flying towards the sky. The place deep in the core of Qianji Cave is full of murderous intentions, and extremely dangerous. Even the strongest of the heavenly god realm must be careful when operating here. However, in the past few days, because too many people have come, those restrictions and killing formations have all been cracked, and new ones have not yet been conceived, and it suddenly became safe. Of course, because of this reason, there are barren lands everywhere along the way, and all the spiritual objects of heaven and earth, treasures of chance, etc., have all been taken away by people, without missing a single thing. This place should be called the Place of Immortal Fate. Several hours later, Chu Yan slowed down his flying speed. I saw that on the ground below, there was a huge ruins of an ancient battlefield. Looking down from the sky, one can clearly see that this is a relic of an ancient sect with a long history. Among them, there are mountain gates, cities, and among the major spiritual peaks, there are also abandoned caves and blessed lands. There are a lot of them. Some divine brilliance, not completely dissipated, overflowed faintly, giving people a feeling of fright. Obviously, this place has been swept away by people who have been here before. Why is there no one? Chu Yan and Mo Tianshan all frowned slightly, walked into the ruins carefully, and looked around. Soon, they found huge altars with divine splendor and some special secret places in a mountain range. Look over there, there is a void crack, closing it. Mo Tianshan reminded in alarm. Sure enough, on the top of the mountain, there was a fissure piercing through it, and the airflow was like a tide, slowly closing like a huge eye. We're late, hurry up and rush in. Chu Yan didn't even need to guess. I'm afraid that those cultivators who came before should all have entered this void crack. Swish. Swish. Chu Yan and Mo Tianshan jumped up and flew into the cracks in the void. However, the moment their figures sank into the crack of the void, a majestic voice suddenly resounded. This battle for inheritance, you must pass the assessment and prove your strength, before you can. An old man in a red robe appeared in front of the two of them, blocking behind the crack in the void. Prove your strength. Chu Yan was startled when he heard this. Seeing that the cracks in the void are about to close, at this time, you talk to me about this. Is this enough? Chu Yan didn't even think about it, and directly summoned the Qilin Wuhun. Roar. The unicorn martial spirit stepped on the air, stepped out with one step, and the 5-colored thunder light exploded between the sky and the earth, which shocked the old man in the red robe. His whole body trembled, and his soul body almost collapsed in fright. 5 elements, extremely. #C2915 Big benefit. The old man in red robe was really shocked by the young man in front of him. The strength of the 5 elements may not be enough to surprise him. More importantly, this young man still has the power of the Great Way. That is to say, a kid in the first level of the world has the power of the 5 elements and the power of the Great Way, and there are 2 levels of terror. This problem is serious. Thank you, Senior. Chu Yan raised his head and glanced at the red-robed old man, and with Mo Tianxian, he directly bypassed him and rushed into the void crack. During the whole process, the red-robed old man stood there, motionless, as if petrified. After a few breaths, Chu Yan and the two came to a completely independent space. The God Realm is different from the 10 Directions Star Realm. In the 10 Directions Star Realm in the lower realm, as long as they reach the Emperor Realm, they can open up their own independent space. And in the God's domain, at least one must be above the Earth Prestige Realm, so that it is possible to open up a separate space in the God's domain heaven and earth. A lot of strong people. As soon as he landed, Chu Yan sensed waves of majestic aura in all directions. In an instant, Chu Yan's consciousness tightened, and the blood in his whole body faintly boiled. It's worthy of being called Xuanhuan. Every time it appears, it will attract so many strong men and geniuses. Mo Tianxian was on the sidelines, and he was also amazed. I saw that, not far ahead, there were about 500 cultivators. At least 100 of them have reached the peak of the gods. The cultivation base of the Earth God Realm should not exceed dozens of people at most. In addition, many inner sect disciples from the Supreme Orthodoxy also came, but more God-level cultivators under the Overlord of the world came. Moreover, these people have all passed the assessment before, and if those who did not pass are counted, the number will only increase several times. Those people. Chu Yan's eyes quickly fell on several figures. There is one person. His whole body was covered in one-piece Taoist robes, and he couldn't even see his face clearly, but there was an evil energy released from this person, which was eerie and terrifying. There is another one, wearing a tiger skin coat, carrying an épée on his back, and a pair of eyes like thunder and fire. There is also a woman in red, with a good figure, white skin, and eyes like silk, which makes people linger and never forget. The cultivation bases of the first 2 are both at the peak of the Earth God Realm, while the woman in red has reached the Heaven God Realm. 3 of them are all 4 elements. Chu Yan's unicorn pupil swept away and shone brightly. It is difficult for ordinary people to find out, but he has the spirit of the 5 gods and beasts, and is born with the spiritual source of the 5 elements. He is very sensitive to the strength of the 5 elements. Coupled with the pupil of the unicorn, you can basically see the general idea with just a glance. Chu Yan. At this moment, a faint voice sounded. Not far away, several young women in black robes, with 9 dragons embroidered on their chests walked quickly. The aura of these 6 people is as deep as the sea, like a fairy peak, revealing an invisible pressure, which makes people's spirits condense. The 6 disciples of the Supreme Orthodox lineage, among them a pair of young men and women, are inner disciples, with the peak cultivation of the gods. I'm an inner sect disciple of the Jiuxiao sect, so I won't say much, just tell me the method for you to obtain the 1000 chance jade, and if you have any conditions, feel free to mention them. The young man in charge looked indifferent, and his tone was obviously proud. After all, in all circles in Shanghai, it is extremely difficult to become an inner disciple ruled by the Supreme Tao. Excuse me. Chu Yan shook his head without thinking. No matter how many benefits are given to him, this matter is impossible, and it is absolutely impossible to tell the secret about the 9 realms star map. How dare you refuse? When the other disciples heard Chu Yan's words, their faces were filled with anger, and powerful aura gushed out of them instantly. In an instant, all the cultivators in all directions turned their heads to look over. Some cultivators who were by Qianji Lake at that time understood this scene immediately. If it hadn't been for the supreme orthodoxy to make the first move, I'm afraid they would also go up and ask for it. Chu Yan, you'd better remember that you must know how to advance and retreat, otherwise, you don't know how to die. The inner disciple looked at Chu Yan, and after saying a cold word, he turned around and left, not wanting to say another word at all. For the time being, no force can be used in this place, so please spare his life first. Chu Yan didn't take it seriously. Such a threat sounded too much, and he didn't feel much. Huh. You are that Chu Yan. Suddenly, someone spoke softly with a hoarse voice. It was the man who was wrapped in Taoist robes so that he couldn't even see his face clearly. His eyes are pure dark green grooves, which look a little gloomy. You are the one who dares to provoke the little heavenly King Yuping even if you are in the first level of the world. As soon as this remark came out, the audience fell silent. Even just now, those Taoist disciples had a sneer on their faces. Being targeted by this adult, they don't need to take action at all. Chu Yan is finished today. This person, named Mr. Shiming, is an unrivaled genius. It is said that this person wants to kill people, and his methods are violent. Mo Tianqian's face changed slightly, and he said to Chu Yan via voice transmission. Aren't you also only in the realm? Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at the other party, and spoke in a cold voice. What's the meaning? One after another, they all seemed to be aimed at themselves. Huh. This guy dared to talk to Mr. Shiming like that. The expressions of the cultivators around them all changed. They are well aware of the cruelty of Mr. Shiming. Interesting. The other two unrivaled geniuses all looked over, but the red-clothed woman with charming eyes smiled softly. Quack, it seems that this time, I have been in seclusion for too long, and even some ants dare to act presumptuously with me. The strange laughter from the eclipse made his whole body glow with a faint corpse aura. This breath surged out, causing all the practitioners around to tremble, and the cold air rose in their hearts. Chu Yan, save your life first, and I will taste your blood after the heavenly calamity. Mr. Shiming was covered all over his body, and his face could not be seen clearly, but his laughter made people's hair stand on end. When Chu Yan heard these words, he was non-committal and didn't bother to pay attention to them. Time passed, and half an hour passed in a blink of an eye. A burst of breath sounded from the void, and a man exuding an astonishing death aura appeared in front of everyone. This kid has the power of the great Tao. The man who was full of lifelessness and eyes like black holes swept over Chu Yan with his consciousness, and his breath trembled slightly. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, his face was still full of astonishment. Everyone, this inheritance does not have the power to allow you to break through the realm of dignity. The angry man swept his eyes across the audience, and spoke loudly, like thunderclaps. Can't break through the realm of dignity. Hearing these words, the expressions of all the god-level powerhouses present all changed. However, the benefits of this inheritance are huge, and it's just a little bit weaker than the predestined relationship to honoring immortals. Now, if you want to leave, please do so. #C2916 blocker. He said that he could leave, but after going through the previous tests, he finally got here, so how could he give up so easily? Moreover, in the first place, everyone came here for the reason of honoring immortality. Although it is now heard that the fate of honoring the immortal is gone, but since the man who is full of lifelessness said that this chance is only weaker than the fate of honoring the immortal, naturally, he couldn't let it go. Maybe, with this, he could also break through. Very good. After waiting for a while, seeing that no one had quit, the angry man said directly. Now let's go to the last level. This time, according to the different realms of cultivation, they are divided into two groups, the Earth God group and the Heaven God group. Next, everyone's cultivation realm will be suppressed to the same level. Everyone in the audience listened quietly, and no one said anything more. In addition, among you, there will be two blockers, as the force to stop you. The time is set as 1 hour. If anyone in the Heavenly God group and the Earth God group can get 2 ring stones from their respective blockers, they will be able to get the inheritance. The battle site this time is a brand new small world. When the time comes, the map will be passed on to you. Having said that, the angry man seemed to think of something, and then said, "Of course, during the battle, everyone's appearance and breath will be covered up, and you will not be able to find out who the other party is." When these words landed, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Without this condition, even if they were selected as blockers, no one would dare to offend those big shots during the competition. I won't go into details about the specific rules. Go and see. After 100 breaths, let's start directly. After the lifeless man finished speaking, he raised his big hand, and hundreds of light spots shot out like meteors, sinking into everyone's sea of consciousness. This spot of light contains all the detailed rules, and also includes a brand new map. Just as Chu Yan was understanding, the voice of the dead man sounded in his sea of consciousness world. "Little brother, we want to invite you to become the blocker of the land group." Chu Yan was startled. Such luck. So many people chose me. The point is, I don't seem to have even participated in the first few tests. Theoretically it won't be my turn, right? What is the benefit? Chu Yan wanted to refuse, because, judging from the rules, it seemed much easier to snatch the ring stone than to prevent others from snatching it. However, since there are such rules, does the blocker have any special benefits? If you can stop everyone, then besides the inheritance this time, you can get other benefits. The angry man had already prepared and set out the conditions one by one. In the eyes of many cultivators, whoever is chosen as a blocker is definitely a bad luck. However, there are also some strong men who can see that the final assessment goal of this competition is probably to target the blockers themselves. And other people may become the role of accompanying the prince to study. With his own strength, he blocked all the other people present. If this ability can be achieved, it is definitely the choice of a peerless genius. Okay, then I agree. Chu Yan nodded and agreed to the angry man's request. Unlike others may just come here for inheritance, but this time, Chu Yan has the heart to fight with all the geniuses here. Therefore, this identity is just in line with his wishes. Then thank you, little brother, this is the rule about blockers, please take a good look. The deadly man sent out a light spot again, and detailed rules appeared in Chu Yan's sea of knowledge world. The competition begins. The 100 breaths of time passed by, and the angry man issued an order. In an instant, above the sky, streams of fairy light descended from the sky, fell down, covered every cultivator, wrapped their bodies, and disappeared directly on the spot. I don't know how long it took, Chu Yan only felt his feet sinking, and a completely different feeling rose in his heart. Here, it really is a whole new small world. The map in the Sea of Consciousness shows that the area of this small world is not too large, it only has a radius of tens of thousands of miles. There are 10 mountains, 4 forests, a huge grassland, 2 lakes, and oceans. Boom. A huge empty sound suddenly sounded, and a special powerful force suddenly appeared around Chu Yan's body, wrapping his body tightly like a layer of armor. At this time, Chu Yan has completely changed his appearance and aura. I am afraid that even if Mo Tianxian is standing in front of him, it is impossible to recognize him. This is a ring stone. Chu Yan looked up, and saw not far away, 2 half-person-high black stones stood upright, square and square, with spirit patterns shining everywhere. Look at this kid, what will happen? Chu Yan didn't know that in the sky above his head, the eyes of the dead man were watching him closely. According to the rules, resistors arrive half an hour earlier than other cultivators. After reading the rules, Chu Yan knew that there was a difference in time, and after pondering for a moment, he waved a ring stone in front of him and threw it far into the sky. And he himself sat cross-legged next to another ring stone. This half an hour is for the blockers to make arrangements to deal with the subsequent snatching by other practitioners. But now, it is obvious that Chu Yan has no plans to set up any bureau. As the saying goes, big fists are everything. Since everyone's cultivation level was suppressed to the same level, it was easy for Chu Yan. All you need is to beat one another, one pair and one pair, that's all. In the end, all the team members were defeated, and the test should be over. This son actually. Seeing this scene, the angry man's expression changed slightly. Of course he could see Chu Yan's purpose and thoughts, and couldn't help but be amazed. This is so domineering that he actually wants to use the simplest, direct and rude method to complete the task of being a blocker. Having seen countless collisions between geniuses, and even duels between supreme heirs, the deadly man now has a strong interest in this Chu Yan. I don't know what the final result of this competition will be. If this kid really wins in the end, then Taboo Ridge will be a great fortune. Time passed, and soon half an hour passed. Around Chu Yan, as usual, nothing happened. According to the rules, all cultivators are randomly teleported, and it will take some time for them to rush here according to the map. After a full 100 breaths of time, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes, and with a clang, he pulled out the Haotian sword and stood facing him. Jingsher. A voice of surprise sounded, and in the distant sky, the figures of 3 cultivators suddenly appeared. Remember the URL of the mobile version, Add bookmark for easy reading. #C2917 Join Forces. Before the 3 of them landed, they saw Chu Yan standing in front of the Jiuxiao, holding a sword. You are the blocker. Haha, die. 3 cultivators descended from the sky, and with the force of the impact, they roared immediately. 3 strong lights shot up from their bodies, and one after another magical spells blasted straight down. They know very well that they can't be chosen as blockers, of course they can't be weak, and they won't be easy to deal with. Therefore, as soon as he made a move, it was a powerful ultimate move, without any reservations. You must know that among those people before, there were 3 unrivaled geniuses, and this blocker is very likely to be one of the 3 unrivaled geniuses. Therefore, the 3 of them discussed, but if they can defeat this blocker, they just need to snatch the ring stone. The 3 teamed up and after grabbing the ring stone, the 3 discussed how to distribute it. Wan Lai Long Jin. Standing there, Chu Yan watched the 3 of them descend from the sky, punched out, and countless golden lights rushed out, turning into a golden dragon, roaring and charging, and blasted all 3 magic arts into powder. The golden dragon swam around in circles, and the dragons lingering shook the sky, rushing towards the 3 of them and trapping them in a circle. Knife sacrifice to Tsanggu. A cultivator raised his head to the sky and howled. He pulled out a large sword in his hand, swung it with endless power, and slashed at the golden dragon beside him. However, his saber light didn't get close to the golden dragon at all, and it shattered directly. Not good. Too strong. He must be one of the 3 unrivaled geniuses, we can't beat him at all. The cultivator holding the knife had a face full of horror, and his expression changed drastically. Defend with all your strength, save your life first. Hearing the words, the other 2 cultivators also had dignified faces, and immediately sacrificed all kinds of spiritual treasures to protect their bodies. Cut. The cultivator who took out the saber struck again, and a ray of saber pierced through the air. It's just that this time, when the knife light was about to collapse, it exploded spontaneously ahead of time, turning into a dazzling light. From a distance, it looks like a sun. Breaking through the sky and rising sharply, towards the sky, straight up. It doesn't matter if the unrivaled genius is strong. After all, you are only one person. When other people around here see my ray of light and all gather, I will see you as resistance. It's impossible for you to stop it. Although there is only 3 people working together, it is impossible to be an opponent of an unrivaled genius, but the opportunity and the ring stone are in front of them, and they absolutely do not want to give up just like that. Now, as long as other cultivators are brought in to muddy the water here, they might still have a chance. Can you stop it? Does it have anything to do with the 3 of you? Chu Yan's face was as usual, and he slashed out with a sword. The world was desolate, and the sword's glow passed, and all the various protective spirit treasures on the 3 of them were involved. What? The faces of the 3 cultivators changed drastically. With their methods, even if they were facing an unrivaled genius, they should be able to last half a stick of incense. But now, with just one move, all their means have been disintegrated. Boom. Before they finished speaking, Chu Yan punched out again. The terrifying punch collided with the strength of the fist, condensed into substance, and hit the 3 of them mercilessly. The 3 cultivators didn't have a chance and were lost on the spot. This battle was straightforward and neat. From beginning to end, it was over in just a few breaths of time. Just over there, look. Ring stone. However, in less than a few breaths, the figures of 4 cultivators appeared in the distant sky, flying towards this side. The person in front of the ring stone is the blocker, kill him. When the 4 cultivators saw Chu Yan, they hurriedly shot, and 4 thunderous attacks fell from the sky like meteors. This scene was exactly the same as when the 3 cultivators first appeared. Well done. The flames of war in Chu Yan's heart had just ignited, and seeing another group of cultivators arriving, his fighting spirit rose again. Swish. 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 Before Chu Yan shot at the 4 cultivators, another 5 figures shot from another direction. These 5 people, seeing the situation below, looked at each other. Naturally they would not miss it, and raised their hands to attack together. This blocker must be one of the 3 unrivaled geniuses. Not far away, cultivators flew over one after another. When they saw the battle situation here, some people directly chose to join the battle, while others, with bright eyes, stood by and prepared to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. At this time, in the battlefield below, Chu Yan was alone, and the number of cultivators facing him had reached 14. These 14 cultivators are not stupid, they are connected with each other. Every time they attack, they will change their positions in a hurry. Vaguely, they seem to form some kind of battle formation. But even so, they can't take any advantage at all. Chu Yan's figure sometimes stands tall like a mountain, sometimes shuttles like lightning, flickering, and every change will hit their common weak point of the battle formation and restrain their combat power. You still want to watch the excitement? Come together. Chu Yan's eyes were like thunder, and he swept across the sky, and naturally found some cultivators who were sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Suddenly, their figures flashed, and they reached the sky. It's all wrapped up in it. No, it was discovered. The faces of the 4 cultivators who were hiding in the dark turned ugly in an instant, so they had no choice but to emerge, holding spiritual knives, and joining the battle. If they don't participate, other cultivators will consider withdrawing from the battle if they find them. After all, this kind of thing where the mantis catches the cicada and the oriole follows is extremely dangerous. After all, no one is a fool to be used by others. Boom. 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 A shocking battle broke out immediately. The surrounding void couldn't bear such a powerful force at all, and void cracks continued to form. Chu Yan's eyes completely turned into a flame, and the majestic pupil power continuously condensed out one after another killer moves, blasting towards the surroundings. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan's figure suddenly disappeared. When a dozen cultivators couldn't react at all, they saw Chu Yan's figure again, but it was already above their heads. Boom! The mountain-like wave of swords descended from the sky, causing the expressions of several cultivators to change drastically in an instant. They watched helplessly as their bodies were completely enveloped by a wave of sword intent. Cut! Chu Yan's movements did not stagnate at all. He succeeded with one sword, and then suddenly slashed at the 4 cultivators around him. Run away! Those 4 cultivators saw their 3 companions just now, but they were cut into pieces of flesh and blood, filled with fear in their hearts, and had no intention of fighting. However, without waiting for them to turn around, the sword light struck, and the bodies of the 4 were also twisted into minced meat. Guy, the power of a genius who is unrivaled in the world. The rest of the cultivators who were still alive were all scalp numb, and their fighting spirit collapsed in an instant. If he hadn't seen another group of cultivators rushing towards the edge of the sky in the distance, they might have just fled away. What a strong power, what a strong sword intent! This blocker should be one of the 3 peerless geniuses. Zongtian Sword God. In the distant sky, a figure stood tall, looking at the battle in front of him, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Add bookmark for easy reading. #C2918 What sword is this? That standing there sneering, with a gloomy air all over his body, is none other than Mr. Shiming. In this competition, there were a total of 3 unrivaled geniuses, among which Hongshua's cultivation had reached the level of a god. Although it is in the realm of the gods, according to the rules, you can also choose to suppress your cultivation and enter the Earth group. Not bad. It's been a long time since I drank the blood of an unrivaled genius, I miss it so much. Young Master Shiming's expression seemed particularly excited. At the same time, he performed a divine technique and disappeared on the spot, like a ghostly wind, approaching the battlefield. He wanted to find an opportunity to attack directly. Unlike other cultivators and strong fighters, Mr. Shiming never strikes directly, and always strikes behind others' backs. Otherwise, he would not have received such a title. It's a pity, the rules here cover up everyone's aura and appearance, otherwise, if you use that Chu Yan's blood as an appetizer before a meal, it would be perfect. The way back from the cold prison. After a few breaths, he suddenly exploded, a black vein on his finger burst open, and a pair of hands like ghost claws grabbed towards Chu Yan. The other cultivators were all shocked, and they never thought that when someone sneaked into the center of the battlefield. Sure enough, it's here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chu Yan's back seemed to have eyes. When he saw the sudden appearance of the ghost claw, his figure flashed and he avoided it. Swish. The figure flashed again, but it was already above the head of Mr. Shiming, and the momentum rose from his body, and he punched out. Although Chu Yan couldn't tell who the other party was, Chu Yan knew that the other party was probably an unrivaled genius just by relying on this magical technique. What? Found it. Mr. Shiming was surprised, but he immediately reacted. He was dressed in a Taoist robe, and there was no wind, and a large amount of ghost energy rushed out of his body. Azure flameless knife. Young Master Shiming let out a low growl, and a heavy knife, with a jet-black flame, appeared in the void. As soon as it appeared, all the surrounding light disappeared. This saber is by no means an ordinary spiritual saber. It is said that it is the strongest method of Mr. Shiming. It can kill gods and kill immortals. A sword in the sky. However, to Chu Yan, it doesn't matter what kind of spiritual weapon it is, and it can't compare to the Haoyan sword anyway. As soon as the sword intent came out, the flameless ghost knife was instantly suppressed. No Buddha, no form, heaven, earth, and ghost prison. Master Shiming's body flickered wildly, and ghostly energy rushed out, forming a large formation around him, with little black will-o'-the-wisps flying in all directions like sparks. Roar. It was as if the infernal ghost prison had been opened, and all the ghosts and gods roared to the sky, about to rush out and tear the human world apart. Ghost hissing and whistling, even this kind of invisible attack, can cause strong damage to the impact on people's soul and spiritual will. It's just that this kind of attack has just reached Chu Yan, but it has no effect. Whether it is Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, will, or spirit, none of them can be directly destroyed with a single hell. No effect. Mr. Shiming's face was full of astonishment, and he was suddenly at a loss. After all, this is the first time he has encountered such a situation after so many years of traveling. Although he didn't attack with all his strength, the methods and supernatural powers of the unrivaled genius in front of him seemed to be completely beyond his speculation. Look, another peerless genius is here. The rest of the cultivators were all stunned and then surprised. With an unrivaled genius to make a shot, plus people like them, if they want to defeat this blocker, of course there is no problem. Thinking of this, everyone suddenly became ready to fight again, and they all shot together. "You dragon covers the sky." Chu Yan was full of divine power, running to the extreme, and his speed skyrocketed. Even if he was an unrivaled genius, he would not be able to see his figure clearly. The sword light he slashed moved with the trajectory of the figure, and kept slashing at the practitioners around him. Now that the unrivaled genius has made a move, he must defeat all these cultivators first, and then they can have a good battle. After beheading 3 cultivators in a row, Chu Yan's figure disappeared on the spot, and appeared behind several cultivators in an instant. What kind of ghost body technique is this? How is it the same as teleportation? Mr. Shiming was full of astonishment, his hands were condensed, and his Taoist robe was unfolded like clouds and waves, and long bloody lines rushed out, turning into a big net, covering Chu Yan, trying to trap him. This kind of bloodline is unusual, and it is a famous bondage artifact. However, with his current cultivation base, he still can't fully stimulate it. Break! The 5-colored thunder light in Chu Yan's eyes was spinning, and the Haotian sword in his hand slashed down fiercely. "Ha ha ha, I am an artifact, you actually want to." As an unrivaled genius, Mr. Shiming's skill and divine weapon are his greatest reliance. However, before he could laugh out loud, the expression on his face froze in an instant, and a pair of eyeballs almost flew out of the dark eye sockets. "I saw that sword light, with 5 colors of light, was like a thunderbolt, and his bloodlines were broken wherever it passed." "You, what kind of sword are you?" Just when Mr. Shiming was astonished, Chu Yan turned back and killed 3 more cultivators. "Good. Such a strong spirit sword, such a strong body, you are very good," finally made me a little interested. 9 soul ghost body. In the eyes of Mr. Shiming, there were ghostly fires, and the spirit seals flickered all over his body. His whole body began to swell rapidly, and endless ghost energy surged, making his strength soar. On the surrounding ground, large black ghost shadows continued to appear. "Kill." Mr. Shiming raised his hand and stretched out his claws like bones. With the blessing of many ghosts, he grabbed Chu Yan's heart fiercely. Bang bang bang. Chi explosions exploded, resounding through the void. On the entire battlefield, the figures of Chu Yan and Mr. Shiming were like 2 fierce beasts, constantly colliding and confronting each other. The mighty air wave swept across all directions, shattering the void, and the remaining waves of energy alone drove the other cultivators around, making it impossible to get close. Seeing this scene, those cultivators who had just arrived gasped in unison. This is a confrontation between unrivaled geniuses, and it is simply not something they can handle. If you forcefully participate in it, you might become cannon fodder in an instant. The battle was like a tide, and the more intense it was, the more gloomy Master Shiming's face became. The person in front of him has amazing pupil skills, and the battle is open and closed, and he is indomitable, with a strong fighting spirit, which he has only seen in his life. He never expected that he would meet such a difficult opponent today. More importantly, he found that this person's strength has not been fully utilized, and he obviously has reservations. This guy, is that guy Zongtian, or Hong Xue? With all his fighting strength, he's actually so powerful. Mr. Shiming kept thinking in his heart. He also has the whole card, to reserve strength, but is it time to use it? Judging from the current situation, even if he used it to defeat the opponent, he might suffer serious injuries. Remember the URL of the mobile version, Add bookmark for easy reading. #C2919 Violent War. At that time, even if he grabs the ring stone, he may not be able to keep it if other cultivators attack him. It's interesting, let me join one. At this moment, a faint voice sounded, and then, the bright sword light, from far to near, suddenly cut towards Chu Yan. Huh! Another peerless genius. Chu Yan's eyes lit up suddenly, and his figure flashed sharply. Haha, another unrivaled genius. Mr. Shiming's face was full of joy, and finally came the breaker. I'm Mr. Shiming, please ask me, is it Zongtian or Hong Xue? Across the sky. The visitor glanced at him and replied softly. It seems that Hong Xue, that vixen, really suppressed his cultivation and came to our team. The two of us join hands to deal with him. Zongtian nodded, fell from the sky, and rushed towards this side. In his hand, he swung a large sword, and slices of sword light erupted with extremely violent and astonishing sword aura. At the same time, in the void, these sword auras vaguely formed a special frequency. His sword does not rely on the sword energy to hurt people, but to create this energy sword sound. At first, it may not feel like it, but after a long time, the opponent's soul and will be affected, and it is difficult to eliminate. Zongtian Sword God's attack is completely different from that of Mr. Shiming, and it is the ultimate attack. Two unrivaled geniuses, just going to fight with all their strength. Chu Yan has black hair flying in the wind, the divine power in his body is running to the extreme, the tiger roaring cloak is fluttering, and the green armor on his body is slowly appearing. At this time, Chu Yan's momentum has risen to an unprecedented height. His blood boiled completely. Her cultivation is much stronger than before. The joyful expression on young Master Shiming's face slowly receded, and what emerged after that was seriousness. The momentum displayed by this red snow. Let him feel an invisible pressure. Hong Xue's strength has already surpassed ours, you don't need to keep it anymore, go all out. Zongtian's face was also solemn. As unrivaled geniuses, they certainly know that there are stronger existences beyond the four elements. If the opponent has touched a trace of the power of the Tao, then even if he joins hands with Mr. Shiming, he may not be able to win, and it is still difficult to say. Of course, he never considered that the other party has mastered the power of the Tao. 9 souls and ghost body. Hearing the words, Mr. Shiming nodded slightly, knowing that what Zongtian said was correct. He didn't hesitate anymore, and directly used the strongest method. In an instant, ghost patterns appeared on his body. In the surrounding sky, there are holes in the void, which are not broken, and powerful ghosts and gods appear from the holes, like a tide. Within a radius of 10 miles, it seemed to have turned into a hell of people, with ghosts everywhere. The might of the god of war, Tiger Roar. The green armor on Chu Yan's body gleamed, like the overlord of heaven and earth, with 1 as 2, the sword cut the sky, and the endless sword energy crisscrossed all directions. What is this? Young Master Shiming and Zongtian's expressions changed at the same time. All over the body, the astral body and the spiritual talisman flashed together, and they were running with all their strength to resist. But even so, the sword chi struck and still sent the two of them flying upside down. One thought sword decision. Before Chu Yan came to chase him, Zongtian, who rolled and stabilized his figure, swung his hand and slashed out with a sword. At the same time, with the power of sword energy, his figure rose into the sky. Mr. Shiming's body sank sharply, and the moment his feet stepped on the ground, endless black flames burned the ground, and ghost hands of bones protruded from the ground. As a peerless genius, he has experienced countless battles. For danger, he can respond in time and counterattack immediately. Boom. 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 The three figures, in midair, once again entered the phase, and even the mountain peaks not far away were trembled by the blasting air waves. Those cultivators who had decided to watch the battle, not to mention stepping forward to help in the battle, were directly forced to retreat again and again. Whether it was the cultivators who arrived before or just arrived, they were all shocked and horrified when they saw the battle in front of them. Three unrivaled geniuses fighting. On weekdays, not to mention three unrivaled geniuses, it is extremely rare to even see one make a move. Today, it was the three of them who erupted with the strongest power and fought a terrifying battle here. I hope that the blockers are stronger together, the best. Both losers. All the cultivators who watched the battle were praying in their hearts, hoping for the most favorable outcome for them. The three unrivaled geniuses, they couldn't afford to provoke any one of them, so they could only hope that there would be something cheap to pick up in the end. Not good. Back quickly, they are coming this way. Suddenly, the cultivator's face changed drastically, and without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and fled. Because they found that the confrontation position of the three was moving towards them little by little. Soul-breaking God Fist. Master Ximing's roar shook the sky, and a large number of ghost images blasted out with his fist, all of which merged into the fist and blasted towards Chu Yan's chest. Wan Lai Long Jin. Chu Yan did not retreat but advanced and also punched out. Boom. Mr. Ximing's body was shaken, and the ghost's fist exploded inch by inch. Even his body, after being blessed by the 9 souls, ghosts, and divine physique, was still shaken by the force of the countershock. The tiger's mouth was shattered, and blood flowed horizontally. What a powerful force! But, you fell for it. Mr. Ximing had a gloomy and cold face. Sword melts into heaven and earth, kills with one thought. Not far away, Zongtian sword god lost the pressure and displayed the strongest sword technique, and both the person and the sword disappeared at the same time. When it reappeared, it was a vast sword field, 10 miles in length and width, directly enveloping Chu Yan. This domain of Kendo is invisible and intangible, but it coexists with the heaven and the earth. Although it cannot be seen, it contains and is filled with all kinds of powerful sword energy, killing people invisible. Yu Dragon covers the sky. Chu Yan's eyes glowed, piercing the world in all directions, and in the flash of his figure, all kinds of sword chi murderous intent made it impossible to get close. The gate of ghosts opens, the 9 prisons. Young Master Ximing sat cross-legged on the ground, the blood on his body dripped onto the ground, rose into a large cloud of blood mist, and merged into a huge portal in front of him. Zongtian Sword God's sword field can only temporarily trap Chu Yan, but cannot directly defeat him. As for Mr. Eclipse's whole card, it takes at least 10 breaths of time to cast it. Tiger Roaring God of War, Sword of Destruction. Chu Yan had been prepared for a long time, and swept the sky with Haoyan in his hands. Behind Mr. Ximing, a ghost stood up, took the initiative to block the sword, and blocked the sword light from Ximing 3 feet away. The same move, repeated, often the effect is poor. Break! While dodging the void sword energy, Chu Yan concentrated all the destructive power on the tip of the sword, and slashed around the field. Boom, boom. The entire sword domain trembled crazily, but it was as towering as a mountain, motionless. Your attack is very strong, but if you want to break through my sword field, it will take at least 1,000 breaths of time. The voice of Zongtian resounded through the void. His task is to trap Chu Yan and give Ximing enough time to show his cards. Sword of Destruction. Chu Yan's eyes were like fire, as if he hadn't heard Zongtian's words at all. Bright blue lights kept rising in his body, pouring into Haoyan's sword. Boom. With a sword strike, the entire void sword field was cut into a huge gap. Literature Museum M. Hashtag C2920 Red Snow. When this sword comes down, Zongtian's sword field is broken. How can this be? Both Mr. Ximing and Zongtian's sword god showed a look of astonishment on their faces. Give it all to me, come here. Chu Yan grabbed it with a big hand, and a Gangyuan claw print flew in the air, and instantly grabbed Mr. Mingxia and Zongtian directly. A sword in the sky. Seeing the two figures brought back, Chu Yan swung his sword and chopped them off. God and Ghost Avatar. Across all directions. Young Master Ximing and Zongtian sword god, when they saw this sword attack, their faces paled in shock, and they hurriedly used their means. The former is to summon a ghost clone to replace himself, while Zongtian is to incarnate sword energy, rushing in all directions, without shadow or form. Boom. Even if they have all-powerful means, Chu Yan's sword can't be avoided just by avoiding it. When a sword passed, both of them were hit by the sword at the same time, the bodyguards were shattered, and their bodies were injured at the same time, and they opened their mouths to spray a mouthful of blood mist. Wan Lai Long Jin. Chu Yan raised his fist and smashed it, never giving them a chance to recover. A series of golden dragons roared and rushed towards the two of them, drowning them instantly. Nine Soul Tower. This time, Mr. Ximing was really frightened, and directly summoned the talisman, turned it into a shield, and stood in front of him. Boom! Boom! The body of the tower trembled, and it was about to collapse, but it forcibly blocked the fist. Before Mr. Ximing could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard a violent noise. Chu Yan held a long sword and smashed the giant tower with one sword. Taking advantage of the debris flying all over the sky, he charged directly. God of War Tiger Roar, Sword of Destruction. A wave of the might of the God of War blasted out, and with a wave of the Haoyan sword, the invisible and insubstantial sword moved directly enveloped the two of them. So close. It was impossible for the two of them to avoid such a powerful sword move. Boundless Sword C. The death energy in Zongtian's sword god's heart surged violently, and he still dared to hesitate. The strongest sword move burst out, and the ancient sword technique was displayed, and his body turned into a stream of light, enveloping Mr. Ximing. In an instant, sword flowers appeared in the surrounding void, spinning continuously, shooting in all directions. With this move, most of the incoming attacks were blocked by the two of them. As expected of an unrivaled genius, with such murderous intentions, there are so many tricks. Chu Yan's eyes flickered brightly, and two flames blazed. The blood in his whole body was boiling violently, and there was a long-lost heartiness in his heart. Then let's see how many tricks you peerless geniuses have. On Chu Yan's body, the fighting spirit was soaring, and the powerful divine breath continued to circulate, one after another. Murderous intentions continued to envelop the two of them. Her aura can still be improved. This vixen, after all, has touched the threshold of the great power. Mr. Ximing and Zong Tianjian felt a strong pressure at the same time. In desperation, they could only grit their teeth, and once again urged their whole cards to fight. Boom! 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 The battle between the three became more and more fierce in an instant. Just the collision between divine breaths formed a powerful storm, sweeping in all directions, and even the earth trembled. Although Mr. Ximing and Zongtian's sword god hold many trump cards, they are still completely suppressed by Chu Yan, and their injuries are getting worse and worse as they continue to retreat. This is impossible. The cultivators who had retreated far away looked at the great battle in front of them with expressions of shock, and couldn't believe their eyes at all. These are two peerless geniuses. When they called together to join forces, they were completely suppressed by the blocker. Who the hell is this blocker? At this moment, Chu Yan waved his hand, and two giant mountains rushed out of the vast area of destruction, rushing towards the two of them respectively. A sword in the sky. Collided by the destroyed mountain, the aura of gods and ghosts, and sword intent were completely banned, and Chu Yan raised his hand and slashed out with a sword. 9 souls hell. Sword moves 9 knights. Young Master Shiming and Tianzong sword god, their pupils shrank sharply, and spirit seals blasted out one after another. A phantom of hell and the figure of the sword master appeared in front of them at the same time, and they only persisted for a breath before being completely destroyed. The rest of the sword power, not weak, struck on the two of them. The Taoist robe on Mr. Shiming's body, and the big sword in the hands of Tianzong sword god, sensed danger at the same time, and they all stood in front of them. These are 2 artifacts, not comparable to ordinary spiritual artifacts. Boom! Boom! The power of the sword was blocked, but the 2 artifacts also suffered great trauma, cracks were opened, and the light was dimmed. Although they have not been completely damaged, they have lost their divine power, and the price to restore them is definitely not small. Hongxue, you dare to hurt my artifact, I will never end with you. Young Master Shiming was furious in his heart, and he roared sharply. The Tianzong sword god on the side also had a gloomy face, looking at the cracked sword in his hand, his face was all black. As unrivaled geniuses, their hearts and minds are very important, but these 2 artifacts are almost their status symbols, and they have been fighting with them for many years, which can be said to have witnessed their growth. Ruling, being destroyed like this, how can I not feel distressed? Hongxue. Chu Yan was startled. You 2 guys are really useless, what the hell are you calling here? Above the sky, a flattering sound resounded, and the red clothes, like blood, floated over, and said softly. Who told you that that guy is mine? As soon as these words came out, the audience was stunned. Because, the one who came down from the sky turned out to be Hongxue among the 3 unrivaled geniuses. This time, Mr. Shiming and Tianzong sword god opened their mouths at the same time, completely dumbfounded. Red. Hongxue. Including other cultivators watching the battle in the distance, their faces were also full of confusion, and they couldn't believe their eyes at all. You know, this time, there are only 3 unrivaled geniuses in total, and they all appear here now. So, who is this blocker in front of him? Could it be the 4th unrivaled genius who has been hiding in the dark all this time? Based on his own strength, he blocked 2 unrivaled geniuses. The strength of this Taoist brother is really impressive. Hongxue looked at Chu Yan with a pair of winking eyes, and laughed lightly, her voice was silky. I don't know, which peerless genius is Brother Dao? Or, a peerless genius? By now, as long as you are not stupid, you should be able to see it. To be able to fight against 2 peerless geniuses alone and still gain the upper hand, only peerless geniuses can do this. As soon as she asked this question, all the cultivators present turned their heads and looked at each other in astonishment. Obviously, everyone is extremely curious about Chu Yan's identity. Especially before, Mr. Shiming and Tianzong sword god fought with him for a long time, and they always thought that he was Hongxue. I'm just an unknown person. Chu Yan spoke softly. What he said was the truth. In the Divine Sea realm, he was indeed not well known. 3 Masters M. #C2921 How about Fairy? Nameless. Hongxue was startled for a moment, then let out a laugh like a silver bell. Anonymous cultivator, sounds very powerful, but there must be a title. Not only him, but no one around would believe that such a powerful cultivator is such an unknown person. Fellow Taoist, I wonder if I can tell others. Chu Yan. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, and told her by his real name. Since he offended Little Heavenly King and Shengongxi in the Shanhai realm, it doesn't matter if he offends a few more. Chu Yan. At this moment, Hongxue, Mr. Shiming, Zongtian Sword God, and all the cultivators in the audience were all dumbfounded. Of course they knew the name Chu Yan. They had offended the little heavenly King Yupeng before, and had disputes with the inner disciples of the supreme Tao lineage. There was even some friction between Mr. Ximing and Chu Yan. "Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist, are you treating us all as fools?" Young Master Ximing came to his senses and immediately laughed out loud with contempt on his face. Even if he was killed, he didn't believe that Chu Yan, who was in the first level of the world, would have such strength. Hearing this, Chu Yan shook his head, smiled wryly, and didn't express much. "What I said is naturally the truth, believe it or not. Since fellow Taoist is unwilling to reveal his real name, I will not force him to wait, but this time, everyone is here for inheritance, so please don't be offended by fellow Taoist." Hongxue didn't get angry. After saying a word, she directly cast a divine technique, rushed to Chu Yan's 2 mountains, and smashed them into pieces with one palm. "You two, how about working together?" Hongshua's eyes are full of fascination. She is seductive without bone. If it is not covering her true face, I believe that just one glance will be enough to confuse someone. Just what I want. Young Master Ximing and Zongtian Sword God floated to the sky at the same time. The corners of their mouths were raised slightly, and their whole bodies were full of fighting spirit. Soar again. People who can master the 4 elements of extreme strength, whether they are arrogant or withdrawn, have a great perseverance that is stronger than ordinary people, and they will never give up until the end. Moreover, among peerless geniuses, there is a desire to win. The stronger the opponent, the more excited they are. Boom. How terrifying it is for 3 unrivaled geniuses to join forces. Although they were not familiar with each other, nor did they plan in advance, but now they showed an astonishing tacit understanding, cooperating with each other, making all kinds of divine arts more powerful and terrifying. From a distance, it seemed that the 3 of them, like 3 peerless powerhouses, shook the sky and the earth. Their aura was like a rainbow, and it made people shudder. Well done. Facing such a lineup, the fighting blood in Chu Yan's body broke out for the first time. Even the cyan battle armor on his body shone with light, as if there was a peerless beast roaring. 3 unrivaled geniuses, fighting against a cultivator. The cultivators around looked at this scene and couldn't help being stunned. You must know that this opportunity to inherit is certainly a great fortune, but it is not a kind of honorable fate at all. It is already extremely difficult for peerless geniuses to come and compete with each other, let alone the 3 peerless geniuses fighting together now. Such things are absolutely rare. Doesn't accumulate good deeds. The 3 unrivaled geniuses join forces. Can they stop that blocker? Everyone had the same guesses and thoughts in their minds, staring intently at the scene ahead. They are now completely attracted by this confrontation. Boom. 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 The moment the war broke out, the world with a radius of more than 10 miles fell into a tremor. 4 completely different divine lights exploded among the demigods. Every time they confront each other, there are at least hundreds of collisions. But this time, it was completely different from the previous battle situation. After Hongxue joined, Chu Yan's various attacks were resolved one after another, and their counterattacks and kills became more and more powerful. In addition, Hongxue is good at the technique of charm, and also has some strange means to attract the power of the void to bless the 3 of them. Even if Chu Yan's divine power far surpassed the 3 of them, he was still jointly suppressed by the 3 of them. Dear friends, what are you still doing? If you don't make a move, can you get a chance? With a wave of Hongshua's hand, she launched a series of spirit seals to attack. At the same time, her red lips opened, and her voice was like a silver bell, with a blurred sound, resounding in the ears of every cultivator. This kind of sound is obviously a kind of divine art, which can affect people's mind. Shoot together. The cultivators suddenly woke up. Although it is extremely rare for 3 unrivaled geniuses to join forces to fight against the enemy, in comparison, chance is more important. Swish swish swish. A cultivator blasted his divine breath, struck through the air, condensed his strength in his hands, and cast a door magic, attacking Chu Yan from all directions. The power generated by the confrontation between Chu Yan and the three unrivaled geniuses is really amazing. Although they can't get close, they can attack from a distance. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan's figure suddenly disappeared in place, surpassing three unrivaled geniuses, waving the Haotian sword, ready to slash the strongest sword. Snow falling on the red ridge. 9 souls empty. Zongjin. Mr. Shiming, Hong Shue and Zong Tianjian seemed to have expected it a long time ago, and they shot at the same time, using 3 powerful magic arts to block Chu Yan layer by layer. In an instant, Chu Yan's figure was completely blocked, and he couldn't move forward at all. Moreover, the blockade this time was the combination of 3 unrivaled geniuses, with extraordinary power, and it was used against Chu Yan's methods, making it impossible for Chu Yan to crack it. Quick! Take action together and defeat them in one fell swoop. Young Master Shiming urged the animation of the ghost in the sky, hitting Chu Yan like a tide, and roaring loudly at the same time. Trapped Chu Yan, this time, they all tried their best to support about 10 breaths. Kill! Hurry up! Together! The cultivators in all directions heard the words and roared in unison. Without the slightest hesitation, they all launched the strongest attack and blasted at Chu Yan. Boom, boom. In an instant, countless divine light attacks, like a torrent, turned into killer moves all over the sky, rushing towards Chu Yan's figure. There were as many as 30 cultivators present, and they joined forces to attack, which must not be underestimated. God of War Tiger Roar, protect the body. Chu Yan's eyes were like thunder, his face did not change at all, and all his divine power was poured into the green armor on his body. At this moment, the cyan battle armor seemed to come alive, including the roaring tiger cloak, hunting, and various divine patterns released monstrous light. This, so strong fairy armor. Seeing this scene, Mr. Shiming couldn't help but look surprised. What about the fairy weapon? Today, even if you have the body of a respectable weapon, you will definitely lose. This time, Mr. Shiming had completely swept away his previous humiliation, and his heart was full of arrogance. Boom, boom. In an instant, a huge cloud wave rolled out of the entire sky, and dozens of completely different magical wills collided with each other, as if they were about to smash the sky and the earth together. Mr. Shiming, Zongtian Sword God, and Hong Shue, all 3 of them evolved powerful divine breaths. Even if they protected their entire body, they were still bruised everywhere under this collision. For Chu Yan's dodge at the last moment, they didn't retreat at all. Of course, they were also attacked by a powerful joint attack, and the impact was directly affected. Add bookmark for easy reading. #C2922 have treasure. This wave of price is not small, but relative to the result, the 3 unrivaled geniuses, as well as all the cultivators who made the move together, think it is worth it. After all, after defeating the blocker, it means that the assessment is over and the inheritance opportunity is obtained. However, without waiting for everyone to be excited and happy, in the dust and mist that filled the sky, everyone could see a figure striding out of the dust and mist. He's not dead. A cultivator's eyeballs trembled wildly, and his face was full of horror. I saw that Chu Yan came out from the endless divine light, staggering, his whole body was dripping with blood, like a bloody man, and none of them was good. Although the cyan battle armor on his body was not broken, its light was dim. His aura and vitality are broken like a gossamer, like a candle in the wind, and will break at any time. How did he do it? Under such an attack, he is still alive. Everyone's faces were full of shock, and they couldn't believe it at all, seeing the scene in front of them. This son has already touched the threshold of the prestige of the great Tao. Zongtian Sword God held a big sword and couldn't help but speak. It doesn't matter whether he has any great power or not, anyway, he is defeated, and I will kill him. Master Ximing's face was full of haze, the corners of his eyes twitched, and he roared loudly. Amazing! For Mr. Ximing, the astonishing strength of the blocker in front of him is completely beyond his imagination. If he could devour this person's blood essence, it would be of great benefit to his cultivation. Moreover, he now guesses in his heart that this blocker is very likely to be a peerless genius. How could he resist such a temptation? Big deal, after devouring this person's blood essence, all the people here will be killed. Swish. In the midst of this flash, Chu Yan, who was seriously injured, suddenly raised his right hand, swung it fiercely, and an invisible wave swept across the audience in an instant. Wherever the fluctuation passed, the sky and the earth changed, and the violent devil energy surged, as if turning into an abyss world. Not only that, in mid-air, long swords kept falling, and the cold front was like ice. The faces of the three unrivaled geniuses and all the cultivators present all changed. Immediately afterwards, they saw an incredible scene. A wave of majestic vitality rushed out of Chu Yan's body, recovering all his injuries. In the last move before, Chu Yan knew when he was trapped, and he must have to fight in the end. Therefore, he has the green lotus in his heart, and being able to recover from his injuries in the shortest time is his greatest reliance. Just like now, all of them were covered with scars, but he recovered instantly, performed his ultimate move, and came to the bottom of the final battle. No, not good. He has a treasure on him. The charming smile on Hongshua's face froze in an instant, and as soon as she raised her jade hand, she was ready to cast a magic spell. Late. In mid-air, behind the floating long swords, a phantom appeared, holding a long sword, bursting out with a shocking sword aura, and slashed at the practitioners around. Ah! Ah! These cultivators had no time to dodge, and were struck by a sword and instantly lost. The three unrivaled geniuses all burst out their whole cards and summoned all kinds of spiritual treasures, resisting and dispelling this move. However, there are only a few cultivators who are still alive and can participate in the battle. The method Chu Yan used this time was the supreme inheritance of the previous human race, the original martial arts. This technique is closely related to his Xuanhuan sword. Although it is very different from when he used it in the 10 realms, it is still the most powerful move in the area attack. Now, it's your turn. With a flash of Chu Yan's figure, within a radius of 10,000 steps, all the devilish energy gathered on the tip of the sword, and he slashed out with a single wave of his hand. The faces of the three unrivaled geniuses changed drastically, and they could only resist with their hands. Boom! 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 The astonishing battle broke out again. This time, between the two sides, the battle was evenly divided, and it was even a draw. Moreover, with the battle, Chu Yan's fighting spirit became stronger and stronger, and the ultimate moves such as the Sword of the Sky and the Dragon Strength of Wan Lai seemed to explode with stronger power, emerging one after another. This guy, is it a monster? Hongshua's mind was shaken, her perceptual power surpassed that of Mr. Ximing and Zongtian Sword God, and she was the most sensitive to this invisible change. If you continue to fight like this, let alone win, you will definitely be killed or injured. Master Ximing's eyes flickered, and he retreated quietly, preparing to escape. But in the next moment, a chill rose up all over his body, making his scalp numb, and he quickly looked up. In front of him, a pair of golden pupils were staring at him closely, as if they had completely seen through his actions. Escape! Young Master Ximing let out a terrified roar, and a large amount of ghost energy surged all over his body, turning into a cloud of thick smoke, and he was about to escape in smoke. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan had been aware of it for a long time, and when he swung his sword, the sword energy surged. Not good. Mr. Ximing gasped. With the speed and power of the sword, he couldn't dodge it at all. If he was hit, he would either die or be injured. Even his 9 souls god ghost body will be severely damaged, making it impossible to resist. However, at this moment, a sound like a bell resounded throughout the sky and the earth. Time up. The blockers of the ground group successfully guarded the ring stone, and this inheritance belongs to them. As soon as the words fell, all the cultivators present were covered with a ball of mysterious light, and they were all sent out of the small world. And under Chu Yan's feet, a mysterious light also appeared. 1 hour flies by so quickly. On Chu Yan's body, the fighting spirit gradually receded, but the expression on his face was still unfinished. His battle with the 3 unrivaled geniuses was absolutely exhilarating, but it was a pity that it was about to end just after the beginning. Those 3 people definitely had stronger whole cards, which they didn't use. Swish. The mysterious light soared to the sky, and his figure left in an instant. Here it is. As soon as Chu Yan's footsteps landed, he was completely attracted by the surrounding scene. I saw that now he was standing in a large hall. This hall is made of all kinds of crystal jade, and the spiritual consciousness is in contact with the law, which seems to be completely isolated. Around the main hall, there are statues everywhere. Each of these statues is different, but they are lifelike, and they look like real people. Not only that, Chu Yan looked over, and found that these statues seemed to be able to come back to life at any time, and the breath released caused the divine power in Chu Yan's body to surge. These statues are the predecessors of Taboo Ridge, as well as some other cultivators. They can appear here because they have fought against the ancient taboo. The majestic voice resounded through the hall, and a 5-foot-tall figure in an iron suit came step by step from the darkness. This figure did not release any aura, but Chu Yan instinctively felt a trace of fear. Imperial Taboo. Chu Yan was startled. 3 Masters M. #C2923 Forbidden Ridge. These 4 words, to Chu Yan, seemed to have been mentioned by Jiuxiao God of War before. In the vast realm of the gods, there are many forces that are fighting against the ancient taboos, and our Taboo Ridge is one of them. The tall figure said. Contest. What is this taboo mountain? Chu Yan frowned slightly, and asked with some doubts. A long time ago, Chu Yan asked about the Jiuxiao God of War, but it seemed that the Jiuxiao God of War was extremely afraid of the ancient taboos and didn't say much. Transcend all living beings, transcend martial arts. Everything about the ancient taboos, you will know in the future. The tall figure spoke softly, and then said. You have won this inheritance victory, are you willing to join us in Taboo Ridge? However, I want to remind you that Forbidden Ridge was lost a long time ago. Chu Yan was quite surprised when he said this sentence. In this competition, whether it is the Earth God group or the Celestial God group, in the end, didn't 2 of them win? Why can I get the inheritance directly? Chu Yan was a little puzzled. According to the regulations of this competition, the last 2 should win. The original plan, within 1,000 years, Taboo Ridge, will not appear in the ruins of Qianji Cave. But there is a forbidden thing in your body, so wake us up in advance. On the face of the tall figure, 2 faint lights flickered, and a pair of fiery eyes looked at Chu Yan, as if they wanted to see through the taboo things in Chu Yan's body. In the previous battle, he saw the whole process clearly through the lifeless man. When Chu Yan fought to the end and his injuries recovered instantly, he was sure. It really is it. The mutation caused. Chu Yan's heart trembled, and he said anxiously, Senior, do you know its origin? Although the Green Lotus was miraculous and helped Chu Yan a lot, Chu Yan didn't know why it was born. Sorry, about taboo things, they are all unique and born according to will, even if it is me. It is impossible to guess. The tall figure shook his head, then said. I can only tell you that if you get a forbidden item, you will definitely be targeted by the ancient taboo. It is also for this reason that I decided to hand over the inheritance to you. Of course, the tall figure did not tell Chu Yan everything. For example, the inheritance of Taboo Ridge and some core items will not be handed over to him for the time being. After all, they will not bet on one person, they need other inheritors. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded. Chu Yan didn't feel much about the ancient taboo, but the Green Lotus made him a little confused. If Taboo Ridge doesn't have any sect rules, I can agree. Chu Yan replied. Of course not, I only hope that one day you can break the ancient taboo, and then destroy all these statues. The tall figure replied. Yes. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, glanced at the statues around him, and nodded in agreement. Chu Yan, after the loss of Taboo Ridge, I will put the 3 major township techniques, as well as the top heaven and earth spirits, all there. The tall figure raised his hand and pointed at a stone platform. When you sit on that stone platform, you can get the inheritance. Remember. Before the taboo seal is fully formed, no matter what happens, you must not open your eyes. After the tall figure finished speaking, he waved his big hand, and above the ancient stone platform, a ray of mysterious light rose into the sky. Chu Yan didn't even need to move the unicorn's pupils, but he could clearly see that there was extremely fine and pure power contained in the brilliance of the stone platform. Thank you, Senior. Chu Yan took a deep breath, bowed his hands to the tall figure, and stepped onto the stone platform. Although he didn't know the 3 gate-guarding techniques of Taboo Ridge, the pure spiritual power in the stone in front of him was real, and entering it would definitely benefit him greatly. By the way, Senior, I still have a good friend in the Tianxin group. Chu Yan thought of Moa Tianxin, and hurriedly said. If you enter the stone platform, you don't know how long it will take, and Moa Tianxin doesn't know what will happen. Don't worry, since I'm your friend, I will arrange a good little inheritance for him to retreat. The tall figure smiled. Chu Yan didn't say anything more, jumped onto the stone, and sat cross-legged. Boom, boom. A spiritual force as vast as the sea rushed out instantly. This tidal power, like a group of beasts, rushed into Chu Yan's body, rushing through his flesh and blood meridians, and instantly benefited his body greatly. Holy Rakshasa! Chu Yan let out a low growl, and the black light behind him exploded, and a tall figure emerged, which was the real Saint Rakshasa. Although I don't know why, Chu Yan feels that after the passing of the Qingjia god of war, he seems to be integrated with the Holy Rakshasa. Therefore, whenever there is a chance, Chu Yan will summon the Holy Rakshasa to practice together. This is. The tall figure looked behind Chu Yan. Even if he was sitting cross-legged on the ground, the Holy Rakshasa was like a hill, and his heart was like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. Although he couldn't see through what this blue and black figure was, he could clearly sense that the aura released from it was extremely powerful. He originally thought that Chu Yan was just a peerless genius, or the descendant of the 9 masters, but now it seems that the origin of this son's identity is far more terrifying than he imagined. With a cultivation base in the Earth God realm, you will have the prestige of the Tao, and with this identity, this is also. The tall figure's mind suddenly became agitated, and he took a few deep breaths, before gradually calming down. Immediately, he flipped his hands, condensed a series of handprints, and punched them into the stone platform. These handprints are some of the more powerful inheritance of Taboo Ridge. Originally, he didn't plan to give it to Chu Wei directly, but now, he seems to realize that maybe this is a good opportunity and successor. He has a guess that this Chu Yan is very likely to be an heir of one of the 9 supreme beings who is secretly cultivating. If it is as he expected, then with time, there may be hope, breaking the ancient taboo. Moreover, even if the guess is wrong, it seems that there is not much loss. Chu Yan on the stone platform naturally didn't know what the tall figure was thinking just now. Now he is completely immersed in the great benefits. On this stone platform, the purity of spiritual power was beyond his imagination, and it was extremely majestic. Now, if he puts his mind at ease, It only takes a day or two for his cultivation level to improve again. The power of the 5 elements still needs to be suppressed and cannot be let go. Chu Yan made up his mind to seal the power of the 5 elements in his body directly. This time, he fought against 3 unrivaled geniuses and finally discovered this. The more you suppress the power of the 5 elements, the more astonishing the effect will be. #C2924 3 Big Town Gates. With the continuous infusion of spiritual power, streamers with golden characters also entered Chu Yan's body together and appeared in the sea and sky. Suppressing sect magic in Taboo Ridge. Chu Yan took a closer look and was immediately attracted. Sure enough, as the other party said, there are 3 articles in total. The first door is called Fei Lu. It is a powerful sword technique. The second door is called Morning and Eve. It is an escape technique. The third door is a kind of body training method called Taboo Body Technique, which can make the physical body undergo shocking changes and become powerful. The 3 are related to each other. It seems that the first and second gates are the foundation of the third gate. Chu Yan continued to comprehend and felt deeply, so he began to read it carefully. Time passed by little, unconsciously. Half a month passed by in a flash. During this period, Shen Gongxi and Little Heavenly King Yupeng never gave up on Chu Yan's pursuit. However, no matter how they searched, it seemed that Chu Yan and the Moa god had evaporated from the world, and they all returned in vain. After Hongxue, Mr. Shiming and Zongtian Sword God left, they mobilized all their strength to search, but they also found nothing. However, Chu Yan became famous in this battle of the ground group, and caused a lot of noise from the outside world. However, except for Huayang, no one believed that the mysterious person who fought alone against the 3 great geniuses and suppressed them was Chu Yan. The 10,000 dharmas of the heaven and the earth have no fixed taboos, the way of heaven is lacking, and the way is formed according to it, there is no yin and yang, and there is no gathering of the primordial. Chu Yan, who has been sitting cross-legged and practicing, has formed seals with both hands, and his heart is awakened like a spiritual law, and he is at ease. I saw, in his sea of consciousness world, a deep aura kept emerging. This aura was exactly what the tall figure had said before, the seal of taboo. This? Chu Yan's face was indifferent, and he was slightly taken aback. After these black breaths were conceived, they actively gathered together. Slowly merging, turning into a black stone the size of a thumb. This taboo technique seems to be more than just breeding the taboo seal, it's as simple as that. Chu Yan pondered in his heart, feeling a little bit. 3 days later, the thumb-sized black turned into a tiny heart shape, beating lightly. It's just that there seems to be some kind of seal in this heart, which doesn't let Chu Yan's physical body directly become a taboo body. After the training is over, I will ask the seniors. Chu Yan's mind is all gathered in the divine power in his body. During this period of training, the power of the god of war in his body has bred more than 100 ways. This special power, based on the spiritual source of the 5 elements and condensed by the god of war, played a decisive role in the last battle against the 3 unrivaled geniuses. Therefore, as long as it is cultivation, Chu Yan will save more. About there. Chu Yan exhaled softly, mobilized all the power of God of War, and blended into it. Boom. In an instant, there seemed to be a door in the body, which was suddenly opened, and all the pure power on the stone platform was erupted instantly. A powerful tide of gang wind swept away like a storm, sweeping across the entire hall. Such a strange appearance lasted until 3 days later, when there was no more strong heaven and earth spiritual energy gushing out from the entire stone platform, did it change. Boom, boom. On Chu Yan's body, a powerful divine light soared into the sky. The divine power in his body, like a volcanic eruption, was out of control. The second level of the realm. Territory triple heaven. Realm 4 heavens. The 5th layer of heaven. The 8th layer of heaven. Realm 9 heavens. This improvement slowly stopped when he reached the peak cultivation base of the realm. However, this is not the end. Chu Yan can feel that in his eyes, as well as his body, including Haotian's sword, Qingjia, and Tiger Roaring Cape, have gained huge power and completely transformed. Now, his physical body is already comparable to the 5th heaven of gods, and the blood in his whole body has begun to change to blue gold. On the Haotian sword and Qingjia, one after another spirit patterns were born, and the aura became extremely amazing. In the pupils of the unicorn, there was a hint of purple, like a purple aura coming from the east, shooting out a seductive light. In addition, the biggest change, of course, comes from the divine power in the body. His divine power used to be 5-colored, but now it has turned into green gold with a faint purple tinge. It's as if his previous divine power was a blue-colored dragon, but now he is wearing a purple-gold armor. In the Sea of Consciousness world, the spiritual veins conceived in the 9-region star chart released monstrous fairy spirits. There are purple and gold lines, like ancient dragons, from bottom to top, coiled with a powerful aura. In all directions, a piece of flame, vigorously burning. These flames, wrapped around the spirit veins, seem to be some kind of powerful spirit array. Without Chu Yan deliberately urging the spirit veins, there will be a strong sense of immortality, which will be released automatically. Speaking of these changes, they were all expected by Chu Yan, but what Chu Yan never expected was that such a big change would occur in the spiritual veins. After arriving in God's domain, Chu Yan never deliberately practiced spiritual veins. After all, he was still used to the method of Wuhun cultivation. Now, such a change in the spirit veins certainly surprised him. Ling Mai, try to activate it. After Chu Yan calmed down, with a movement of his consciousness, several flames burst into flames, and in an instant, streams of pure fairy spirits were attracted and submerged into his body. I see. Chu Yan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the cultivation of spiritual veins to be like this. Although the amount of these attracted immortal energy is not large, if it takes a long time, it will be extremely astonishing, even comparable to the effect brought by a heaven and earth spirit. The most important thing is that this practice has awakened one's spiritual veins, which will be of great benefit to one's cultivation in the future. Thinking of this, Chu Yan took a deep breath, slowly opened his eyes, and looked forward. In the main hall, a tall figure stood lightly, and beside him was the Lord Demon Martial God. Moa Tianshan had finished his training 2 days ago and was here to wait for Chu Hua. Chu Yan glanced around. After this period of practice, Mo Wu Tianshan's cultivation base also broke through to the 2nd level of Tianshan. Huh. Chu Yan, your cultivation level. Moa Tianshan originally raised a level of realm and was quite proud, but now seeing Chu Yan's cultivation level, he was suddenly shocked. The pinnacle of the Earth God realm. It's only been a few days, and in a blink of an eye, he has been directly promoted from the 1st level of the Earth realm to the peak of the Earth God realm. Senior, that taboo seal. Before Chu Yan could finish his sentence, the tall figure interrupted directly. Your body is the heart of taboo. Forbidden heart. Chu Yan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that his little black stone heart was called this name. Before the body of taboo, you must have the heart of taboo. As long as you are happy to imprint, you can completely release the heart of taboo and achieve the body of taboo. The tall figure continued to explain. The body of taboo is different from others. Without the guidance of the elder guardians of Taboo Ridge, it will definitely go crazy. This method is to prevent outsiders from stealing it. Hearing this, Chu Yan couldn't help but feel palpitations. This Taboo Ridge is really special. Literature Museum M. #C 2925 Broken Sky Cliff. I have seen powerful sex and top-level exercises, but Chu Yan rarely encounters such a situation where he is so careful about the sex exercises. Although it is said that after arriving in God's domain, cultivation base and exercises are only the foundation, the key to improving cultivation base is the understanding of the Tao and the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. However, these things are still based on skills and foundations. For example, the supreme orthodoxy can make countless cultivators respect it, not only because they are infinitely close to the 9 supreme beings, but because they have the method of asking. Senior, how to open this taboo heart? Chu Yan asked after thinking about it. The opening of the taboo heart requires some special conditions. You are going to a place. Duantianya. Skybreak Cliff. Mo Tianqian was stunned when he heard the name. But the blessed land under the God King of Duansheng. Must go there. Hearing this, Chu Yan glanced at Mo Tianqian and asked. God's blessed land, compared to Dongtian blessed land, is an existence of infinite value, and because of this, it is a place that can only be occupied by the unrivaled overlord. Generally speaking, if you don't join the power of the overlord, it is impossible to enter the blessed land of heaven and earth. If you break in by force, let alone, you will die. The tall figure nodded and said. Yes. You must go to that place, but you don't have to worry too much, there are some blessed places that you can enter. As long as you complete some tasks, or provide enough benefits, there is still a chance. Hearing this, Mo Tianqian frowned. That's what I said, but it's really not easy to get the qualification token to enter the blessed land of God. If it was really that easy, how could there be so many people going to Tianji Cave, risking their lives to snatch the blessed land of the cave? Moreover, Chu Yan himself does not want to be bound by forces, so it is impossible to join forces. Seeing the expressions of the two, the tall figure suddenly smiled and said softly. The qualification token for entering, I'm ready. After finishing speaking, he flicked with his fingers, and 2 streamers of light shot straight at him. These 2 tokens are as black as gold, with spirit patterns all over them, and paragraphs of words exuding a powerful aura. These breaths are mixed with the breath of an unrivaled overlord, which cannot be faked at all. This is the token that can enter Duantianya. Mo Tianqian was a little surprised. Looking at the token in his hand, he found that it was a little different from what he had seen before. This decree has thousands of years of history, but after all, the God King Duansheng is still there, and he will definitely recognize these tokens, and you can also pass through unimpeded. Okay. If that's the case, let's go to Duantianya immediately. Chu Yan put away the token, and really wanted to have a good look at it. The God King's blessed land happened to be an opportunity. Last time, when he mentioned it to Empress Shantian ignored him, or else now, maybe he is already cultivating in the blessed land of heaven, and he doesn't even need to come to this 1000-chance cave. Okay, I'll take you out. The tall figure nodded and waved his hand, countless streamers flickered and lit up under the 2 of them. Senior, farewell. Chu Yan bowed his hands in salute, and then disappeared in place. At the same time, when Chu Yan had just set off, Shantian City in the Divine Sea Realm, the place where Empress Shantian practiced. Above the void, snow and ice danced continuously, and suddenly, a blue light bloomed in the sky. Every piece of piercing ice and snow became extremely warm in an instant. In this land of snow and ice, Empress Shantian sits cross-legged, her blue hair hanging down, her snow skirt juicy. She is alluring the country and the city. After a few breaths, suddenly, her body released a monstrous force. And this power continued to rise, surpassing the realm of the God King in the blink of an eye. After the Tian Daoming curse, my cultivation speed has obviously increased by more than 10 times. Now that the Tao is natural, I can start to hit the supreme position. Empress Xuantian's face did not change at all, as if in her eyes, achieving the position of the 9 supremes seemed to be a very common thing. Soon, she discovered that there was a message from Chu Yan in the message Jade Talisman. Let him come over. Empress Xiantian frowned slightly, and pondered in her heart. After she returned to God's domain, she didn't think about the lower realm at all, only that grilled fish. In the realm of the gods, there are no spiritual fish, but no matter who is called to make it, the final taste seems to be completely different from that roasted by Chu Yan. In the end, she had to admit that Chu Yan's grilled fish tasted different. Wait until he achieves the supreme position, then let him come. After pondering for a moment, Empress Xiantian made a decision, her beautiful eyes flickered, and then she sank into cultivation again. Soon after, Chu Yan and Mo Tianxian were flying across the sky. Duantianya, located in the south of the Divine Sea realm, is not too far from us, fly directly there. While Mo Tianxian was talking, he continued to accelerate, and the figures of the two of them, like a flying rainbow, flew straight across the sky. Along the way, Mo Earth God was still talking to Chu Yan about the Shanghai realm. After flying for 2 full days, it finally stopped. I saw that on the land in the distance, cities were connected together to form a continuous rolling city. In every city, there are many powerful cultivators, who seem to be extremely popular. Back then, after the Duanqing God King achieved the unrivaled God King position, he directly ordered that no fighting of any kind was allowed within the scope of his management. Because of this, all his cities gathered and became more and more prosperous, and one city after another was built. After thousands of years, it has formed the scale it is now. There are a total of 68 cities, known as 68 broken cities. The blessed land Duantianya under the God King Duanqing is also located in this city. Where is this Duantianya? Chu Yan originally thought that God's blessed land is so extraordinary that it should be seen at a glance. However, when he operated the unicorn pupils, he scanned more than 60 cities, but he didn't find any place with particularly powerful aura. Don't worry. Mo Tianxian smiled lightly, then rushed into a city below, and when he returned after a while, he was holding a jade bottle in his hand. This is the king's water, wash your eyes with it, and try it again. In the jade bottle, there were a few drops of snow-white liquid with a weak breath, but Chu Yan could feel it with his spiritual sense, and there was a special breath in it. Interesting. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, pouring water droplets into his eyes. After Chu Yan felt a touch of coolness, when he looked up at the 68 cities below, the scene suddenly changed. Especially above the sky, the thick sea of spiritual clouds is not a single layer, but densely packed with multiple layers. Counting down, there are at least dozens of layers. This is God's blessed land. Chu Yan was really surprised. The Lingyan Sea alone is almost dozens of times that of other places. Literature Museum M. #C2926 Meet Deceased. Even the aura of heaven and earth released from the sea of spiritual clouds is much stronger than that of ordinary seas of spiritual clouds. What does this mean? It means that in this sea of spiritual clouds, someone specially poured spiritual energy into it. This is really rare, even rare. Lingyanhai itself is the gathering of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and it is dedicated to provide a place with spiritual energy from heaven and earth. It is rare for a place like this to gather the sea of spiritual clouds, to a certain extent, to reach one side. But like this place, it is really the first time that Chu Yan sees people pouring spiritual energy into the sea of spiritual clouds. Of course, the benefits of doing so are obvious. It will never cause the spiritual energy level of Lingyanhai to decline because Lingyanhai continues to release spiritual energy. How many heaven and earth spirits are needed for this? Chu Yan was full of admiration and had to admire that these gods and overlords were really generous. This spiritual cloud sea, have you seen it? It is composed of 91 layers of spiritual cloud sea. It is said that this city can not only improve the speed of cultivation, but also temper the body, purify the divine power, and enhance the power of divine arts. Mo Tianxian was full of excitement, and then said, Even those unrivaled geniuses, as well as those who are powerful, will be attracted here, and they will retreat here exclusively. When Chu Yan heard these words, he suddenly became excited. Now, he finally understands why only the unrivaled overlord can occupy such a godly place. If there is no one who convinces the warriors of the world, and monopolizes such a blessed place, they will definitely be besieged every day. Duantianya, in the depths of this city, is a special place to accept top cultivators. Let's go there now. Mo Tianchen said, and brought Chu Yan down to the city below. Swish. As soon as they stepped into the special teleportation array, Chu Yan and the two disappeared together. When they reappear. But he only found that it seemed as if he had entered a place of spiritual origin, and the spiritual energy in the surrounding air was uncontrollably drilling into his body. At this moment, he could clearly feel that his physical body became excited instantly. In the sea of consciousness, the silent taboo heart also sensed something, emitting a faint black light. A lot of strong people. Chu Yan's consciousness swept away, and he was suddenly surprised. I saw that in this ancient city, countless cultivators coming and going. It was extremely lively, like a market. Moreover, most of the cultivation auras of these cultivators are in the realm of earth gods and heavenly gods. Some of them have even reached the realm of human dignity, and there are even higher realms. Such a scene immediately made Chu Yan sigh, and fully understood the power of a piece of heaven and earth. I just inquired about it. The retreat place for foreign cultivators here is called Duantianmuya, which is located in the center of the city. Mo Tianchen walked forward with Chu Yan while talking. Here and Qianji Cave are completely gone. Even if Chu Yan and Mo Earth God were walking on the street, they wouldn't have any eyes on them, and they looked very ordinary when they came over. It didn't take long for the two of them to reach the center of the city. This is a huge square, on which hundreds of altars stand, densely packed with cultivators. In the middle of the square, those altars are all hundreds of feet high, and golden words are shining on each altar. In the middle of the altar, there is a black gate, with 10 strong men in white robes standing on each side. What should I do now? You need an acacia fruit to enter Duantianmuya to practice for a month. This condition is too harsh. Today's mission, is it out? Complete the task as soon as possible, and you can go in. In front of the black gate, there were many cultivators standing on the sidelines, all of them looked anxious. In Duantianmuya, it is not the same. The cultivation places are artificially divided into levels 1 to 10, with level 1 being the worst and level 10 the best. Obviously, the best position is naturally the best for the effect of closed-door cultivation. And what kind of cultivation position a cultivator can get after entering Duantianmuya depends on the different tasks that Duantianya releases every day. Or, it is much more convenient to directly spend a huge price to buy qualification tokens. And these conditions are only for the cultivation positions below the 6th level, and there are restrictions for the positions above the 6th level. Not only is it necessary to complete the task, but one must also be an inner disciple or above of a hegemony level force to enter it. And above the 8th rank, one needs to be a peerless genius, an inner disciple of the supreme orthodoxy, or an elder or above of the peerless overlord force. I don't know, what kind of grade is the token given by Taboo Ridge? Chu Yan, my Moa god, after figuring out these conditions, couldn't help but think of a question at the same time. In the whole square, there are constant cultivators coming and going, the number cannot be less than 10,000. Most of them are all kinds of tasks that seem to be released, and only a very few are queuing up to enter Duantianmuya. Chu Yan and Mo Tianchen walked towards the gate, and there were more than 30 people in front of them. Suddenly, Chu Yan felt 2 familiar breaths and turned his head to look. Glancing over it, his face froze. Not far away, little heavenly King Yupeng and young Master Shiming, surrounded by a dozen or so gods and powerhouses, were walking towards this side. Chu Yan. Little Heavenly King Yupeng and Mr. Shiming were also taken aback when they saw Chu Yan. They came to Duantianmuya this time mainly because in the battlefield of Qianji Cave, Master Shiming's Nine Souls God ghost body was severely injured and needed to use this place to practice and recover. Duantianmuya, as a blessed land of gods and heavens, has the ability to temper the body, so it can naturally help it recover. As for the little Heavenly King Yupeng, he came together to break through the gods. It's just that they didn't expect to meet Chu Yan here. You are lucky, every time you meet you can't use force. Mr. Shiming looked at Chu Yan, his eyes were all blood red, and he wished he could go up and bite Chu Yan raw. He didn't have any prestige towards Chu Yan originally, and when he heard Chu Yan's name in Qianji Cave, he would never forget Chu Yan. People like you are also qualified to get Duantianmuya's token, but how many levels can you advance to? Second level. Or third level? The little Heavenly King Yuepeng looked at Chu Yan with a cold wave of sarcasm. Because of this Chu Yan, he couldn't even see Yu Linger's face recently. Brother Yu, don't waste time with this trash, when he leaves Duantianya, he will be lost. Mr. Shiming snorted coldly and walked forward. Next time you meet me again, let's see if you have any luck. The little Heavenly King Yupeng looked at Chu Yan, spoke and walked forward. Both of them are unrivaled geniuses, so they can naturally get Duantianmuya's token, and they can enter directly without queuing up. Luck? Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the two of them, his pupils flickered slightly. These two guys, how much they need to clean up, a little bit of trivial matter, endlessly, several times they say they want to kill themselves. It seems that we have to find a chance to get rid of these two guys. Add bookmark for easy reading. #C2927 Spirit Tide. As the saying goes, people are good at being bullied, but Chu Yan doesn't think that he is a talkative person who can be bullied casually. After this small incident, it was soon Chu Yan's turn. Token. The white-robed man, who guards the gate, has a cold and expressionless face. Chu Yan and Mo Tianxian took out the token at the same time and handed it over. The white-robed man who guarded the gate glanced at the token, and suddenly his face changed, and he said in astonishment. You too, you can enter the 7th level land, and you can practice for half a year. The white-robed man naturally saw the trivial matter just now, and thought, it was just like what Mr. Shiming said, they were just too rubbish. Excuse me, senior, how to improve this level? I think there are some restrictions. If you are a peerless genius, you can upgrade again. Chu Yan naturally wanted to go to a higher level of cultivation, so he asked. No. The white-robed man directly shook his head and refused, then said. According to the rules, only the overlord of the gods can send orders. The white-robed man's face returned to normal, and he replied with a blank expression on his face. This is a little troublesome. Forget it. Chu Yan wanted to send a message to Empress Xiantian, but thought that Empress Xiantian had not replied to him after the last summons, so she gave up the idea. And the elder from Taboo Ridge, who took out these two tokens to Chu Yan, also thought that the 7th level cultivation place should be enough for Chu Yan. Swish. Chu Yan and Mo Tianxian stepped into the black gate, and their figures disappeared instantly. Forget it. Humph. It's as if you really know the overlord of the gods. The white-robed man, who guards the gate, has a sneer on his face. He has been guarding here for a long time and he has not seen anyone. Even some unrivaled geniuses, it is impossible for the overlord of the gods to send a message. After all, how could such a trivial matter be sent by a god overlord in person? For the thoughts of the white-robed man. Of course Chu Yan didn't know that at this moment, he had already entered an independent space and was attracted by the sight in his eyes. I saw that he and Mo Tianxian were standing in an altar palace. This palace can be seen from above, and under the thick sea of spirit clouds below, stands a towering altar of 7 colors. Around the entire altar, there are countless spiritual formations and profound art formations. Every spirit pattern is suspended in the void, shining with dazzling light, releasing a powerful aura of majesty. 2 friends, this is the first time to Duantianmuya. A pleasant voice sounded, but it was a female cultivator, walked towards the 2 of them, and spoke softly. I am a disciple here, let me give you a brief introduction of the situation in Duantianmuya. The female cultivator looked sweet, pointed at the huge colorful altar, and said. The 1st to 10th ranks are all cultivated on this altar, but the positions of different ranks are different. And the spiritual energy attracted by each different position is naturally different. His finger moved lightly, drawing a light curtain with a graphic on it, which divided the altar into 10 parts. The female cultivator smiled slightly, and then introduced. The 1st tier location has the largest area and can accommodate 10,000 people. You seem to be the 7th tier location, and the 7th tier location can accommodate more than 2,000 people. In addition, everyone's identity is protected, no matter what level they are in. No matter what strength or identity other people are, they cannot find out the identity of other people. So, during cultivation, you can do your best, without any scruples. Chu Yan was startled when he heard the last few words. Go all out. The female nun nodded and explained. That's right, in this space, every 3 hours, there will be a wave of spiritual breath. Everyone can compete for how much spiritual breath they can get, depending on their ability. To put it simply, there are 100,000 Duantianmuya powers in the 1st tier position, and 50,000 cultivators among them. How many people can grab will naturally vary in number. As for how to compete, you will know when the time comes. Chu Yan's eyes lit up when he heard this. If it's just a simple retreat, it shouldn't be able to attract so many people. Sure enough, there are some ways. However, in this way, it seems to become interesting. Okay, we know, please take us there. Chu Yan didn't want to waste time, after all, after coming in, time began to count. Chu Yan also wanted to feel the magic of this blessed place as soon as possible. When the female cultivator heard the words, she waved her hands and set up a magic circle, leading the 2 of them into 2 different stone rooms. The stone chamber is not big, only a few feet in size. The layout inside is also very simple, with a wooden desk, lighting meditation incense, and futons on the ground for people to sit. In the stone room, an amethyst stone caught Chu Yan's attention. This is a spar with a height of 10 feet. From the outside, there is nothing special about it, but on the surface of the spar, there are cracks that open and close regularly. That way, it seems that this amethyst is breathing by itself. Chu Yan operated the pupil of the unicorn, and he could clearly see that with the opening and closing of the amethyst stone, there was a faint aura of heaven and earth floating around slowly. Here is a jade talisman. Chu Yan walked to the corner and found another piece of jade talisman. He swept his consciousness and understood it instantly. This stone is called the Tong Tian stone, and when the spiritual tide erupts, the cultivator can infuse the spiritual consciousness into it, and arouse the supernatural powers everywhere to grab it. In addition, every time a spiritual wave erupts, each cultivator only has 1 chance. Moreover, in this 7th level training ground, the divine power is limited to the peak of the Earth God realm, and to a certain extent, this is considered a fair move. Spiritual wave outbreak. A flash of light flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, and then he returned to the middle of the stone room and began to practice. Time passed little by little, and cultivators kept coming in and out of this piece of Tianmu cliff. After a long time, in a stone room in the 9th level Duantianmuya place. Elder Dilong, as long as you help me with this matter once, I will thank you from the 9 spirits profound pill. The little heavenly king, Yupeng, communicated with someone through sound transmission with his spiritual consciousness. And in the other stone room, Mr. Shiming is also doing the same thing. In this segment of Tian Muya, although they couldn't attack Chu Yan, they could understand Chu Yan's actions. As long as Chu Yan leaves this place, they can know immediately and kill him. Huh. The spiritual wave is about to erupt. Little Heavenly King Yu Peng and young Master Shiming sensed fluctuations in the spar in the room at the same time, activated their divine power together, and began to prepare. In their eyes, killing a Chu Yan is no different from killing an ant. Therefore, for them, what is important now is to break through their cultivation and restore their bodies. At the same time, in the seventh-step stone room, Chu Yan also sensed the change of the amethyst stone, opened his eyes suddenly, and the pupil of the unicorn began to work. Boom, boom. A loud noise exploded, resounding through the entire altar, like an extremely powerful giant suddenly waking up in the vast sky and earth. At this moment, in the altar, from the first step to the 10th step, all the cultivators in the training ground raised their heads and looked at the sky. 3 Masters M. #C2928 star map shot again. There was a hint of shock on everyone's face. This piece of spiritual tide, with its powerful power, seems to have opened a door above the sky, and there is an unrivaled God, tearing up the seal of heaven and earth, and renewing the light of heaven and earth. 10th level cultivator, make a move. A majestic voice resounded through the sky and exploded in everyone's ears. When the sound landed, everyone could see that 20 mysterious lights suddenly lit up at the bottom of the huge altar. Among them, strands of mysterious light condensed into big hands of Gangyuan, and some directly condensed into the body of gods, swords, or giant trees and other spiritual shadows, each of which was different, rushed towards the spiritual tide falling from the sky. Click. Each ray of mysterious light tore off a large piece of spiritual breath from the spiritual tide, but the amount is different from each other. A large wave of spiritual waves, after this time, was completely reduced by 1/5. 9th level cultivator, please act. The majestic voice sounded again, and the spirit wave also moved a lot downward. In an instant, one after another mysterious lights followed, and this time there were more than 50 mysterious lights, several times more than the previous 10-level position. However, the spiritual breath they grab is far less than that of 10th-level practitioners. Duantian Muya, it's really interesting to think of such a way. Looking at this scene, Chu Yan couldn't help but feel blood rolling in his body. This method can really stimulate people's desire to fight, and it is a good comparison with the strong at the same level. Soon, the grasping of the 9th-level cultivator was over, and the 8th-level cultivator was also completed, and it was the turn of the 7th-level practitioner soon. At this time, only about half of the spiritual tide is left. Location seems to be more important. The pupil of Chu Yan's unicorn was running, and the moment the majestic voice sounded, his divine power burst out in an instant, and even the stone room trembled. Boom! Chu Yan's handprint slapped hard on the amethyst stone, and the divine power in his body burst out without any reservation. A thick black hand. It turned into a giant claw of Gangyuan, and appeared immediately. In the sky in all directions, thousands of mysterious lights appeared at the same time, in various forms, flickering at the same time. Swish! Swish swish swish! Thousands of different forms of mysterious light, like a group of ferocious beasts, rushed towards the spiritual tide, each pulling away as much spiritual energy as possible. Ji urged some mysterious lights, extremely domineering, and directly smashed the mysterious lights of other people. There are also some mysterious lights, which are even more unpredictable, and the form is constantly changing from an arrow to a net. After the fastest speed, it releases the largest grabbing area. There are even some mysterious lights, which are more unlucky, appearing in the same place with the powerful mysterious light, and they are directly grabbed by swords without waiting for them to grab them, and the spiritual breath captured is greatly reduced. Invisibly, this is like a confrontation, extremely fierce and cruel. Wonderful. Even if it was Chu Yan, he also admired these Xuanhuan methods. Of course, after all, he had watched it 3 times, and he had some expectations of these methods, and he had enough precautions. His Gangyuan claw contains a trace of the might of a god of war, which cannot be shaken by other profound lights at all. With one claw, the claw was full of spiritual breath, and it was pulled back to his own stone room. As soon as the spiritual breath returned to the stone room, it immediately solidified and turned into purple crystal stones. After landing, the spiritual energy was like a tide. This time, Chu Yan got about 1% of all the 7 steps, a total of 230 spirit crystals. These spars, let's refine them first. Chu Yan looked at these crystals, took one and refined it. A trace of pure and incomparable spiritual breath, like a stream of water, flows through the flesh and blood of the whole body. Chu Yan only felt that his whole body seemed to be bathed in warm water, which made him feel extremely refreshed, and the divine power in his whole body fluctuated slightly and kept churning. Sure enough, Chu Yan's face was overjoyed immediately. He didn't expect that a trace of these spiritual breaths could have such a good effect. At the moment, without any hesitation, he directly guided these spiritual breaths towards the heart of Taboo. The whole Taboo heart trembled suddenly. An incomparably clear black hole vortex appeared at the location of the Taboo heart. The appearance of this black hole marks the heart of Taboo, and it must swallow enough aura before transforming into the body of Taboo. I don't know how much these 200 spirit crystals can fill up. Chu Yan's consciousness flickered and began to refine continuously. The spirit crystals disappeared one after another, and all the spirit crystals were refined in less than a stick of incense. However, the black hole on the entire Taboo heart has not changed at all, as if the 200 spirit crystals just now have not been swallowed. Of course, Chu Yan has the pupil of the unicorn, and he can use his divine power. After careful observation, he can still see that the black hole of the Taboo heart is a little smaller. This is a little troublesome. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth twitched twice. He didn't expect the appetite of this Taboo heart to be so big. There are only 12 hours in a day, that is to say, you can only grab more than a dozen times a day. Even if he tries his best next time, he will grab more than 300 spirit crystals at most. After half a year, it is not enough for this black hole of Taboo heart to swallow. The location of the 7th level stone room is still too bad. If you can get to the 9th level stone room, the harvest should be much greater. Chu Yan pondered intently, and finally understood why Duantianmuye created such a division of stone chambers. But now, he was going to the 9th step stone room and needed to complete the task, so it would be a waste of time. 7th level stone chamber, if you can grab 2,000 or 3,000 spirit crystals at one time, it should be almost enough. Chu Yan calculated in his heart. 2,000 at a time. After a month, it is estimated that it is enough to fill the black hole. After all, half a year's training time cannot be spent on taboos, and 1 month's time is worthwhile. Think of a way. Chu Yan muttered to himself, and after a glance of his consciousness, he landed on the 9 realms star map. After all, the last time he caught Qianji Jade from Qianji Lake, the 9 regions star map gave him a surprise, this time. Swept away by Chu Yan's consciousness, the 9 realms star map seemed to wake up in an instant, and thousands of stars kept flickering. Soon, under the connection of hearts, Jiuxiao seemed to know what Chu Yan was going to do, and directly sprinkled a piece of starlight. The starlight flowed along the meridians and directly entered Chu Yan's qi. In an instant, all the divine power in Chu Yan's sea of energy quietly changed, obviously different from before. Haha, thank you, star map. A look of surprise appeared on Chu Yan's face, and he thanked him. This feeling is exactly the same as the last time at Qianji Lake, that is to say, Jiuxiao sensed what Chu Yan was going to do, so he took the initiative to help. Cultivate first, wait for the spiritual tide. With confidence and anticipation in Chu Yan's heart, he calmed down and began to practice with great concentration. However, the 9-region star chart did not go out, and kept flickering slowly, as if it had some special meaning. The mobile version updates the fastest URL, m. #C2929 1 sweep away. Duantian Muya, in the 7-step stone chamber. It's amazing. That big black hand just now has a good cultivation level. It snatched away 1% of the spiritual energy. Next time, I'll snatch it from him. A man with scaly horns on his forehead muttered sternly. He is a person who especially likes to see the desperate expressions of some powerful cultivators. This time, there seem to be a lot of strong people in the 7th level, but with me, they are destined to get nothing. Another young man with a bare upper body, thick eyebrows, and big eyes was full of complacency, and powerful arrogance surged in his body. As one of the 10 most powerful disciples of the inner sect under the command of the Holy Heaven God King, he is proud capital and means. Throughout the stone chambers on the 7th floor, everyone has their own ghosts, thinking about plans and methods for the next spiritual wave outbreak. Time passed slowly. When the last spiritual wave ended, some people were happy, while others looked sad, but in the end, they all calmed down. After all, there is not only one spiritual wave. As long as it is still in the stone room, there will be new opportunities every few hours. Everyone is patiently cultivating savers, waiting for the next time. Boom, boom. A few hours passed by in a flash, and the roar between the heaven and the earth resounded again, and the vast spiritual tide erupted loudly. 10th level cultivator, please act. The majestic voice sounded like a god, repeating mechanically. At this time, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly opened, looking up at the sky. The powerful cultivators of the 10th, 9th, and 8th ranks continued to fight for the spiritual tide in the sky. Watching these will allow him to accumulate some experience. I don't know, what method will the 9-realm star map use? Chu Yan muttered to himself secretly, and at the same time, his divine power began to work. 7th level cultivator, please act. The moment the majestic voice sounded, the divine power in Chu Yan's body erupted suddenly, and at the same time, a ray of starlight burst out simultaneously with his divine power. Swish! 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 Thousands of profound strengths were transformed into various means, and they all shot together. Chu Yan clearly sensed that there was a mysterious light with a murderous aura coming towards his Gameyuan handprint, and there were 7 or 8 other paths that seemed to be extremely powerful and wanted to occupy one side of the territory. Is this targeting me? In Chu Yan's eyes, the flame suddenly ignited, and the power of the 5 elements of the whole body broke out together. Then I will fight with you. Chu Yan would never refuse this kind of provocation, and went directly to meet him. The next moment, Chu Yan's face froze. He didn't expect that his power of the 5 elements hadn't shown its power yet. Suddenly, a black earth wall suddenly appeared. What's happening here? Could it be that this is the power of Xinghui? Huh? Whose profound strength is so weak? Could it be that the black paw print just now did not belong to this kid? Forget it, don't care, let's destroy you first, then talk. The man with scales and horns on his forehead had a ferocious face. He was taken aback for a moment, and then shot directly, full of murderous aura. The mysterious light he shot condensed into a yellow sword, and with an astonishing speed, it turned into a monstrous sword light, and slashed directly towards the black wall. It is known as the sky-reaching sword technique, which can chop and slash more than 3 times in a row after being sacrificed. Not good. Chu Yan's eyes flashed, but now that his mysterious light has been achieved, it is impossible to make another move. After all, this spiritual wave erupted, and each strong man could only make one shot. However, at the next moment, seeing that the black wall was slashed by the powerful blade light, it didn't even shake a bit, instead, the blade light directly burst into cracks. What? There is nothing special about this black wall. How could it have such a strong defense? The man with scales and horns had a look of astonishment on his face. But in the next breath, what happened directly shocked him so much that his face turned pale. I saw that on the black wall, a light of thick earth suddenly bloomed, which is the thickest power of extreme earth among the powers of the 5 elements. With the appearance of this extreme earth power, the vast spiritual tide that descended from the sky in the distance trembled. Thousands of cultivators, using various means, are competing for these spiritual breaths, but at the next breath, everyone watched helplessly. A large piece of spiritual breath trembled with the power of the thick soil, and all rushed towards the black wall. 90% of the aura of the entire 7-step stone room fell into the black wall and belonged to Chu Yan alone. What? How can this be? Damn, what happened just now? Grass, where is the spiritual breath? Why did it all disappear all of a sudden? Not only the scaly man, but also the naked youth, thousands of cultivators, all of them were stunned and couldn't believe it. Even cultivators of other ranks looked over with horror on their faces. Most of these people are not coming to Duantianmuya for the first time, but this is definitely the first time they have seen such a situation. It's impossible. What happened just now? How could this happen? The powerhouses under the command of the Holy Heavenly King, as well as the other 7th-level cultivators, all roared angrily. When the 7th-level cultivators competed for the spiritual tide, everyone's cultivation was suppressed to the peak of the realm. Therefore, even if a peerless genius is here, it is impossible to achieve this level. So, there must have been a problem just now. Chu Yan didn't care so much about their thoughts. All his eyes fell on the front of his eyes, a total of 3,100 amethysts. As expected of the 9 territories star map, this move is extraordinary. If this goes on, it won't take a month, and it will be enough to open the heart of taboo. Chu Yan's eyes were full of joy, and he was about to start refining. Swish. However, at this moment, the star map of the 9 realms in the Sea of Consciousness suddenly flickered, condensed into a big hand, swiped and pulled among a pile of amethysts, and instantly separated nearly 1/3 of the amethysts, wrapping and pulled back into the 9 realms star map. All this happened so fast that Chu Yan didn't even have time to react. What? Divide away. Chu Yan froze there, his face full of astonishment, but when he reacted, the corners of his eyes twitched and his face was full of depression. He now understands why the 9 territories star chart is so active in cooperating and being so easy to talk to. It turned out that they were waiting for the account to be distributed here. Forget it, there are 2,000 more. Chu Yan shook his head, and stopped arguing with the 9 territories star chart. After all, without the 9 realms star atlas, he would only need to grab 300 or 400 at a time, which is several times more now. Soon, Chu Yan began to practice, refining the amethysts one by one. In the other 7th-level stone rooms, more than half of the 7th-level cultivators waited with depressed faces. They think that this is a problem with the spiritual tide, and the next wave must bring back the originals from the previous wave. Anyway, it's impossible for Ling Chao to have problems twice in a row. Add bookmark for easy reading. #C2930 It's a coincidence. In a blink of an eye, another few hours passed, and the 3rd wave of spiritual waves came. As before, first the 10th level cultivator made a move, then the 9th level, 8th level. 7th level cultivator, please act. The moment the sound fell to the ground, Chu Yan acted immediately, and the Gangyuan handprint was shot, with divine power like a tide. The difference from the last time is that this time the power of the 9 realms star map did not turn into a black wall, but traveled through the void for the palm of one hand. This time, it looks more normal. However, this kind of normality is only relative, because when the black palm appeared, there were dozens of Xuanhuan marks in the sky in all directions, all rushing towards him. Humph. Last time I let you take advantage, this time I will fuck you first. The man with scales and horns had an angry expression on his face, full of murderous aura, and the Xuanhuan gang seal that was blocked all the way by the knife light was smashed to pieces. His goal is very clear, which is the black palm print transformed by Chu Yan. For this scene, other cultivators seem to have expected it. After all, Chu Yan's black wall last time made everyone feel distressed for a long time. Therefore, not only the scaly man, but also some 7th-level cultivators chose to attack Chu Yan at the first time. This time, the black palm seemed to be invisible and insubstantial, not touching the more than 40 Xuanhuan gang seals at all. Every time you swipe, a piece of spiritual energy will be pulled back. In less than 10 breaths, the large wave of spiritual energy will be drawn away by 90%. What? The scaly man and the group of strong men were all stunned and completely dumbfounded. What's the situation? The coincidence just now happened again. Moreover, it was almost exactly the same as last time, and nearly 90% of the spirit wave disappeared. You know, the 7th-level cultivator itself is only less than 1/5 of the spiritual tide, but with such a little spiritual energy, he was still beaten by that guy. 2 consecutive strokes pulled away 90%. This still makes people alive. Among the cultivators present, including the cultivators of the 9th and 10th ranks, they also looked up in astonishment, looking up at the sky, frowning slightly. This is definitely not a coincidence, nor is there something wrong with the spiritual tide. It is someone who has the means to reach the sky. This time, more people noticed the direction of the black palm print, and they were all shocked. Although they didn't know what the black palm was doing, they wanted to know that the direction of the black palm print was exactly where Chu Yan was. Not bad. Ignore the attack. This method is not bad. Chu Yan didn't bother to care about this. Seeing the power of the 9 territories star map, he ignored those obstacles, and his face immediately became happy. In that case, there is no need to worry. A pile of amethysts were piled on the ground, and Chu Yan waited for a while, and sure enough, the 9 territories star map took away thousands of amethysts in one go. Chu Yan didn't bother with him, and began to refine the remaining more than 2,000 amethysts. Time passed slowly, and in a blink of an eye, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th spiritual waves erupted in succession. After the 5th spiritual wave ended, all the 7th-level cultivators, including the scaly man, the naked young man, and one of the top 10 disciples of the Holy Heaven King, all sat in the stone room in a daze. Among them, it is like petrification. For the 3rd time, hundreds of Xuanhuan gang seals blocked it, and the big black net ignored it, and 90% of it was swept away with one net. The 4th time and the 5th time were almost exactly the same method, catching 90% of the spiritual tide, without any discussion at all. This time, all the 7th-level cultivators in the audience couldn't stand it anymore. 3 times in a row, they didn't get anything. If they were lucky and strong, they would get 10 spirit crystals at most. This spirit crystal is not enough to plug the teeth. Agreed. The feeling of almost vomiting blood made them almost gasp in anger. You know, if you lose head-on like this, that's all. You can only blame yourself for being inferior to others. But the few times just now, the other party didn't even give them the chance to confront them head-on. Even if all of them tried their best, they just ignored their big black net, and they wore whatever they wanted, without giving them any face. It was as if their Xuanhuan gang seals were all decorations. Is there anything more irritating than this? Looking at the few spirit crystals in their hands, a group of 7th-order powerhouses, their seas of consciousness are about to explode. What's going on? I've never seen it before. Where is this sacred? This method is too terrifying. This is a fart, you can't even catch a hair. From the first level to the 7th level, all the cultivators looked depressed and confused. Among the 7th steps, there is an interesting person. The powerhouses of the 9th, 10th, and 8th ranks were not affected much, and all of them had strange looks on their faces. They are all prestigious existences in the Divine Sea realm, and at this moment, they all look interested in the master of the big black net. Haha, I didn't expect someone to have such a means. Chu Yan, you are out of luck this time. The little heavenly king Yupeng didn't know what he was thinking. The corners of his mouth were lightly raised, full of smiles. In his opinion, if there is such a great power among the 7th ranks, then all those who participated in Duantianmuya this time will be unlucky. As a little heavenly king, he has countless resources and many tokens, so it doesn't matter at all. At worst, he will come to practice again. However, he felt that for that Chu Yan, it was as difficult as reaching the sky to get a token once. It was such a waste, and it was cool to think about it. Hehe, Chu Yan, your luck is not very good. Not only the little heavenly king Yupeng, but even Mr. Shiming had a look of pain and happiness. Although they also lost a lot, when he thought of Chu Yan's expression that he couldn't get anything, he couldn't be happier. At this time, Duantian City, in an ancient palace. Report. An urgent sound sounded, and the silence of the palace was suddenly beaten. A young disciple in a white robe rushed into the palace quickly and shouted loudly. Snort. A heavy hum exploded in the palace, and at the same time as the indifferent voice sounded, endless divine power swept across. How many times have I told you, pay attention to your identity, pay attention to your location, you are not a casual cultivator, how decent you are. The owner of the voice scolded the white-robed young disciple who rushed into the hall. Elderly. Elder, something strange has happened to Duantianmuya's spiritual tide. Disciple, forget it, elderly, you should see for yourself. The white-robed disciple waved his hand, took out a jade talisman, and handed it to elderly on the high seat. Huh. This. With a sweep of consciousness, he saw all the scenes in the jade talisman clearly, and elderly's face froze there. How did this happen? Even the elder in charge who guarded Duantianmuya was dumbfounded. 3 Masters M. #C2931 Joint Protest. It is a good job to guard Duantianmuya. Therefore, for the past 1,000 years, elderly has lived comfortably here. But today's incident is completely beyond his cognition. At least in the past 1,000 years, he has never encountered such a thing. Of course, there are some cultivators with great supernatural powers, and it is not impossible. It is not unheard of to cast a rare and powerful divine technique to take away 30% to 40% of the spiritual energy at one time. Elderly, a 7th-level cultivator, has jointly protested to us. Let us drive that person out. The white-robed disciple twitched and sweated profusely. Look and go. Elderly didn't dare to delay, so he got up quickly. 7th-level cultivators have different levels, and many of them are big bosses and disciples of big forces. If it is just 1 or 2, it is okay, but if they are all added up, there are thousands of big bosses. Although Duantianya wasn't necessarily afraid of them, it was just that it was a bit weird that they took away 90% of his spiritual energy at once. What is the origin of this guy named Chu Yan? And most importantly, how did he do it? If his method is leaked, will Duantianmuya continue to do it in the future? The more you think about it, the more terrifying it becomes, which makes Elderly's face a little nervous. On the 7th stepstone chamber, Chu Yan continued to refine amethyst. Unlike the previous few times, this time after he had refined everything, the taboo heart finally reacted, and with a slight tremor, the taboo breath released merged into his limbs and body. Although there is no substantial change, it is also a sign that it will be transformed into a taboo body. 5 times, I only used the power of the 9 realms star chart. Next time, should I use more? Chu Yan was thinking in his heart. When he was discussing with Jiuxiao again, he suddenly noticed something, his face changed, and he stood up abruptly. Who? Chu Yan waved his arm. The Haoyan sword in his hand was unsheathed directly, and the divine power in his whole body was running to the peak. Very good. The mere peak of the divine realm can sense me. Elderly waved his hand, trembling in the void, his figure slowly appeared in the stone room. The elders under the command of the God King Dingdanfang must at least be in a state of human dignity. And to be able to guard a place like Duantianmuya, the cultivation base must at least be at the peak of human dignity. Who are you? Chu Yan's consciousness was tense, and there was a sparkle in his eyes. Although this man is dignified and capable, without the slightest killing intent, this ray of immortal power is still like a mountain, giving him great pressure. The gap between gods and human beings is really not that big. Of course Chu Yan knew that the other party's cultivation level definitely surpassed the heavenly god level. Sorry, let me introduce myself first. I am an elder under the command of the God King Dingdanfang. My name is Li Tong. Elder Li Tong stood with his hands hanging down, trying to be easygoing and non-hostile. A pair of eyes, but they kept looking at Chu Yan, as if they wanted to see through Chu Yan's methods directly. Elderly, I don't know how big the fight is, what's the point? Chu Yan's eyes flickered, looked at the other party, pondered for a while, and then said. According to Duantianmuya's regulations, it seems that the identity of the cultivator cannot be revealed at will, and this stone room should not be broken into casually, right? A bold word directly made the corners of Elderly Tong's mouth twitch twice. This boy in black robe has a mouth like a knife. It's true that the rules are like this, but the commotion caused by the little friend just now is a bit big. As the guardian, I have to come and take a look. Elderly Tong was depressed, but he still had to show a smile on his face. I'm just wondering, what method did the little friend use to achieve such a level? He could naturally see that Chu Yan had no desire to chat with him, so he directly explained his intention. Of course, if you are willing to tell the truth, I will not treat you badly. While speaking, Elderly Tong waved his hand, and a diamond-shaped jade talisman appeared in front of Chu Yan. The aura in it fluctuated, making Chu Yan's eyes tremble. The intensity of spiritual energy contained in this jade talisman is at least comparable to 100,000 spirit crystals. Thank you, elderly, but it's inconvenient to tell me about my method. Chu Yan took a deep breath, glanced at the diamond-shaped jade talisman, and refused. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, the smile on Elderly Tong's face froze immediately, and the corners of his mouth twitched twice. 100,000 spirit crystals is a lot, but this Chu Yan is completely unmoved. Although before coming here, he probably guessed that the other party would not be able to tell the truth about his whole cards. However, to be rejected face to face by a kid at the peak of the Earth God realm, I still feel somewhat uncomfortable. Since that's the case, I won't force it, but my friend, you need to know that your method has caused us some troubles in Duantianmuya. See if you can do this. If I take out another piece of this jade talisman, can my little friend leave? Elderly Tong took the next best thing, thought for a while, and said. In this divine sea realm, even if you have some identities, it's not wise to offend so many people at once. It's lure and coercion, this method. However, Chu Yan pretended not to hear it at all, and shook his head directly. Sorry, I don't want to leave for now. If this Elderly Tong didn't say the latter sentence, maybe Chu Yan would still think about it, at least he wouldn't refuse so quickly. However, this kind of intimidation made Chu Yan very upset. Moreover, offending people doesn't seem to be a big deal to Chu Yan. After all, at the entrance here, he met the little heavenly King Yuping and Mr. Shiming, all of whom he had offended. But so what? According to the regulations of the God King Dingdanfang, in this Duantian Lianqing, no hands are allowed anywhere. In this case, even if this elder is a human being, so what? At this moment, elderly Tong's complexion instantly changed. Originally, his second goal was calculated. The other party, a small peak of the Earth God realm, didn't say whether he was afraid of offending others, at least he had to give himself this face. But now, he refused directly. In this way, it will be a little troublesome to deal with this matter. As Chu Yan guessed, although he is the guarding elder, he must act according to the rules, and has no right to punish practitioners who have not violated the rules. No, if this continues, the consequences. A series of bad thoughts flashed in elderly Tong's heart, and he kept pondering over the method, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Since little friend doesn't want to leave, then I can't force it, but according to my judgment, little friend's methods are not suitable for staying in this 7-step stone room. Elderly Tong smiled lightly. Huh? What do you mean? Chu Yan was startled. I don't know, little friend, would you like to go to the 9th-step stone room and exchange half a year for 2 months? Using my little friend's method, if you take the second round of the 9th-level stone room, then you can gain more. Elderly Tong was full of smiles, and his words were full of aggressive methods. I just don't know if little friend has the guts. He is a Chiguoguo plan against Chu Yan. A 9-step stone room, is that something ordinary people can stay in? In the current 9-step stone room, there are either disciples of the 3 great lineages, unrivaled geniuses, or a few strong men of human dignity. With such a lineup, even if this Chu Yan has a means against the sky, what waves can he make? 3 Masters M. #C2932 9th floor stone room. Elderly Tong felt a little apprehensive. This plan seemed to be simpler and more straightforward. This Chu Yan should be able to see through his intentions at a glance. Between the 7th and 9th ranks, 2 ranks have been merged, which is not a small gap. If the Chu Yan in front of him was not too stupid, he should directly reject him. Moreover, his method is easy to use in the 7th level stone room, but not necessarily in the 9th level stone room. 9-step stone chamber. When Chu Yan heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. Of course, he understood elderly Tong's intentions and thoughts in an instant. However, he never thought that this elderly Tong came to give gifts in person. Before, Chu Yan was thinking about how to upgrade the stone room and other ranks, but because the required conditions were too troublesome, Chu Yan didn't think much about it. But now, elderly Tong is serious. Elderly, you look like a nice person. There are benefits to this, and you will be promoted. It is estimated that he wants me to retreat in the face of difficulties. I can't stay at the 9th level. He just persuaded me to leave. But, does he know what he did? Chu Yan smiled secretly in his heart, shook his head, and looked at elderly Tong with sympathy on his face. I don't know how much power this guarding elder has, and whether he has the ability to take the blame. Then thank you, elderly, I happen to be interested, and have a good fight with the powerhouses of the 9th rank. Chu Yan smiled all over his face, and thanked him. It would be foolish to refuse such a good thing that comes to your door. Ha ha ha. Elderly Tong was startled, then burst out laughing, and quickly spoke in praise. Sure enough, a hero is born as a boy, with courage and courage. I'll help you change the token right now, and replace the stone chamber. I didn't expect to kill him. With such a big hole, this young man jumped as soon as he said it. This unexpected joy really came too suddenly. On the surface, his smiling teeth were about to fall out, but elderly Tong looked at Chu Yan, but his heart was full of teasing. After earning a few hands, you will not know how high the sky is, and the earth is thick. How can those big men in the 9th level stone room be comparable to the 7th level stone room? After he went there, knowing the strength of the 9th rank bosses, he might not even have time to cry. This time, as long as this kid is sent to the 9th step stone room, he will know what despair is. The 9th level stone room. It seems that little heavenly king and Xiaming are also there. Fate. Chu Yan was full of emotion. Immediately, seeing elderly Tong leaving excitedly, Chu Yan sat cross-legged and continued to practice. Time passed extremely quickly, and in a blink of an eye, the 6th spiritual wave erupted. Elderly Tong did not move, and Chu Yan was not in a hurry, just waiting patiently. After all, I have already agreed to the other party, and now I will give him a face. However, Chu Yan didn't move, but it made all the 7th level cultivators stunned again. What's the situation? That guy, why didn't he make a move? Haha, our joint protest seems to have worked. Protesting is useful. Forget it, don't care, anyway, if he doesn't make a move, it's fine. The cultivators in the 7th step stone chamber let out a long sigh of relief. One must know that a token of Duantianmuya is not cheap, or one has to spend a lot of money, or it takes a lot of effort to complete the task to get one. If that guy keeps fishing like this, and they can't get anything, then it's a waste of a token. Huh. What a pity. That strong man just stopped. In the 9-step stone room, the little heavenly King Yupeng and Mr. Ximing shook their heads with regretful faces. In this way, Chu Yan will have a chance to get the spirit crystal. If the 7th level powerhouse kept making shots, then Chu Yan's token would be wasted, and that would be a pleasure. As long as Chu Yan is depressed, they are happy. Little friend, please follow me to the 9th step stone room. Elder Li's figure appeared, and with a wave of his hand, he handed Chu Yan a new overlord token. Thank you, Elderly. Chu Yan took the token and thanked him. Elderly waved his big hand again, pulling Chu Yan's figure directly, and disappeared from the same place. When he reappeared, he was in a new stone room. The stone chamber with 9 steps is really different from the stone chamber with 7 steps. Inside the stone room, it is obviously much more luxurious, and even the spar has turned golden. Little friend, I will take my leave first. Elderly Tong was worried, looked at Chu Yan with a smile, and turned to leave. Chu Yan looked at the background of the other party leaving, shook his head, and then took a cup of tea from the table. Please take a sip, it feels very good. Boom, boom. Several hours later, the spiritual wave broke out again. The strong man in the stone chamber on the 10th floor struck like a thunderbolt, grabbing a lot of spiritual energy from the spiritual tide. 9th level cultivator, please act. The majestic voice sounded, Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and the divine power burst out all over his body. According to what he had agreed with the 9 realms star map, this time 3 stars appeared directly, pouring into the divine power, and made a bold move. The 9th level stone chamber is the 2nd wave of shots, and the amount of spiritual energy occupied is several times that of the 7th level. Therefore, in order to ensure the effect, Chu Yan did not use 2 stars this time, but used 3 at once. Hum. 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 Mysterious light flickered all over the sky, and all the 9th rank bosses made their moves together. The seal of Chu Yan's Xuanhuan blasted out, and a golden palm print was obviously a lot worse than those 9th level bosses. However, the appearance of the golden palm print this time attracted the attention of all cultivators. Because everyone is very familiar with this palm print, it is the one in the 7-step stone room before. How did he reach the 9th level? All the cultivators were a little confused, and they all watched nervously the situation of the golden palm. No wonder I didn't make a move last time, it turned out to be. In the stone room with 7 steps, the man with scales and horns, as well as the naked young man, all had sneer faces. As long as they thought about it for a while, they understood that the guarding elder was afraid of making a move, so he made arrangements. In this way, those respected bosses in the 9th tier stone room will let this one know what despair is. Even if he is an unrivaled genius, he may only be suppressed when he reaches the 9th level stone room, and there is no chance at all. Looking at the golden palm print this time, it is obvious that it looks too weak under the Xuanhuan handprint of a group of dignitary bosses. Perhaps, with just a light touch from any big guy, his golden palm prints will instantly turn into powder. If you have the guts, you dare to go to the stone room with 9 steps, you are looking for death. Seeing this scene, little heavenly King Yupeng and Mr. Shiming sneered, and then activated the seal, ready to attack the golden palm print. They didn't have any malice towards the owner of the golden palm print, but this person didn't stay in the 7th step, taught that Chu Yan a lesson, and came here, which made them very unhappy. Immediately, one after another gun shadows shot towards the golden palm prints. He's fucked. All the cultivators shook their heads when they saw this scene. Add bookmark for easy reading. #C2933 split accounts. In an instant, an amazing scene happened. The golden palm prints seemed to ignore everything, as if they were not affected by the attacks from all around them. Moreover, in front of everyone, he swept away fiercely, and almost all the spiritual breath was swept away. What? The faces of the strong men present all changed when they saw this scene. It's just that all of this happened so fast that no one could react, and everything was over. And the spiritual breath in the spiritual wave, like before, has been reduced by a full 90%. This. All the bosses were dumbfounded, including little heavenly King Yupeng and Mr. Shiming. All of them opened their mouths wide open, as if they had seen a ghost. It's not just them, all the practitioners from the 1st to the 10th rank have exactly the same expressions at this moment. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes this time, who would believe it? A golden handprint that was only comparable to the heavenly breath of the 2nd level of the gods ignored so many powerful attacks, and also took away 90% of the spiritual breath. What kind of method is this? 9th order spiritual tide, it's really different. Chu Yan looked at the more than 20,000 golden spirit crystals on the ground of the stone room, and his face immediately became happy. Although this time, he consumed 3 stars, but the harvest was 10 times faster than that in the 7-step stone room. The 9 territories star chart seemed to smell the scent, and suddenly jumped out, rolled it hard, and swept away a small pile of golden spirit crystals on the ground. Take it as you like, you're welcome. Chu Yan didn't take it seriously at all. Anyway, this 9 realms star map gave him a big surprise. With a little reward, Chu Yan would naturally not be petty. However, after the first volume of the 9 realms star atlas, Chu Yan was dumbfounded. Because of this, the 9 territories star map directly swept away half of the spirit crystals, a total of tens of thousands. Chu Yan originally thought. The 9 territories star map was also the same as before, only 10% was taken away, but unexpectedly, half of it was directly taken away this time. Good guy, you are too fierce for a rising tide. Shaking his head with a wry smile on his face, Chu Yan was also helpless. 9 territories star chart, this little abacus is more savvy than a monkey. However, in general, Chu Yan still made a profit, so he didn't bother to care about the Jiuxiao star chart. Next, Chu Yan sat cross-legged and began to refine the golden spirit crystals in front of him. This guy, at the 9th level, he still has such a means. I want to see if you can succeed next time. The major cultivators all had the same idea, pondering in their hearts. After all, the bosses of the 9th rank are not easy to mess with. If they are unprepared for the first time, then next time, they will definitely not let him easily succeed. I still underestimated this guy, next time, I have to go all out. Little heavenly King Yupeng, and Mr. Shiming, they are in the 9th rank, and this time they suffered a huge loss, all of them were gnashing their teeth. Next time, I'm afraid it will be very exciting. All the cultivators in the audience were excited at once. Invisibly, their attention to Ling Chao became more and more concerned about this confrontation. It seems that, compared to the previous ones, this time's spirit tide competition is obviously much more interesting. Even those in the 10th rank have separated out a piece of spiritual consciousness, paying attention to the development of the situation among the hundreds of practitioners in the 9th rank. Everyone can imagine that the golden palm print just now will face the stormy attack of the 9th level bosses next time. We must never let him succeed again. Elderly Tong was in the palace, watching the scene just now. He was dumbfounded. Originally, he thought that the matter had been settled and he was ready to retreat and practice, but now, the matter seemed to be completely beyond his calculations. If the result is the same next time, then his crime will be serious. It turned out that it was just some 7th level cultivators who jointly protested. However, according to this development, I am afraid that the bosses of the 9th rank will also jointly protest. With the identity and strength of a 9th rank boss, one person can surpass hundreds of 7th rank bosses, and even the adults behind him have to be careful. At that time, his crime will be serious. At this time, Chu Yan was in the stone room, concentrating on refining his golden spirit crystal, not caring about the outside, almost blowing up the pot. 10,000 spirit crystals entered his body, and his body mutated again. Time passed, I don't know why, everyone seemed to feel that the few hours this time seemed to change very slowly. Boom, boom. I don't know how long it took, the empty air exploded, and it exploded again. Everyone heard the familiar voice, everyone was startled, and they all woke up. The 10th rank bosses took the lead, and after a sweep, in just a few breaths, they wiped out the spiritual tide belonging to the 10th rank bosses. Please, the 9th level cultivator, please take action. The majestic voice seemed to be a little nervous, and announced loudly. At this moment, everyone's hearts were suspended at the same time, and they all turned their eyes to the sky. This time, I'm afraid there will be some trouble. Chu Yan's eyes flickered with 5 colors of light, and the divine power in his body exploded, urging the burst of mysterious light, and at the same time, the stars in his body flickered. The golden palm print appeared again, under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, before the spiritual tide. This time, unlike the last time, the golden palm print was significantly stronger, like a shooting star, passing across the sky and hitting the sky. It's now. A human being, a strong man at the peak of the gods, and the little heavenly king, the son of Shiming, the aura that exploded on his body, soaring to the sky and attacking the earth, and countless seals, all condensed together. Sunshine Huang Xuanjue. Swallow dragons and spit pearls. Broken mountain. Hurricane whirling. A series of powerful magic spells were played together, blooming in the void like 100 flowers, more than 80 Xuanhuan seals, converging into an ocean, rushing like 1,000 troops and horses. Regarding the intangible and intangible characteristics of the golden palm print last time, they were all prepared this time, and some of them used their whole cards. Boom. 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 Countless divine spells rushed towards the golden palm print, as if they were about to tear it to pieces. However, this time, the golden palm print also rose at the same time, becoming incomparably brighter, without giving in at all, and charged straight up. In the next breath, the golden palm prints collided directly with the mighty waves that filled the sky. In an instant, the powerful defense emanating from the golden palm prints shocked everyone's expressions. I saw that one attack after another continuously hit the golden palm print, shaking it from side to side. However, after the golden palm print was bombarded by one after another attack, it did not collapse. After rushing through all the tides, half of the entity still existed. In the next breath, in front of everyone, the golden palm print rushed to the front of the spirit wave, and rolled it hard. Although this volume is not as much as 90% of the previous volume, it still has a lot of volume, at least 60% of the volume is wrapped by it. With a swish, 60% of the spiritual breath was pulled, and the golden palm print turned into a stream of light, and returned directly to the stone room where Chu Yan was. #C2934 Want to die. This time, the entire Duantianmuya was shocked. This can capture 60%. What kind of method is this? Who the hell is this person? There's something wrong with this situation. Among the cultivators of the 1st to 8th ranks, each of the strong ones couldn't help but gasped, their faces full of astonishment. Even the prestigious existences of the 10th rank are the same. You know, the power of this big golden hand is only comparable to the 3rd level of a god. If the owner of this method can use it with the power of respect, then no one can stop it. Shunhai realm, there are indeed masters, like clouds. The 9th level powerhouses, the powerhouses of the human venerable and the peak of the gods, all shook their heads in unison, with helplessness on their faces, completely stunned by the golden palm print. However, they were all bosses after all, and after a while, they all calmed down. Now that you have come, you should face it calmly and fight for the remaining 40%, and there will always be gains. Moreover, in a sense, facing such a powerful method also aroused the fighting spirit in their hearts. This kind of training is especially important for the strong. Why did this person come to Duantianmuya? Little Heavenly King Yupeng and young Master Shiming still looked depressed. Their loss is not small, after all, so many people fight for the remaining 40%, how much can they get? The two of them, one for breaking through and the other for recovering from injuries, have a lot of needs for spiritual breath. Originally, the strong man was in the 7th step stone room, and they were not affected, but now it is over. And it's only 40%. Next, those big bosses will definitely fight desperately. Although they have some means, they are unrivaled geniuses, but if they really want to compete with the desperate big bosses, still not enough to watch. This time, it's over. Elderly Tong's face was bitter from the beginning to the end, he felt that his eyes were darkened, and he almost fell to the ground. If I had known this earlier, killing him would not have allowed Chu Yan to go to the 9th level stone room, and would have given him enough benefits to let him leave. But now, what's the use of regretting? It didn't take long for the matter to reach the great elder, and he was dead. The most important thing is that even if he has given enough benefits now, I am afraid that Chu Yan will not leave. After all, the negotiating chips are absolutely different between the 9th and 7th ranks. In the 9th-step stone room, Chu Yan was refining the golden spirit crystal, with a satisfied expression on his face. This 9th-level powerhouse is indeed different from the 7th-level powerhouse, with a lot less. A total of 30% was missing. Although Chu Yan was a little disappointed, the number was more than before. Moreover, this time I saw the strength of the 9th rank boss, which made Chu Yan's blood boil and his eyes sparkled. If it's really like at the 9th level, it's meaningless to keep crushing those people. Now, after all, there is the meaning of contention, which is completely different. A good fight with these 9th level bosses will benefit him incalculably. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. During these 5 days, Chu Yan and those human beings and gods have been constantly confronting each other, competing for every trace of spiritual breath. The battle situation became more and more intense, and every time, the audience was shocked. Everyone is paying attention to the competition for the 9th level, and they are all extremely amazed. Because they can clearly feel that the owner of the golden palm print is getting better every time, and the progress is very obvious. Asshole. Little Heavenly King Yupeng still had the complexion of Mr. Shiming, but it was completely black, extremely ugly. Although I had been prepared in my heart, it was completely different when I actually faced the cruel facts. For 5 full days, each of them harvested no more than 500 spirit crystals, and they were almost crying. Li Chongdi, I don't want this 9th level stone room anymore. I apply for a downgrade to the 8th level. Please keep it secret. Little Heavenly King Yupeng and young Master Shiming finally couldn't bear it any longer, and Transmigration filed an application with the guardian elder. If they continue to stay in this 9-step stone room, they won't even be able to drink soup, which is a waste of time. However, although they gave elderly a favor, this matter was still unstoppable and quickly spread. It's a big deal. Duantianmuya ranks 9th, a great man is born, and one person occupies 70% of the spiritual breath. Nonsense, I've heard about it a long time ago, and it forced little Heavenly King and Mr. Shiming to escape to the 8th level. What? Those are two peerless geniuses. Who the hell is this person? Isn't this too awesome? Incredible. All the cultivators of Duantianmuya were shocked when they heard the news. As for the reputations of little Heavenly King Yupeng and Mr. Shiming, they have lost a lot all of a sudden, and some people even mocked them all the time. Saying that the two of them are useless and trash, they will only run away, and it was passed back to the two of them, driving them half to death with anger. And at this moment, Chu Yan, as the first servant, after several days of refinement, the taboo heart finally changed. The area of the black hole above is getting smaller and smaller, and cracks are beginning to appear. A stream of taboo air flowed back from the black hole and continuously flowed into Chu Yan's limbs and body. Although these taboos are still thin, they can make Chu Yan clearly feel that his physical body has been raised to an astonishing level. Every bone, every trace of flesh and blood is constantly being strengthened. According to the degree, it is estimated to be around 10%. The forbidden body is so difficult to temper. However, this achievement has made my physical body reach the level of the 6th heavenly realm. If all of this is tempered. Chu Yan took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling. Whether it is in the 10 directions starfield or in this God's domain, the physical body is the foundation for warriors to practice. Moreover, there is no shortcut at all in physical body cultivation, it can only be improved step by step, and what is said is the foundation and consolidation. This kind of difficulty accounts for more than 50% of the difficulty of cultivation, and it is also the biggest bottleneck. Therefore, Chu Yan is looking forward to this taboo body. And at this moment, Duantianmuya, on the main street of the city. A young man in purple robe held a jade fan with a relaxed expression, looking at the bustling crowd all around him, he seemed not in a hurry. Mysterious cultivator. The 9th level stone room, the 3rd heaven of gods, took away 70% of the spiritual breath. Suddenly, the purple-robed boy stopped in his footsteps, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. In the Divine Sea realm, he had a very good understanding of Duantianmuya, and he knew exactly what the 70% spiritual breath was. I didn't expect that I would come across such an interesting thing when I came out casually. The corners of the purple-robed boy's mouth slightly raised, and a pair of black eyes gleamed coldly, looking at Duantianmuya in the distance. It's just this glance, the pupil of the great darkness, piercing through the void, penetrating layers of space, entering Duantianmuya, and looking directly at Chu Yan in the stone room. #C2935 Divine King. At this time, a wave of spiritual tide was erupting in Duantianmuya. And the purple-robed boy, just at this time, looked at where Chu Yan was located in the 9th level stone room. Under his gaze, Chu Yan cast the Xuanhuan hand seal, making a golden palm print, rolling towards the spiritual tide all over the sky. Exactly as in the rumors, fully 70% of the spiritual breath was rolled back by the golden palm print and turned into a golden spirit crystal all over the place. After all, with the evolution of Chu Yan's taboo body, he became more and more handy at the 9th level. This catch is a full 70%. Peak of the Earth God realm. You have already comprehended the power of the great Tao. Even if it was the purple-robed boy, there was a strange look in his eyes. You know, even he is only in the realm of small accomplishments. There is a special power in that golden palm print. It seems that I have never seen it before. What kind of power is it? The purple-robed boy frowned slightly, and for a moment he was puzzled, his face full of doubts. Chu Yan felt something, and glanced around, but found nothing. However, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was tense, the hairs all over his body stood on end, and a cold light came from his back, making him feel as if he was being watched by someone. Someone. Chu Yan's face was gloomy, and he shouted in a cold voice. After his body was fused with the god of war, his inspiration was even stronger than his consciousness. Therefore, when his body became alert, he knew that something abnormal had happened. You can discover this. Even if you have comprehended the power of the Tao, it is impossible to feel it. The purple-robed boy dodged, but he was already in front of Chu Yan, with a pair of purple eyes, looking Chu Yan up and down. Who are you? Chu Yan was taken aback, and looked at the other party, but a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. This scene is too weird. This purple-robed boy. He is definitely not from Duantianmuya, but he can freely travel through this forbidden area. How terrifying is his strength. I seem to be called the God King of Duanqing. When the purple-robed boy said a word, Chu Yan's expression changed drastically. A few words fell to the ground, and even the void was directly frozen, and the world was stagnant. Break, the King of Gods. Chu Yan was stunned. Duanqing Xuanhuan, that is the master of Duantianya, one of the unrivaled overlords of God's domain. Little friend, I don't know what your name is. Where did you learn from? Duanqing Xuanhuan looked at Chu Yan curiously, and asked. Senior God King, I'm under Chu Yan, I don't have a teacher. Chu Yan bowed his hands as a salute, and replied politely. Although he didn't know why the dignified God King Duanqing suddenly appeared here, but he could feel that the senior God King didn't seem to have any malicious intentions. You know, this is the King of Gods. Even if there is something to do, it is enough to just send one of his subordinates to honor status or something. This time, it might not be easy to come here in person. No, master. This is rare. The God King Duanqing looked at Chu Yan, a little surprised. It's not that there are very few casual cultivators in the realm of the gods, but it's extremely rare for Chu Yan to reach this level without a teacher. Little friend Chu Yan, if you have any secrets, it's okay if you don't tell me about your mastery, don't be so deliberate. The God King Duanqing naturally wouldn't believe that such things as the power of the Tao can be comprehended by casual cultivators. Hearing this, Chu Yan chose not to speak. Master. Strictly speaking, God of War is his mentor, but can you say that? Of course not. I'm here this time mainly to see what's going on. You're here, and you've captured 70% of your spiritual breath by yourself. I don't have any other intentions, you don't mind. Shaking the jade fan in his heart, God King Duanqing continued. Little friend Chu Yan, I don't know your special breath, can you let me see it? Hearing this request, Chu Yan thought for a while, waved his hand, and released the golden palm print again. The 9 territory star chart naturally cannot tell the other party directly. However, if he wants to see this star glow, let him see it. Chu Yan has confidence in this one, even if he is a god king, he may not understand it. This really has some magic. This origin, even I can't understand it. However, this breath seems to coincide with the world, attracting each other, which is interesting. The gaze of the God King Duanqing fluctuated, as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, his face was startled, and he said in a suspicious voice. Could it be? Having said that, the jade fan in his hand froze suddenly, and the expression on his face also froze. Senior, what did you see? Chu Yan's mind moved, and he quickly asked. This? King Duanqing shook his head, looked at Chu Yan, his eyes flickered. I'm just a guess, whether it's true, I can't say for sure. Having said that, the Duanqing God King looked at Chu Yan, his tone became calmer, and he asked. If little friend Chu Yan is willing to investigate, why not go to a place with me, maybe there will be an answer. Of course, just rest assured, that place is definitely much better than this place. Hearing these words, Chu Yan immediately felt relieved, nodded, and said, "Thank you, Senior." An unrivaled overlord who took the initiative to take him to a place, and promised that it would be better than Dwantianmuya, so naturally he would not suffer. Keep your mind on it. When the God King Dwanqing said a word, he stretched out his hand directly, and formed a handprint of Gang Yuan, which was tied to Chu Yan, and disappeared in an instant. In the blink of an eye, when the two reappeared, they had already entered another space. As soon as Chu Yan landed, he felt the power between the heaven and the earth, extremely fierce, constantly impacting his sea of consciousness. If it hadn't been prepared for a long time, and the world of consciousness sea was suppressed, suddenly, it might really suffer. After a while, Chu Yan adapted to the environment. Here it is. As soon as he raised his head and looked around, Chu Yan was stunned. I saw that the sky and the earth here were all purple. That kind of spiritual tide, almost identical to that of Dwantianmuya, rolled over the sky, releasing earth-shattering power. It was as if the entire sky was boiling. From a distance, it looks like countless celestial beings are fighting above the sky, releasing all kinds of vigor and visions that make the world tremble. Here is Dwantian's secret realm. The Dwanqing God King pointed down, and said softly. Going in, it is the deepest part of Dwantiania. Chu Yan's heart trembled. The deepest part of the skybreak cliff. This power is too terrifying. He originally felt that this blessed land was on the level of Dwantianmuya, but now it seems that it is not at all. The place in front of me may be the real core of the blessed land of God. You can practice here, and after a while, I will know where your aura comes from. The God King Dwanqing seemed extremely confident. With a wave of his hand, a suspended square appeared on the platform. On this square, there is a power of the God King, which completely separates the square from the violent power between heaven and earth. Otherwise, with Chu Yan's power at the peak of the divine realm, staying here for a long time may not be able to bear it. Add bookmark for easy reading. #C2936 Silly. Chu Yan will naturally not be polite about the care of the Dwanqing God King. Thank you, Senior. Chu Yan missed a salute, then jumped directly and flew to the square. The power of the spiritual tide here is more than 10 times stronger than that of Dwantianmuya. Practicing here is obviously much better. However, Chu Yan is not stupid, and quietly runs the Godhead. If there is any problem, there is a big boss in the Godhead, who should be able to deal with it. Although so far, the life-severing God King does not seem to have any malicious intentions, but he must be on guard against others. Senior, I am cultivating here, it may not be very good, there are some abnormalities in me, which may cause. Chu Yan thought of Lulian, and hurriedly said. You know, when in Qianji Cave, Lion caused a phenomenon of heaven and earth, and even caused Taboo Ridge to be born in advance. When competing for spiritual breath in Dwantianmuya, Lulian was honest and didn't do anything. But at this point, if he cultivates with all his strength, what Lulian will do is hard to say. Ha ha ha, don't need to say too much. Don't worry, my Dwantiania is also a blessed place, and it is impossible to affect it. The God King Dwanqing laughed and shook his head directly. Not to mention one oddity, even if an unrivaled overlord came, it would be impossible to stir up any trouble here. After all, this is his own territory. That's good. Chu Yan nodded, no longer scruples, directly mobilized the divine power and the 9 realms star map, evolved a golden palm print, and grabbed it in the distance. Rumble. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, a vast spiritual tide, like a school of fish caught in a net, was completely caught in the net and pulled back to the square. This time, Chu Yan used 3 stars, which was not too powerful. However, if this net is used, the harvest is much greater than that of Dwanqingmuya, far more than 3 times that of the 9th level stone chamber. Looks like my guess was right. The special aura on his body has the characteristics of the spiritual source of all things. The God King Duanqing stood aside, watched quietly, shook his head and said, "It's just that the aura of the spiritual source of all things is really thin. If this is the original will, theoretically speaking, it should be much more refined. If an unrivaled God King like him devours and refines it, the benefits will definitely not be small." The source of all things. Chu Yan turned his head to look at the eyes of God King Duanqing. His eyes were full of doubts. "This matter is related to the God King realm, and you will know it later." The Duanqing God King looked at Chu Yan, and then asked, "How much of this kind of breath do you have?" Chu Yan glanced at Qihai, and replied truthfully, "There are dozens more." The Duanqing God King nodded, smiled lightly and said, "Make a deal with you, you will give me these dozens of breaths, I will let you practice here for half a month, and I will give you a spiritual talisman of human dignity. What do you think?" After thinking about it, the God King Duanqing added, "This magic talisman was cultivated by me personally. As long as it is activated, it can release a divine technique comparable to the state of human dignity." When Chu Yan heard it, his eyes lit up immediately, and with a wave of his hand, he shot more than 50 stars. Practicing here for half a month is enough to completely refine the heart of taboo, and there is an extra human talisman, which can be used as a life-saving trump card. I didn't expect this Xinghui to be so valuable. When you have time in the future, refine it more. Chu Yan pondered in his heart, then sat cross-legged and began to practice. 9 Territories star map would usually listen to his call, to help him when it was critical, which was already very good. Taboo breath. This child has something to do with Taboo Ridge. The Duanqing God King took Xinghui and was about to leave when he suddenly discovered something and said to Chu Yan, "Chu Yan, I have a few big formations here, which should be helpful to you." With a wave of his hand, the God King Duanqing waved a flash of spiritual light, covering the square, forming large formations coiling around in an instant. These spiritual formations made the disappearance of the black hole on the taboo heart in Chu Yan's body significantly faster. Chu Yan just wanted to thank him, but found that the Duanqing God King had left, so he restrained himself and began to concentrate on cultivation. Time flies. In Duanqing Muya, those big cultivators soon discovered that the owner of the golden palm print had disappeared. This was originally a small matter, but it caused a big disturbance. After all, in a place like Duantian Muya, where tens of thousands of cultivators gather, it is quite normal for some to come and some to leave. However, the little heavenly King Yupeng and Mr. Shiming had just changed from the 9th to the 8th stone room, which was a bit embarrassing. I was so tricked. Yupeng and Mr. Shiming had black faces. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, 5 days passed. The taboo heart black hole in Chu Yan's body was completely reduced by half. During this time, what reassured him a little was that Lulian seemed to be extremely honest and did nothing. However, what he didn't know was that because of his relationship, the entire Duanqing Muya had undergone various changes. Report to the elders, Ziyu Ancient Road, Lishen Chao, including the Lake of Soaring Sky, are all undergoing changes. In a palace, a white-robed disciple rushed over and shouted loudly, "Ziyu Ancient Road, Lishen Tide, and Lake Soaring to the Sky, these are the 3 most famous treasures among Duantian Cliff, and they are not open to the public at all. Normally, these are the training grounds of the outer and inner disciples of the Duanqing God King, as well as the elite disciples." What? These 3 treasures have been stable for hundreds of years. How could they suddenly change together? Pass my elder's order and notify immediately, all disciples, enter it to practice. The elder deacon pondered for a moment, and immediately ordered. Although these 3 treasures are not the most critical places in Duanshenjia, there have been changes that happen to benefit the disciples. As long as you hold on, Wanglongtai and Mingtian Ancient Palace will be fine. 7 days later, in the depths of Duantianya. It's almost there. Chu Yan's eyes opened suddenly, and his consciousness was like a tide, mobilizing all the spiritual energy, pouring it all into the taboo black hole. The black hole, which was already weak to the extreme, finally couldn't continue to operate, and exploded completely with a bang. Rumble. With the disintegration of the black hole, the seal of the taboo heart was completely shattered, and the force of the taboo, which was like a tide, poured into Chu Yan's whole body like a river. His entire body was focused on, and a huge transformation took place in an instant. 9 heavens of Earth God Realm. 10 heavens of Earth God Realm. The pinnacle of the gods. Half-step God. At half a step to the realm of the gods, the eruption in Chu Yan's body finally stopped slowly. Now, his divine body, whether it is the bones or the meridians, is like a piece of crystal jade, releasing shining light and bursting out with infinite power. It is no exaggeration to say that looking at the entire God realm, a person who can be at the peak of the Earth God realm and possess the body of a half-step god is like a wind and hair scale. It can even be said that there are very few people who have reached the peak of the Earth God and whose physical strength is comparable to that of a half-step god. However, at this time, Chu Yan's physical transformation continued. #C2937 Requote the vision. A purple-black airflow, like a black dragon, goes retrograde along Chu Yan's meridians. Along the way, shallow spirit patterns were engraved on them, as if forming some kind of spirit formation. Invisible power was released from his body, and in the depths of the void, some extremely mysterious power was attracted. This is. Chu Yan's mind moved. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his hand and drew a bloody mouth on his hand. That mysterious power flowed immediately, restoring the wound to its original state. This forbidden body actually has the ability to recover itself. Chu Yan was full of astonishment. This ability seems simple, but if you add the effect of green lotus. Just thinking about it, Chu Yan felt a kind of excitement. The body of taboo, reversing the universe, the heaven and the earth hanging upside down, the gate of all wonders, the blood god forged by heaven. At this moment, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, a bell-like voice sounded. Without waiting for Chu Yan to react, the invisible force swept across the audience in an instant, making the whole body shine like a finishing touch. In Chu Yan's heart, a hint of enlightenment rose. This kind of comprehension is extremely weird, and in just a moment, many mysteries are all comprehended. Okay. The forbidden body is really mysterious. The forging of this physical body is completely integrated with the power of taboo. If it is fully activated, the combat power will definitely double. In Chu Yan's eyes, strange fire flickered. The power of this taboo body far exceeded his imagination, especially when he possessed the green lotus before. It was even more terrifying. Of course, Chu Yan also realized the limitations of the taboo body. With the improvement of Chu Yan, his combat power will increase less and less, and when he reaches the human dignity, everything will disappear. However, at that time, the body of taboo will be transformed into a technique of taboo, directly integrated into his divine power, bringing infinite changes to his divine power. So much spiritual energy, it's not wasted at all. Chu Yan's face was full of excitement, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, and his mood gradually calmed down. It's time to leave. Although it was less than half a month, there was no need to continue to stay here. Chu Yan's eyes fell on the square, and he quickly found the teleportation formation left by the god King Duanqing, poured it with divine power, and urged it to move. His figure disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was on the street of a city. On the bustling street, there are endless crowds, the bustling surroundings, and all kinds of noisy sounds can be heard endlessly. Senior Mo, he probably won't come out so soon, leave him a message. Chu Yan pondered in his heart, ready to go to find Duantianmuye's disciple. Boom, boom. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound sounded, and the entire Tianya city trembled suddenly, as if a thunderbolt fell from the sky and struck the city. What's the situation? All the cultivators raised their heads and looked at the sky, their faces full of bewilderment. Even Chu Yan was stunned. Roar. Immediately afterwards, an earth-shattering dragon's voice resounded, and a mighty dragon appeared from the sky, sweeping the heaven and earth with its billowing dragon power. For some reason, suddenly, the sky above Duantian Cliff turned blood red. A powerful killing breath filled the world. This is Wanlong Terrace, it's about to open. A strong man at the peak of the gods was stunned. Duantianya, Wanlong Tai, one of the 2 forbidden places. Didn't you say that the Wanlong Terrace only opens once every 10 years? It seems that it was only opened the year before last, why now? It doesn't make sense. All the cultivators in the city were stunned, and they were all dumbfounded. Many of them have stayed at Duantianya all year round and are very familiar with the situation here. Boom. Just when everyone was astonished, a thunderclap exploded. Countless purple lights bloomed completely in the blood-colored sky, and at the end of the distance a strange palace appeared, and the aura released was many times stronger than the blood dragon just now. This is the ancient palace of Hades. A cultivator looked shocked at the vision in the sky. Mingtian Ancient Palace, like Wanlong Terrace, is one of the 2 forbidden places of Duantianya. This ancient temple of Mingtian is opened every 20 years, which is longer than Wanlong Tai. Like Wanlong Terrace, it was only opened the year before last, and now it is about to open again. The most important thing is that the 2 forbidden areas are opened at the same time, which is itself a problem. Could it be that something big is going to happen to Duantianya? The 2 forbidden areas are opened at the same time, something is going to happen. Chu Yan looked at this scene with a dazed expression, and his forehead was covered with fine sweat. Others don't know, but of course he might know. I'm afraid that this matter has a lot to do with Lilian, just like the situation in Qianji Cave, it will happen again. Let's leave now. Chu Yan quickly calmed down, and looked around with some guilt, not even planning to leave the message, and went directly to the teleportation array. Although he had reminded the Duanqing God King before, that Lord God King treated him well. It seems a bit sorry for Duantianya to make Duantianya like this now. Although I said it in advance, the Duanqing God King himself said it was fine, but after all, he was a little embarrassed. As for Moa Tianqian, just wait for him to come out later, and then send a jade talisman to contact him. However, when Chu Yan stepped into the teleportation formation, what he didn't know was that guy has already left Duantianya. The owner of this voice, after saying this, looked up at the various visions in the sky, his face covered with cold sweat. You know, even he was hit hard by the sudden vision just now. If he hadn't reacted quickly, the result would have been miserable. At the same time, Duantianmuya. Countless powerful spiritual breaths continuously fell from all directions, sinking into the body of the God King Duanqing. On his body, streams of divine light flowed, and countless spirit patterns flickered. Wanlong Terrace and Mingtian Ancient Palace, how to open it in advance. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and streaks of spiritual light scattered in all directions. His face was full of doubts. The ancient temple of Mingtian was built by him alone, and all the rules were formulated by him himself. There has never been any strange phenomenon in the 1,000 years. The next moment, his face froze directly, sensing the Wanlong Terrace, there was also a vision. Could it be that Duantianmuya is about to undergo some changes? The celestial immortal bone is fine, and the purple dew jade cauldron is fine. The divine consciousness of the God King Duanqing swept across the entire Duantian cliff, checking every key point, and the look of doubt on his face became more and more serious. At this time, he suddenly thought of something, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently twice. That Chu Yan, I seemed to say before, could it be him? Thinking of this, the God King Duanqing gasped suddenly, and stood up abruptly. Add bookmark for easy reading. #C2938 block the way. Thinking of Chu Yan's previous reminder, God King Duanqing felt a toothache. As a majestic God King, his blessed land was unexpectedly affected by a mere earth god, causing such a big shock. The key is that before, people reminded me, and I patted my chest to assure that there was no problem at all. But now, his own territory is almost fried. This kid ran away. The corner of Duanqing Xuanhuan's mouth twitched twice, and his consciousness swept across the entire Duantian cliff, but Chu Yan did not appear. You three, set off immediately and find Chu Yan for me at all costs. When a hegemony order came out, the God King Duanqing got up and left the place of cultivation to deal with the aftermath. At this time it was not far from Duanshenjia Lianqing. Chu Yan's figure, like a startled rainbow, swept across the sky and flew towards the distance. It's a pity, the ancient Hades Hall and Wanglong Terrace are both open. If the king of Duanqing doesn't know it's me, it's okay. Chu Yan sighed softly in his heart, his face full of regret. Find a place, continue to practice, and improve your cultivation. Although his current combat strength is already qualified to participate in the Battle of Honor, but right now, there is no battle for honor, so he can only choose to improve his cultivation first. I don't know, where else can I? Thinking of the majestic aura in the depths of Duantiania before, Chu Yan was full of regret. What a pity. Opening the Shanghai map given by Moa Tianxian before, Chu Yan began to check it. The map has already been updated countless times, and one message after another flashed in front of Chu Yan. The Holy Heaven God King fought against the Heaven Virtue God King and the Tsang Moon God King. With a glance, Chu Yan saw important information. One God King fought against two, and he still won. The combat power of this holy God King should not be weak. Chu Yan frowned slightly. He pondered in his heart. At this moment, Chu Yan suddenly felt a wave of breath coming from the void in front of him. Chu Yan, why did you run away without saying hello? Following the sound, the figures of little heavenly King Yupeng and young Master Shiming appeared in the sky not far away. The faces of the two were gloomy, with a cold and murderous look. In addition, behind them, there are 10 peak powerhouses. These cultivators are all disciples under the command of the divine King Tianda. This time, they followed the little heavenly king to Duantian Mayan and specially accompanied them. You guys, keep staring at me. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. Not only did he not have the slightest fear, but the divine power in his body was directly operating. These two guys, Chu Yan, had been murderous towards them before. Now, the two of them took the initiative to send it to your door, which is the best thing. It's an honor for us two unrivaled geniuses to stare at you alone. Brother Yu, this guy is handed over to me. It's been a long time since I drank the blood of a genius. Young Master Shiming's ghostly aura suddenly surged, and countless phantoms of ghosts and gods roared behind him. In Duantian Muya, I was suffocated, and now I just use the sky to vent. As for the little heavenly King Yupeng, he nodded expressionlessly. Mr. Shiming's strength is the same as his. To deal with an ascendant from the lower realm, it is really unnecessary for two people to fight together. Too much nonsense. Without waiting for Mr. Shiming's words to fall to the ground, Chu Yan's figure exploded, and he rushed up, raising his hand and punching him. Good boy, dare to shoot first. Mr. Shiming didn't expect that this guy would be so tough, and in this situation, he wouldn't run away. Just your fist, you want to hurt me too. In the face of Chu Yan's punch, he didn't even bother to use the seal, and waved his hand directly, and a large area of will-o'-the-wisps rushed out, forming a wall of fire. In his opinion, this kind of ascendant from the lower realm, a wall of will-o'-the-wisps, is enough. Boom, boom. There was a violent sound, and the vast fist power, like the wrath of a god, smashed through, and the entire wall of ghost fire was blasted into nothingness in an instant. What? Such strong physical strength. Master Ximing and Little Heavenly King's expressions all changed, including the eyes of those who were at the peak of the gods. Physical strength like this has definitely reached the peak strength of the heavenly god realm. Don't you dare to be so arrogant? You still have some strength, but today, let me show you what an unrivaled genius is, the body of a ghost. Mr. Ximing made seals with his hands, and all directions instantly turned into a ghost land. Under the howling air conditioning, countless phantoms of ghosts and gods shuttled through it. Break! The aura of Chu Yan's whole person exploded in an instant, and countless destructive powers were wrapped on the fist, and he punched out again. What? You! Young Master Ximing's pupils shrank suddenly, and the murderous look on his face disappeared, replaced by a look of shock. However, this punch was extremely fast, and there was no time to react. All ghosts and ghosts were blasted into air currents as the punch passed by. Boom! The Taoist robes all over his body burst open suddenly, and a large wave of energy surged like a gale. His whole body arched suddenly like a shrimp, and flew straight backwards, crashing into the void not far away, directly smashing into a big hole. Although the body protection artifact was activated, he was slightly injured by this punch. This guy, he punched Mr. Ximing away. The Little Heavenly King, Yu Peng, was stunned, staring at the huge eyeballs, looking at the young Master Eclipse who crawled out of the turbulent void in the distance, and immediately petrified on the spot. This scene made him completely unbelievable. You must know that the aura of Chu Yan in front of him definitely does not exceed the realm of the gods, at most it is the peak of the gods of the earth. But why? His combat power is even stronger than Mr. Ximing. There is absolutely only one reason why Chu Yan can do this. That's this guy, who also mastered the 4 elements. Peerless genius. An ascendant from the lower realm turned out to be an unrivaled genius. When did this unrivaled genius become so worthless? Any guy who ascended from the lower realms would be an unrivaled genius. Is it that easy? Not only the Little Heavenly King, but even the 10 peak gods were shocked. Chu Yan, you have mastered the 4 elements. No wonder you are so arrogant, dare to challenge brother you, challenge me. Mr. Ximing finally climbed out of the big hole in the turbulent flow of time and space, looked at Chu Yan, and said in surprise. You are qualified. You have apologized to me. As long as you apologize, you can cancel the previous incident. In God's domain, the identity of a peerless genius is too important. If it is not necessary, there will be no situation where unrivaled geniuses will never die, unless they are fools. Because, after every unrivaled genius, there will be a powerful and powerful person. This is not something that can be achieved by an ascendant from the lower realm at all. Even the Chu Yan in front of him is probably here in the Shanghai realm, and has the support of some kind of big boss. Moreover, they didn't seem to have any deep hatred before. #C2939 We apologize. Hearing Mr. Ximing's words, Little Heavenly King Yu Peng frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and nodded. Forget it, as long as you apologize today, the previous things will not be pursued. These words came out, and it seemed that the Little Heavenly King Yu Peng was extremely generous, with benevolence and righteousness in his heart. As long as Chu Yan apologizes, he will let the past go. If it was before, Chu Yan didn't have the 4 elements in his body, and an ordinary ascendant from the lower realm would have killed him casually. But now, the situation is different. The troubles caused by killing a peerless genius may not be able to be solved and dealt with by him. Apologize. Chu Yan's face was startled, and he smiled immediately. The 2 of you have shot at me many times, targeting me, and now you want me to apologize. Give you 3 breaths of time and I can consider letting you go. Chu Yan looked at the 2 of them and said directly. What? Hearing Chu Yan's words, little Heavenly King Yupeng and Mr. Shiming's faces darkened at the same time. Chu Yan, you really think you are an unrivaled genius, so I dare not touch you. Mr. Shiming's face was full of ice, looking at the Chu Yan in front of him, who was completely ignorant of praise. You know, on their side there are 2 unrivaled geniuses and 10 peak gods. If you really want to do it, Chu Yan will lose. Time up. Chu Yan spoke in a cold voice, and with a clang, he drew his sword directly. The sword was out of its sheath, the ice front was like lightning, and when the Haotian sword was raised, the sword flew across the sky and directly struck Yupeng and Mr. Shiming. It looked like a random sword, but the power of this sword was far greater than before, enough to kill a first-tier heavenly god. What courage! Young Master Shiming angrily scolded. Brother you. Let's join hands and teach this boy who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth a good lesson. With the seal of both hands, the blood and energy of the whole body are rolling at the same time, as if thousands of swords of ghosts and gods are slashing towards Chu Yan. Good. Seeing this scene, Yupeng couldn't help applauding loudly. At the same time, his body shook, and a pair of flame wings behind him suddenly opened, and the violent flame hurricane swept away in an instant. They did underestimate Chu Yan before, but now, after knowing Chu Yan's strength, of course they will no longer have any contempt, and the move is a killer move. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan's long hair flew up, and he slashed with the Haotian sword in his hand. Countless storms of sword intent swept across, like a river of swords from heaven and earth, falling from the sky and swallowing everything. 9 souls and ghost body. Young Master Shiming yelled loudly, and his whole body swelled up, turning into a giant soaring into the sky. Futian nerve. A golden light erupted from Yupeng's body, turning into a flame giant, holding the sky in his hands, and killing Chu Yan. The 2 unrivaled geniuses shot with all their strength at the same time, one left and one right, pinching Chu Yan. Seeing this scene, the 10 god peak powerhouses in the back were all trembling. If it were a cultivator of the 3rd level of gods, facing such a pincer attack of 2 unrivaled geniuses, he might not be able to resist at all, and would undoubtedly die. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan's near-divine power also erupted in an instant, and he was directly promoted to the peak state, and his figure disappeared from the original place. When he reappeared, he was above the sky, and he slashed down from top to bottom. This sword. Mr. Shiming's pupils shrank sharply, and when he made a move to resist, he suddenly thought of something. This sword technique is exactly the same as that of the blocker in Qianji Cave. Could it be that the blocker in Qianji Cave is? At the same time that Mr. Shiming let out a shock, his whole body was trembling slightly. Although in Qianji Cave, due to the shackles of the rules, no one knows the identity of the other party, no matter how powerful the divine power is, it is impossible to do it. But now, Mr. Shiming couldn't be more familiar with the sword power of this sword. He's the blocker. Little Heavenly King Yupeng's face also changed instantly. Although he had no experience of what was discovered in Qianji Cave, he told him in detail after hearing Mr. Shiming. With the power of one person, he blocked the 3 unrivaled geniuses and even gained the upper hand. There is no need to doubt that the blocker has definitely stepped into the threshold of the prestige of the avenue, and even made a small achievement in the avenue. However, such a terrifying person could actually be this. Ascension from the lower realm in front of him. Did you feel it? I've already said it before. Chu Yan's voice was like ice, and the Haotian sword in his hand slashed out one after another, and storms of sword intent swept across the world, like sword curtains, falling towards the 2 of them. The huge pressure brought by this sword power caused a feeling of panic in the hearts of the 2 of them. Before, the blocker said that he was Chu Yan, and they thought it was an excuse. But now, it seems to be. Really? Chu. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, if we continue to kill like this, it will be bad for both parties. Why don't we apologize to you and let this matter go? What do you think? Mr. Ximing's heart was full of coldness. He looked at Chu Yan and said. The scene in Qianji Cave was unforgettable for him all his life, and now he bumped into this terrifying person here again, and he lost all fighting spirit. More importantly, he knew very well how long it took, and the Chu Yan in front of him was more than twice as strong as Qianjidangshu. What a terrifying existence such a peerless genius will be in the future. There is absolutely no harm in apologizing now. Late. Chu Yan's face was icy cold, and the destruction domain erupted directly, covering the two great geniuses and the 10 heavenly god realm peak powerhouses. He had given the two of them a chance before, but he didn't know how to cherish it. This time, I'm in trouble. Young Master Ximing's face was ashen. It was extremely difficult to see. This time I took the shot to deal with Chu Yan. I really didn't expect that it would have such a result. If I had known this was the case, I wouldn't have come against Chu Yan if I killed him. Since you have already offended him, let's repel him first and leave this place. Yupeng is worthy of being the little heavenly king. Seeing that Mr. Ximing's words had no effect on Chu Yan, he immediately had a countermeasure. Even if this Chu Yan is a peerless genius, what matters to him is not Chu Yan's strength, but the existence behind him. However, as Yupeng, he is not afraid of him. You guys, give me a shot and trap it. After hearing Yupeng's order, the 10 strong men at the peak of the heavenly god realm roared together, mobilized their divine power, and rushed towards Chu Yan. Known long time ago. Seeing the 10 god-level powerhouses attack, Chu Yan sneered, flipped his hands over, and took out the talisman given to him by the god King Duanqing. It was that talisman, which was comparable to a blow from a strong man in the human realm. It was forged by the god King Duanqing himself, and it was extremely powerful. Roar. With the infusion of divine power, an earth-shattering roar blew up the heavens and the earth, directly shattering the void in a radius of 10 miles. Human Spirit Talisman. The faces of the 10 gods at the peak of the gods suddenly changed, and they roared in unison. Quick, form the formation. #C2940 Kill the world. At this moment, the 10 powerhouses at the peak of the heavenly god realm were so scared that they exploded and quickly formed in formation. The strength of the 10 people gathered together and blasted out an extremely powerful divine light. The divine light gathered together, like a dragon's body, and blocked it towards the angry beast. Although it is said that this is an attack by a human dignity, none of them are ordinary strong men. Together, they are extremely powerful. It's just that in a short period of time, they have to fight this angry beast with all their strength, and they can't talk to Chu Yan anymore. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, it's not necessary. You even took out the human talisman, that's too. Little heavenly King Yupeng, his expression changed, he roared in a low voice. Such a talisman of human dignity is very valuable. If it is sold, it can be exchanged for a talisman. Moreover, it is still the kind of situation where there is a price, but no market. After all, this is a life-saving whole card, which is very valuable. Wan Lai Long Jin. Chu Yan was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. He took a step forward, and raised his hand and punched out. With his combat strength at the peak of the god realm, and the blessing of the great Tao, the power of a punch is enough to compete against the third heaven of the god realm. What's more, his current physical body has reached the level of a god. Block his 100 breath time. Chilling air rose in young Master Ximing's heart, and there was a long howl, and 2 venerable weapons rushed out from around his body at the same time, releasing a majestic majesty. Boom! 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 The fierce confrontation broke out directly above the sky. Chu Yan's figure was like that of a generation of overlords. With every move, the little heavenly King Yupeng and Mr. Ximing retreated steadily, unable to resist at all. 9 Souls Underworld. Young Master Ximing's figure changed. He rushed behind Chu Yan, raised his hand, and blasted out with a palm. A tall ghostly body floating in midair. The huge ghost claw that exploded seemed to be about to catch Chu Yan with one claw. Swish! Chu Yan seemed to have expected it a long time ago, and the Haotian sword in his hand flew up directly, piercing through the entire underworld, and slashed at Mr. Ximing. Not good. Mr. Ximing didn't expect that the power of Chu Yan's sword was so strong that he didn't even have time to use the seal, and the sword's edge had arrived. With a puff, the sword edge pierced through his Taoist robe and penetrated directly through his body. The last time at the battlefield of Qianji Cave, when Chu Yan fought against the three unrivaled geniuses, he saw all the fighting skills of these three people. Now against any one of the three, they have an advanced advantage. Not far away, Yupeng gasped when he saw this scene. The figure soared into the sky, and the towering flame giant unleashed a large swath of flames, sealing off the surrounding void. All over the body, the flame soared into the sky, and the vast sea of fire was like a mountain of flames, with overwhelming power. Rising night and rising clouds. With a sudden wave of the tall flame giant, all the void in a radius of 10 miles was burnt to powder, turned into a sea of flames, and rushed towards Chu Yan. The Ping clan of the three supreme monster clans is actually in the realm of the gods, and has such power. With a sweep of Chu Yan's unicorn pupils, he could see Yu Peng's body clearly. Exactly, take you down, and be my mount. Thinking that Emperor Kuan was the royal mount of the ancient gods, but this golden-winged rock was the supreme and powerful mount, Chu Yan was very moved. Imagine how majestic and domineering it would be to take down Yu Peng and use his body as a mount to walk in this god's domain. What? Mount? It's up to you. When Yu Peng heard Chu Yan's words, his complexion changed drastically, and his figure shot up into the sky, stirring up a large sea of flames. The power is strong, but Yu Peng is really flustered in his heart. Under the raging sea of flames, Yu Peng directly turned into his body and charged straight up towards the sky. He didn't want to think about it anymore. As the overlord of the sky, who would he be afraid of from the golden-winged Peng clan? Once transformed into the body, Yu Peng's aura instantly soared. A pair of claws like iron hooks, much stronger than the magic weapon, directly turned into two sharp lights, and grabbed Chu Yan fiercely. He admitted that he had indeed underestimated Chu Yan before, and that Chu Yan's strength was still higher than his own. However, he is an unrivaled genius, and as a golden-winged rock, what is there to be afraid of in this sky? 9 souls, gods, and ghosts. Mr. Ximing also let out an angry roar, completely ignoring the Haotian sword light that was coming, and charged forward, facing the blood hole in his chest, and rushed forward. A pair of ghost claws turned into the claws of evil ghosts, flipped the seal, and attacked Chu Yan directly. In an instant, the sky was dark, and the golden-winged rock, as towering as a mountain, rushed down from the void with monstrous golden flames. But in front of him, Mr. Ximing brought the shadows of ghosts and gods overwhelming, rushing towards Chu Yan like a tide. Forbidden body. In Chu Yan's eyes, a brilliant light spurts out, and infinite black light rushes out of his body. In an instant, Chu Yan's aura surged wildly like a raging sea. Countless auras of destruction, as well as the power of the god of war, swept out at the same time, covering the void with a radius of 100,000 miles, turning into a large area of destruction. This is... Little Heavenly King Yu Peng and young Master Ximing's expressions all changed, and their faces were filled with horror. Chu Yan's combat power was already terrifyingly high, but now, it can be more than doubled. Swish. When they were so terrified they didn't have time to react, they only felt a vast force descending from the sky, pounding heavily on his body. The little Heavenly King, Yu Peng, only felt his whole body go cold, and when he was hit hard suddenly, the flames all over his body froze for an instant. Immediately afterwards, a large wave of destructive force rushed into his body like a stream, completely sealing off his monster power. Standing on his back, Chu Yan burst out with the might of a god of war, completely suppressing him. As soon as he turned his head, Chu Yan looked at the wave of ghosts and gods not far away, and waved his hands. Fei Lu. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, a clone rushed out, holding a long sword, and rushed into the large tide of ghosts and gods. What is this? Master Ximing looked at the figure holding a long sword, and his expression of surprise changed immediately. He didn't dare to hesitate, and he used a powerful escape technique, preparing to escape. However, no matter how fast he was obviously a bit behind the figure holding the sword. Large snowflakes fluttered and fell from the sky and the earth were full of heavy snow. The Haoyan sword that shuttled in the sky flew over again, and pierced fiercely towards the chest of Mr. Ximing. Ah! The wound of the second sword is more terrifying than the first sword. Young Master Ximing was pierced through the body by the épée twice, and couldn't hold on any longer. He let out a scream and fell from the sky. Large swathes of blood splashed across the sky, causing a rain of blood. However, the power of this sword did not end. The figure holding the sword rushed to the falling body of young Master Ximing at an astonishing speed, stretched out his hand, and pulled out the Haoyan sword in his hand. Overhead. #C2941 Tibetan Swordsmanship. Fei Lu Hidden Swordsmanship. It is one of the 3 immortal arts that Chu Yan obtained from Taboo Ridge. This immortal technique can only be performed after opening the forbidden body. When a sword is released, a heroic spirit holding a sword is created to kill people with a sword. This kind of spiritual body is invisible and qualityless, and its speed is extremely fast, and it is impossible for ordinary warriors to fight against it. Then use this heroic sword body to fuse with a weapon to instantly kill the enemy. As long as the enemy does not die, the heroic spirit will keep chasing and killing him with his sword. Chu Yan, you are dreaming. Yu Peng let out a roar and rolled violently, only to see golden feathers coming out of his body, turning into sharp blades, and shooting directly at Chu Yan. Each golden feather is a powerful sharp weapon, not weaker than a magic weapon, and its power is unparalleled. Not only these golden feathers, countless powerful talismans and fairy weapons rushed out from his body, each of which was extremely powerful. As an unrivaled genius, and also the parent and child of an unrivaled overlord, the whole cards in his body are extraordinary. Town. Chu Yan is like an ancient god of a generation, following his words. Under the operation of the unicorn's pupils, he fused countless destructive forces and evolved a void mountain, which was severely suppressed. No matter if it was the golden feather or the treasured talisman, they were all suppressed before they had time to display their power. In order to teach Yu Peng some lessons, or make him surrender, Chu Yan raised his hand and punched him on the back. Even the golden-winged roc, one of the 3 supreme monster races, has a strong physical body, but it would definitely not feel good to be punched at such a close distance. The wrath of gods and ghosts. At this moment, a mass of white spiritual fire suddenly appeared on the body of young Master Ximing below, and his body began to burn. This is a forbidden magical power, extremely powerful. Click. Click. During the burning process, Mr. Ximing's body made a sound, as if all the bones in his body were exploding. The power that rushed out continuously bombarded the body of the heroic spirit sword in front of him. This move looked very ordinary, but it directly blasted the body of the heroic spirit into powder and disappeared without a trace. Chu Yan, even if you are strong, what can you do to me today? We will meet again in the future. Young Master Ximing let out a loud roar, his hands formed seals, and blood all over the sky, as if he had been summoned, emerged from the void and gathered in front of him. Soon, it condensed into a mass of blood cells and began to burn violently, and the power of countless spirit patterns was released from the burning blood cells. These spirit patterns enveloped his body, causing his body to quickly become unreal. All the blood was not wasted, it was turned into his powerful escape technique to escape from the scene. Want to leave? Chu Yan rushed forward, raised his hand and grabbed the Haotian sword, and chopped it down towards Mr. Ximing. Chu Yan, it's useless. I'm the ghost blood escape technique. Your sword can't hurt the illusory me at all. Young Master Ximing's face did not change at all, but there was a hint of complacency on the contrary. He has fought against many powerful people, and encountered the danger of life and death, all relying on this method to survive. Yeah. In Chu Yan's eyes, there is a black light like a tide, and the godhead in his body is running wildly. In an instant, Haotian was covered with green lights, directly suppressing the entire world. Chu Yan, even if you are a small success, so what? Seeing Chu Yan, Mr. Ximing urged the power of Tao, and taunted again. Although the power of the great Tao has absolutely terrifying power and can suppress everything, he is not afraid of this move at all. Boom. However, when the sword was slashed, the ball of burning blood seemed to have been severely injured and shattered. What? This, how is it possible? Young Master Ximing's face changed drastically, he never thought that such a situation would happen. Heaven and earth collapse. Chu Yan slammed his sword at the void. Chu Yan, you can't kill me. I am the descendant of the Nine-Soul God King. If you kill me, the Nine-Soul God King will never let you go. At this moment, young Master Necrotic Eclipse finally felt the chill of death, and let out a desperate roar. Although as a peerless genius, such behavior is extremely embarrassing. But for him now, the most important thing is to survive. As long as you can live, no matter what face you lose in the future, you can get it back. If you die, everything is nothing. However, just like before he could finish speaking, the sword power on Chu Yan exploded. Chu Yan doesn't care whether you are an unrivaled genius or a god king, as long as you decide to kill the other party, you will not show any mercy. Moreover, this trip to the Divine Sea realm, he must also make a name for himself, otherwise, in the future, this type of person will continue to target himself, it will not be annoying to death. Call out. In an instant, the void trembled, and a blood-red electric light shot straight from the distant horizon, like a sharp arrow, directly into Chu Yan's body. Chu Yan's body erupted with an incomparably vast killing atmosphere. This? Chu Yan's eyes trembled, his face was serious. He had heard Moa Tianqian say before that in the realm of the gods, beheading a peerless genius would be backlashed by heaven and earth, and he would be marked with the mark of Tianwei. The more unrivaled geniuses beheaded, the deeper this imprint of Tianwei will be. It was said in the past that there was a strong man who beheaded several unrivaled geniuses in a row. Without any restraint, his whole body exuded a blood-red murderous aura. When other cultivators saw it, they ran away without daring to provoke him. My descendant of the Nine-Soul God throne, who dares to kill? At the same time, an extremely ear-piercing voice suddenly sounded from the blood of Mr. Ximing. Countless pitch-black blood poured into Chu Yan's body like a boiling tide. At this moment, Chu Yan had already sensed it, and swung the Haotian sword in his hand, strangling all the black blood. The Haotian sword, which gathers the righteous energy of the heaven and the earth, and the spiritual source of all things, has the same root and origin as Chu Yan himself, and can kill thousands of filthy spirits. You really killed Eclipse. Little Heavenly King Yu Peng's face was filled with horror. It didn't take long for him to become a peerless genius, and this was the first time he saw a peerless genius lose. Dead. Those 10 strong men at the peak of the heavenly god realm also looked pale. This is a peerless genius. In the Divine Sea realm, he is definitely a top-ranked young talent with an unlimited future. Now, it's your turn. Chu Yan's fighting spirit was like a tide, his hands formed seals, and countless waves of destructive air gathered in front of him into a frenzy. Before, he shattered the meridians of Yu Peng's whole body with one punch, and temporarily sealed his whole body's monster power. Now, he completely sealed it with his unique destructive power. Even if the little heavenly King Yupeng wants to escape, when they meet again, as long as he activates the destructive power in his body, he can be subdued. Bold. At this moment, a voice with endless thunder power exploded above the sky. #C2942 God's Will. This shout of thunder caused the heaven and earth within a radius of 10 miles to shake suddenly, and the violent fairy spirits collided with each other, stirring up a wave of air that swept the surrounding area into nothingness. In the void, a tall and majestic figure gradually appeared. The moment this figure appeared, everything around him lost its brilliance. Whether it's Chu Yan or the 10 god-level peak powerhouses, they all look extremely small under this figure, just like the difference between a mountain peak and an ant. This figure is a wisp of will, from the divine king of virtue, descending. The little heavenly King Yupeng received life-threatening injuries, and this ray of divine king's will would appear to deter the enemy. I, the divine king of virtue. Yupeng is me. The figure as tall as a mountain stood upright in the void, looking down at Chu Yan, and every word was swept away by Tianwei, suppressing one side of the world. The 10 god-level peak powerhouses were all pale and trembling like chaff. Although they knew Yupeng's identity, and knew that the person in front of them was the body of the will of the divine king of virtue, who had already used powerful divine power to resist, but they were still trembling because of the power of this unrivaled overlord. Boom, boom. Before the majestic figure could finish speaking, a sea-like sword light slashed at his tall figure viciously in his eyes full of astonishment, cutting it into nothingness. Humph. It's just a wisp of will, so arrogant. Chu Yan held the long sword in his hand, and from beginning to end, he didn't even look at the body of the will of the god of virtue that day. After cutting it into pieces, he turned around, looked at Yupeng, raised his hand and punched out again. Roar. The golden dragon's shadow roared, mixed with the power of destruction, and blasted into Yupeng's monster body, forming a seal in his meridians instantly. Chu Yan, you wait for me. Yupeng's roar sounded, and countless spiritual seals all over his body released a large amount of divine light. Without waiting for Chu Yan to make another move, that piece of spiritual light. The figure wrapped around Yupeng disappeared immediately on the spot. The genius of the world, the son of the overlord, the means on this body are really extraordinary. Chu Yan looked at the empty sky and shook his head. I have already escaped, and I can't catch it if I catch it. Chu Yan had expected this point. After all, it was so easy to catch the son of an unrivaled overlord. Therefore, Chu Yan made a seal in his body, and when we meet again next time, it will be much easier to catch him. However, Chu Yan was worried that after Yupeng escaped and went back to find his father, it would be easy to say whether he would find this destructive breath seal. Next time we meet, I will give you a surprise. Chu Yan's whole body was restrained, and his eyes were shining brightly. If there is no chance to meet Yupeng again in the future, then it is not too late to look for him after he is honored and becomes the overlord of the world. Anyway, it's not too late, this pair of golden-winged Yupeng father and son must catch one. Get out. Chu Yan glanced at the distance, and the 10 strong men at the peak of the heavenly state were still trapped there, fighting with the human spirit talisman of the Duan-Xingxin king. With a flash of his figure, Chu Yan disappeared directly. With his current cultivation base, he can deal with cultivators around the 5th level of the heavenly god realm, and with some means, he can fight head-on with the 8th level of the heavenly god realm, and he can also retreat completely. However, if it is the peak of the gods, there is still a gap. What's more, there are 10 peak gods here, and they can't deal with them for the time being. After flying a full 100,000 miles, Chu Yan's figure gradually slowed down, his consciousness spread out, and when he found no one was chasing him, he waved his hand and took out the map of God's domain. Right now, he still needs to find a place to raise his cultivation to the heavenly god realm. If he can break through to around the 5th level of the heavenly god realm at once, that would be the best. As soon as Chu Yan's consciousness penetrated into the map, a look of astonishment appeared. Just now, the news that the Holy Heaven God King defeated the 2 great God Kings is no longer so conspicuous. Instead, a place called Dangshanbo appeared on a god island in the Shanhai realm. This is the ancient immortal battlefield. Chu Yan's breathing became rapid in an instant, and his fists were clenched. As we all know, only by stepping into the immortal ancient battlefield can one get a shocking adventure, compete with all the geniuses and powerhouses, and succeed in being honored. Although it is said that it is the goal of countless cultivators to break through the realm of gods to the realm of respect, but for Chu Yan, respect is not the most important thing. The point is, before the Godhead Phantom said that only after being honored can one know some secrets of God's domain and find a way to revive Yu Linglong. Dangshanbo. Go now. As soon as he said it, Chu Yan swept his eyes and began to look for the way to go in the map. However, in the next breath, a cold voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. Do not go. The owner of this voice is Empress Xiantian. Why? Chu Yan frowned. He didn't expect Empress Xiantian to appear suddenly at this time. In the past month or so, he sent several summons to Chu Yan, but the other party ignored him at all, and now he suddenly appeared and refused to let him go to the ancient immortal battlefield. Of course he didn't understand. Dangshanbo. It's just a vision now, it's fully opened, and there are still a few months left. Empress Xuantian's voice was still cold, and she explained softly. And, do you think that you will be honored when this ancient immortal battlefield opens? Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment, his face full of doubts. What do you mean? It seems that you seem to have forgotten the things in the 10 Directions star field. Empress Xiantian was expressionless, but there was a trace of sneer in her tone. You have to be honored, you are different from other people. The opportunities and visions you need are also completely different. At that time I was honored for the first time. There were 9 ancient immortal battlefields, but I didn't have a chance. Later, I barely succeeded until 18 ancient immortal battlefields appeared. When mentioning the previous failure experience, Empress Xiantian seemed to have a more icy tone. However, Chu Yan immediately understood her reminder. That is to say, I have to wait until at least 18 ancient immortal battlefields are opened before I have a chance. Chu Yan's face twitched, speechless. There are about 10 ancient immortal battlefields in this god's domain every few decades. However, no one can say exactly when and how many will appear. Maybe, wait 10 years, only once or twice, maybe. This seems to have something to do with luck. About the ancient immortal battlefield, even if the Supreme takes action, it can only open up to 3 places at the same time. Empress Xuantian's words made Chu Yan even more depressed. Only 3. How can this be honored? It doesn't mean that there is no hope at all. Moreover, this opportunity in front of him was just missed. The point is, if you continue to wait like this, you will not know the year of the monkey before you can wait. Your talent is too heaven-defying, so it is doomed that your path to martial arts will be even more difficult. In the history of this god realm, there have been countless peerless geniuses, but they all disappeared in the long river of history because of the difficulty of martial arts. This blow made Chu Yan completely dumbfounded. #C2943 Man will conquer the sky. Although Empress Xiantian didn't want to hit Chu Yan, these words were all facts, cruel reality. It's not the hardest thing to achieve in the same rank, with a cultivation that defies the sky. As long as you have enough luck and perseverance, you can do it. However, it is extremely difficult to reach the level of the 9 heavens supreme being, or even the unrivaled overlord, by luck. Is there any other way? Chu Yan took a deep breath and asked. He thought of Lulian. Maybe he went to find the ancient immortal battlefield by himself, maybe there would be a chance to produce more visions. After all, the existence of Qianji Cave, Duantian Cliff, and Green Lotus made countless relics open in advance and at the same time. After pondering for a long time, Empress Xiantian uttered one word, which resounded through Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Any solution? Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately, and he asked anxiously. As the old saying goes, man will conquer the sky. The road to martial arts is even more so. Therefore, everything in this world can be done by human power. Empress Xuantian's words were said in a leisurely manner, but it made Chu Yan want to see through. During my second honor, originally only 9 ancient immortal battlegrounds were opened, but I used some means to open 18 at the same time. What means, I can't tell you, and even if I tell you, you can't do it. However, if you promise me to do something for me in the future, I can make the number of ancient immortal battlefields that appear this time reach 15. Step by step, she finally revealed her purpose. This? Chu Yan pondered for a moment, then nodded. If you can really do it, I can promise you. After all, since he knew Empress Xiantian till now, the other party hasn't harmed him yet, so it doesn't matter if he agrees to her. Only. This feeling of being controlled by others made Chu Yan very unhappy. Moreover, this Empress Xiantian seemed to be doing it on purpose, and there was an obvious rhythm of trying to trick him when she spoke. After hearing Chu Yan's agreement, Empress Xiantian nodded, and then disappeared completely. Run away. Didn't say anything? Chu Yan was speechless, shook his head, and could only wait patiently. Looking at the map of God's domain in his hand, Chu Yan kept scanning with his consciousness, reading all the messages. The unrivaled overlords of the great gods and blessed lands seemed to be vying for practitioners to go to practice. But yes, judging from the fact that Chu Yan had been to Duantianya once before, those unrivaled overlords seemed to give some benefits to those cultivators to complete the task. The completion of these tasks is the accumulation of resources allowed by these geshiba. Therefore, the cultivator here seems to have become a kind of resource in itself. Forget it, let's go to the 8yu Xuanhuan sect first. Chu Yan thought for a while and made a decision. The Baiyu Xuanhuan sect is one of the 3 great lineages in the Shanhai realm, and with its supreme majesty and domineering aura, it is the head of the 3 great lineages. Empress Xiantian rejected the invitations of all forces, but in the end she took up the position of an elder in this force. Moreover, that unrivaled genius named Huayang is also in this force. Just take this opportunity to meet those geniuses with supreme orthodoxy. Time flies, and 3 days pass in a blink of an eye. In the past 3 days, the entire Shanhai realm has been circulating the news that a genius named Chu Yan killed Mr. Shiming. However, the heat of the news soon died down. After all, with the opening of Dangshambo, everyone's attention is focused on the immortal ancient battlefield that will be opened. Moreover, the entire Shanhai realm has a vast land and abundant resources, and there is no special force to spread these news. An unrivaled genius was killed, but there was still not much trouble to be caused. As for Chu Yan, in 3 days, he was on his way with all his strength, and he was getting closer and closer to the Baiyu Xuanhuangzong. This. Suddenly, Chu Yan's figure stopped abruptly, his eyes were like lightning, sweeping in all directions. Just now, he felt a strange fluctuation. Could it be Shingongshi? Chu Yan's thoughts flickered, thinking that Shingongshi had sent someone to intercept and kill him before, and suddenly became nervous. Click! When the divine power in Chu Yan's body began to circulate, a snow-white flame suddenly burned in front of Chu Yan. In the snow-white flame, a piece of jade talisman floated, and the jade light was like washing. What? Chu Yan's face was full of astonishment. He pondered for a while, then reached out and took the jade talisman. With a sweep of consciousness, all the restrictions on the jade talisman were erased, and the content was directly checked. Brother Chu Yan, I am Huayang, An extremely excited voice suddenly sounded. I was planning to set off to find you, but I didn't expect you to come. Therefore, in a hurry, I can only send the message in this way. Chu Yan looked at the message in it, and his face was filled with horror. This Huayang seems to be the master of the physical body that he occupied when he was in the Yin-Yang realm before. If it weren't for this jade talisman, Chu Yan would not easily believe what happened in the Yin-Yang world before, in detail. You know, that Huayang back then was completely cut off. Although that Huayang at that time was different from Ling Long, his physical body was not completely decayed. I used his physical body to step into the realm of the Great Tao, but Chu Yan's soul could not be calm for a long time. The next door agent of the Phantom of the Godhead was completely beyond his imagination. This is almost equivalent to reversing the universe and hanging yin and yang upside down. I am afraid that even the 9 heavens supreme in this God's domain may not be able to do it. Brother Chu Yan, I know that you are improving your cultivation and preparing to be honored. This time, I got an excellent mission. Why don't you come with me? It will be of great benefit. Whether Big Brother believes me or not, I will make a Shinto oath first. No matter what happens, I will never betray Big Brother. Hearing Huayang's Shinto oath, Chu Yan immediately relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, in this God's domain, he finally met an old friend. Moreover, the chance between this old man and himself seems to be extremely deep. This feeling warmed his heart suddenly. After all, back then, he and Huayang were of the same origin and had a special blood relationship. As far as this kind of relationship is concerned, it is completely reasonable for Huayang to call himself the eldest brother. Okay. You wait for me in Tianning City, and I will arrive in a day. Chu Yan sent out a thought to the jade talisman, and with a wave of his hand, he completely destroyed the jade talisman. He immediately stretched out his body and hurried on his way. His body has been injected with the mark of Tianwei, which will release the killing intent of heaven. Not everyone would dare to provoke this kind of mighty killing intent, so they were hardly disturbed during the flight along the way. However, if you go to the land of the 3 great traditions, the killing power of the heavenly Tao will be a little troublesome. #C2944 Ningtianqing. One day passed quickly, and Chu Yan arrived in Tianning City. This is a city suspended in the sky. In the distant sky, a majestic and huge city floats above the clouds, shining like a god. In the middle of the whole city is a main city made of spar. This main city is Ningtian City, one of the 22 main cities under the influence of the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect. There are no restrictions, and you can enter it at will. Chu Yan's gaze swept across the city and looked into the distance. Behind the city, a large piece of fairy light emerged, like a vast ocean, stirring up a large piece of spiritual waves. Everything here is like a boundary between heaven and earth, as if as long as you step into it, you will be the door to a new world. This world is the 8 Xuanhuan sect. Every supreme orthodox force is completely different from the forces under the overlord of the world, including ordinary forces. Their mountain gates are all in the sky. The main city of some forces requires the cultivator to complete the task or pay a price before entering the main city. According to the map of God's domain, there are 18 blessed places in the 8 universes Xuanhuan sect, and 2 places of inquiry. Chu Yan looked at the map in his hand, his eyes flickered slightly. He is very interested in this kind of questioning, including the method of asking. At that time, you can ask Huayang. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, then flew out, towards Ningtian City. Stepping into the city, there is a faint fragrance. Although there were many cultivators coming and going, all kinds of noisy voices echoed, but my heart was instantly calmed down. There are indeed many strong people here. Chu Yan looked around while walking. The cultivators in this city are basically the gods of the earth and the gods of heaven, and there are also many human beings. Deep in the city, There are two extremely terrifying auras, probably the strong men of the earth respect state guarding the city. Top 10 True Disciples. Examination of the outer disciples of the 8U Xuanhuan sect. 10,000 divine crystals, customs clearance secrets for sale. On both sides of the road, there are vendors. Almost all of the things they sell are related to the 8U Xuanhuan sect. What's that for? After walking for a while, Chu Yan stopped, his face full of surprise. I saw that at the entrance of the 9-story palace in front, there was a huge martial arts arena. On the martial arts arena, there were hundreds of cultivators standing, with different levels of cultivation. And in front of them, there is a 10-foot-high bronze altar standing. A cultivator in the realm of the gods put his hand on the altar, his forehead was covered with fine sweat. The postmortem spiritual vein. Beside the altar, 2 green-robed disciples announced loudly. The cultivator of the human god realm sighed softly, turned around and retreated to the crowd, and then, a strong man of the earth god realm in the crowd walked forward with a nervous face. Test the spirit vein. Just try it. Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and he got into the crowd. Now that Huayang hadn't arrived yet, he happened to see what grade the spirit veins in his body were. Acquired spirit vein, middle grade. Housing Lingmai, top grade. There is no spiritual vein. Amid the announcements one after another, all the cultivators finished their tests at an extremely fast speed. During this process, Chu Yan had a general understanding of the grade of the spiritual vein. Spiritual veins are divided into congenital and acquired. Acquired is second, congenital is the best, and it is further divided into celestial phenomena, extreme, high grade, middle grade, and low grade. Although the spirit veins are different from the martial souls in the lower realm, the higher the quality of the spirit veins, the more immortal power they will get when they are honored. Not only that, but if you have the innate spirit veins, you can also practice some powerful fairy arts as a special attack method. And at this moment, in the 9-story palace, behind, a blonde-haired man with twinkling eyes looked at the Yin martial arts field below, shook his head, and sighed. Until now, there hasn't been a single innate high-grade, 5th elder. This time we are afraid that we will lose to other main cities. Among the 20 main cities, the spiritual veins are being tested. If they found a good spiritual vein, they would make an exception and recruit them as outer disciples. And beside the blonde man, the 5th elder, with slightly closed eyes, replied softly. Don't be impatient, there is still one more day, it's too early to make an assertion at this time. The blonde man gave a wry smile, and said, it's possible to have. Huh. The aura of this cultivator is a bit strange. On the martial arts arena below, Chu Yan, dressed in black, strode towards the altar. The blonde man, as a dignified and powerful man at the pinnacle of the heavenly god realm, was unable to see through this child at all. The 5th elder heard the words, opened his closed eyes slightly, looked down, nodded, and said. This son is indeed different, maybe he has high-grade qualifications. Top grade, of course, refers to innate top grade. If it is acquired, it is meaningless at all. Hearing this, the blonde man's eyes lit up immediately, and he looked up at Chu Yan, below, his face full of anticipation. Under his gaze, Chu Yan, who was on the martial arts field below, put his palm on the altar. After only 10 breaths, the copper altar did not respond in the slightest. What? Not even the acquired rank. The blonde man's face was full of astonishment, and he said speechlessly. There is no spiritual vein, what the hell are you running here to test? What a waste of expression. The 5th elder also shook his head, then closed his eyes, and continued his cultivation. Strange, I clearly have spiritual veins in my body, why is there no response from this copper altar? Could it be because my spiritual veins are related to the position of the spirit god? Chu Yan frowned slightly, thinking of this, shook his head, turned around and left without saying anything. Originally, he was just curious about the rank of his own spiritual veins, but thinking that it was related to the god of war, he gave up the idea of continuing to investigate further, so as not to cause trouble. No spirit veins, next one. The disciple in charge of the test announced loudly, without even looking at Chu Yan. Haha, the spiritual veins in my body are definitely innate top grade, let me test it. A tall and burly man strode out towards the altar, looking extremely confident. Innate top grade. The crowd was stunned, and everyone had expressions of amazement and envy. An innate top grade spiritual vein, that is an excellent spiritual vein. Moreover, according to the assessment standards of the 8U Xuanhuan sect, those who are born with high-grade spiritual veins can directly join the outer sect and become quasi-disciples. This is definitely a shortcut to success, and of course everyone present is envious. What? The moment the big man's hand was placed on the altar, it directly caused a huge change in the altar. An extremely vast force suddenly burst out from the copper altar. This force directly bounced the big man's hand away, preventing him from approaching the altar at all. What's going on? The big man's face also froze there suddenly, completely dumbfounded. #C2945 The veins are amazing. During the examination of the copper altar, a very strange scene occurred. Everyone present looked up and looked at the big man with stunned faces. You must know that although this copper altar is extremely mysterious and contains powerful immortal power, it can only be used as a test without anyone urging it, and has no other power at all. But now, this situation is obviously wrong. Is this? The eyes of the fifth elder flashed instantly, and his face was full of astonishment, and he stood up abruptly. Boom. In the copper altar, there was an incomparably powerful sense of immortality. These fairy spirits collapsed suddenly, forming a vast sky. The scenes on it included spirit pines and cranes, sun and moon wheels, and even a large group of immortals killing each other. Sky. Tianxiang. This is the spiritual vein of Tianxiang rank. The blonde man almost jumped up, his face full of shock. Because of being too excited, the divine power in his body vibrated loudly, and the sound was so loud that it resounded throughout the martial arts arena. What? Spirit veins of the celestial order. The cultivators present all looked horrified when they heard the blonde man's roar. The celestial spirit veins are the top-level spirit veins, even some peerless geniuses may not have them. But the big man in front of him actually has such a terrifying spiritual vein. This is mine. The big man stood there sluggishly, with his mouth open and his face dazed. That's great. Astronomical level spirit veins, all the main cities can't match it. The blonde man's face was full of ecstasy, which was definitely another surprise. However, before he could be pleasantly surprised and excited, his face suddenly changed. No. That big man's hand. It didn't press on the altar at all. The blonde man, who had been looking at the big man with a pair of eyes, realized something was wrong and said in surprise. It's not him. It's that young man just now. The fifth elder's eyes flashed sharply, and he said anxiously. During the young man's test just now, the altar did not respond, because he was mobilizing the fairy spirit and brewing a vision. Hearing this, the blonde man turned his head to look at the crowd, and began to search quickly. Go there. I want to find him immediately, and let him join our sect. His reaction was extremely fast, and he immediately thought of the most critical point. If such a powerful genius is not recruited into the sect due to such negligence, then he will not regret it to death. I am coming too. The fifth elder knew that the matter was of great importance, and he did not dare to be negligent. The figures of the two flashed at the same time, disappeared in the 9-story palace, and flew directly towards the martial arts arena. At the same time, on the main street of Ningtian City, there is Yunlai Restaurant. Huayang sent a message to Chu Yan, and the meeting place was the box of this Yunlai restaurant. Chu Yan entered the box and saw a woman in purple at a glance, followed by that very familiar face. Different from when he was in the Yinyang realm, Huayang's aura now is like the deep sea. Chu Yan swept his eyes, and found that Huayang's cultivation had reached the first level of the God realm, and there was a sense of greatness in his body. Now he should have surpassed the 4 elements and entered the threshold of the great Tao. Before Chu Yan could speak, he found a strong hostility in the eyes of the woman in purple. Obviously, it was the first time I met this woman in purple, so how could I have such strong evil thoughts? Brother Yan. Huayang was stunned for a few moments, then suddenly realized, stood up suddenly, his eyes were red, and with a bang, he knelt down in front of Chu Yan. Don't do this. Chu Yan quickly helped Huayang up with one hand, and said with a smile. We convene, we are real brothers, it doesn't have to be like this. The woman in purple saw this scene with a look of disdain. Her hostility towards Chu Yan, of course, came from Huayang, who had scolded her before because of Chu Yan's relationship. Moreover, a person who is only an ascendant from the lower realm, how can he be worthy of being the big brother Huayang, so important? Brother. Humph. You really know how to build relationships. The woman in purple thought secretly. Brother Yan is right, I'm the one with the picture. Huayang scratched his head, with a naive smile on his face, he still looked like an unrivaled genius. Brother Yan, let's get down to business first. I don't know what level your current cultivation has reached. Huayang asked. The peak of the earth god. Chu Yan will not hide anything from Huayang. The peak of the earth god. Huayang heard the words, but his face was full of surprise. Although he knew very well that his elder brother had already stepped into the Tao realm, and his background was extremely extraordinary, but he never expected that his cultivation would improve so quickly in such a short period of time. It's just the peak of the earth god, what's the surprise? The woman in purple snorted coldly, her face full of puzzlement. Although she didn't ask, because she knew that brother Huayang didn't like someone interrupting when she was talking with others. Brother Yan, this time. Huayang was just about to explain the situation of this mission to Chu Yan, but at this moment, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open. A blond man and an old man hurried in. Huh. Fifth elder. The purple-clothed woman's face was full of astonishment. As an outer disciple, she dared not show the slightest disrespect to the elder, so she quickly stood up and saluted. Fifth elder, you. Huayang glanced at the two of them, and his face instantly became indifferent. Hua. Junior brother Huayang. The blond man and the fifth elder were taken aback at the same time. It turns out that junior brother Huayang is here. The fifth elder's face quickly returned to normal, with a smile on his face, and then said. This time, I'm looking for him for something very important, so I'm in a hurry. Chu Yan was startled, but Huayang frowned slightly. This is my elder brother, what's the matter? The blonde-haired man and the fifth elder were stunned at the same time, their faces full of astonishment. They didn't expect that this young man in black robe had such an identity, and he was Huayang's elder brother. Ha ha ha, let me just say, there is a reason for the astronomical phenomenon, and it turns out to be your elder brother. The fifth elder laughed loudly, appearing extremely happy. What? Celestial phenomenon spirit vein. The face of the woman in purple was suddenly full of astonishment. An ascendant from the lower realms has such a powerful talent. You know, brother Huayang is nothing more than an innate top grade. As for Huayang, he didn't seem to be surprised at all. It would be strange if his elder brother didn't have the astronomical pulse. Astronomical spirit vein. Chu Yan nodded slightly, and there was no surprise on his face. This scene fell into the eyes of the blond man and the fifth elder, but the corners of their mouths twitched twice at the same time. What the hell is going on? This. Fellow Taoist, I am looking for you because, with your talent, you should join our sect. As long as you are willing, I can break the rules and directly make you an outer sect. Having said this, the fifth elder was startled suddenly, as if thinking of something. He quickly changed his words. Become an inner disciple directly. The woman in purple next to her opened her mouth in an O shape when she heard these words. This guy actually became an inner disciple directly. #C2946 task. This is not an inner disciple of the unrivaled overlord, but an inner disciple of the 9 universes Xuanhuan sect, the head of the 3 great lineages. Once you join, it is definitely a symbol of the highest status in the divine sea realm. You know, even if it is a strong man who has mastered the 3 elements of extreme strength and possesses spiritual veins, if he wants to become an inner disciple, he must go through various tests. The woman in purple has participated in 3 assessments, but none of them succeeded. It must be because of Brother Huayang. Even if there is a celestial phenomenon, it is at most an outer disciple. The gaze she looked at Chu Yan became sharper, and the gaze she looked at Chu Yan not only did not change, but became more evil. Elder, I'm sorry, I don't intend to join the forces. When Chu Yan heard the words, he shook his head and refused directly. What? You don't want to join? The fifth elder, the blonde man, and the woman in purple were all stunned and couldn't believe what they heard. Such an excellent opportunity fell in front of him, but he didn't cherish it at all. Little friend, do you hear clearly? I'm talking about the position of the inner disciple of the 8U Xuanhuan sect. The fifth elder's tone became extremely astonished. Just as the purple-clothed woman said, he changed his mind just now and changed from being an outer disciple to an inner disciple, precisely because he heard that this young man in black was Huayang's elder brother. In this way, he not only recruited a powerful genius, but also made him owe a favor in front of Huayang. But now, Chu Yan's attitude made him kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and all of them came to nothing. He refused. If it weren't for Huayang's face, if he wanted to become an inner disciple, he would definitely have to pass the examination. Huayang's face changed slightly when he heard Chu Yan's words, but instead of offering persuasion, he looked at the fifth elder and said, Fifth elder, my eldest brother will not join, even if you propose the position of true disciple, he will not consider it, because he has already stepped into the Tao. Speaking of which, Huayang came over suddenly, and changed his mind abruptly. For elements go all out. In the realm of the gods of the earth, you can master the 4 elements of extreme strength. This is definitely a shocking talent. Speaking of it now, it is just as shocking. What? For elements go all out. The fifth elder, the blonde man, and the woman in purple were all shocked and couldn't believe it. The 4 elements go all out, this is an unrivaled genius. I didn't expect that my little friend hit it so deeply. However, I also blame the old man for his clumsy eyes. The fifth elder's displeasure just now disappeared instantly, and his face was full of expressions, which became extremely embarrassing. An unrivaled genius, let alone an inner disciple, in other orthodoxy, a true disciple, absolutely cannot escape. The elder is polite. Chu Yan chuckled, shook his head, and bowed his hands. After all, these 5 elders are the elders of Huayang's sect, and Chu Yan didn't want Huayang to be too embarrassing. Then let's take our leave. The fifth elder and the blonde man twitched their mouths twice, before turning around and leaving quickly. Yan. Brother Yan, hello. Seeing the fifth elder and the blonde man leaving, the woman in purple was full of red, and quickly saluted Chu Yan. When she thought of all the thoughts in her heart just now, she immediately blushed. Fortunately, she didn't say it, she just thought about it in her heart, otherwise, it would be a big shame if she lost face today. Chu Yan just nodded to her, then turned to look at Huayang, and continued to ask. Huayang, the task you just mentioned. Huayang heard it, and hurriedly continued to explain. There are 3 missions this time. I'm thinking about it now. You can also take a look. After finishing speaking, Huayang waved his hand, and a consciousness directly entered Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Under the command of the Holy Heavenly God King, the Great Elder Wood Spirit Taoist, the whole country has a 1,000-year-old birthday banquet. Go to congratulate. Without losing the etiquette of our sect, I will reward 2 heavenly god pills. Jiuxiao taught Shen Gongxi, broke through the realm of earthly deity, mastered the 4 elements of extreme strength, apprenticed to the overlord of the world, held an apprentice banquet, went to the congratulators, and rewarded the mysterious order. The lower world is a small world, there is a plain battle, go to help the battle, and reward. These 3 tasks were all received by Huayang based on his status, and they were all first class and good tasks. Not only is there no danger, but you can also get to know the bosses of various forces, and there are rewards, which are definitely the easiest and most rewarding tasks. What a Shingon Creek! Chu Yan's gaze stayed on the second task, and there was a killing intent in his eyes, which kept flickering. He didn't expect that this Shen Gongxi broke through to the earth venerable realm so quickly, and also mastered the 4 elements' ultimate strength. When he is promoted to the heavenly venerable realm, he can directly dominate and become the unrivaled overlord. The first task. Chu Yan pondered for a moment and finally spoke. In contrast, Chu Yan is more interested in the Holy King of Heaven. He really wanted to know if this Holy Heaven God King had anything to do with the Xingtian Pavilion in the 10 Directions starfield. As for dealing with Shen Gongxi, after all, his current cultivation is still weaker. Going to him now would be tantamount to courting death. Brother Yan, this task will take 3 more days. After Huayang finished speaking, he whispered, I joined the 8U Xuanhuan sect this time, and got a volume of the method of asking questions. I will pass it on to you later. This method of asking, if Brother Yan is interested, you can practice it. Before Chu Yan could answer, Huayang took out a jade talisman, stuffed it into Chu Yan's hand, got up and left with the woman in purple. The method of asking. This, Huayang is too courageous. Chu Yan looked at the jade talisman in his hand, and couldn't help being stunned for a while, but seeing the background of Huayang's departure, he also felt warm in his heart. The method of asking, as well as the place of asking, are definitely the core of the Supreme Orthodox power. It is precisely because of this that the Supreme Orthodox forces have extremely strict control over these 2 cores, and no one is allowed to leak them, otherwise the punishment will be extremely severe. Huayang gave himself the method of asking questions, but at a great risk. At the same time, this is also a kind of absolute trust in Chu Yan, otherwise, it would be tantamount to putting himself in danger. I'll tell him next time, I can't take such a risk in the future. Chu Yan pondered in his heart, and at the same time waved his hand, laying down layers of restrictions in the room. Immediately, his consciousness penetrated into the jade talisman and began to check the contents. Naturally, this place is not a place for cultivation, but I am curious, so I will see it first. If this method of asking really has a great effect on him, then he can consider joining a Supreme Orthodox force and obtain it by himself. Boom. Just as his consciousness penetrated into the jade talisman, a loud sound that seemed to come from the ancient times exploded in his sea of consciousness. The divine power in his body continued to surge with the Hong-yin, and the divine spark in his body seemed to be summoned, releasing 10,000 golden glows, the power of the avenue, and began to operate at the same time. #C2947 Taoism. This is a skill that shocked Chu Yan. Even if it was just a shock, Chu Yan's mind would tremble. The heaven and the earth are mysterious and yellow, and you can't peep at them throughout your life. All living beings, and all the methods of cultivation are all imaginary methods. The practice of martial arts does not reach the realm of Taoism, and cultivation reaches the sky, but it is only a mortal body. The way of mortals is not called practice. This method is called Xuanhuan. What is Xian? The Jew of heavenly law. As Chu Yan read every word, a tall figure suddenly appeared in the sky of his sea of consciousness world, like the Lord of heaven and earth, sitting cross-legged on the sky, looking down at the common people below. This method of asking is extremely mysterious. Now, what Huayan gave him was only the first chapter of Xuanhuan. This chapter is just a preface, most of which explain the root of the method of asking questions. But even so, Chu Yan was completely immersed in it, entering a state of selflessness, and his whole soul was completely attracted. This state, which has not been experienced for a long time, is called epiphany. After all, for Chu Yan, whether it is the prestige of his stepping into the avenue or the small success of the avenue, strictly speaking, he is guided by the god of war or other things, not relying on his own comprehension. This kind of guidance, in terms of martial arts practice, is like a natural flow of water. However, his understanding of the method of asking is completely blank now. Therefore, when I suddenly came into contact with the method of asking questions, it seemed that all the previous accumulations were all bursting out at this moment. Chu Yan was completely immersed in these words. Time passed slowly, and soon a day passed. I saw that Chu Yan's whole body was covered with a faint layer of Daoguang, and the information made all the tables and chairs and other dead objects in the whole box seem to have gained spirituality and came back to life. These dead objects were shrouded by Chu Yan's Daoguang, and they exhaled and inhaled with the fluctuations of Daoguang, as if they were real creatures. This epiphany. Let him have a new understanding of the Tao, which is a huge invisible breakthrough. However, he didn't notice it at all. When Daoguang appeared on his body, a flame-like mark on the position between his eyebrows sucked away the divine power in his body bit by bit. After a long time, the brow soul imprint released a trace of black tentacles, which traveled under the skin, and continued to grow towards Chu Yan's limbs, chest and other places. A faint will of the sky began to be quietly bred. Such a change lasted until the next morning, and for 2 full days, Chu Yan's prehistoric will of the sky reached an extremely strong level. This includes all the dead things around Du. Within 10 steps, under the will of the sky, they are completely changed, as if they have been completely corroded from the inside to the outside, but they can maintain their original appearance. As expected of the method of asking, this Xuanhuan contains the mysteries of heaven and earth. It's amazing. Chu Yan exhaled a long breath, and slowly opened his eyes. Deep in his eyes, he was still shocked. In 2 days and 2 nights, with his talent, he was unable to fully understand the first chapter of the Xuanhuan, but only had a preliminary understanding. However, it was this cognition that gave him a new understanding of Tao. The so-called Tao refers to the way of oneself. This point coincides with the 2 avenues that Chu Yan practiced in the 10 directions starfield, the way of self and the way of destruction. Therefore, when Chu Yan came into contact with the method of asking for the first time, he had an understanding beyond imagination. What is Tao? In simple terms, it can be called the law. Law is the foundation of everything, even the world operates according to the law. If there is no law, everything in this world will be out of control, and it will be chaotic, and even collide with each other, destroying everything and annihilating everything. So now Chu Yan finally understands that what Godhead Phantom told him, there is a huge gap between Tao Realm Desheng and Tao Realm Consummation, and this is what it was referring to. The Tao Realm Desheng is the Tao light in the body, reaching a certain level. And if the Tao Realm is complete, you can create your own Tao. When Tao is alive, the law will rotate by itself, and the cultivator will jump out of the shackles of this world and exist outside Xuanhuan. That is to say, the cultivator has become an independent self, and there is no difference from the foundation of this world, and it is completely equal. Xuanhuan, cultivated to the perfection state, is the Xuanhuan Tao. However, this 8U Xuanhuan true art was created by the 8 ancient supreme beings of the Xuanhuan sect. If you learn this true art, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, consciousness flashed, and under constant pondering, he seemed to feel something. Huh? How did my body change? Chu Yan's face was stunned, and when he looked down, his face was suddenly full of astonishment. Could it be that when I was comprehending the Xuanhuan Zhenjue, my body could practice on its own? Huayang, you didn't tell me at all. Chu Yan smiled wryly. Regarding Xuanhuan Zhenjue, because of the enlightenment just now, Chu Yan had a solid mind, and temporarily let go of the idea of cultivation. There is no other way, it has already started, so we can only continue to practice. After a long time, Chu Yan calmed down slowly and shook his head. Perhaps, I have a great chance with this Xuanhuan Zhenjue, so it shouldn't be a problem to really practice it. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan reprinted with both hands to form a special handprint. This handprint is called Xian, which is the most basic seal of Xuanhuan Zhenjue. The will of Xuanhuan Zhenjue emanating from Chu Yan's body immediately merged into Chu Yan's body as if being summoned, and completely merged with the divine power. The successful integration is the first step. Boom, boom. At this moment, in Chu Yan's body, an aura of extreme fear erupted, like a 9 heavens supreme being, waking up from a deep sleep. This is... Chu Yan was stunned. The next breath, mutation rebirth. The box he was in suddenly turned into a vast green ocean. In his body, those Xuanhuan Zhenjue were absorbed by some force and forced out, forming a series of bright rivers of Taoism in the void, flowing slowly. In front of him an incomparably majestic figure stood majestically, and it was impossible to see the original appearance of this figure clearly. Get lost. The gaze of the towering figure, like a line of divine light, shot directly at the river of Taoism, and shouted sharply. The whole green world trembled. The river of Taoism formed by Xuanhuan Zhenjue trembled violently. Although it was obviously collapsing under the pressure of the green world, it was still struggling crazily. You don't have to struggle, it's not that you can't do it, but that you are not worthy. #C2948 You do not deserve. A large vision of thunder and light burst out from the eyes of the majestic figure, and directly blasted the river of the Dao realm of Xuanhuan into powder. The whole green world also collapsed and disappeared. The imprint on Chu Yan's forehead dissipated as soon as it spread to his chest, and even the jade slip in front of Chu Yan disappeared. All of this seems to have been erased abruptly, and has never appeared before. What's going on? Chu Yan's face was confused. The figure just now was obviously the will of the God of War. However, after the God of War's will merged with himself, how could it appear independently? Could it be that the God of War still exists in his body in another form? Moreover, how could God of War suddenly rush out and forcefully erase the Xuanhuan Zhenjue by himself? The meaning of the sentence, "You are not worthy," is that this Xuanhuan Zhenjue is not worthy of being his Dao. Try again. Chu Yan shook his head, restrained his mind, and turned his hands again to form the Xian seal. However, this time even Daoguang didn't even emerge, a powerful force spontaneously appeared in his body, making it impossible for him to display his handprints at all. My physical body is preventing me from practicing Xuanhuan Zhenjue, that is to say, just now. After confirming, Chu Yan couldn't help but gasped. He originally thought that after he merged with the God of War, the biggest cards in his body would be the position of the God of War and the 9 realms star map. But now it seems that there are some special secrets in his physical body. Perhaps, after God of War merged with his body, he left behind the avenue he cultivated in the past, or something else. But in any case, at least this kind of power is extremely powerful. So strong that you can wave your hand, and even directly wipe out the Dao of Xuanhuan Zhenjue. It appears that Only after being honored, maybe you will know these secrets. There is a feeling in Chu Yan's heart, constantly emerging and entangled in his sea of consciousness. Dao map, conferring gods, respecting. The previous two thresholds, every time you cross one, you will find the sky defying changes, and this time, the threshold of honor, I am afraid it is the same. Brother Yan, is it over on your side? You can start now. At this moment, Huayang's spiritual consciousness sounded in Chu Yan's consciousness sea. He and Chu Yan once shared the same body, so there is a special connection between the spiritual consciousness. As long as it is within a certain range, the spiritual consciousness can directly transmit the sound. Good. Chu Yan restrained himself, got up and left the box. In the Supreme Orthodoxy, when you become an inner disciple and attend a banquet of some forces, the scene is already very unusual. As one of the 5 true disciples, Huayang is naturally even more extraordinary. Accompanied by 3 elders at the peak of human dignity, 9 disciples from the inner sect, and more than a dozen disciples from the outer sect. Brother Yan, how are you doing? Have you enlightened? When Huayang saw Chu Yan, he immediately raised his eyes and scanned the surroundings, carefully transmitting the voice with his spiritual consciousness. That feeling, a bit like a thief. I was just about to tell you about it. Chu Yan suddenly looked angry, and he yelled at Huayang. Afterwards, everyone entered the flying spirit treasure and started on their way. During this process, Chu Yan gradually began to understand Huayang's situation. He unexpectedly found that this guy was very similar to himself, and he seemed to have great interest in subduing the powerful monster race as his mount. What surprised him even more was that, on the surface, Huayang seemed restrained and deep, with the demeanor of a true disciple of the great Tao in every gesture, but in fact, his secret methods were still dark. All kinds of means, Chu Yan was stunned just by hearing them. Time passed, and 2 days later, everyone arrived at the place where the 5 holy gods were located. The Holy Heaven God King has a long-standing reputation in the Divine Sea realm, and his unrivaled overlord's strength is unfathomable. Last time, when he fought against the 2 great gods with his own strength, there were rumors that he had stepped into a higher realm, only 1 step away from the 9 heavens supreme. The name of the blessed land under his command is Tianrenhaimu. Tianluan Sea Curtain is completely different from Duantian Cliff. They are above the ground and surrounded by a mountain range, composed of 90 spiritual peaks. It seems that there is a world separated between heaven and earth. The city palaces are like climbing ladders, built from bottom to top, reaching a height of 90,000 feet at the top. Here, it is like a world with strict levels. The higher the level, the richer the spiritual energy of the world, and there are many other benefits. Fellow Taoist Huayang, there are many people coming to celebrate the birthday this time, and the ancestor cannot come in person. Please forgive me. The immortal residence is ready, please come with me. As soon as Huayang, Chu Yan and the others arrived, a disciple at the peak of the heavenly god realm rushed over quickly and received them politely. At this time, looking around, one can see that there are celestial lights and treasures everywhere in the cities and palaces, and a large number of cultivators enter like a tide, creating a lively scene. Taoist Mu Ling is the great elder under the throne of the holy heavenly god. Although he is only in the realm of the earth venerable, he has already stepped into the 4 elements' ultimate force, and he is only half a step away from the position of the unrivaled overlord. Looking at the entire power of the Holy Heaven God King, this level of strength is definitely the top existence. His 1,000-year-old birthday banquet is of course no small matter, and it can be regarded as a major event in the entire world. What a rich heaven and earth aura! Chu Yan stepped into the palace, and with a glance, the aura of heaven and earth around him was almost atomized and floating, and his body moved automatically, inhaling the aura of heaven and earth around him into his body. Taoist Mu Ling's palace is located on the 3rd floor of Tianluan Sea Cliff, and most of the residence halls arranged for the congratulators this time are also on the 3rd floor. Therefore, the aura of heaven and earth here is as strong as the tide, which is extremely astonishing. If this holy heaven god king is not the one behind Xingtian Pavilion, then I'm a little embarrassed. Chu Yan secretly said in his heart. However, what he was thinking at this moment was the troubles that Duanqing Shenwang caused during Duantianya. Although there seems to be no movement in Lulian now, Chu Yan is very clear that in this blessed place, the chance of Lulian making a move is high. Maybe it won't be long before this day will become a sea curtain, and it will also fry the pot. Hurry up and practice for a while. After Chu Yan said something to Huayang, he went directly to the residence hall and started to practice. The aura of heaven and earth is so strong that it is no worse than Duantianya's aura, and it is of great benefit to improving one's cultivation. And at this time, Sangxuanzong, Jiuxiao, and representatives of some unrivaled overlord forces all arrived at Tianluan Haimu one after another. The disciples under Taoist Wood Spirit also sent a formal invitation again. The birthday banquet was scheduled to start in the evening, and before that, Taoist Mu Ling held a small welcome banquet. Time passed, and Huayang came over to call Chu Yan. Brother Yan, the welcome banquet has begun, let's go and see those geniuses. Hearing the sound transmission of Huayang's spiritual consciousness, Chu Yan finished his practice, got up and walked out. #C2949 High-End Cocktail Party. The reception banquet was set in a 10-story palace. This is a palace made of white jade, with a magnificent momentum, and countless spiritual formations are densely covered on it, releasing a strong sense of immortality. At the gate of the palace, cultivators from all major forces entered one after another. When Chu Yan and Huayang arrived, the entire hall was densely packed with people, as many as hundreds of strong men. Ha, fellow Taoist Huayang, long time no see. Isn't this fellow Huayang Taoist? It's been a long time, it's been a long time. Brother Huayang, little brother. The moment he entered, fiery gazes fell on Huayang. All-powerful cultivators all smiled charmingly and surrounded Huayang. As the 5 true disciples of the Baiyu Xianhuang sect, the head of the supreme orthodoxy, Huayang's status is extremely high. As for Chu Yan, standing beside him, he was automatically ignored. After all, Huayang brought more than 20 people with him this time, and Chu Yan was automatically recognized as a follower. Chu Yan didn't care about these, he turned around and walked to a corner. The pupil of the unicorn was running, and looked at the strong people in the field. At this time, almost all the cultivators in the hall were inner disciples of major forces, and even elders came in person. Unparalleled geniuses, counting Huayang, there are 3 of them. One of them was a woman, wearing a gray robe, her whole body exuded a strong black energy, she couldn't see her face clearly, but she could only feel that powerful aura, which prevented the cultivators around her from approaching. There is another one, a long-haired young man in a red robe, surrounded by elders and disciples, and his behavior is extremely dignified. This young man with long hair should be the successor of Taoist Mu Ling, one of the 2 true disciples under the throne of the holy god, Li Mutian. Chu Yan's mind moved slightly, running the godhead, and integrating Dao power into the pupils of the unicorn. After a few breaths, while withdrawing his gaze, Chu Yan shook his head. Li Senshin's body. I don't know what special power it has, but the aura is like a layer of swamp. No matter how you activate the pupil technique, you can't see the deity clearly at all. It seems that the only way to investigate him is to wait for Li Mutian to make a move. Hey, isn't this Huayang? I haven't seen you in a month, and this cultivation level hasn't improved at all. At this moment, a mocking voice sounded. Chu Yan and a group of cultivators turned their heads to look together, only to see a young man full of immortality and tattooed on his face, surrounded by more than a dozen powerful followers, striding over. This person's eyes looked at Huayang, but there was a murderous intent. Before, he had competed with Huayang for a treasure, but in the end Huayang didn't give him any face, but tricked him severely, so he has always held a grudge. Sunny Fang of the Three Profound Sects. All the cultivators present were shocked. Sunny Fang is not a peerless genius, he only masters the three elements of extreme strength, and his cultivation is only in the realm of gods. However, his father was an unrivaled overlord in the three Xian sects. Moreover, this unrivaled overlord has been famous longer than the Holy Heavenly King. It turned out to be Daoyu Sunday. As far as I know, your three-line extreme effort seems to be almost 20 years old. When will you be able to reach the four-line extreme? With a cold face, Huayang replied softly. Fellow Taoist Hua, brother's son is still young, in 2 years' time, four elements should be able to do their best. Li Mutian was on the side, and said with a smile. He has a good relationship with Sunny Fang, so at this moment, he naturally offered to help him. Seeing this scene, the cultivators present were all stunned, and no one dared to speak. This is a struggle between unrivaled geniuses. Ordinary cultivators like them are not qualified to comprehend at all. If they insist on intervening, they may die without knowing how. Brotherly, long time no see. At this moment, a voice like a silver bell sounded, and a figure appeared outside the hall. I saw that Yu Linger, who had a relationship with Chu Yan once, was wearing a red dress and strolled in, with a beautiful face and a smile, which made people's eyes shine. Four elements are extremely strong. A strange color flashed across Chu Yan's eyes. The foundation of a half-immortal is indeed well-deserved. After this Yu Linger was promoted to the God of Heaven, she directly achieved the realm of an unrivaled genius. Linger, you're here. Li Yifeng's face suddenly revealed a look of joy. Without the slightest hesitation, he walked quickly towards Yu Linger. He is the same as the little heavenly King Yu Peng, and he has long favored this Yu Linger. Well, fellow Taoist Chu Yan, you are here too. A look of disgust flashed in Yu Linger's eyes, and the moment she saw Chu Yan's figure, her beautiful eyes lit up instantly, and her lotus steps moved lightly. A gust of fragrant wind hit, blowing past Chu Yan. Not long after she stepped into the four elements, not only her appearance is more beautiful, but also the strange fragrance on her body lifts people's spirits. Sunny Fang froze and looked up at Chu Yan. Li Mutian and all the cultivators present also looked at Chu Yan in unison, with astonishment in their eyes. The well-known Yu Linger approached him proactively. Could it be that Chu Yan, who came with Huayang, is also a powerful genius? I'm just here with Huayang. Chu Yan smiled lightly and replied. Oh? A flash of light flashed in Yu Linger's eyes, and she moved her red lips to Chu Yan's ear, and said softly. You hide it so well that you even killed Mr. Shiming. After she heard the news that Mr. Shiming had been killed, he asked the little heavenly King Yu Peng, and found that the latter had a livid face, and he already guessed the truth in his heart. This Chu Yan was exactly the Chu Yan he knew. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan. I don't know where the teacher came from, the power of Xianjiu. Seeing Yu Linger's intimate behavior towards Chu Yan, Li Yifeng suddenly felt jealous and asked in a cold voice. He has known Yu Linger for so long, and he has never had this kind of treatment. Therefore, he wanted to see what the origin of this Chu Yan who appeared out of nowhere. Li Yifeng, you'd better be smart. If you dare to offend my elder brother today, don't blame me for losing your face. Huayang's face became even colder. If Li Yifeng was fighting against him, he would not directly turn against him, but it was different when it was about Chu Yan. Although brother Chu Yan's cultivation base, background, and identity are all much stronger than him, he just doesn't allow anyone to disrespect Chu Yan. This is one of Huayang's current limits. Casual repair. Chu Yan shook his head and replied lightly. What? Huayang, you want to turn against me? Okay, I'll wait for you. Li Yifeng looked at Huayang with anger on his face, and when he heard Chu Yan talking about casual cultivation, his face immediately became contemptuous. In this way, he is completely sure that this Chu Yan is not a character at all, otherwise, as Huayang's eldest brother, he might have become famous long ago. Chu Yan was able to come to such a high-level reception, probably because he followed Huayang. Linger, long time no see, why don't I buy you a drink and have a good chat? Li Yifeng turned around, looked at Yu Linger, and invited with a smile on his face. Brother Li, we know each other so well, what is there to talk about? Fellow Daoist Chu Yan and I haven't seen each other for a long time, so I'll chat with him for a while first. Yu Linger shook her head, smiled lightly, her face was full of beauty. #C2950 Digging Object. Yu Linger has a very deep interest in Chu Yan. For an ascendant from the lower realms, it is as difficult as reaching the sky if he wants to master the four elements. Moreover, the last time Chu Yan was able to easily get the second token of Empress Xiantian, she could feel that it was definitely not that simple. It is possible that this Chu Yan is the descendant of that Empress Xiantian. If this is the case, then I am afraid that the entire Divine Sea realm, and even the Divine Domain, will cause quite a stir. You, talk to him. Sun Yifeng's face froze immediately. Chu Yan, make it clear that a woman like Yu Linger is not something you can expect. It's best to disappear automatically later, otherwise, even if you are Huayang's big brother, I will let you. Life is better than death. Sun Yifeng looked at Chu Yan, his face was cold, and his spiritual consciousness transmitted his voice. Life is better than death. Chu Yan suddenly laughed in his heart. This Sun Yifeng and that little heavenly king Yu Peng are quite alike. I'm afraid he is used to bullying others. For such a trivial matter, he asks for life and death. Fellow Daoist Chu Yan, is there any trouble? Yu Linger was extremely smart. Seeing that Sun Yifeng and Chu Yan's faces remained unchanged, she asked tentatively. This matter has nothing to do with you. It can only be said that they think I are a bully. Chu Yan shook his head and looked up at Sun Yifeng. Roll. Not bothering to talk nonsense with him at all, Chu Yan yelled directly. If this person wants to continue endlessly, then just do it directly. What? You dare to call me out? Sun Yifeng's pupils shrank suddenly, his face full of disbelief. You know, he is the son of an unrivaled overlord. That person is not polite when he sees him, even if he is a god, he wants to save face. Including that Huayang. Even if you confront him head-on, you dare not speak to him like this. You wanna die? Sun Yifeng gritted his teeth, his face flushed, and he squeezed out a sentence word by word from between his teeth. Burning with anger, the divine power in Sun Yifeng's body surged instantly, and he was immediately ready to make a killing move. Brother Sun, what's the matter? It's easy to discuss. At this moment, a hand suddenly pressed on Sun Yifeng's shoulder. The powerful force calmed down the divine power in Sun Yifeng's body instantly. The person who made the move was exactly Li Mutian. If it was normal, no one would be allowed to do anything in the land of heaven and sea, let alone at such a high-end reception. If he really made a move, Sun Yifeng would definitely suffer a big loss. Brother Li, this guy is too arrogant. Sun Yifeng's anger didn't subside, and he told Li Mutian what happened just now through voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness. Get out. This kid, huh? Let me handle this matter. The cold light in Li Mutian's eyes flashed by, and at some point in his hand there was an extra crystal cup. It turns out to be the elder brother of fellow Daoist Huayang. I have admired you for a long time. Come, let me offer you a toast. A smile appeared on Li Mutian's face, he raised the crystal cup and said. Yu Linger and the gray-robed woman in the distance, including the other strong men in the hall, all turned their heads to look at the crystal cup in his hand. Everyone can feel that this glass of wine seems to be infused with some kind of special power. If two people clink glasses, that force will directly rush into each other's body. Li Mutian, Yu Huayang, who was standing not far away, suddenly burst out of two fairy spirits in his body, and the divine power in his body was running crazily, ready to make a direct attack. No. I can do it myself. Chu Yan's spiritual sense transmitted the sound, then turned his head, and with a smile on his face, he raised his glass and replied. Li Daoyu is polite, come. This is an opportunity to see how strong this Li Mutian is. Humph. Now let's see how you die. Sun Yifeng sneered when he heard Chu Yan agree. Chu Yan, be careful. Although Yu Linger knew that Chu Yan was very powerful, she had never seen Chu Yan make a move, so she subconsciously reminded her. However, before he could finish speaking, the two crystal cups lightly touched each other under everyone's gaze. Boom. In an instant, an astonishing force erupted from the depths of Chu Yan's body, like a peerless beast that wanted to tear all the viscera into pieces. However, as soon as this force erupted, it was directly suppressed by a powerful force. Li Mutian's cultivation base is only the third level of the gods. Such a method, as long as he uses his divine power, it is enough to resist. Now, it's your turn. Chu Yan flicked his finger slightly. The sneer on Li Mutian's face just now froze. He only felt invisible, as if there was a long sword cutting towards his body. The terrifying sword intent caused his scalp to explode directly, and he was full of lifeless aura. Break! Such a change made Li Mutian not care about other things at all, and he yelled violently. The divine power in his body surged like a raging tide, turning into a tidal wave, directly blocking this force. Boom! 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 Immediately, there was a violent noise on his body, and his body retreated 7 or 8 steps before he managed to stand still. What? Lost? The faces of many strong men in the hall changed drastically. Even the gray-robed woman raised her head slightly and stared at Chu Yan. How can this be? Sun Yifeng was stunned, his face full of disbelief. You know, Li Mutian is a peerless genius. But in front of him, this Chu Yan, who is only at the peak of the realm, how could he defeat Li Mutian? Li Daoyu, Sun Daoyu, I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce my elder brother, he also mastered the 4 elements. Not far away, Huayong said with a sympathetic smile. This Li Mutian, just looking for death, dared to take the initiative to trouble brother Chu Yan. Isn't this just asking for trouble? You said he has mastered the 4 elements extremely. In the entire hall, everyone's spirits trembled. No one thought that this young man in black robe, who followed Huayong, was actually an unrivaled genius. Guy, unrivaled genius. Sun Yifeng's face froze, and he was dumbfounded. So far so good. If he had directly attacked Chu Yan just now, it would not only violate the rules of Tianlu and Haimu, but he might also be severely beaten by the other party in front of so many influential figures. It turns out that fellow Daoist Chu Yan is an unrivaled genius. If you disrespect, it's all my fault. I didn't feel it. Li Mutian also twitched the corners of his eyes twice. He quickly squeezed out a smile, and said politely. Since that's the case, then I really want to respect Daoist Chu. Although Chu Yan's identity and strength are beyond his imagination, but that's it, there is no threat to him. Just now, in front of so many people, he was directly repelled by Chu Yan, and this time must be recovered. Otherwise, if this news gets out, what will he do in the future? Sun Yifeng, you are so courageous, did you not teach enough last time, and dare to pester Linger? At this moment, a voice came from outside the hall. #C2951, do you have any opinion? At this time everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. I saw the little heavenly king Yu Peng and 2 respectable elders coming from outside the hall. Yu Peng's face was icy cold. Almost from the last time, after being subdued by Chu Yan as a mount, he is not in a good mood now. So, on the way here this time, when I heard that Sun Yifeng had also come, I immediately felt even worse. He had warned Sunny Feng a long time ago to keep him away from Yu Linger, but obviously, the other party didn't listen. Little Heavenly King Yu Peng. Friend Yu Peng. Sunny Feng's aura froze for an instant, and he quickly put on a smile, and he and all the powerful people in the hall greeted him. When Li Mutian saw Yu Peng, his expression also changed slightly. Although the divine king of virtue is a little worse than his father, he is not much worse. After all, he is an unrivaled overlord. To put it simply, he dared to challenge Huayang, but he couldn't do it with Yu Peng. Just as he was meditating on himself, he suddenly thought of something, his eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly said, "Brother Yu, this matter is not what you think." While dealing with the strong men, Yu Peng said in a cold voice, "It's not what I thought, so what is it?" When Sunny Feng heard the words, he immediately said with an angry expression on his face, "Just now there was an ascendant who kept pestering Yu Linger. Yu Linger was very angry, but she couldn't say anything, so I stepped forward and asked the other party to move away, but the other party didn't listen at all." He knew very well that Yu Peng was small-minded, and as long as he changed the story, it would definitely make Yu Peng furious. Humph. Who has the guts to pester Yu Linger? Sure enough, when Yu Peng heard the words, his face was filled with anger, and he turned his head to look. This time, he didn't use his spiritual consciousness to transmit the sound at all, and shouted directly. "Now, it's lively! Gentlemen of the palace." Suddenly his face changed. The little heavenly king Yu Peng was pursuing Yu Linger, and basically all the strong people in the Shanghai realm knew about it. This time it can be regarded as stabbing a hornet's nest. Seeing that Yu Peng was already angry, Sunny Feng and Li Mutian looked at each other with a smile on their faces. Next, I'm afraid it will be Yu Peng, who will fight that Chu Yan directly, which will definitely be a good show. What? Chu Yan. However, when Yu Peng's eyes followed Sunny Feng's fingers to look at the black-robed figure, the anger on his face disappeared in an instant, and his face was full of astonishment. These days, almost even when he was practicing, he couldn't calm down. His mind was full of images of Chu Yan, suppressing him and wanting to subdue his other mount. This kind of psychological shadow made him unforgettable forever. What? Do you have an opinion? Chu Yan's face was cold, his momentum was like a rainbow. This Yu Peng, it's not good when to come, it must be when Li Mutian is about to make a move, this time, let him test how Li Mutian's whole cards. This? Yu Peng was taken aback, not knowing how to answer the question at all. However, his expression, in the eyes of the other powerhouses present, was completely dumbfounded. What's the situation? Judging from the meaning of the two people's words, it seems that the little heavenly king Yu Peng was completely suppressed by that Chu Yan and did not dare to resist at all. Is this still that powerful unrivaled genius, little heavenly king Yu Peng? Chu Yan. You're the one who kills Master Ming, and you still try to dare to convince my young master. Yu Peng didn't dare to speak, but one of the two respectable elders he brought asked directly with an angry face. In a fit of rage, the old man woke up with a start before he spoke halfway. He quickly turned around and continued to shout. Today, I will never let you go. What everyone doesn't know is that the power of the God King of Heaven and Virtue has listed this Chu Yan as a deadly enemy. Any powerful boss, if he sees this person, he will kill him. What? He killed Mr. Shiming. Everyone in the hall was shocked, with disbelief all over their faces. The gray-robed woman not far away also had her pupils shrunk slightly, and her eyes suddenly brightened when she looked at Chu Yan. Li Mutian and Sunny Feng opened their mouths into an O shape. Unparalleled genius, that is the top existence in the Divine Sea realm, the number is very small, how noble. Even in a confrontation with others, no one dares to kill a peerless genius directly. The point is that unrivaled genius is not full of life-saving cards, and it is possible to defeat it. It is as difficult as going to heaven to kill an unrivaled genius. But now, this Chu Yan actually killed Mr. Shiming, let alone, he has the strength to almost crush the opponent. In other words, this person has already touched the threshold of the Dao realm. So much nonsense. Chu Yan glanced at Yu Peng, and said, "Don't say that I will meet you again in the future, and I will never give you a chance to escape next time. I will definitely let you be my mount." As soon as these words came out, everyone present trembled, and their eyeballs almost fell out. What the hell? Let the little heavenly king, Yu Peng, be his mount. This guy, isn't he crazy? Just because of you, you also want me to be a mount. Let me tell you, next time, I will kill you. Go. The little heavenly king, Yu Peng, was full of anger, let out a low growl, and led the two respectable old men, turned around and left directly. Although the sealing power that Yang Luyan had penetrated into his body had all been dissolved, the matter could not be erased, and talking like this would only embarrass him even more. He even said that if Chu Yan proposed a competition or something, he would be completely stupid. Go, go. The strong men and big bosses present rolled their throats together. This is too obvious. The little heavenly king, Yu Peng, was so unconfident that he just ran away. Could it be that what the two of them said before is true? After all, with the identity of little heavenly king Yu Peng, if he heard that someone wanted to take him in as a mount, he would probably die forever. But now, this obviously proves that the little heavenly king Yu Peng is extremely afraid of this Chu Yan and has no confidence in confronting him at all. Suppressing the little heavenly king Yu Peng to such an extent, how many people are there in the divine sea realm? Yu Linger, who was standing on the side, turned her head and asked Chu Yan. Her beautiful eyes flickered lightly. Fellow Daoist Chu Yan, may I ask, are you the descendant of Empress Xiantian? Hearing this question, Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled wryly, shook his head and said, "Of course not, I absolutely cannot be her descendant." However, after all, when Chu Yan thought of the ice-like face of Empress Xiantian, the back of her neck suddenly felt cold. If someone really became her heir, it would be a kind of torture. Li Daoyu, I'm sorry to be negligent, come on, let's continue, let's finish this cup. Chu Yan didn't care about Yu Peng's departure at all. On the contrary, he was more interested in Li Mutian. This? What a joke. Still drink. The corners of Li Mutian's mouth twitched suddenly, and he quickly answered. No. No need, I just tried it out just now. Now that I know the supernatural power of fellow Daoist, I think, let's forget it. Li Mutian is not a fool, he reacted instantly, shaking his head like a rattle. #C2952 Grand Occasion. Li Mutian was not a person who didn't know how to advance and retreat. The smile on his face returned to normal in an instant. Fellow Daoist Chu, what happened just now is so offending. Please return Haihan. Affordable, let go, without losing grace. He is not like Yu Peng and Mr. Shiming, he definitely knows how to advance and retreat. Moreover, now he can see clearly that there is absolutely no benefit in offending a peerless genius like Chu Yan easily. On this point, when Yu Peng and Mr. Shiming surrounded Chu Yan before, after discovering Chu Yan's identity as a world-class genius, they also wanted to calm things down and even offered to apologize. Therefore, the unrivaled geniuses are unwilling to form a big enmity with each other. Sunny Feng on the side looked at Chu Yan, but he clenched his teeth, his face was livid, and he refused to speak. In that case, fine. Chu Yan was disappointed and nodded. Such a good opportunity was wasted like this. Next, the reception officially began. After what happened just now, Chu Yan suddenly became the focus of attention from being unknown. Geniuses, strong men, and bigwigs from all major forces all came over, making friends with incomparable enthusiasm and toasting. Time passed quickly, and it was time for the banquet. all over the sky and the sea, and above all the palaces, thousands of celestial lights flickered. From a distance, it looks like a fairyland, making people feel like a dream. In addition, a huge gap burst open in the void of the sky and sea curtain, and countless auras of heaven and earth rushed out like a tide. This wave of spiritual breath has increased by more than 5 times than usual. Moreover, the selling prices of pills, spirit treasures, magic spells, etc. in all cities in the entire Tianren Sea Curtain were almost 50% off. This time, all the cultivators in the city cheered together. The birthday banquet of Taoist wood spirit. In an atmosphere of jubilation all over the world, the official start. Fellow Taoists, this banquet is over, let's go to the main hall to celebrate Master's birthday. Li Mutian bowed his hands to everyone in the hall and announced loudly. Immediately, everyone followed Li Mutian and walked towards the outside of the hall. This time, the place where Taoist Mu Ling held the birthday banquet was the main hall of the third step of the Tianluan Sea Curtain. This main hall, at this time, is filled with immortal energy, shrouded in thousands of rays of light, like a huge fairy artifact, which is amazing. Outside the gate of the hall, 2 neat teams of disciples lined up on both sides, serving as a welcome queue. These welcome disciples are all dressed in bright red longevity robes, and greet every cultivator with a smile on their faces. 3 profound sects too. Jiuxiao arrives. Bayu Xuanhuan. Different from other forces, when the members of the 3 great lineages walked into the gate of the palace, more than 30 welcome disciples on both sides sang loudly together. In the Divine Sea realm, even if someone of the same level as the Wood Spirit Taoist came here as an unrivaled genius, it would be impossible for him to receive such treatment. Only when the unrivaled overlord comes in person, or as the supreme orthodox force, can there be such a welcome. So many strong people. Standing beside Huayang, Chu Yan was startled by the crowd in front of him the moment he stepped into the palace gate. I saw that the entire main hall has a radius of 10,000 zhang. All kinds of spirit instruments and fairy music sang together, resounding throughout the hall. Thousands of table cases made by Xinjing exude a strong sense of fairyland, and they are neatly arranged in a certain formation. Now the birthday banquet has just started, and there are thousands of tables, but most of them are full. Moreover, each of these cultivators is more powerful than a breath. Brother Yan, the old man who is making preparations, is the inner sect elder of Sanxian sect, and the ones beside him are the inner sect elders of Jiuhe sect, and after Huayang took his seat, he communicated with Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, and introduced all the powerful people around him with astonishing identities to Chu Yan. While listening, Chu Yan turned his eyes lightly, urging the pupils of the unicorn to look at them one by one. This time, the feast that shocked the entire Divine Sea realm gave him a new understanding of the overall strength of the Divine Sea realm. Xuanhuan is here too. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion in the entire bustling hall, and many people's eyes were all on the hall door. I saw a tall, dark-skinned young man with tattoos all over his face striding in. This person's aura is like a thunderbolt, and wherever he passes, it seems that even the void is trembling, making all the cultivators around him retreat a few steps. His eyes seemed to ignore anyone at all, and he directly found an empty seat to sit down. In Chu Yan's eyes, 5 color streamers flickered. There was a very strange power in Xuanhuan's body, and his aura was not restrained at all, but when he looked with the unicorn's pupils, he only saw a thick fog and couldn't see anything clearly. Xuanhuan, although he and Li Mutian are both 2 true disciples under the throne of the Holy God, but he has already touched the threshold of the Tao realm. In the entire Divine Sea realm, among the unrivaled geniuses under the human venerable realm, he can definitely be ranked in the forefront. A silver bell-like sound sounded, and Yu Linger brought a burst of fragrant wind, sat beside Chu Yan, and said with a soft smile. However, this guy has a problem. Question. Chu Yan was startled. Yu Ling'er nodded lightly, then said. I heard that he got a powerful inheritance back then, but his soul was injured, which caused his personality to mutate. He was extremely violent, and he didn't like to talk. Besides, when he fights with others, he always likes to waste others' air. Even Li Mutian, who is in the same family, was ruined by him once. Look, Li Mutian ignored him at all. Yu Ling'er pointed lightly with her jade hand. Chu Yan turned her head and followed her finger, and sure enough, as she said, Li Mutian didn't approach the Sujiatian at all, and hid far away. Damn Chu Yan. Among the crowd not far away, little heavenly King Yupeng saw the scene of Chu Yan and Yu Ling'er whispering to each other, and his teeth itched with hatred. If things go on like this, that Yu Ling'er is very likely to be captured by Chu Yan. At this moment, some strong men under the command of the Holy Heavenly God King, as well as strong men of the Heavenly Venerable Realm from other forces, began to enter the arena one after another. Although these heavenly prestige realms are not comparable to the unrivaled Overlord, they are still the top powerhouses in the Divine Sea realm, and their status is so noble. In the next breath, Shanla in the main hall suddenly became excited. An old man in a golden dragon robe, with gray hair and sharp eyes like a magic soldier, strode into the hall. Thank you everyone. I came from afar to participate in the old man's 1,000-year-old birthday banquet. I am really grateful. Too many fellow Taoists have come this time. I've offended you if I don't entertain you well. Don't be offended. Today, everyone must not get drunk or return, drink freely. The old man's words sound like thunder, and the momentum is loud. This old man is the host of the birthday banquet this time, Taoist Wood Spirit. This breath, so familiar. Among the cultivators in the audience, Chu Yan narrowed his gaze towards Taoist Mu Ling. #C2953 It's him. Li Mutian and Sujiatian did not feel this feeling of Chu Yan just now. However, on this Wood Spirit Taoist, he felt it. That kind of breath was exactly what he remembered as extremely disgusting. Mu Ling, don't say these polite words, quickly end the previous ceremony. I will follow you to lie down today. Ha ha ha. At the table of Jiuxiao, an old man with wolf eyes laughed loudly. This is a strong man at the peak of the heavenly venerate realm. Ha ha ha, since Elder Shunlang has spoken, how dare I not obey? Taoist Muling was also extremely happy, and sat directly on top of the first place. Li Mutian, standing on both sides, hurriedly announced loudly. The first item in the ceremony is the birthday gift. After this loud announcement, everyone present changed their faces and looked up. Many of the powerful figures present here came here to curry favor with Taoist Mu Ling, so they naturally wanted to show off their demeanor in this session. As long as the gift is heavy enough to leave an impression on Taoist Mu Ling, it will naturally form a relationship. Even if there is no gift that can be given, after all, this link can make the Wood Spirit Taoist respond politely, and it can be regarded as an eye contact. Jiuxiao, present a celestial elixir. I wish Taoist Muling, Daebi Nanshan, live as long as the sky, and aspire to the supreme position as soon as possible. The elder Shunlang was the first to stand up and walk to the front. The elixir. The appearance of this treasure immediately changed the expressions of all the strong men present. This is an extremely precious elixir, and it has an unparalleled effect on the strong in the earthly realm. It can make a qualitative change in the immortal power and step into the realm of the heavenly realm as soon as possible. Elder Shunlang, you have a heart. Taoist Mu Ling also had a slightly happy face, with a wide smile on his face, obviously very satisfied with this gift. 3 mysteries. Present a spirit dragon root, wishing Taoist Mu Ling, ascend to the supreme position early, and live forever. Baiyu Xuanhuan sect, present a piece of Lieshu Jigua, wishing Taoist Mu Ling a long and eternal life, and become the supreme. The 3 majors all offered gifts together, and their moves were extremely heavy. Although the heavy gifts they gave were not as good as the celestial immortal pill, they were all incomparably precious treasures with extraordinary value. Even ordinary forces might not be able to take out all the wealth of the sect. All the cultivators present were excited when they saw so many treasures. In the Divine Sea realm, no matter what power it is, compared with the three great traditions, it is really not far behind. This can be seen from the gift-giving link alone. Ling Shu Tianzuan, on behalf of the Cunlong God King, presents a copy of the ancient real map. I wish Taoist Mu Ling, longevity than Nanshan, and immortal blessings forever. The King of the Four Seas, on behalf of the King of Heaven and Earth, sent a furnace of purple jade pills, wishing Taoist Mu Ling a long life and good fortune. Immortal King Xie La, on behalf of the Mad Buddha God King, presents. Next, one after another, the representatives of the great unrivaled overlords stepped forward to offer gifts. Although there was no ups and downs in the whole process, Chu Yan watched it with amazement. Each of these treasures is extremely precious, and if all of them are snatched, he will be able to break through to the peak of the heavenly God realm directly. This birthday banquet is really a big profit. If I can hold one when I am 1,000 years old, it will be great. Chu Yan smiled wryly, shook his head, and thought to himself. Soon the representatives of the unrivaled overlord forces all completed their gifts, and representatives of some major forces stepped forward one after another to present important gifts. Unlike before, although the value of their gifts had obviously dropped by several notches, some of the special treasures still caught the eyes of those present. Taoist Mu Ling also changed his face slightly, nodded and smiled slightly. As soon as this session is over, it stands to reason that the Holy Heavenly King should come in person. Chu Yan glanced at the audience. The divine power and divine spark in his body were running at the same time, and quietly activated the divine power. Taoist Mu Ling, as the great elder under the command of the Holy Heavenly King, no matter what, the Holy Heavenly King should also come forward. Sure enough, as Chu Yan expected, when the last power representative walked back to the table, a vast golden fairy light bloomed directly from the void and appeared in the middle of the main hall. Immortal light was like a chain, and there were large ripples, and at the same time as it shot out, a tall figure appeared in the main hall. Suddenly, an invisible coercion surged like a tide, causing the entire main hall to tremble suddenly. The cultivators present, whether they were in the heavenly exalted realm or the earth god realm, all felt their hearts sink, as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs in an instant. The power of the unrivaled overlord is earth-shattering. See. Holy Heaven God King. Taoist Mu Ling, Li Mutian, Sui and other powerful men under the command of the Holy Heavenly God King all stood up and bowed to see the Tao. Wood Spirit, today is your 1,000-year birthday, so it doesn't have to be like this. The Holy Heaven God King waved his hand, shot out a golden light, helped the Wood Spirit up, and said with a light smile. You boy, you have finally lived 1,000 years, and you will practice with all your strength in the future, so that you can become the Overlord as soon as possible. I will give you this Supreme Spirit artifact. The golden illusory figure waved his hands again, and a small purple gold banner appeared from the void and shot towards the Wood Spirit Taoist. In the small purple golden flag, there was a strong coercion, which made all the auras of heaven and earth in the entire main hall freeze. Extreme spiritual weapon. In an instant, the faces of all the big cultivators present changed drastically, even the elders of the three major lineages were all shocked. Extremely respected spiritual weapon. Even in the hands of some unrivaled overlords, I am afraid that there are not many treasures. But now, the Holy Heaven God King gave it to Taoist Mu Ling as a birthday gift. As expected of the ancient God King, with his strength, I'm afraid he's only slightly inferior to Empress Xiantian. All the cultivators in the audience were stunned, and thoughts rose in their hearts. It really is him. In the crowd, everyone was looking at the supreme spiritual artifact, only Chu Yan's eyes were fixed on the golden illusory figure with killing intent on his face. Before that, if it was still a guess, then now, Chu Yan can be sure that this Holy Heaven God King is the one behind the Holy Heaven Pavilion in the 10 Directions starfield. Whether it is the source of power or the breath, it is exactly the same as the former Xintian monument. Master God King, this Taoist Muling didn't expect that the Holy Heavenly King would be so generous, and he was at a loss for what to do. Wanting to return it would seem like a face-off to the God King, but accept it, this gift is too heavy, so heavy that he dare not accept it. Mu Ling, you don't have to be polite with me. I won't be participating in today's birthday banquet. Let's have fun. The golden phantom figure smiled lightly, then turned around to look at the audience, and nodded. However, the moment his gaze caught sight of Chu Yan, it froze suddenly. Although he clearly sensed something, he didn't make any movements, and his figure gradually dissipated into the main hall. In an instant, all the coercive breath in the audience was instantly relieved. #C2954 Heaven-breaking knife. After the God King's avatar opened, all the cultivators present took a few deep breaths, and they were relieved. Mu Tian, continue. Taoist Wood Spirit also came to his senses, put away the supreme spiritual artifact, and gave orders. Yes, Master. Li Mutian quickly turned around, faced the crowd, and said loudly. Thank you all, I will not leave the ancient times, and add to the Master's birthday, now. The second part of the birthday banquet is actually the host's side, giving some return gifts to the guests present. After all, someone gave such a heavy gift, and the Master accepted it without expressing anything, which was somewhat unreasonable. Wait a minute, I haven't given you a gift yet. At this moment, a thunderous sound resounded through the main hall, and Zhuo Jiatian, who had been sitting there, stood up. Zhuo Jiatian. All the cultivators present all changed their expressions. Who is Zhuo Jiatian? No one in the room knows. After being injured, his mind and soul will be damaged, and there will be basically no human accidents, but now, he actually knows to give a birthday gift. Could it be that his spirit and wisdom have begun to recover? Li Mutian was also in a daze, looking at Zhuo Jiatian's figure. He was completely stunned there. Also, as one of the 2 true biographies under the command of the Holy Heaven God King, because of Zhuo Jiatian's injury, he received more attention from this side of the force, and naturally had more resources. But now, if Zhuo Jiatian started to recover, it would be, of course, not a good thing for him. Just when he was about to say something and blocked Zhuo Jiatian, the Wood Spirit Taoist, who was above the head, looked surprised and said, Jiatian, you also prepared a gift. Very good. Not only him, everyone present looked at Zhuo Jiatian with interest. I saw that Zhuo Jiatian stood up, his eyes were red, and the breath in his body was surging, and he walked forward like a beast. While walking, he drew a black knife from behind and handed it forward. Elder Wood Spirit, this knife is not bad, I want to give it to you. He held the long black knife in his hand and handed it to Taoist Wood Spirit casually, like a child giving another child a lollipop. However, this is not a lollipop, this is a weapon, almost poking the Wood Spirit Taoist in the face. He didn't say any words of congratulations, and he didn't care about the gift-receiving disciple standing next to him, and directly handed the knife to Taoist Mu Ling. Seeing this scene, Li Mutian was overjoyed, but his face sank slightly, and he shouted sharply. Zhuo Jiatian, take the knife away quickly, how decent it is, and, this ordinary knife, you also. Not only Li Mutian scolded him, other people present also shook their heads. Therefore, no matter in terms of shape, material, breath, etc., this black knife does not look like a divine weapon or above. It is estimated that at most, it is a top-level spiritual weapon. This knife. Among the crowd, only Chu Yan shrank his pupils suddenly, and his bright eyes were fixed on the black knife. Huh. This knife doesn't seem simple. Before Li Mutian could finish speaking, Taoist Muling directly raised his hand, interrupting him. while carefully looking at the black knife, he suddenly waved his hand, and a celestial spirit pierced into it. Almost at the moment when Shani rushed into the blade, a dazzling white light erupted from the entire black blade, and endless killing energy rushed out from the blade. In an instant, the violent soldier swept across the entire hall like a gust of wind. And in this gust of wind, all the cultivators present seemed to be able to feel it, as if there were thousands of troops rushing past. Shen Bing, and there is an immortal soul tool spirit. This knife is tempered, it must be very important, not bad. Very good. Taoist Muling looked at Zhu Jiatian, and kept nodding his head in approval. To him, a powerful magic weapon is actually nothing. What he is happy about is that this Zhu Jiatian can produce such a magic weapon, which has already taken him by surprise. Li Mutian and the other cultivators present had no idea that there was a ray of immortal soul weapon hidden in the black knife, and they were all stunned. Just like Taoist Mu Ling, after they realized it, they didn't pay much attention to such a stronger divine weapon. Only Chu Yan's eyes kept flickering. Jiatian, go back to your seat, let's continue. Taoist Mu Ling said to Zhu Jiatian. Senior Wood Spirit, I have something to ask for. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Li Mutian and all the cultivators present all changed their expressions slightly, and they all turned their heads to look. At this time, who is so ignorant that he wants to interrupt the wood spirit Taoist? However, when they saw the speaker, they were all taken aback. Because, the person who spoke was Chu Yan. Brother Yan, you. Huayang was full of doubts, including Yu Linger not far away, who was also confused. Who are you? There was no fluctuation in expression on Taoist Wood Spirit's face. His own mouth was interrupted, in his heart, of course he was not happy, if today was not his birthday banquet, in front of the powerful people in the world, with his usual temper, he might have done it directly. Master, he is. Li Mutian beside him quickly clung to Taoist Mu Ling's ear, and introduced Chu Yan in a low voice. Well, it turned out to be little friend Chu Yan, what's the matter, tell me. Taoist Mu Ling glanced at Huayang, his face softened a little. He was a little more patient with a peerless genius, and Huayang, the head of the Taoist tradition, as a true disciple. Taoist Wood Spirit, I hope that you can cut off love, so give me this knife. Chu Yan said seriously. This knife is a personal weapon of a close friend of mine. Now that it appears here, something must have happened. If the senior is willing, this kind of friendship will be deeply remembered by the junior, and I will pay it back 10 times in the future. When Zhu Jiatian took out the knife, Chu Yan noticed that it was the Duantian knife used by Ouyang Nantian. In this black knife, there is a wisp of Ouyang Nantian's soul. It is precisely because of this that Chu Yan took the risk of being rude and stood up directly. Moreover, Chu Yan is ready to wait a while, and asks Zhu Jiatian carefully, where did he get this knife? You want this knife? Taoist Mu Ling's already calm face turned cold instantly. The cultivators present were also full of nervousness, not daring to vent their anger. What a Chu Yan, who is courting death like this. Not far away, the little heavenly King Yupeng and Sun Yifeng all had smiles on their faces, and even Li Mutian's eyes flashed brightly. You know, this is the 1,000-year-old birthday feast of Taoist Wood Spirit. This black knife was a birthday gift presented by Zhu Jiatian, and someone would directly ask the host for a birthday gift at the banquet. Moreover, this is the Wood Spirit Taoist, the great elder under the command of the Holy Heavenly God King. After achieving the position of Heavenly God, he will definitely break through to the unrivaled Overlord. In terms of identity alone, I don't know how much taller than this Chu Yan. Senior Mu Ling, Brother Yan is also anxious, and Hai Han, I also hope that Senior can help my elder brother, I am very grateful. Without the slightest hesitation, Huayang stood up and said with cupped hands. Senior Mu Ling, Chu Yan is a little ignorant of the importance but it can also be seen that he is here to make friends and have deep affection and righteousness. If the senior fulfills him, he must also be respected by the cultivators of the world. Yu Ling'er also stood up lightly and began to persuade. Thank you. Chu Yan's heart warmed up, and he looked at the two of them. Of course he knew the possible consequences of his actions. #C2955 hit on hit. Huayang and Yu Ling'er, stepping up at such a critical time, will undoubtedly be of great help to him. Three peerless geniuses. All the cultivators present had their eyes lit up and looked at the three of them. This time, things became lively. It depends on how this matter will end in the end. Asshole. Little Heavenly King Yu Peng and Sun Yifeng saw Yu Ling'er, but their faces were dark. They didn't expect that Yu Ling'er would not hesitate to risk offending Taoist Mu Ling in order to help this Chu Yan. Master, look at this. Li Mutian also looked blank, and asked for instructions in a low voice. Taoist Mu Ling had no expression on his face, and his eyes kept scanning Chu Yan, Huayang and Yu Ling'er. In his heart, he was very upset. However, in addition to Chu Yan, there is another Huayang who speaks with Yu Ling'er. If he refuses on the spot, as Yu Ling'er said, his reputation will not be very good. After all, there are also powerful figures from the world's forces present here, and they are not alone. However, how could he just give it to that Chu Yan? How would the world think of him that day? The crux of the problem is not the cheap black knife, but how to deal with this matter. Jiatian, this black knife was given by you. Are you willing to give this black knife to this person? As expected of the great elder, Taoist Muling turned his gaze and asked Jiatian. In a word, all the problems and contradictions were transferred, and they were still transferred to Jiatian, who was mentally damaged. Therefore, no matter how Jiatian answered, no one in the world could say anything. In the next breath, Chu Yan, Huayang, Yu Ling'er and everyone present all looked at Jiatian. At this time, his words. It may be the final decision. Jiatian frowned slightly, his pupils were a little dilated, he glanced around, shook his head and said. How can I resend the gift given to the great elder, but... He directly refused, but then changed the topic, making everyone's faces tense. I heard that you are very powerful in combat. I want to fight with you. If you are invincible under my command, I will promise to send you off. As for the cultivation base, I have suppressed it to the 3rd level of the God realm. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of Shao Tianwan Yupeng, Sun Yifeng and other cultivators all lit up. Everyone knew that although this Jiatian was damaged in spirit and intelligence, his physical strength was not compromised in the slightest. Not only has he mastered the 4 elements, but he has also touched the threshold of the Tao realm, which is only one step away from a peerless genius. Of course, little Heavenly King Yupeng also knew that Chu Yan had also touched the threshold of the Tao realm, and might even be a minor success in the Tao realm, with an extremely powerful cultivation base. However, cultivation is the key, and Jiatian's cultivation is much higher than that of Chu Yan. Even if he suppresses his cultivation to the 3rd level of the heavenly God realm, he is not at all able to resist Chu Yan, who is at the peak of the earth god. Most importantly, Jiatian has a special habit of liking the sea of waste. Of course, at their level, it's nothing if the Qi Sea is destroyed, and it won't take long for it to be repaired. But don't forget what occasion it is. This is the 1,000-year-old birthday feast of Taoist Mu Ling. In the entire Shanghai realm, as long as there are some powerful forces, almost all of them are here. It would be a real embarrassment if he was directly exhausted in front of so many powerful forces and big bosses. Taoist Muling frowned slightly when he heard Jiatian's answer. Obviously he was not satisfied with Jiatian's answer. However, since he had already spoken, he couldn't say anything, so he turned his head, looked at Chu Yan, and said. Little friend Chu Yan, you have heard it too. How to decide, you can decide for yourself. Yang's expression changed immediately, and he quickly said, "Brother Yan." Yu Linger on the side also hurriedly transmitted her spiritual sense, "Chu Yan, take a step back first, and then think of other ways." In the eyes of the two of them, Chu Yan and Xuanhuan would definitely suffer a big loss if they confronted each other, and it was extremely uneconomical. "Fellow Daoist Xue, it seems that you really want to fight me, but before I answer, can you tell me, where did you get this black knife?" Chu Yan looked indifferently, looked at Xuanhuan, and asked. "It was exchanged from other cultivators, will you fight or not?" Xuanhuan was full of impatience, and his whole body was constantly surging with qi, as if it would erupt at any time. "Okay. I promise you." Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, without any hesitation at all, he just nodded in response. As long as it wasn't murder and robbery, then Ouyang Nanshan's situation shouldn't be extremely bad. However, the battle with Xuanhuan was exactly what Chu Yan wanted. Originally, he came to the birthday banquet this time because he wanted to fight the Xian genius. "What? Promise?" The cultivators present and the leaders of various forces were all stunned. Just now none of them guessed that Chu Yan would agree to Xuanhuan. "Hey, Chu Yan, let's see how you die this time." The little heavenly King Yupeng and Sunny Fang all had a look of joking on their faces. They estimated that, not to mention 1,000 breaths, Chu Yan's sea of energy would be blown to pieces at most 100 breaths. Yang's face tensed, and he opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing Chu Yan's expression, he still held back his mouth. "This Chu Yan, is there really a surprise?" Yu Linger looked at Chu Yan, her beautiful eyes flickering. She confirmed in her heart that a man who values love and righteousness and dares to die for his friends is definitely very majestic. However, it would be foolish to lose. "Ha ha ha, Wood Spirit, it's much more interesting now, it's more exciting than your boring rituals." Elder Shunlang laughed suddenly, his face was full of joy. Some other heavenly venerable realm and earth venerable realm powerhouses also nodded slightly. After all, the confrontation between two unrivaled geniuses is quite interesting. Taoist Mu Ling nodded lightly when he heard the words, and said with a smile, "Forget it, let them fight, it's lively." With a big wave of his hand, a large expanse of fairy light gushed out, and instantly opened up a huge martial arts arena on the side of the main hall. Since it's a confrontation, then set the rules. The range of the martial arts arena is bounded. Whoever goes out of the bounds will be counted as a loser. This time it was his birthday banquet after all, and he didn't want to bring out the dead. The point is, of course he knows what kind of weird character that Xuanhuan has. Even if Chu Yan can't beat him, he should be able to escape. As long as you escape the border, no one will die. "Chu Yan, come and fight." The fighting spirit in Xuanhuan's whole body finally exploded, and the divine light surged all over his body, as if he had turned into a peerless beast, striding towards the martial arts arena with great strides. "Good." Chu Yan didn't hesitate either, his whole body exploded with divine power, turning into a black on, darting towards the martial arts arena. The sword intent was like a tide, and it was activated instantly. The two unrivaled geniuses entered the arena, all with extraordinary momentum, but the many powerful talents present can be seen at a glance. That Chu Yan's aura was obviously much weaker than Xuanhuan's. There is a gap between the Earth God realm and the Heaven God realm. #C2956 True Genius Battle. Everyone can see that the gap between the third level of the Heavenly God realm and the peak of the Earth God realm is extremely huge. Just the nature of the divine power of the two cultivation realms is completely different. Boom. Xuanhuan's entire aura changed drastically in an instant, and even the pupils that spread between them became extremely sharp at this time, as if he had turned into an ancient god king, and several huge beast shadows appeared behind him. The condensed power hit Chu Yan with one punch. At this time, he is not only powerful in divine power, but also extremely strong in physical body, not weaker than the seventh heaven of the God realm. While Lai Longjing, a huge coercion hit and shrouded Chu Yan, so that Chu Yan did not have the slightest pressure, an endless destructive breath gushed out, and the same punch was blasted out. Boom! The majestic fist blasted in all directions, and the surrounding void trembled suddenly. The figures of the two were hanging in the air, and the sound of explosions continued to explode in their bodies. This was the first collision, and the strength between the two was evenly matched. Your physical body is very powerful, I like it very much. Xuanhuan's eyes were full of excitement, and his hands kept changing, condensing one after another Dharma seals, and began to activate an extremely powerful killing move. This Chu Yan's physical body is so powerful, and his strength has increased a bit, but if he has a good fighting style, and if his body is not weak, it is not impossible to last 50 breaths. A tycoon in the Tianzuan realm smiled slightly and murmured. Taoist Muling and the bigwigs of various forces present also noticed it, and nodded slightly. Judging from the current performance of Chu Yan, it is almost impossible to survive 100 breaths. After all, this first move was just a trial by both sides. A sword in the sky. The next moment, in front of everyone's eyes, Chu Yan turned from defense to offense, his figure flitted through the air like lightning, and when he reappeared, he was already in the sky above Xuanhuan, and he raised his hand and cut it down with a sword. How dare he take the initiative to attack? All monks. They were all stunned, and didn't understand what Chu Yan was going to do at all. After all, if he was told to last for 100 breaths, shouldn't he focus on defense? Pushing the time is definitely beneficial to Chu Yan. The Taoist Mu Ling and those powerful people in the heavenly venerable realm are even more aware that Chu Yan's sword is extremely strange. The power of this sword seems to be completely different from the sword intent they have seen before. Good! Xuanhuan shouted loudly, and the seal above his head condensed like a mountain, blocking Chu Yan's sword. On his fleshy bones, countless Dharma seals were densely covered in an instant. As long as it encounters a powerful attack, these skeletal seals will automatically operate. From the perspective of cultivation level, at Xuanhuan's level, any sneak attack and assassination, unless there is a huge difference in cultivation level, it is impossible to succeed at all. Destroy Zhonggang. After Chu Yan made a sword strike, he didn't stop at all, as if all his strength was poured into his fist, and he punched suddenly. Call out. At this moment, Xuanhuan's body suddenly flashed, and he directly avoided the punch. A large piece of fairy light burst out from his body, and hundreds of clones flashed out in an instant, rushing in all directions. Is this illusion? Or clone? Chu Yan's unicorn pupil swept over, but he saw that there was a trace of powerful divine power in each shadow of the avatar, which could completely perform a powerful killing move. The general avatar technique, not to mention whether so many avatars can be separated, even if they can be separated, it is meaningless to disperse the divine power to such a large number. Therefore, Chu Yan was cautious, and directly urged his movement, using the footwork of Yulong Tianxia, to disappear out of thin air on the spot. At this time, if it is an ordinary cultivator, he may not be able to see Chu Yan's figure, as if he disappeared in an instant. However, those bigwigs present could see that a stream of air surged in the void, which was exactly the trajectory of Chu Yan's movements. This body technique is very fast, and it can completely compete with me, but in front of me, fast speed has no effect. Hundreds of Xuanhuan's avatars spoke at the same time, followed by a long howl. Shocking axe. Every clone phantom burst out with fairy spirit at the same time, and they were arranged in a formation, and a black big axe appeared out of thin air in their hands, and they were raised high. Boom! 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 In an instant, hundreds of black axes slashed down at the same time, blasting into the void, like hundreds of thunderbolts exploding, the boundless power of the axes rushed into the entire space of the martial arts arena. Except for all the positions of Xuanhuan, every corner in all directions was shrouded in this axe power. As Xuanhuan said before, no matter how strong the movement is, it is meaningless at this time. A sword in the sky. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yan merged his human sword, and his body was like a shock, piercing through all the axe powers, and rushed directly to Xuanhuan. The sky is like a strong hand. Xuanhuan seemed to be waiting there all the time. The moment Chu Yan came over, he raised his hand and sent out a shocking killing move. In an instant, two handprints rushed from Chu Yan's left and right sides at the same time, with shocking power. Boom, boom. In Chu Yan's eyes, five-color brilliance erupted, and the powerful pupil power was like two divine swords, directly blasting through the handprints that struck from the left and right. Bang bang bang. The sound of dense explosions, like the sound of beating drums, resounded through the sky. The figures of the two collided in an instant, like two peerless beasts, crazily colliding with each other, confronting each other, and under the collision, the sound of Lei Wei continued to explode. Under the terrifying lingering prestige, everyone knew that if Taoist Mu Ling hadn't set up the barrier in advance, the entire hall would probably be demolished by the two of them now. It seems that the rumor that this Chu Yan beheaded and killed Mr. Shiming is not groundless. This son's strength is amazing. In the main hall, all the influential figures, seeing this scene, thought of some rumors about this Chu Yan before, and nodded together. Including those who are strong in the Tianzuan realm, all of them have slightly changed eyes. After all, Xuanhuan's divine power is so powerful, under the huge disparity, this Chu Yan is only slightly disadvantaged, which has already surpassed the combat power of ordinary unrivaled geniuses. However, at this time, among all the bosses, no one thought that Chu Yan could win. After all, within 100 breaths, if Xuanhuan crippled Chu Yan's Qi, he would still lose face. Even if Chu Yan's combat power is amazing now, it doesn't make any sense. It's already 60 breaths. Hua Yang's face was full of anger, his fists were clenched tightly, and he was counting silently in his heart. Destroy all heaven and earth. At this time, in the midair, Chu Yan was in the midst of thousands of immortal lights, but his figure rose into the sky like a dragon, and he raised his hand and pressed down. The power of countless sword intents instantly enveloped Xuanhuan's body. And on Xuanhuan's body, countless skeletal seals rushed out, blocking all these sword intents. What kind of power is this? However, it won't hurt me. Although Xuanhuan was surprised, he looked confident. #C2957 Taboo. Chu Yan's figure flashed again, appearing behind Xuanhuan, and when he raised his hand, a vast sword energy slashed out. A sword in the sky. As the sword chi passed, one after another bone seal shattered violently, and as the sword chi passed, it slashed fiercely on Xuanhuan's back. Aha! Xuanhuan received a blow from the sword, his whole body trembled suddenly, and he took 7 or 8 steps back. Ha ha ha, good. That's great. A mere peak earth god can actually hurt me. Not only was Xuanhuan not angry, but he let out a loud laugh, wiped off the dirty blood from the corner of his mouth, looked up into Chu Yan's eyes, and became even more fierce. An incomparably powerful aura continued to rise in his body. Now, it's finally possible to have a real fight. When Xuanhuan said a word to the ground, he raised 2 big axes, threw them suddenly, and threw them directly at Chu Yan. 2 celestial lights struck like lightning, and reached Chu Yan's head in an instant. So fast. Chu Yan's eyes shrank, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. There was no time to activate his combat skills, so he raised his hand to block. Boom! His whole body seemed to be hit by 2 big mountains, his whole bones exploded, his whole body was tumbling wildly, and his body flew backwards like a shooting star. Taboo! Chu Yan endured the pain and roared in his heart. In an instant, an extremely powerful breath of life rushed out of the body and rushed to the meridians of the bones all over the body, and all injuries were instantly recovered. However, before he could react, a black shadow rushed towards him instantly. Xuanhuan succeeded in one move, without stagnation at all, holding 2 battle axes. He had already rushed in front of Chu Yan. A pair of piercingly cold eyes just looked down at Chu Yan. The axe moves the mountains and rivers. Next moment, the surrounding fairy light void surged, and cracks in the void continued to spread towards the surroundings. Chu Yan is about to lose. Including Taoist Muling, all the Tianzuan powerhouses in the audience, as well as other cultivators, all judged in their hearts. Such a terrifying axe power, even if Chu Yan can recover from his injuries, it is meaningless. However, they believe that Chu Yan is already very strong if he can last until the current 70 breaths. Brother Yan. Hua Yang's face was full of anxiety, and even Yu Linger, who was not far away, had beautiful eyes flashing. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, I didn't expect that. This is what will happen to you. The little heavenly King Yupeng and Sun Yifeng laughed wildly in their hearts, but felt extremely refreshed in their hearts. Li Mutian's eyes, looking at Xuanhuan for the first time, felt a little more pleasing to the eye. Your physical body is so strong that you can recover instantly. But it's useless. Xuanhuan raised the double axes, and 10,000 shadows of the axes emerged, rushing into the double axes as if thousands of rivers were returning to the sea, turning into infinite power, and slashed fiercely towards Chu Yan. Boom! There was a loud noise, and in an instant, Xuanhuan's expression froze. A big blood-stained hand grabbed out fiercely, and grabbed the hand holding the axe, completely. Even with Xuanhuan's strength, he couldn't make an inch of progress. Really? A faint voice sounded, and the powerful momentum burst into the sky. All the cultivators in the audience were shocked. How is this possible? He resisted. Whether it was the Taoist wood spirit or other heavenly venerate realm powerhouses, they all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. You know, the power of Xuanhuan's axe just now is not an ordinary method, and the master is a strong man in the 3rd heaven of the gods, so he can't stop it at all. Not to mention, Chu Yan is only at the peak of the divine realm. But now, not only is it blocked, but it also seems to be very relaxed. Xuanhuan himself was dumbfounded. When he fought against Chu Yan, he naturally knew the most about the extent to which Chu Yan's body was injured just now. Even if it was a top-grade pill, it might not be able to recover instantly. A sword in the sky. It is impossible to answer. If you really want to answer, a sharp sword light will come down from the sky and slash out fiercely. At this time, Chu Yan's aura has undergone tremendous changes, and he descended to the world like a god of war. Humph. I don't believe it. Xuanhuan let out a heavy snort, threw the heavy axe in his hand violently, broke free with both hands, and once again chopped out the shadow of the axe all over the sky. Although Chu Yan's saber energy is incomparably great, there is still a huge gap between him and the axe shadow. With just one collision, it all turned into nothingness. Moreover, Chu Yan's figure was instantly forced back by the shadow of the axe all over the sky. Forbidden body. When Qianjun shot, Chu Yan let out a low growl, and the momentum of his whole body soared again. If before, there was a few levels of difference between Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan, then now, the gap has been narrowed infinitely. The combat power has doubled. Taoist Mu Ling, all the great masters of the heavenly exalted realm, were all shocked. They never thought that such a situation would happen. You know, at this level of cultivation, it is terrifying to even think about doubling your combat power during battles. Could it be that he? Sun Yifeng and Li Mutian's expressions changed at the same time. Little heavenly King Yupeng's complexion instantly became extremely dark. He knew that Chu Yan could double his cultivation, but he didn't expect that Chu Yan could instantly recover from his injuries. Now, 70 breaths have passed. Could it be that Chu Yan really blocked the 100 breaths? Chu Yan, I didn't expect that you still have a whole card. This time, if you can block my 100 breath time, I will not waste your chi hai, and I will give you that black knife too. Xie La Jiao's eyes were full of brilliance, and he announced loudly. At the same time, the blood in his body made a rumbling sound as if it was boiling. Although his intelligence and soul were damaged, his fighting spirit never diminished a bit. The more powerful Chu Yan is in front of him, the more excited he is. Extreme Axe. Xie La Jiao roared, hundreds of clones reappeared, and at the same time displayed a powerful soldier's light, like a large army, charging towards Chu Yan. Destroy the battle body. Chu Yan's fighting spirit also exploded to the extreme, the blood in his heart boiled like fire, and he launched a move with all his cards. Boom! 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 The huge martial arts arena space trembled violently. Chu Yan's confrontation with Xie La Jiao broke out again, and it was several times stronger than before. The cultivators present, even those who are far away, can feel an extremely powerful impact, which makes their spirits tremble. Not only that, but even the faces of those powerful people in the Tianzuan realm showed a touch of interest. After a duel, the time soon reached 80 breaths. At the 90th breath, although Chu Yan was at a disadvantage, his fighting spirit was getting stronger and stronger. As for Xie La Jiao, for a while, there was nothing he could do about Chu Yan, and it was impossible to win quickly. The last 10 breaths. Huayang's body couldn't bear it anymore, his whole body was tense, and his heart was raised to his throat. Beside him was Yu Linger, with a pair of beautiful big eyes, the same fruit also shone with strange light and rippled. Xie La Jiao, abolish him. The little heavenly King Yupeng, Sunny Fang, Li Mutian and others also had faces full of ferocity and roared in their hearts. #C2958 Fight later. Enveloped by the fairy light, Xie La Jiao's aura was as crazy as a wave, forming with the seal. Furious and roaring, let me break through the world. Following Xie La Jiao's roar, hundreds of clones around him merged into his twin axes, like thousands of rivers returning to the sea. Boom, boom. Before the axe fell, the power alone shook the void. The powerful air waves passed by, and the surrounding void began to distort and deform. Mad. Drink one word, the world is blood red, and everything freezes. In an instant, as if a crack in the void suddenly opened, a tall figure rushed out, holding a heavy axe, and slashed heavily at Chu Yan. The killing move this time is completely different from the previous ones. It is invisible and qualityless. It not only attacks the physical body, but also smashes the soul. If Chu Yan can't stop this move, then including his physical body, as well as his soul, everything will be destroyed. Under heavy injuries, he will not lose his combat power, and he will naturally lose. Boom. With a violent sound of piercing through the air, the heavy axe fell, as if it was about to shatter the void and the ground. That invisible wave of air swept across the entire hall. Fortunately, in the main hall, those with high cultivation bases accounted for the majority, and they used their divine power to protect their bodies to block them directly. However, there are still a very small number of practitioners with weak cultivation bases, but they are attacked by this strong wind, and they only feel dizzy for a while, and the whole world is spinning in front of them. The power of this soul attack, just the remaining energy, is so terrifying. The axe struck Chu Yan's body, and the force of the blast caused the entire martial arts space to be filled with air waves. Is he dead? That Chu Yan, is he dead? The little heavenly King Yupeng, Sunny Fang, and Li Mutian looked into the air. All of them were using their pupil power, and their faces were filled with anticipation. The power of this blow made even their hearts tremble, so they naturally knew its power. However, Chu Yan's continuous display of strength before made them feel a little guilty, and they only hoped to see the final result before they could confirm it. Not only them, but Huayang and Yu Linger, as well as the bosses present, all stared into the air. How this will turn out makes everyone look forward to it. Excellent. It's been a long time since I've fought so well. I've got pills, I'll give them all to you, practice hard, and fight again when you're at the same level as me. Xuanhuan's face was full of excitement, and his whole body became excited. Originally, his confident ultimate move, with this axe, could definitely defeat Chu Yan. However, before he could finish his sentence, a figure strode towards him amidst the air waves all over the sky. I will win this battle. Chu Yan's long hair flew up, his eyes stared straight at Xuanhuan, and he spoke softly. The move just now looked extremely terrifying. Among the geniuses present, even if they were unrivaled geniuses, few of them could resist this move. Although he was amazed by Xuanhuan's combat power, for Chu Yan, the physical body was strong, but the soul was even stronger. Don't talk about this, Xuanhuan. Even if he is a strong person in the earth-respect state, it is impossible for him to injure his soul. This is his biggest hole card. You have nothing to do, nothing at all. Xuanhuan twitched all over his face, as if he had eaten a fly. If Chu Yan was only injured, Xuanhuan could understand even a little bit of injury. However, under one's whole cards, the other party has nothing to do, so the situation is completely different. This is Chu Yan's victory. All the dignified and powerful people present, all the cultivators, including Huayang and others, had shocking expressions on their faces. You know, Xuanhuan's cultivation is suppressed in the third heaven of the God realm. And Chu Yan's cultivation is only at the peak of the earth God realm, but in front of such a powerful opponent, he lasted for a full 100 breaths of time. What does that mean? From the beginning to the end, although Chu Yan was slightly disadvantaged, he was clearly capable of fighting, and he was unscathed by Xuanhuan's trump card trick. Judging the results couldn't be easier. This shows that if Chu Yan is also in the third level of the heavenly God realm, his combat power may be the same as that of Xuanhuan, and he may even overtake him. This sun is the Tao realm small. Each cultivator, with a look of horror on his face, the sea of consciousness is in a mess, thinking of various possibilities, but can only guess at the end. All cultivators know that one can be called the unrivaled overlord if one reaches the level of heavenly venerable and masters the four elements. If you go further up, if you have enough cultivation and master the Tao realm, you can be called honorable and achieve the position of 9 heavens supreme. A small achievement in the Tao realm is something that countless unrivaled geniuses, including some new unrivaled overlords, dream of. If it is said that Chu Yan is honored and successful, and then he has mastered the Tao realm, then he can be called a peerless genius. Looking at the entire divine realm, they are all top geniuses. Geniuses of this level are either the heirs of the Supreme or the true disciples of the Supreme Orthodoxy. No matter how extraordinary their status are, they will all have the opportunity to become the 9 heavens supreme in the future. Chu Yan, you are not bad. Let me count as a loser today, but next time I will fight with you. Xuanhuan looked at Chu Yan with a look of disappointment on his face. However, after these words were finished, his original sharp pupils instantly became slack, and the whole person seemed to have lost his soul. He walked towards his seat and sat down directly. Chu Yan nodded, and his aura began to restrain himself. It has to be said that this battle is the battle of geniuses he really wants. An opponent like Xuanhuan deserves respect no matter whether he wins or loses. At this time, as Chu Yan walked out of the martial arts space step by step, there was a dead silence in the entire hall. Ignoring the sluggish eyes around him, Chu Yan strode up to Taoist Mu Ling, bowed his hands, and said, "Senior, according to the agreement, can you give me that black knife?" As soon as these words came out, everyone gasped and reacted suddenly. They all raised their heads and looked at Taoist Muling. Ha ha ha. Taoist Wood Spirit laughed loudly and said loudly. Young hero. Not bad. You are very good. This knife is yours. At this time, Taoist Muling felt no discomfort anymore. The strength shown by Chu Yan is obvious to all. If he had known that Chu Yan had such strength, then from the very beginning, he would have given the black knife to Chu Yan without hesitation, and would not let Zhu Jiatian fight him at all. Why? Because in the world of martial arts, strength is the most important thing. Regardless of whether it is the unrivaled genius or the peerless genius present, it is only a temporary status. What will happen in the future depends on the strength. But now the strength and potential that Chu Yan showed is a genius in the world. It's a peerless genius. With Muling Taoist's cultivation base and vision, he can certainly see that Chu Yan's future martial arts future is limitless. Congratulations, little friend Chu Yan. Haha, little friend Chu Yan, that move just now was very strong. Little friend Chu Yan, it's wonderful. Little friend. In an instant, Chu Yan instantly became the focus of the audience, and all the bosses reacted and surrounded Chu Yan one after another. Taoist Muling is not the only one who has vision. #C2959, the enemy of life and death. As the saying goes, the strong are respected. This time, Chu Yan won, and he was the person with noble body this time. No one dared to underestimate him anymore, and only wanted to make friends with him. This situation is not too obvious in the 10 Directions Starfield, but it is extremely prominent in the God's domain. According to Chu Yan's idea, it should be a lower realm like the Shifeng Starfield, which pays more attention to the background of the sex power, but when it comes to the God's domain, the restrictions of the sex power are obviously much weaker. All cultivators are more self-sufficient. Mainly, strive for a higher martial arts peak. Under such circumstances, the importance of getting along with me is naturally obvious. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, I didn't expect that your strength is so strong. I was worried about you just now. Yu Linger moved lightly with lotus steps, walked over, and said to Chu Yan. I have already sent someone to investigate the origin of the black knife. When Huayang heard this sentence, he also said to Chu Yan. Brother Yan, I also sent someone to investigate, don't worry. This situation surprised Chu Yan, and he turned around and bowed to the two of them. Although it is said that Yu Linger met Chu Yan twice, she seemed to be interested in Chu Yan, and she felt close to her on purpose. However, Chu Yan is completely unfamiliar with God's domain, and even God's sea realm. Let him check it alone, and he doesn't know when to check it, and there may not be any results. Huayang and Yu Linger took the initiative to help, which is a favor. No accident. Chu Yan held the Duantian Dao in his hand, looked at it intently, and secretly said in his heart. Going back this time, we are going to retreat. The complexions of Sun Yifeng and Li Mutian were completely dark, and the little heavenly King Yuping even tensed up, staring at Chu Yan's back. Last time, even if he was controlled by Chu Yan, he didn't feel that Chu Yan was like a mountain, too high to be surpassed. But today, after Chu Yan's thunderous power shocked the audience, he finally felt that the black-robed figure standing there was no longer a terrifyingly powerful genius, but a celestial peak that could not be climbed at all. The birthday banquet continues. Li Mutian took a deep breath. Announced loudly. Now, friends from all walks of life, toast. Everything returned to calm and normal, and everyone's attention returned to the smiling wood spirit Taoist again. However, because of the battle just now, the atmosphere at the scene seemed to be much warmer. Time passed by little, and half an hour later, all the formalities and etiquettes were over one after another. After the ceremony, of course, the casual communication and banquet began. The cultivators present gathered in groups of 3 or 4, chatting with each other and getting closer to each other. When the atmosphere was harmonious, a disciple wearing a green robe hurried over and told the wood spirit Taoist. Elder, something has happened, Mo Hai and Lini Ancient Street have undergone a change, and they are all opened in advance. Mo Hai, Lini Ancient Street, are two very famous cultivation places among the cliffs of Tianluan Sea. They were created by the Holy Heaven God King himself, and the Muling Taoist is in charge. On the main seat, Taoist Wood Spirit glanced at the disciples in front of him, and said coldly, "It's just opened in advance, it's not a big deal, just let the inner disciples and outer disciples pass the assessment in advance and prepare to enter. There's nothing to panic about such a thing. The place of practice is dead, but the people are alive, so just change with it. Moreover, there are tens of thousands of places of cultivation in this domain of the gods, and it is impossible for them all to keep the time accurate. It is normal that the time is almost opened. But, Elder, Tianshui Ridge also, the fairy spirit has fluctuated ahead of time," the green-robed disciple hurriedly said again. At this moment, Taoist Mu Ling's face tightened instantly. Tianshui Ridge is quite different from the previous two training places. The Tianshui Ridge connects the entire formation of the Skyfall Sea Curtain, which was refined by the Holy Heaven God King at a high cost. After being activated, it can radiate the entire Skyfall Sea Curtain range and detect the existence of the enemy. It is also because of the existence of this mountain that no matter how many dead soldiers are sent by the enemy forces, they will all die violently as soon as possible. Therefore, the role and significance of Tianshui Ridge are extraordinary. However, a month ago, the investigation was just started. Why is it started again now? Okay, I see, you go down. Taoist Mu Ling felt a little headache. He waved his hand, ready to wait for the birthday banquet to end, and hurried to check. Yes. The green-robed disciple let out a sigh of relief, turned around and left. After all, it was a matter within the power, and the other big bosses and cultivators in the temple did not hear it under the sound transmission of the divine consciousness. The atmosphere at the scene was still enthusiastic. Especially Chu Yan, who was attracted by many forces, especially after they found out that Chu Yan had not joined any forces, they became more enthusiastic. Little friend Chu Yan, think about it, our side is good, as long as you nod your head, then you will become the third true disciple of the Holy Heaven King, then. Of course, Taoist Mu Ling also intended to win over Chu Yan, and said directly. However, before Taoist Wood Spirit could finish his sentence, a sudden change occurred in the entire hall. An invisible powerful coercion suddenly appeared, pressing down on the entire hall, as if it wanted to completely crush the hall. All the cultivators present looked up in amazement. This is Taoist Mu Ling, Li Mutian, Sun Yifeng, and many powerful men under the command of the Holy Heavenly King, all became nervous. Boom, boom. A bright red light broke through the endless void, and fell on Chu Yan like a sea tide. What's happening here? Chu Yan's face was startled, full of astonishment. This red light doesn't have any power or aura fluctuations, so it can't affect his physical body and spirit at all. However, there was an extremely uncomfortable feeling in his heart, as if there was a force that was watching him, ready to strike at any time. Where did this come from? The cultivators present were all at a loss. It won't be Tianshui Ridge. Some powerful people suddenly thought of something and said suspiciously. Tianshui Ridge. Isn't that said in the legend that the Holy Heavenly God King personally built it, which stretches across the entire heavenly fallen sea curtain, and is specially used to detect the enemy? That's right. The heavenly blood ridge was created and mastered by the Holy Heaven God King himself. After detecting the enemy, it will cast light of 7 colors to differentiate the enemy into different levels. This red color seems to be second high level. Purple is the highest threat, and red is the second highest level threat. A strong man reacted at the same time and looked at Chu Yan. However, when they looked at Chu Yan again, everything changed. The whole great change instantly became a dead silence, complete silence. If it is as everyone guessed, it doesn't mean that Chu Yan, who just became a blockbuster, is the life and death enemy of the power of the Holy Heaven God King. Even Taoist Mu Ling, Li Mutian and Sun Yifeng looked at Chu Yan dully, full of shock. #C2960 Red Mansion's mortal enemy. Others don't know, but Taoist Mu Ling and Li Mutian certainly know it very well. The Tianshui Ridge is opened once a year, and a situation like this will rarely happen once in at least 50 years. Moreover, being marked with a red blood light shows that Chu Yan's threat to them is absolutely irresolvable. In the future, Chu Yan will definitely bring them a huge crisis. Holy God King also has this ability? Chu Yan looked at the eyes of the three people, his heart was cold, and his scalp was a little numb. Back then in the 10 Directions Starfield, that Holy Heaven monument would often issue divine sin edicts, designating the enemies of the Holy Heaven Pavilion. Because of this, he ranked first in the list of gods and sins, and was hunted down by Xingtian Pavilion every day. It's not easy to stay here for a long time. As soon as Chu Yan rolled his eyes, he was ready to smear the soles of his feet with oil, so as to use the divine power in his body to the extreme in an instant, directly urging Yulong Tianxia. With his current cultivation base, this day will be reduced to the sea, and he must not wait. You still want to leave? Taoist Mu Ling reacted in an instant, shouted like thunder, and waved his hand. The majestic fairy spirit rushed out like a tsunami, turning into a prison of heaven and earth, covering Chu Yan. Not only that, but the entire main hall seems to have come to life in this area, and countless immortal light formations continued to erupt, sealing the entire hall tightly. At this time, even if it was a heavenly venerable realm expert who made the move, it would be impossible to break out of the hall and escape in a short period of time. Trouble. Chu Yan's heart skipped a beat. This situation is almost a dead end, and there is no escape. Taoist Wood Spirit, what do you want to do? Hua Yang's complexion changed drastically, he stood up abruptly, and shouted loudly. What are you doing? Humph. Taoist Wood Spirit looked cold and said directly. This sun. It is the mortal enemy designated by our Xuetian Ridge, and I naturally want to capture him. You'd better not interfere in this matter, so as not to be implicated. When his words fell to the ground, in this hall, some cultivators around all released divine power from their bodies, and their faces were icy cold. These cultivators are naturally strong under the command of the Holy Heaven God King, and their cultivation bases are not weak, and they are all in the realm of human dignity or earth dignity. Several human dignity elders of the Supreme Orthodoxy quickly got up and said, Huayang, this matter has nothing to do with us, why not? Without waiting for them to finish speaking, Huayang's body was full of violence, his divine power was like a tide, and he stared at Taoist Mu Ling with red eyes, and said, What if I have to intervene? Not far away, Yu Linger chuckled lightly, walked over with lotus steps, and said in a soft voice, Senior Wood Spirit is just a guide for a spiritual weapon. Because of this, it is a bit rash to attack fellow Daoist Chu Yan. The current Xingtian God King can't compare to the existence of Xingtian Pavilion in the 10 Directions Starfield, covering the sky with one hand. Not to mention God's domain, even in the Divine Sea realm, the power of the Holy Heaven God King is not the strongest. After all, Xuetian Ridge is just a spiritual weapon within their power, and the guidance given, saying that whoever is the mortal enemy is the mortal enemy, and those who shout for beating and killing, this makes it difficult for people from other external forces to recognize it. Call out. Call out. Call out. A series of figures suddenly came through the air, appeared in the hall, and the coercion released immediately made everyone tremble. These figures are all the supreme elders of the power of the Holy God King, and each of them has reached the heavenly venerable realm. Why are you here? Taoist Wood Spirit's expression changed. It's just a red-glowed enemy, even if it's a high level, there's no need to dispatch 9 supreme elders at once. Wood Spirit, Hongmong's mortal enemy, is this person. A beautiful woman stared at Chu Yan, her face was full of doubts, and she asked. Just now, the Lord God King sent an order to abolish this person's cultivation base, seal his body, and imprison him in the blood prison of myriad demons. As soon as this statement came out, the expressions of all the cultivators of the major forces in the audience changed. Even Taoist Wood Spirit was stunned. 10 heavenly exalted realm supreme elders. God King personally ordered. Just to deal with a mere warrior in the God realm. When Chu Yan heard these words, he was taken aback for a moment. Could it be that the avatar of the God King just now sensed something? Except for Huayang and Yu Linger, everyone's heart sank, and the Holy Heaven God King personally ordered, how could this be Chu Yan? Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, is it over now? In Sunny Feng's heart, little heavenly King Yupeng couldn't help laughing wildly. They originally thought that this Chu Yan would be extremely beautiful and nothing would happen. But now, in the blink of an eye, Chu Yan has become the sworn enemy of the Holy Heaven King. In this way, no matter how talented and powerful Chu Yan is, it will be useless. But, this is an unrivaled genius, and he is still in the realm of small success. Taoist Mu Ling glanced at Chu Yan, and said hesitantly. Although he attacked Chu Yan, he did not expect that there would be such serious consequences. After all, there must be a powerful existence behind a peerless genius with a small success. Small achievement in Dao realm. The 9 great elders present were all stunned, and they all looked at each other with puzzled expressions on their faces. Master God King is wise. He said before coming here that if this son's status is not low, then he must not let it go. Taoist Muling was stunned when he heard the words. Lord God King, even counting this, is truly invincible. Okay, let's not talk nonsense. Whoever refuses to follow the orders of the God King, I will abolish him now. Among the 9 supreme elders, a tall man strode out with blood gushing from his body. There were bloodlines and a pair of eyes, looking directly at Chu Yan. In an instant, in the entire hall, the void froze suddenly, as if a peerless beast was rising with incomparable monster power, ready to choose someone to devour. Chu Yan is over. Even if he is an unrivaled genius, has a small achievement in the Dao realm, and has a big shot behind him, it's too late now. This is an unrivaled genius with a small achievement in the Dao realm, so he lost it like this. Such a pity. All the cultivators present were full of sighs and shook their heads. Especially those Tianzuan who looked at Chu Yan calmly, none of them had the idea of making a move. If it was in another place, maybe they would consider helping out, so as to make friends with the big shots behind Chu Yan. However, this is the core of the heavenly false curtain. If you make a move here, you are looking for death. Chu Yan, I was still thinking, in the future, I will kill you with my own hands. It seems that there is no chance. The little heavenly king, Yupeng, was in a good mood at this moment, smiling all over his face, thinking to himself. By now, most of his hatred for Chu Yan has disappeared. Heavenly Saint Destroyer Array. The middle-aged man made a move, and his whole body turned into an unrivaled heavenly demon, holding a blood-colored long staff and stepping on the spirit seal, his aura soared to the clouds. Delusion. At this moment, without the slightest hesitation, Huayang let out a loud roar, and countless talismans exploded from his body, turning into an extremely powerful and majestic figure. #C29615 Thunderblade Zune. Huayang said that his life was given by Chu Yan. Now, even if he dies, he will never let Chu Yansheng fall in front of him. Go away. The middle-aged man roared, and swept out with a stick. The terrifying stick shadow directly shattered the magic talisman on Huayang's body, and sent it flying upside down, hitting the wall of the hall. The gap between the heavenly venerable realm and the heavenly god realm is a world of difference. Of course, he knew Huayang's identity, so he didn't dare to kill him, otherwise, if he hit the stick, his body would be damaged and his soul would be destroyed. Die. The middle-aged man withdrew his gaze, rushed to Chu Wei in an instant, raised the long stick in his hand again, and slammed it down on Chu Yan. The blood-colored demon light rushed to the entire hall. Everyone's pupils froze, and even their breathing was completely stagnant. An unrivaled genius, the talent of Xiaoqing in the Dao realm, just lost like this. I can't help it, let's fight. When Qianjun shot, Chu Yan's eyes were sharp, and his face was full of determination. On his body, there is a mark left by the god of war. The god of war told him that as long as he activates the will of the god of war and activates this imprint, any danger can be resolved. Now I just hope that this god of war mark won't let me down. Chu Yan's heart was full of death, and he watched the long stick fall. Under the hatred and anger, Chu Yan even thought that it would be great if the mark of the god of war could destroy the entire sky and sea screen. Stop. Just when Chu Yan gritted his teeth and activated the god of war's will, a shout of rage shook the sky and suddenly exploded. In an instant, with this roar, all the restraining spirit arrays in the hall were reduced to nothingness. A huge purple handprint rushed from outside the hall and slapped the middle-aged man hard. Break! Middle-aged male. Without a trace of hesitation, he turned around and attacked the purple handprint. Boom! There was an explosion, and the long stick hit the handprint, smashing it instantly. Who? Taoist Mu Ling and a group of supreme elders all looked out of the palace gate with cold expressions on their faces. Who has the guts to come to the third-tier main hall in the sky and see to make trouble? Could it be that someone came to save Chu Yan? The eyes of the other powerful figures present also lit up, and they all looked out of the palace gate. Logically speaking, even if the big guy behind Chu Yan made a move, it would be impossible for him to reach Qianlu and Haimu in such a short time. Even Chu Yan himself looked at the gate of the palace with a look of astonishment. Could it be that Empress Xiantian really came? Humph. I've never seen such a domineering person who convicts people casually and kills whoever he wants. With a cold snort, outside the hall, 3 figures strode forward. Among the 3, 2 were covered in heavy armor, so they couldn't see their faces clearly. The first person was dressed in a white robe, with 5 heavy knives on his back, and his face was cold, giving people a strong sense of coercion. Under the command of the Duanxing God King, Wu Lei Daozun. Everyone present was stunned when they saw these 3 figures, especially the leader. This Chu Yan, could it be that he was the one who broke the life of the God King? At this moment, such doubts arose in everyone's hearts at the same time. Wu Lei Daozun, in the entire Shanghai realm, has a great reputation, and is much higher than the Wood Spirit Taoist. After all, Wu Lei Daozun not only mastered the 4 elements of extreme strength, but also reached the level of Tianzuan, and he was also known as the half-step overlord. It turns out that, you are the descendant of the God King of Duanxing. It seems that I guessed wrong before. Yu Linger looked at Chu Yan with beautiful eyes, and smiled softly, all charming and charming. Although there were some gaps in what she imagined, the God King of Duanxing was also one of the ancient God Kings in the Divine Sea realm. I'm not his descendant. Chu Yan shook his head directly. What? You are not the descendant of the God King of Duanxing. Yu Linger was taken aback for a moment, her small mouth opened slightly. Then this Wu Lei Daozun, why did he come here to save you? Yu Linger was at a loss, and Chu Yan himself was also at a loss. It seems that I have no friendship with the God King Duanxing, and I have caused a lot of trouble for others. Wu Lei, what are you going to do? Are you really going to fight us for this, son? Taoist Muling stood up, looked at Wu Lei Daozun, and asked sharply. Hearing this, Wu Lei Daozun still had a cold expression on his face, saying, For the enemy. It's not up to me. But, I want to take this son away. After saying this, he didn't give the other party time to react at all, and slashed out with a hand knife, cutting all the heaven and earth cages around Chu Yan's body to pieces. Dream. Taoist Mu Ling and several grand elders would watch helplessly, and suddenly countless divine powers exploded, and they all shot together. Will you start a war? Then let's fight. The 5 saber lords stomped one step at a time, and the 5 heavy sabers behind them all soared into the sky, turning into shadows of swords all over the sky, forming a shocking formation of swords, and charging towards the 9 people on the opposite side. Behind him, the 2 heavy armored men exploded with divine power from their bodies, forming seals with their hands, and with a wave of their hands, there were thousands of phantoms of ferocious beasts, rushing in all directions, towards the entire hall. Boom, boom. In an instant, everyone could only feel that the sky was shaking. Is this really a war? The powerhouses of other forces are all stunned and stunned. Wu Lei, you understand, this is the sky and the sea. If there is a war, you 3, don't even think about leaving. Taoist Muling was furious and roared loudly. Just relying on you people. Ha ha ha. Wu Lei Daozun laughed wildly. Even if he was besieged by the 9 heavenly Zun, his figure was like a towering mountain, as stable as a rock. Just you, who are in the earthly prestige realm, are thousands of miles away from the unrivaled overlord, and you can talk to me like this. In an instant, a cold voice sounded, and a ray of immortal light bloomed outside the palace gate. Following the appearance of the white-robed figure with his hands behind his back, the entire hall was filled with dead silence. No one spoke at all, and they couldn't speak, and it was impossible to even move their fingers. This kind of coercion, even those who are powerful in the Tianzuan realm, are directly suppressed. Only Chu Yan stood there, his face twitching. This voice is very familiar, I have seen it not long ago, maybe, why is he here? The majesty of the overlord swept across, and a group of people turned their backs on their backs in the entire hall. Even those who were strong in the heavenly venerable realm retreated 7 or 8 steps, with pale faces. Duansheng. God King. Everyone's pupils shrank in unison, looking at the white-robed figure standing there in the hall, his face twitching. Who would have thought that the world-renowned overlord of the divine sea realm would descend in person? Although what came was just a will of the overlord, but this can be regarded as coming in person. Bastard. Little heavenly King Yupeng and Sun Yifeng's complexions instantly turned dark. Especially Yupeng, after just thinking about it, no one can threaten him anymore, and he doesn't need to think that someone will miss him as a mount. But now, the God King of Duansheng is here. #C2962 for Great Gods. The heavenly fallen sea curtain, the core site of the holy heaven God King, even if the God King ordered it, now that the Duansheng God King has arrived, no one can move Chu Yan. Senior Duansheng, I didn't expect that you would go to the sea screen in the sky. Taoist Muling's complexion kept changing, he squeezed out a smile, and said. As God King Duansheng said, he is not yet at the level of an unrivaled overlord, and it is better to be honest in the face of these ancient unrivaled overlords. Well, I took the person away, is it okay? The God King Duansheng glanced at Taoist Wood Spirit, then scanned the whole hall, and said softly. When this sentence fell to the ground, the whole hall was dead silent. It is a big deal for the God King to speak in person and ask a practitioner of the Earth Respect realm for his opinion. How noble the God King is, it is almost impossible to say what he said, and now he even asks a low-level warrior, whoever dares to say a word is blaspheming the prestige of the God King. The Wood Spirit, Taoist and the elders all had awe-inspiring faces, and they didn't dare to breathe. A ray of God King's will is actually not strong, and these strong men in the temple can completely destroy it with the blast of God. However, after the detonation, I am afraid that even the king of life-severing gods will not be able to bear the consequences. A low-level cultivator who blasphemes the majesty of the God King will definitely arouse the wrath of the world's unrivaled overlord. This way, no one can afford it. Senior Duanqing, this matter. Mu Lingdao's head is too big. If the king of Duanqing is really allowed to take people away like this, then there is no way for them to explain to the king of Xingtian. The gaze of the Duanqing divine king suddenly turned cold. In the entire hall, there was a chilling murderous aura that made everyone's eyes widen and their souls tremble. Of course, there is only one exception, and that is Chu Yan, who completely ignores the might of the unrivaled overlord. Taoist Muling's face changed, and he didn't dare to speak at all. Holy day come. I will say hello. God King Duanqing said lightly, waved his hand, and the fairy light fell on Chu Yan, pulling him over directly. What a Duanqing, full of power and prestige. At this moment, another strange sound sounded, and the hall trembled slightly. Countless fairy lights surged, rushing from the depths of the sky and sea, and directly condensed a figure. This figure is the incarnation of the will of the Holy Heaven King. Holy, holy God King is here. The cultivators in the hall gasped in unison, their expressions changed drastically. Another God King. Of course, the many powerhouses present are not the kind of low-cost cultivators who have never seen a God King. It's just that, in the current situation, the appearance of the two great God Kings may be tit for tat. It's hard to say, maybe there will be a fight at any time. That is to say, no matter how bad the situation is, it is the confrontation between the two great gods and kings. Even if the people present are all elders of the major forces, I am afraid that there are not many people who have seen it. See Holy Heaven God King. Taoist Mu Ling and a group of supreme elders hurried to see Taoism. Could it be that there is still a change? Little Heavenly King Yupeng, Sun Yifeng and the others all stared wide-eyed and looked up at the Holy Heavenly King. Before, when they saw the appearance of the God King Duanqing, they thought that Chu Yan was absolutely fine this time. After all, on this day when another God King appeared, it was impossible for the Holy Heaven God King to fail to sense it. If he didn't come for a long time, maybe he wanted to sell off the face of King Xingshen, and he didn't want to cause too much dispute. But now, the King of Heaven is here. It's okay, what happened just now is not your responsibility. The incarnation of the will of the Holy God King waved his hand, his eyes passed over Chu Yan, looked at the Duanqing God King, and said softly. In my place, is it appropriate to take away Hong Mong's mortal enemy? When this word fell to the ground, the face of the Duanqing God King suddenly sank. As a divine king of the same rank, the Duanqing divine king certainly knew that this holy heavenly divine king had reached the Tao realm, and was only one step away from the perfect Tao voice. Moreover, according to the news he received, the Holy Heaven God King has been practicing in closed doors, impacting that realm. Therefore, if the Tao realm is really perfect, then it is. 9 Heaven Sovereign. For a different place, for a different person, the Duanqing God King is absolutely unwilling to have a head-on conflict with the Xingtian God King. But now, something about Chu Yan made him extremely decisive. This time, it was for that thing that the God King Duanqing sent 5 sword masters, hoping that Chu Yan would be rescued if he did not show up. It's just a divine weapon, but it's appropriate to condemn my people to death. The God King Duanqing refused to give up a word, and said with a sneer. Man, I definitely want to take it away, so I owe you a favor. In order not to start a war, the Duanqing God King still took half a step back. Favor? I don't care. Today, this son must be abolished. It's still for your sake, otherwise, just kill him. The Holy Heaven God King also refused to give up a single step, and was domineering. Oh. Then there is nothing to discuss. The smile on the face of the Duanqing God King began to freeze. Snort. Xingtian Shenhuang didn't answer directly, but just hummed repeatedly. This one word represents the final answer of the Holy Heaven King. It wasn't as Chu Yan thought. The Holy Heaven God King didn't find Chu Yan's body at this time, and he didn't know that Chu Yan was the ascendant who broke the Xingtian pavilion. After all, the unrivaled genius who has achieved a small achievement in Chu Yan Dao realm has the King of Unborn God behind him. Even if he is in the realm of cultivation, he is completely incompatible with the person who broke the Xingtian pavilion, so the King of Xingtian will definitely not go to that place. Direction guessing. However, for Chu Yan, he had a subconscious dislike, and coupled with Tiang Shuling's reaction, he made up his mind and lowered the will of the God King. As for him now, by refusing to give in to the God King Duanqing, he wants to show that the sky and the sea are his territory, and no one can be presumptuous, including the unrivaled overlord. Boom, boom. In the next breath, the entire hall began to hum and tremble, and the sound of thunder resounded in the vast void. Everyone's spirits were trembling violently, and they couldn't stop at all. It can be seen that the two unrivaled overlords, even if it is just a confrontation of breath, are so powerful. What a holy king! The faces of Sunny Feng and Yupeng were suddenly full of surprise. Xingtian Shenhuang hummed heavily, expressing his attitude. Today, Chu Yan may really not be able to leave. The majesty of the holy heaven is really domineering, and I will die. I can't match it. The aura of the Duanqing Shenhuang disappeared suddenly, the smile on his face reappeared, and he said with a light smile. However, I am not the only one who wants to save Chu Yan today. As soon as the words fell to the ground, he turned his head and looked outside the hall. I saw, above the sky outside the main hall, a dazzling light shone like a star shining in the entire sky. An abyss-like aura, and a towering figure like a mountain, appeared above the sky, walking towards this side with strides. Xingtian, is my face worth anything? When the figure opened its mouth, it was like the sound of a great bell, moving through the heaven and earth. #C2963 Body of Calamity. The thunder that exploded between heaven and earth changed the expressions of everyone present. Myriad Soul God King, why are you here? Xingtian Shenhuang's face was startled, full of surprise. Brother Xingtian, I'm sorry, I'm here too. A melodious voice sounded, above the sky, the red dress was like a fire, strolling over. The fourth God King is coming. The God King in red. You are here too. Even if it was as strong as the Holy Heavenly King, his face was shocked at this time. You know, Chu Yan was shrouded in red light, and by the time of the past, it was less than 1,000 breaths. But in such a short period of time, the will of the three God Kings all descended. From this point, can it be seen that Chu Yan has an extremely important identity and status in the hearts of these three God Kings, and has been secretly protecting him. Even if Chu Yan is an unrivaled genius and a small success in the Dao realm, but the three great God Kings secretly protect him, what the hell is this? Even some unrivaled overlords in the Divine Sea realm would not send someone to protect their juniors when they went out to experience training. What they needed was to experience life and death by themselves in order to achieve the road of martial arts. I believe him now. He is definitely not the descendant of the God King Duanqing. In Yu Linger's beautiful eyes, the light shone like stars. When Chu Yan heard this, he smiled wryly and shook his head. Now it seems that he doesn't even know whose descendant he is. Who is this God King of 10,000 souls, and the God King in red clothes? Never seen it, never heard of it. It is impossible for the King of Life to die, so for him, please move the two Kings of God. This son has some fate with me, so I made a special trip here, and I asked Brother Xingtian to let him go this time and give him another chance. The red-clothed God King had a smile on his face, and the long red dress moved lightly like a cloud of fire, with a smile on his face, like a gentle spring breeze. No one could see the slightest bit of murderous aura on her body. No wonder it is Hongmong's mortal enemy, but his cultivation in the divine realm can actually attract 3 god kings. The face of the holy king of God gradually returned to calm, and he continued. With his talent, let him go this time, and the threat to my side will become bigger and bigger in the future. In the entire hall, a frozen and chilling atmosphere kept emerging. The 3 giants, the God King Duansheng, the God King of Myriad Souls, and the God King in Red, heard this sentence, but they didn't answer, and they all shook their heads lightly. After 10 breaths, the powerful aura in the hall gradually dissipated and returned to calm. King Xingtian stared at the 3 of them for a long time and finally said, 3 close relatives, I will naturally give this face, but if you want me to let you go, there is one condition. Hearing the words, the Duanxing Xuanhuan was overjoyed, and bowed his hands in a salute. Brother Xingtian, if you have any request, just ask. Now, the Holy Heaven God King no longer has a trace of domineering, and he even took the initiative to bow to the Duanxing God King in return. Brother Duanxing, please be polite, my request is very simple, that is, I want to investigate this son's physical body to see if he is the enemy I must destroy. As soon as this remark came out, without waiting for the 3 great god kings to react, he waved his hand directly, and the gang seal was like a tide, and he grabbed Chu Yan. Up to now, the Holy Heaven God King has not associated the Chu Yan in front of him with the ascendant who broke the Xingtian pavilion. However, the 3 god kings descended together, making his doubts more and more serious. At the same time, in front of the forces of all parties, if the 3 god kings opened their mouths, he would be relieved and face embarrassment. Seeing the Holy Heaven God King attack, the expressions of the 3 god kings changed at the same time. And Chu Yan's mind suddenly tightened. He never expected that this holy heavenly king would want to check his body. In this way, if the Holy Heaven God King knew about his relationship with the Xingtian pavilion, he would probably kill himself even if the 3 great god kings were in front of him. 9 territories star map, God of War will, it's up to you. Chu Yan didn't dare to be negligent, and his whole body burst out with divine power, pouring all of it into the 9 regions star map, and at the same time roared in his heart. The power of the God King poured into Chu Yan's body like a stream of water, sweeping across Chu Yan's meridians like rivers and rivers, not even letting go of every piece of flesh and blood. In the entire hall, there was a sudden silence, and everyone shrank to one side, watching this scene quietly. When the matter developed to this extent, they no longer had any thoughts in their hearts, and only looked at the results of the 4 great kings. Time is very fast, a full 30 breaths of time. All the power of the God King in Chu Yan's body began to retreat slowly. The face of the Holy Heaven King became solemn. Brother Xingtian, this little friend, is the mortal enemy you are looking for. The Duanxing Divine King's face remained unchanged, and he asked softly. Asking this sentence made the Holy Heavenly King unable to give a second answer at all. It's not possible, he said yes now, and then went to war with the 3 kings, directly. No. The Holy Heaven God King's complexion recovered, and he glanced at Chu Yan again with strange eyes, and said. The aura in this child's body is extremely extraordinary, my little friend is very talented. Usually, a powerful genius will get some powerful inheritance, and there are other auras in his body. But this Chu Yan, the breath of the whole body is round and integrated, without a trace of impurities, which makes the Holy King of Heaven look dumbfounded. Brother Xingtian, I don't know, this Chu Yan is still a body of natural disasters that has disappeared in ancient times. Although his cultivation base is weak now, and he hasn't fully grasped it yet, it won't be long before you will be affected by it when you become a C-screen. As soon as this remark came out, everyone's necks trembled, and their eyeballs almost fell out. Scourge. Including Chu Yan himself, he was also confused. What kind of natural disaster body has anything to do with me? Thank you, Brother Xingtian, we won't bother you anymore. The God King in red waved his hand, shot a ray of fairy light, rolled up Chu Yan's body and rushed to the sky, followed by the God King Duanqing and others. Chu Yan speed, I will order the day after tomorrow, you continue. Wang Yao looked at the sky, and after pondering for a moment, he spoke to Taoist Muling and the others, and disappeared on the spot. Bastard, let him escape. Little Heavenly King Yupeng, Sun Yifeng and Li Mutian looked at the sky for 3 days, but their faces were full of hatred. Only Huayong stood aside, heaving a long sigh of relief. Oh my God, another unrivaled genius is about to rise. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that this Chu Yan not only has amazing combat power, but also has such a powerful back. The body of natural disasters. What is the body of natural disasters, does anyone know? All the bigwigs and powerhouses present at the scene reacted at this time, and the discussion was like a tidal wave. This time, the 4 great god kings descended, and that scene was earth-shattering. With the addition of Chu Yan, the appearance of some ancient natural disaster body made everyone look excited. On the other hand, Yu Ling'er has already started ordering his subordinates to investigate the matter of the body of natural disasters. Soon, there was a disappearance message, and all the big shots present were shocked. #C2964 Luck. The body of natural disasters is affected by the luck of heaven and earth, and in turn affects the luck of heaven and earth. After practicing, it can even affect the luck of other practitioners. Heaven and earth luck, cultivator luck. This also exists. However, Chu Yan came to the sky and saw what happened. This body of natural disaster. That's right, is it just a statement of the King of Gods, and it doesn't even mean anything? Who knows? The bigwigs and powerful men of all the forces shook their heads with doubts on their faces. After all, no one can figure out whether what the 3 god kings Duanqing said about the body of Chu Yan's natural disaster is true or not. Although no one has seen the luck of heaven and earth, every practitioner knows that it is something that exists for sure. However, they are not able to peek at this level of the laws of heaven and earth. Maybe at the level of the God King, I can understand it to some extent. The birthday banquet continues. The lively atmosphere at the scene was less, but there were more and more voices gathering in small groups and discussing in low voices. Half an hour later, suddenly, in the sky outside the hall, one after another thunderclaps continued to resound. 3 shocking visions, constantly evolving in the sky of the sky and the sea, attracted countless practitioners to rush to the outside of the hall and look up. Soon, everyone discovered that the mysterious secret realms of the heavenly false curtain had been opened one after another. On the square in front of the hall, all the bigwigs under the command of the holy heavenly kings were all shocked. Could it be that this is the body of natural disasters? Really? Affects the luck of the world, wherever it passes, visions occur frequently, and the world reverses. That. Senior sister Yu Ling'er, you are a half-immortal body, my elder brother is a natural disaster body, you too, hee. Huayong quietly walked to Yu Ling'er's side. He said with a smile all over his face. You have also seen it, my eldest brother, hee. It is by no means comparable to those little heavenly kings. Hearing this, Yu Ling'er glanced at Huayong, although her face was solemn, she still whispered. Don't talk nonsense. This sentence is said in a variety of ways, obviously not really angry. Moreover, a faint red glow rose from Yu Ling'er's small face. In her opinion, this time, Chu Yan was completely famous in the Shanhai realm. In the future, no matter which side it is, I am afraid that they will not dare to provoke him easily again. However, after today, the name of Chu Yan, a natural disaster, will probably resound throughout the entire Shanhai realm, and even the divine realm. At the same time, in an independent space, the God King Duanqing, the God King Myriad Souls, the God King Red, and Chu Yan fell into a simple palace. The three Wulei Daozuan stood outside the hall like guards. Thank you to the three seniors for your help, and the younger generation is grateful. Facing the three great god kings, Chu Yan bowed his hands in a salute without any pressure, and thanked him. But before Chu Yan could ask, the god king Duanqing smiled lightly, and said, "Do you want to know why the three of us helped you?" Looking at Chu Yan, the smile on the face of the Duanqing god king disappeared, and he said seriously, "Being polite, I don't need to say it. I think you know that the strength of a warrior is the most important thing. In this world, no good thing comes for nothing. If there is no benefit, the three of us will naturally not help you in this way." Hearing this, Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Relatively speaking, Chu Yan was worried that the three giants did not come for profit. In that case, he really owed a big favor. It is not easy to repay the favor of the King of Gods, let alone three of them. Since it is for the benefit, there is something to talk about, and things may be simpler. You were on the Duantian cliff, which caused quite a few visions of heaven and earth, and then I arranged for Wulei Daozun to look for you. On Wulei's body, there is the jade talisman of my will, and on my body, I wear the jade talisman of the will of Xuanhuan and red clothes. So, you kid, this time is also lucky. The Duanqing god king smiled lightly and shook his head. Whether this body of natural disaster is a real disaster or a blessing, it seems that it is not clear. After a few words, Chu Yan suddenly understood. So, the three of us took action because the power of that rare treasure in your body is beyond your imagination. After the Duanqing god king finished speaking, the Red Clothes God King and the Thousand Soul God King looked at Chu Yan and nodded in unison. Beyond imagination. Chu Yan was stunned. Could it be that the ability of this green lotus is so great that it can make the three great kings so solemn? Between heaven and earth, there are dozens of island realms in the 9 realms of God's domain. But not all of the dozens of island boundaries are occupied by cultivators, and some are in a state of chaos. It's said to be chaotic, but in these island worlds, there are amazing inheritances, or it is a place of divine blessing. The God King Duanqing said, looking at the sky outside the temple. This rare treasure in your body. Turning around slowly, the God King Duanqing looked at Chu Yan again, his eyes sparkling. It can make the God's blessings in these chaotic islands open one after another. The God King in red, who was standing aside, couldn't bear it anymore, and said, "Is it because of you that there was a vision in Qianji Cave before?" When Chu Yan heard this, his face changed slightly, he looked at the 3 great God Kings, and asked suspiciously, "Seniors, I want to." The God King of Thousand Souls nodded, his voice was like thunder. "That's right, you should also understand that the function of this rare treasure of yours can open up those world-shocking inheritances, the blessings of heaven and earth. Although this is easy to say, it is actually dangerous. That's why Duanqing said that you are a body of natural disasters, because you are afraid of other people's prying eyes, which will bring you endless murderous opportunities." Hearing these words, Chu Yan felt a chill in his heart, and glanced at the Duanqing God King gratefully. Obviously, since the God King Duanqing can see it, other God Kings can also see it. Even if it is rare for a God King, those big bosses of the heavenly realm and the earthly realm may find out as long as they keep staring at Chu Yan. At that time, what kind of result will it be? Chu Yan's scalp tingles when he thinks about it. It would definitely be worse than being hunted down by Xingtian Pavilion in the 10 Directions starfield in the lower realm. But, on the contrary, if it is true that the green lotus has such a powerful effect as the God King Duanqing said, this benefit is also unimaginable. Let's get down to business. Duanqing Xuanhuan took a look at Xuanhuan, and then said, "We found a supreme blessed place, which was left behind by a supreme being lost thousands of years ago. However, it has been in a sealed state, and outsiders have no way of entering it. This time, we saved you, because we hope to use the rare treasures on your body, to open this supreme blessed land. Hearing this sentence, Chu Yan's expression changed immediately. He didn't expect that the three god kings would have such a big plan. Supreme blessed land. #C2965 Supreme Bliss. Regarding the plan of the three great god kings, Chu Yan thought about it and then understood. After all, in order to save him, this time the three great god kings almost tore apart their face with the holy heaven god king in front of the power of the world. If there is no benefit, it is of course impossible to pay such a high price. This junior will do my best to help in this matter. As long as it can play some role, this junior will definitely not hesitate to do so. However, this junior does not guarantee that it will really attract this supreme blessed land. Chu Yan answered. Chu Yan has no idea whether Lulian, the supreme blessed land that the three great god kings can't open, can do. However, if you really want to open it, the benefits may not be less. Okay. We didn't save you in vain. The eyes of the god king Duanqing lit up instantly. But Chu Yan, this matter is very important. Don't tell anyone except us, otherwise, we will never forgive you. The King of Thousand Souls looked at Chu Yan and warned. Regarding the supreme blessed land, the three great god kings are also extremely cautious. Chu Yan, your strange treasure, I'm just waiting to hear, can you take it out, let us see. The red-clothed god king was careful, glanced at the Duanqing god king, and said to Chu Yan. How noble is the king of gods. If this matter gets wrong, it will be a big shame. Speaking of the strange treasure, Xie and Xuanhuan only heard what the god king Duanqing said, and the god king Duanqing also deduced that he had not seen the strange treasure. Moreover, such a rare treasure is also somewhat curious to their god kings. However, when he heard the words of the god king in red, Chu Yan shook his head directly and said. Senior, this rare treasure has already merged with me, I can't control it, it does its own thing, so I can't take it out. However, I can make an oath to heaven, this rare treasure does exist. Don't say Green Lotus. Even if it is the 9 territories star map, Chu Yan can only discuss it with it, and has no control at all. Forget it. The God King of Thousand Souls waved his hand. This is basically the same as what they guessed. Of course, it is impossible to directly manipulate such a rare treasure, a land-respected state. If Chu Yan really took it out now, it might make them suspicious instead. In this case, we will go directly to the Supreme Paradise. It doesn't matter to the God King in red, anyway, he will know the result immediately. But, Senior in red, sorry, I may not be able to go now. Chu Yan quickly opened his mouth and said. I just received the news that the immortal ancient battlefield is open, and I plan to go. Can I go after I am respected? Of course Chu Yan wants to go to the Supreme Blessed Land, but his own martial arts are more important, and the matter of being respected cannot be delayed. Moreover, Chu Yan didn't know whether the Green Lotus had any effect on this Supreme Blessed Land. Even if it works, the Supreme Paradise is so powerful, will Green Lotus spend a lot of time? After all, the former Qianji Cave, Duantian Cliff, and this day's Sea Curtain, it is not that the vision will happen as soon as Chu Yan arrives. This shows that it takes time for the Green Lotus to trigger the vision. And the length of this time, if it is speculated normally, is probably related to the strength of the vision. That's no problem. Now let's go and have a look. The immortal ancient battlefield is open. You can come back and participate. It's not too late to go later. The God King Duanqing nodded, and before Chu Yan could speak, he waved his hand, wrapped Chu Yan up, and soared into the sky. The God King of Thousand Souls and the God King of Red Clothes simultaneously turned into 2 beams of immortal light and charged towards the sky. The entire divine sea realm is boundless and vast. The 3 supreme orthodoxy, plus many unrivaled overlords, and the major martial arts families only occupy 1% of the area. The rest of these places are either dangerous, chaotic, or even deserted. Even if it is the Nine Heavens Supreme, it is impossible to give up cultivation and investigate everywhere. Time passed quickly, and 2 days later, the three great god kings brought Chu Yan to a desert. This place looks like an ordinary desert, but in fact, there is a dangerous atmosphere everywhere. Chu Yan has no doubts that if there are no three god kings to lead the way, if he is alone, even if he is a strong person in the earth respect, he will not be able to survive here. Arrive. The god king Duanqing landed on the ground, and his consciousness swept around like a tide. The god king of thousand souls and the king of red clothes also released their consciousness, and at the same time formed seals with their hands, and slapped the void around them. Here. Chu Yan was slightly stunned. Even if he was running the unicorn's pupils, he looked around, but he couldn't see anything except some dangerous breaths. Nothing but sand, or sand. With this place as the center, within a radius of 90,000 steps, there is an ancient spirit array. The god king Duanqing looked at the god king of thousand souls and the god king of red clothes, and kept making seals and slapping around, and explained to Chu Yan. Without the corresponding seal, even if other god kings arrive here, they will not be able to enter at all. As soon as the words were finished, the seals of the two great god kings all increased, and they suddenly raised their hands and pressed them, and all the seals blasted towards the ground. Boom, boom. The nearby yellow sand ground boiled like a tide, and countless fairy lights rushed out from under the sand and rushed to the sky, turning into a huge spiritual array. The coercion of heaven and earth surged in an instant. If the king Duanqing hadn't made a quick move to protect Chu Yan, the impact of the spirit array alone would have directly damaged Chu Yan on the spot. In the mid-air spirit formation, a row of huge statues stood in the air, towering like a mountain. Even the three great god kings seem a bit small in front of these statues. This is the method of the Nine Heavens Supreme. Chu Yan's soul was shaken. Even if 10,000 years have passed, the power of this spiritual array is still so terrifying. If this was in ancient times, it wouldn't be able to suppress it for thousands of years. Chu Yan, let's go in now. Remember to stick to your spiritual sense, otherwise the consequences will be serious. The rebirth god king reminded. Yes. Chu Yan nodded, restrained his consciousness, and guarded Xuanhuan closely. Call out. The next moment, the Duanqing god king shot a vast fairy light, wrapped Chu Yan, and rushed to the middle passage of the 2 rows of statues. Passing through 2 rows of statues as tall as mountains, Chu Yan's sea of consciousness seemed to be constantly collided by mountains after flying for a few breaths. If it hadn't been for the reminder from the Duanqing god king in advance, even if Chu Yan's sea of knowledge was guarded by 2 big trump cards, he might be injured. The coercion of the Nine Heavens Supreme is no small matter. Seeing Chu Yan's reaction, the Duanqing Xuanhuan and the 3 nodded, further confirming the guess that Chu Yan is carrying a strange treasure. After all, it is impossible for ordinary earth gods to withstand the impact of these statues. The strength of the Nine Heavens Supreme is much stronger than I imagined. Chu Yan looked at the vast spiritual array around him, pondering in his heart. Going straight along the passage between the statues on both sides, even if Chu Yan runs the unicorn pupil, he can't see the supreme blessed land in front of him. However, at this moment, the star map of the 9 domains in the sea of consciousness suddenly shook, as if it had sensed something. After the shock, it returned to calm instantly, as if nothing had happened. #C2966 succeeded. Seeing Lulian's reaction, Chu Yan immediately felt relieved. Since it reacts autonomously, it should be able to affect this place. If the vision of the supreme blessed land cannot be triggered, then he will not be able to benefit from it, and the favors of the 3 great god kings will not be repaid. That's the real big deal. Chu Yan, follow closely, don't make a wrong step. The Duanqing god king looked serious and reminded Chu Yan. At the same time, the God King Duanqing's footprints and spiritual seals walked towards him step by step. This is a passage. In the middle of the statues on both sides, there seemed to be blocks of black stones protruding from the ground for stepping. However, Chu Yan walked for a long time on this black stone road, but he didn't even see the end. All around, there is darkness and nothingness everywhere. Although there is no crisis, there are no other treasures or inheritances at all. However, Chu Yan knew very well that there were a lot of murderous intentions hidden in the darkness and nothingness around him. If you make a wrong step, even the three great kings may not be able to protect you. At that time, it will really be lost. Otherwise, the God King of Duanqing would not remind himself so seriously. The Supreme Paradise, 10,000 years ago, although there was a shocking opportunity, how could it be easy to get it? In the boundless darkness, the black stone road stretched forward, and finally a vast ocean appeared in front of it. However, in this ocean, there is not a trace of sea water, all of them are clusters of spiritual clouds floating, extremely dense. This road is not easy. God King Duanqing stepped out of the black stone road, looked back, and let out a sigh of relief. This place is the furthest place we have explored together with the three of us. It turns out that there were some benefits along the way, but they have been taken by the three of us. The Lingyun here is like a treasure land, and it is of great benefit to your cultivation. Heard that? Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately, and of course he would not refuse. This means that these few spiritual clouds are given to me. Thank you, three seniors. Chu Yan quickly agreed, swept his body, and flew to one of the spiritual clouds. In an instant, the majestic spiritual power rushed into Chu Yan's body like a tsunami and merged with the divine power. This jade talisman is a spiritual treasure. Take it with you. When we have a vision, we will find it immediately. The God King in red took out 2 jade talismans and handed them to Duanqing and Xuanhuan. Then, the 3 God Kings sat cross-legged directly, staring at Chu Yan above Lingyun. Even if it was Chu Yan, his scalp was numb all over when he was locked by the consciousness of the 3 great kings. However, fortunately, this consciousness was not hostile. After a while, Chu Yan also got used to it. Looking at the entire Shanhai realm, and even the God realm, there is no one who cultivates warriors, and the 3 great God Kings protect the law. Time passed little by little, and soon 2 days passed, and the divine power in Chu Yan's body had completely rushed to its peak state. In this state, Chu Yan can directly attack the heavenly God realm. Attention! There is a vision. Suddenly, the 3 God Kings jumped up and stood up at the same time. Their gazes were fixed on the back of Chu Yan, in the depths of Lingyun Sea. There are dilapidated buildings, and more than a dozen small battlefields, including rivers and mountains. The first thing the 3 God Kings saw was a big river flowing in the air. The golden river water was galloping like a dragon, making a roaring sound, continuously gushing out large expanses of fairy light, shining across the entire sky. A huge fairy tree grew on the bank of the river, and countless divine soldiers hung from the branches. All kinds of soldiers gathered together, releasing infinite killing intent and murderous intent. Immortal weapon, immortal tree. The eyes of the God King of Thousand Souls lit up instantly. If you can refine it, you will be able to comprehend the supreme killing power. The God King in red also had an excited expression on his face, and said carefully, the eyes of the God King Duanqing beside her were also bright. Originally, it was said that although a tree of divine weapons and immortals was precious, it was impossible to move the 3 great divine kings so much. At this time, the 3 great God Kings were excited that the appearance of the divine weapon fairy tree represented that this supreme blessed land might really be opened. This time, it really hit the jackpot. That Chu Yan, the strange treasure on his body, really triggered the vision. Wait a minute, maybe it's just a coincidence. The God King of Thousand Souls was extremely calm. After all, the Supreme God King calmed down in an instant, and reminded him. However, before he could say a word, a huge stone tablet rose from the bank of the river. On this stone tablet, all kinds of immortals, birds, gods, and beasts are depicted, all kinds of ancient spiritual methods are densely covered on it, and the breath is like a tide. Not only that, but in the battlefield below, in a mountain of the palace, there are continuous celestial lights, flashing like meteors. It really triggered a vision. At this moment, the God King Duanqing can be sure that it is not accidental. However, in the depths of the Supreme Paradise, there seems to be no movement. The God King in red was careful, looked into the distance, and reminded. It stands to reason that since the vision is triggered, there should be movement in the Supreme Paradise. As soon as these words came out, the God King Duanqing and the God King Myriad Souls frowned at the same time. You know, when Chu Yan was in Duantianya back then, a vision occurred in the entire blessed land. Maybe there is not enough time, just wait. The God King Duanqing pondered for a moment, then spoke. Hearing the words of the God King Duanqing, the God King in red and the God King of Thousand Souls nodded at the same time, and calmed down. Time passed, and another 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. Along that golden Tianhe, all the visions in all directions have reached an astonishing number, and at the same time all kinds of fairy spirits are filling the space between the heaven and the earth, even the 3 great God Kings are shocked. Some hidden murderous intentions, spirit formations, and ferocious beasts woke up from their deep sleep one after another, roaring wantonly. However, far away from the Jinhe River, the core of the Supreme Blessed Land is still peaceful. Now it seems that the Qi machine in Chu Yan's body should only be able to attract these, and the scope is limited. The God King Duanqing has been observing Chu Yan and the visions around him for 10 days, and now he has finally made a judgment. If we want to change the core of Supreme Blessed Land, we have to take him forward. The God King in red and the God King of Thousand Souls nodded in unison. The judgment of the two of them is the same as that of the King of Duanqing. The Supreme Blessed Land is different from the Blessed Land of Gods and Heavens. Its area alone far exceeds the sphere of influence of any unrivaled overlord. Moreover, in its depths, I am afraid that several blessed lands are superimposed, and there may be a supreme inheritance hidden. If it's really so easy to be attracted, that's not good. This core place, even if the 3 of us protect one of them, I'm afraid it will be in danger of being damaged. After all, this is the place of supremacy. The King of Thousand Souls looked at Chu Yan worriedly, and then said. Otherwise, when he breaks through to the God realm, or the human venerable realm here, then he will be sure. The eyes of the God King Duanqing and the God King in red were all brightened when they heard the words. If Chu Yan dies, then their chance this time will be cut off, and it will be difficult to attract Supreme Blessed Land in the future. Okay. Just wait for him to break through. He said before that he was going to the ancient immortal battlefield to be honored, just in time. Yes. Time is a trivial matter, the key is to be foolproof. Both the 2 God Kings nodded in agreement. After all, this is the best solution. #C2967 Heavenly God Realm 5th Layer. After discussing the next step plan, Duanqing Xuanhuan's spiritual consciousness transmitted sound to wake up Chu Yan. Chu Yan, let's discuss it. At this time, Chu Yan's whole body was shrouded in divine light, and the divine power in his body was flickering like a candle, and it was obvious that he was about to break through. Senior, please speak. Chu Yan opened his eyes and replied. Now the mutation has begun, but there is still a long distance from the core. We can only leave first. Shanggu battlefield has opened, you can go to participate, after the end, we will find you, come here again. This is my token, you hold it, and summon it at any time. In addition to the God King Duanqing, the God King of Myriad Souls and the God King in red also took out the tokens of the God King and handed them to Chu Yan. Among the tokens, there are 3 great god kings who expend the power of the overlord, and the condensed power hides the will of the god kings. As Chu Yan's bodyguard, it is completely sufficient. After all, before the next visit, Chu Yan's life is extremely important, and there must be no mistakes, otherwise the chance of the 3 great kings will be completely gone. Thank you 3 seniors. Naturally, Chu Yan would not be polite, so he took away the 3 tokens and thanked him. Although it is said that the 3 god kings are so kind, Chu Yan also knows that this is just a deal. However, the tokens of the will of the 3 great god kings had an incomparably great effect on him. Then let's go first. Remember, don't rush into this place. With your current cultivation, you will definitely lose it. After the Duanqing god king reminded again, the will of the 3 people dissipated immediately. Gone. Chu Yan saw the 3 great god kings leaving, his consciousness swept around, and there was no trace of the god king's aura. Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately. Saint Rakshasa, come out. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yan directly released the holy Rakshasa himself, and a powerful might of the god of war swept across the sky like a gust of wind. Even in this supreme blessed land, the aura of Saint Rakshasa himself was not suppressed in the slightest. At this time, Chu Yan's internal cultivation had reached saturation, and Chu Yan just forcibly suppressed him and did not make a breakthrough. The power of the god of war in the body of the holy Rakshasa is the goal that Chu Yan wants to integrate the 3 at the same time when he breaks through this time. Therefore, he has been waiting for the 3 great god kings to leave. Time flies, and another 15 days have passed. At this time, in the Divine Sea realm, one after another major event is happening continuously. The biggest thing among them is the opening of the Emperor's Cave, known as the ancient immortal battlefield, in the Divine Sea realm. And Chu Yan, in the spiritual cloud at this time, is constantly merging the 3, and the power of the god of war in his body is getting stronger and stronger. We can break through. Chu Yan opened his eyes, and with a soft drink, the divine power in his body exploded. In an instant, a force that shook the heavens and the earth rushed to the heavens and the earth. The first level of the gods. Heavenly God Realm, second level heaven. Heavenly God Realm, triple heaven. The 5th heaven of the God Realm. After sprinting all the way to the 5th level of the Heavenly God Realm, his cultivation erupted before he completely calmed down. At this time, the 5 elements in Chu Yan's body were running wildly, including the Xuanhuan sword, which was undergoing transformation, and the king's military power released became more and more terrifying. Immediately afterwards, powerful air waves rushed out of Chu Yan's physical body, and the strength of his physical body instantly reached the 4th heaven of the heavenly state. The realm of human dignity is much closer. Chu Yan opened his mouth, let out a gasp, stood up satisfied, and looked into the distance. There seemed to be thunderbolts exploding continuously in his body. Boom. Like a strong wind sweeping across, the powerful aura emanating from Chu Yan's body swallowed up the spirit cloud under him and brought it back into his body. Ling Yun's rich spiritual breath continuously spread out in his body and merged into his whole body, every bone, every trace of flesh and blood, erupting with even stronger power. Immediately afterwards, a qualitative change occurred, and spiritual seals appeared continuously on the golden bones. This is Dao Seal. Chu Yan's face was full of astonishment. Because, the skeletal Dao Seal can only be conceived in the Dao realm and mastering Daoguang. Now, although he has achieved a great Dao realm, he has not reached the level of nurturing Dao Seal at all. No, this is the power of the seal of the God of War, which originally belonged to the seal of the God of War. Soon, Chu Yan discovered that these Dao seals were left by the God of War, not conceived by himself. After the fusion of the 3, the performance of the God of War power in his body became more and more obvious. Last time, when he was practicing Baiyu Zuan Huangju, the God of War's will exploded, and he directly shouted him back, stopping Chu Yan. Now that God of War Dao seal is conceived, this shows that God of War has really left him the God of War way. God of War Avenue. It shouldn't be wrong. Chu Yan took a breath of cold air, and the flame shot up into the sky in his eyes. If his guess is true, it would be a big deal for him. Although there is no distinction between the various avenues, each is mysterious and mysterious, the practitioners are different, the foundation is different, and there is a big difference. However, how could the majestic avenue of the Supreme God of War be an ordinary avenue? If it were an ordinary avenue, then there would be no God of War, one of the 9 gods. Soon, Chu Yan took a few deep breaths and quickly calmed down. It's too early to say this now. Don't worry about other things, it's business to try the flesh body. With a thought in Chu Yan's mind, he raised his hand and punched out. The majestic fist blasted out like a tide, shattering a spiritual cloud in the distance. However, when the divine power in the body erupted, those God of War seals instantly dimmed, unable to blend into the fist at all. It seems that there are seals above these seals. However, the power of this punch has also reached the 4th level of the heavenly God realm. It seems that we must reach the realm of human dignity. Chu Yan realized in his heart and restrained his divine power. When practicing, there will be many catastrophes, and naturally, there will be bottlenecks, so now, it is his bottleneck. The next moment, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, the 9-region star map trembled. At this time, what's the situation? Chu Yan was startled. With restrained spiritual consciousness, he flocked towards the 9-realm star map. After some induction, Chu Yan frowned and looked into the depths of Jinhe with a puzzled face. Unexpectedly, something is summoning the 9-realm star map. What is it? You are qualified to summon the 9-realm star atlas, and you are by no means ordinary. But before, the god King Duanqing said that this place is extremely dangerous, and you can't take a wrong step. Chu Yan wanted to investigate, but deep in the paradise of paradise, there were many crises. The next moment, Chu Yan was deep for a long time, and finally urged the pupils of the unicorn, and walked forward. Warriors are not afraid of heaven and earth, so why not be afraid of life and death? Pieces of spiritual clouds fluttered, and the breath was gentle, but Chu Yan did not dare to neglect in the slightest. He was fully on guard, and he was extremely careful with every step. Coming. An hour later, Chu Yan walked to the end of the Jinhe River, looked into the distance, and breathed a sigh of relief. To take that step just now, the amount of divine sense consumed would not have been so much in a battle with 10 god-level powerhouses. However, when Chu Yan walked through the last spiritual cloud, a sudden change occurred. In an instant, Lingyun exploded, throwing Chu Yan's entire body into the air, and fell towards Jinhe. The terrifying coercion released by Jinhe made Chu Yan unable to move his whole body, and he was about to fall into Jinhe. At this moment, in the void, a paw print appeared, grabbing Chu Yan's body directly in his hand. #C2968 Land of Truth. Originally thought that this handprint would catch him, but what Chu Yan didn't expect was that the handprint caught him, but at a faster speed, it pulled hard into the Golden River water. Puff Tom. With the wind whistling in his ears, Chu Yan only heard the splash of water falling into the water, and he had already fallen into the river. However, in this Golden River, there seemed to be only a layer of water on the surface. After the body passed through, within a breath, it suddenly fell on the ground. The strong shock force almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, the physical strength has just increased. The power of destruction. Chu Yan suppressed the churning qi and blood in his body, jumped up suddenly, and scattered the destruction field. It seems, there is no danger. When Chu Yan saw the situation around him clearly, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense mind also relaxed a little. I saw that he was standing on a purple square. This square is not big, with a radius of 1,000 steps, but it is broken, and there are gravel and cracks in the ground everywhere. However, on this broken square, there are skeletons scattered in all directions. Looking at the color of the bone, Chu Yan knew that it may have been a long time, and he was young for thousands of years. However, even if it is a skeleton that has gone through thousands of years, the cold breath released from it still makes Chu Yan's heart tremble. Especially among the pile of bones, there is a piece of palm-sized, crystal-clear jade. 10,000 years have passed, but it can still be seen that there is a faint sense of Taoism in this jade. The Taoist who has attained the Tao realm, the Tao crystal condensed with supreme supernatural powers. Beside these 5 skeletons, there are Tao crystals, so what kind of cultivation is in front of these people? Other skeletons, fighting with them in life, what kind of cultivation is that? Just thinking about it, Chu Yan felt a cold air hit, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. On the small square, how many fierce battles took place that year? Well, is anyone here? This is the land of true law. A corrosive sound that seemed to be coming from the bottom of the ground resounded in the square. Surprised, Chu Yan suddenly turned his head to look, and the unicorn's pupils swept over, but found that there was no one at all, and the person speaking turned out to be a stone. This stone is 5 feet high, standing in a corner of the square, with soldiers' marks all over it. The color is dark gold, or the aura is fading away, so it cannot keep its original color. The land of the true law. Chu Yan was startled, looking at the boulder. Who are you? You summoned me. Chu Yan asked in a condensed voice. Not bad. Not bad. It really is you, it is you, you have the aura of immortals on your body. Sure seems to be answering the question, but also seems to completely ignore Chu Yan's question, and speak on his own. Ha ha ha, all the immortals, that's the breath. After a burst of laughter, monstrous immortal energy suddenly burst out from above the stone, shooting towards the far end of the sky at an astonishing speed. Gone. After one sentence, the stone ran away. What's the situation? Chu Yan stood there in a daze, his face full of bewilderment. There is not even a shadow of a ghost in this place. I thought I could figure out the situation when I encountered a rock, but they just ran away. The point is, what exactly is that stone? It can see through his god of war body. Even the 4 great god kings couldn't do this. A stone, could it be stronger than the 4 great god kings? Jiuxiao, run so fast, I haven't asked clearly yet. Chu Yan looked helpless, looked at the fairy light that had disappeared in the distant sky, and shook his head. Turn around and look at the few Tao crystals scattered on the square. Try it, maybe it can be refined. As soon as Chu Yan's mind moved, he was ready to collect those few Tao crystals. This is a good thing. Even in the current God's domain, there are probably very few giants who can condense out of the Tao realm. However, Chu Yan only took a few steps, and a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom. An extremely powerful fairy light exploded from the square. Ka ka ka. A skeleton stood up twisted from the ground, holding a rusty iron-like broadsword on the only left limb bone in its upper body. Die. There is nothing to say, opening your mouth is a word of death, and the skeleton sword rushes directly to Chu Yan. At this moment, the skeleton that was wriggling like a zombie burst out with a murderous aura, like a ray of light, rushing to the top of Chu Yan's head, raising his hand with a knife, smashing layers of void, turning into a river of swords all over the sky. Wan Lai Long Jing. Chu Yan has been on alert all the time. When Daohe appeared, he raised his hand and punched him directly to fight back. Boom. The fist pierced the void, but it didn't collide with Daohe at all. The skeleton reacted very quickly. The moment the fist appeared, the bone twisted, but it avoided it directly and went around to Chu Yan's side. What? This skeleton has become a spirit. Chu Yan originally thought that even if a punch could not shatter the skeleton, even if the knife river collided with the fist, even if it was a wave of energy, it would be able to directly smash the skeleton that was about to fall apart in an instant. But now, the skeleton is as flexible as a monkey, and it seems to have a sense of fighting. Whether it's a puppet or a corpse, Chu Yan has never seen it before, but almost all of them are like fools. They only know how to charge and kill, how could they know how to dodge? Second Heavenly God Realm. With just one move, Chu Yan accurately judged the cultivation level of this skeleton. Thousands of years, there is still the second level of the gods and gods. Before it was alive, it was at least the 4 elements. In Chu Yan's eyes, fierce fire rose. Break through the sky. When the skeleton made a move, it opened its mouth and roared like an ordinary warrior. In the next breath, the big knife in its hand flew out, and it was shaken in the air, and it directly turned into a sky full of knife light, filling the entire sky of the square. Obviously, this skeleton was a very strong knife repairer before his death. Moreover, its saber-intent cultivation has reached an extremely strong level. Wandering the world of dragons. Chu Yan's heart turned cold, and he did not choose to confront directly. His figure flashed, and the pupils of the unicorn flickered, dodging in the sky full of sword light. Break! After a few breaths, Chu Yan's whole body glowed with golden light, and the unicorn's pupils locked onto the opponent instantly, and he found the figure of a skeleton in the sky full of sword light. Swish! In a flash, Chu Yan had already appeared behind the opponent, and the Haoyan sword trembled in his hand. Slashing down with one sword, the sword intent is mad. Roar! The skeleton seemed to feel the threat, and let out a monstrous roar, and the surrounding blade glows, as if they were alive, flew towards it, smashed into its body, and fused together. In the blink of an eye, a huge figure wearing a sword glow appeared in front of Chu Yan. Using swords as armor. This scene fell in front of Chu Yan's eyes, and his face was suddenly full of astonishment. This kind of tactics is extremely rare. Boom! 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 Accompanied by Chu Yan's astonishment, the two sides collided fiercely in the air, exploding balls of air. All of Chu Yan's attacks were blocked by the layer of sword armor on the skeleton's body, without any trauma. At this moment, Chu Yan's eyes were like fire, and his whole body burst out with strength, and powerful power was constantly accumulating on the Haoyan sword. The next moment, Chu Yan's most powerful sword was about to be cut out. #C2969, good place. The sword's momentum had not yet been completed. In the void in front of him, a snow-white skeleton hand suddenly struck through the air. Wan Lai Long Jin. Chu Yan's eyes sparkled, and he punched him with his hand raised. Boom! The violent fists exploded and swept across the entire square. Chu Yan only felt that his chest was struck by lightning, and he was directly reversed and flew backwards by a powerful force. And the skeleton on the opposite side seemed to be fine, standing there with dark eyes, looking straight at Chu Yan. Sword intent armor, whether it is strength or true energy, has weakened its influence on him, so. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, he kept mumbling, and after a while, a dazzling Dao light burst out all over his body. The power of the god of war, kill. The Haoyan sword in his hand exploded, slashing through the void. At this moment, the skeleton seemed to finally feel a threat, and his figure retreated violently. However, how could it be so easy to dodge the attack that incorporated the god of war's will? A sword glow followed and slashed fiercely on its sword glow armor, exploding a blade. Roar! The attacked skeleton finally got angry, and under the roar, the celestial light on his body became even brighter. Thousands of years ago, it was a powerful man of dignity. The prestige of the strong cannot be desecrated. Boom! 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 Under the charge, the two sides collided, and the fierce confrontation broke out in the square in an instant. This skeleton is absolutely powerful. Chu Yan's combat strength has been stimulated to 70%, and the blood in his body roars like boiling. However, during Chu Yan's battle, he still managed to separate a trace of his consciousness, which remained on the square. The mysterious boulder went there. Why did the skeletons on the square come back to life as soon as the boulder left? Could it be some kind of seal? If it is true, then next, will the other skeletons in this square also wake up? It's now. During the battle, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, his body was like a swimming dragon, and he burst into the sky with mighty power. He swept over the skeleton, powerful physical strength surged, and forcibly resisted the skull's sword light. At the same time, the Haotian sword in Chu Yan's hand shot out like a bolt of lightning, and the flying sword beheaded. Boom! Amidst the muffled sound, a sword pierced through the skull. The whole body of the skeleton trembled suddenly, and a large amount of dead energy overflowed. The body couldn't support it at all, and it half-kneeled on the ground in an instant. Dead, dead. The upper and lower teeth collided and roared vaguely, seemingly with endless unwillingness. Immediately afterwards, bones from its body continued to fall, hit the ground, and turned into dust. When the last skull fell, as the bone dust exploded, a jet of black light shot straight at Chu Yan like lightning. Before Chu Yan could react, the black light entered Chu Yan's body. In an instant, Chu Yan's body had an extremely strong killing intent, rushing around like ripples. At this moment, Chu Yan's body seemed to have its own fairy light, and within 10 steps, it was full of blood-red light. Mark of heaven and earth. This is an unrivaled genius. Chu Yan was stunned. He didn't expect this skeleton to be an unrivaled genius. However, this is all a skeleton, and it can even produce the imprint of heaven and earth. Why should I keep this account on my own head? Chu Yan's face was full of confusion. However, at this moment, the mutation regenerated. Under the ground of the square full of cracks, it seemed that some force was erupting, and the ground of the square protruded like a snake, rolling around. Call out. Just a flash, another black light broke through the ground and rushed into Chu Yan's body. This force is different from before, but it is a reward for Chu Yan. In an instant, Chu Yan's physical body improved, and the divine power in his body increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. This? Chu Yan was a little puzzled. First there is a mark of heaven and earth, and then there is a reward. What the hell are these? Hit a stick, give a date. But this reward seems to be very strong. According to Chu Yan's estimation, if he kills another skeleton, he may be able to break through to the 6th heaven of the God realm. 2 skeletons, 1 cultivation level. This kind of improvement speed is of course as fast as flying. Dead. Die. The next moment, on the square, there were 5 more skeletons standing up, holding all kinds of rusted spiritual weapons, charging towards Chu Yan. The powerful murderous aura, like a gust of wind, swept across the audience. All of them are the best of the 4 elements. No, their celestial lights have not reached the best of the 4 elements. With a flash of Chu Yan's thought, the power of his whole body exploded, and he raised his sword and charged. Sure enough, a sword slashed down, and a skeleton shattered in response, obviously much worse than the previous one. Although Chu Yan's strength has improved a lot after receiving the underground reward, overall, the combat power of these 5 skeletons is not strong. Moreover, this time, no mark of heaven and earth appeared. This is a good place to practice. Chu Yan was secretly happy while fighting. After the 2 battles, Chu Yan knew the strength of these skeletons, and there was basically no threat to him. Even if the first skeleton is stronger, it is only at the level of human dignity. After 10,000 years, the remaining divine power is not much. With his current cultivation base and all kinds of whole cards, he should be safe. It would be the best if we can have a few more skeletons with 4 elements. Not only can you fight happily, but you can also improve your cultivation. Die. When Chu Yan was about to ponder in his heart, suddenly, two roars sounded behind him, causing the back of Chu Yan's neck to suddenly feel cold. Two four-line skeletons appeared at the same time. Okay, it's finally here. With a long roar, Chu Yan raised his hand and punched back the four skeletons in front of him, turned around and raised his sword to chop. The whole body is full of fighting power, like the god of killing the heaven and earth, and the endless sword glow, soaring to the sky and attacking the earth. Boom! 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 A world-shattering battle broke out immediately. However, what Chu Yan didn't know was that thousands of miles away from this square, in the depths of endless darkness, suddenly there was a faint flash of fairy light. A pair of dark eyes slowly opened. In an instant, the endless power of heaven and earth, like a tide, fell on the square. At this moment, everything that happened in the square was seen by those eyes. On the square, the battle was like a raging tide. Among the skeletons, Chu Yan charged back and forth, with a long sword in his hand. The bones of skeletons continue to fall to the ground, and new skeletons continue to stand up and join the battle. On the ground of the square, the mound-like snake wriggled and appeared continuously, and the black light rushed into Chu Yan and sank into his body. At this moment, the number of skeletons did not decrease because of Chu Yan's continuous charge. Even if Chu Yan suddenly burst into combat power and killed several skeletons at the same time, a few more skeletons would stand up on the ground in the next moment. It seems that the number of skeletons fighting Chu Yan in the square has always remained a constant number. #C2970 Crazy Practice. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. During this period, several major events occurred in the entire Divine Realm. First, the immortal ancient battlefield opened by the Divine Sea Realm was completely open, attracting cultivators from all sides to go there one after another. Immediately afterwards, Tianluo Immortal Ancient and Moonwave Immortal Ancient were opened one after another. And some of the small god realms around the Divine Sea Realm are constantly showing ancient visions and reacting. To put it simply, counting those who responded before, the number reached 5 in total. A big event. The opening of the 5 immortal ancient battlefields. This is probably a large-scale eruption of respect. Decree, all the god-level powerhouses should retreat and get ready. If you borrow this time, you may have to wait another 30 years. The last time I failed, I must succeed this time. Tianluo Immortal Ancient, it seems that there are more and more people. I still go to Xiqing Immortal Ancient, there must be fewer people at the beginning. The entire Divine Sea Realm and the elites from all quarters were all excited. The major forces have also issued orders one after another, mainly targeting those who are strong in the heavenly god realm. Loose cultivators from all walks of life also moved after hearing the news, entered a practice place everywhere, and began to make final preparations. In addition, due to the emergence of 4 immortal ancient lands in the Divine Sea Realm, the number of other powerful people who came to the Divine Sea Realm also increased. 5 immortal ancients are not enough. Some talented practitioners of powerful forces shook their heads and continued to wait. Like Chu Yan, they need a lot of immortal ancients, and a few immortal ancient battlefields are not enough to drive their journey of honor. After all, the aura of heaven and earth released by God's domain in the ancient battlefields of immortality is still a bit thin. At this time, the Divine Sea Realm is an ancient and deep place. Empress Shantian was dressed in a snow skirt, with black silk hanging down her waist, and her ice-like eyes shone with an astonishing celestial light, looking at the sky from afar. Those 3 guys. Take Chu Yan to that place. Frowning slightly, after pondering for a moment, he raised his jade hand, waved it in the air, and suddenly 100 spirit patterns appeared. Now, let's open other immortal ancients. Of course she remembered that the original agreement with Chu Yan now directly stimulates the immortal power to evolve the Tao. The appearance of hundreds of spiritual patterns kept trembling, and more spiritual patterns floated out of the air, turning into 10,000 spiritual patterns, surging in all directions, condensing into large formations. In this spiritual formation, there are countless Tao lights condensed, and under the flickering, an amethyst jade talisman appeared. At the same time, the supreme blessed land. The fierce battle is still going on, and the world is trembling in all directions. For a month, Chu Yan continued to fight with these skeletons, smashing a total of 5 four-line skeletons and hundreds of ordinary skeletons. Right now, his whole body is full of murderous aura, and within 100 steps, there is a glow of red. These red-ons are so solid that they can be seen with the naked eye. In addition, Chu Yan's current cultivation base has reached the 7th heaven of the God realm. In a month's time, the 2 realms of heaven and earth, this kind of speed of improvement, even in the realm of the gods, is extremely rare. Boom! The violent attack, like a huge thunder, blasted towards Chu Yan fiercely. However, Chu Yan seemed to have been prepared for a long time. With a flash of figure, he avoided it instantly. However, at the moment he dodged, the red giant thunder suddenly changed direction, and instantly blasted on Chu Yan's back, making a fist-sized hole, bloody. Taboo! Chu Yan let out a low growl, the green light in his body flickered, and at the same time his body retreated violently, the pothole on his back quickly recovered. Panting heavily, Chu Yan raised his head and looked forward. 12 skeletons, holding remnant soldiers, stared at him with black eyes. One of the skeletons had a Tao crystal between the sternum. And the 2 skeletons beside it have also reached the 4 elements of extreme strength, and the power released has reached the peak of the gods. At present, the team of 12 skeletons is the strongest lineup he has encountered in this month. Fuck this guy first. Chu Yan's eyes stared at the Tao crystal skeleton headed by him, his face full of killing intent. The combat power of this skeleton is comparable to that of the other 11 skeletons, and its strength is extremely strong. The attack that made a big hole in his back just now was mainly based on its power, gathering the power of the other 11 skeletons. Therefore, if the leader is killed, the other 11 skeletons will lose their guidance, and it will be much easier to deal with. With a figure like lightning, Chu Yan slashed out a dazzling sword light with the Haotian sword in his hand, and slashed straight at a skeleton with 4 elements. Ho, ho, ho! 11 skeletons roared in unison, scattered in all directions, surrounded Chu Yan from all directions, and the blasted attack was blocked by the sword glow all over the sky. The power of the god of war! Chu Yan threw out both fists, exploding countless fists, and at the same time, the Haotian sword that was suspended in the air shot straight at the skeleton with 4 elements from the side. Daojing skeleton, standing there, motionless, just staring, like a ferocious beast choosing food. Swish! The next moment, a stern light flashed in the black eye sockets of the Daojing skeleton, and he raised his hand and slapped it out. This palm blasted out, as if ordering, more than a dozen skeletons shot together, and a large number of attacks came like a tide. Wandering the world of dragons. Wan Lai Long Jing. Chu Yan roared angrily, and 5 clones flashed out, and the punches of his fists slammed down. At this time, Chu Yan, after a month of fighting, has reached the peak state of combat power, and the strength of the whole body is even more peak. Even if 10 god-level skeletons confront him head-on, they cannot be his opponents. Day and night. With a soft shout, Lin Yan's figure instantly disappeared on the spot, leaving only a faint fluctuation in the void. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of the Tao crystal skull, his whole body condensed on the palm prints, and slapped the top of the Tao crystal skull hard. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the prop skeleton had no time to react. The fairy light above the bone trembled and fell to the ground instantly. On the other side, the Haotian sword that was slashed on the body of a Sixing Geely skeleton was also summoned by Chu Yan and shot at it quickly. Fei Lu. As soon as the Daojing skeleton got up, it couldn't escape by itself, its figure flickered, and it was ready to make a big move. In addition, 2 skeletons with 4 lines of strength rushed over, ready to support. And Chu Yan held a long sword and roared loudly. In an instant, it appeared on top of the Dao crystal skull again. The avatars merged into one, and turned into an avatar that was exactly the same as Chu Yan, but with extremely powerful combat power, picked up the Duantian sword, and cut it down at the same time. Boom, boom. The void trembled, no matter how powerful the Dao crystal skeleton was, under the joint efforts of Chu Yan and the avatar, it couldn't stop the 2 sword lights at all, and with a bang, the entire skeleton body was completely shattered. The mark of heaven and earth flashed again and poured into Chu Yan's body. A series of crimson snake lights on the ground also rolled and appeared, shooting at Chu Yan and merging instantly. Call out. At this moment, 2 cold lights behind him attacked Chu Yan with a murderous intent. The 8th layer of the heavenly god realm. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yan hit the bottleneck of cultivation in an instant and broke through directly. Boom. The divine power in the body erupted again, the momentum of the whole body rose suddenly, and the divine light that bloomed went straight to the sky and the earth. The benefits of the Dao crystal skull are absolutely huge. #C2971, the pinnacle of the gods. Breaking through to the 8th heaven of the god realm, Chu Yan's face suddenly became happy. The Dao crystal skeleton has been killed, and the remaining 2 4 elements extreme skeletons and other ordinary skeletons are easy to deal with. After all, these skeletons were all strong during their lifetime. Even ordinary skeletons had the peak strength of the heavenly god realm during their lifetime. Now that Chu Yan's cultivation has broken through, the gap between him and them has been narrowed, and it is naturally easier to deal with them. It's been pestering me for 3 days, now it's my turn. Chu Yan drank lightly, his whole body surged with divine power, and the tiger roaring cloak on his body instantly appeared, with a red glow all over his body, standing like a god of heaven and earth. The 5 colored eyes looked at the 2 4-element extreme strength skeletons, and when they raised their hands, they punched out. With this punch, the 2 skeletons with 4 elements were blown back again and again, unable to resist at all. The loss of the Dao crystal skeleton has an extremely obvious impact on them. Call out. Chu Yan rushed towards the ground of the square like a shooting star, and the battle broke out in an instant. This battle lasted for a full day. The 2 large and 4 strength skeletons, plus 8 ordinary skeletons, were all killed by Chu Yan. 2 marks of heaven and earth poured into Chu Yan's body, and the red snake on the ground rolled and rushed into Chu Yan's body. At this moment, Chu Yan's body was tumbling with divine power, and the red light around his body continued to expand. Looking from outside the square, Chu Yan, in the middle, seems to be releasing the killing god domain, covering the entire square. Now, even in the face of an unrivaled genius, just this murderous aura can suppress him. Huh. Empress Xiantian. Chu Yan scanned the jade talisman with his consciousness, and immediately sensed the message from Empress Xiantian. The 5 immortal ancients are opened. After a while, Chu Yan took a long breath, and the flames in his eyes burst into flames. Empress Xiantian has already made her move and began to arrange other immortal ancient battlefields for Chu Yan. At this time, of course, Chu Yan will be reminded to prepare quickly. Retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yan retracted the Duantian sword avatar and Haotian's sword, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes lightly. At this moment, the square fell into silence. It seems that this place of true law is really controlled by someone. Before sinking into practice, Chu Yan saw that there were no new skeletons born in the square, and a thought flashed in his heart. This square, from the moment I stepped in, has maintained the number of skeletons for more than a month. Now, with the sudden silence, there are only 2 possibilities. One is that someone controlled him, saw that he was practicing, and suspended the skeleton attack. Another possibility is that the power of this place of true law is all consumed by oneself, and no new skeletons can be born. No matter which one it is, what Chu Yan wants now is tranquility. As long as no new skeletons appear, no one will be able to break into this supremely blessed land of true law. Before, even the three great god kings were afraid. Therefore, this place is currently an excellent place for cultivation and is extremely safe. Time passed, and 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. In the entire Divine Sea realm, a shocking event happened. In the Divine Sea realm, known as Tainan, Haoxing, Gunning, Duoyang, and Xingmong, the ancient battlefields of the 5 great immortals have successively emitted visions, clearly showing signs of opening. What is even more shocking is that the opening of this ancient battlefield seems to be continuous. Soon, Kongmiao, Video, Buddha's Heart, Donggu, Shatian, Wanshou and other great immortals in the lower immortal world also continued to release fairy spirits. This time, a total of 15 immortal ancient battlefields emitted visions at the same time. The Supreme has made a move. So many immortal ancients have been opened. 15 immortals. Are you kidding me? The entire Shanhai realm, the lower immortal realm, and even the Pingxian realm were shocked. A large number of powerhouses, unrivaled overlords, and elite geniuses all sensed this earth-shattering vision and watched it together. Logically speaking, the 15 immortal ancient battlefields should be relatively scattered. But now, it seems that most of them are concentrated around the Divine Sea realm. Good chance. The top tycoon, the unrivaled overlord, without the slightest hesitation, kept issuing orders from the gods and setting them up. Not only them, but the lower immortal realm, flat immortal realm, Yin-yang immortal realm and other god realms similar to the Divine Sea realm were all sensational in an instant. Ha ha ha, that's great. 15 immortal ancients. The chance of being honored has tripled. God finally opened his eyes. This god realm Tianwei, this time is really too generous. Hurry up, go to the Divine Sea realm, there are 11 ancient immortals. Action. Immediately send someone to investigate first, and report all the situation of every Shangu and the situation of the various forces. It's strange, why there were not so many fairy ancients back then, it's hateful. My cultivation level is only in the divine realm, but I can't miss this opportunity. More and more cultivators rushed towards the Divine Sea realm. Among these people, there are quite a few strong people in the Earth God realm, and even cultivators in the Human God realm, and there are quite a few of them. It is definitely a huge grand event in the Divine Sea realm. Even if I can't be honored, I can't miss such a grand event. Moreover, this is also an excellent opportunity for those cultivators of the Earth God realm and the Human God realm to accumulate experience. This kind of situation where the 15 immortal ancients are opened at the same time cannot happen once in many years, let alone miss it. 15 immortal ancients. Could it be that the first one will be born this time? The Supreme Orthodoxy, the great God Kings, and even some powerful existences among the ancient inheritance forces are full of expectations. Thousands of years ago, in the realm of the gods, Empress Shantian soared into the sky and became number 1 in the world. However, only 1,000 years have passed now. Is it possible that there will be another number 1 in the world? You know, after Empress Shantian aspired to be number 1 in the world, Empress Shantian was ranked among the top gods in the entire Divine Sea realm, including the Divine Realm. In the whole world, no one is amazed, no one is jealous. However, the 15 immortal ancients are so easy to open, and not everyone has this kind of great luck. However, seeing the opportunity presents itself, who would like to miss it? Chu Yan. All over the Shanhai realm, Huayang, Yu Linger, Little Heavenly King Yu Peng, and peerless geniuses from all walks of life, such as Tianjian Maoan, Moon Wolf Qin Ming, Jiuxiao Xiao Haitian and other peerless geniuses, a name flashed in their hearts at the same time. Some people look forward to it, while others grit their teeth with hatred on their faces. Of course, there are also curious people. At this time, Jiuxiao, the elder hall. Shen Gongxi sat on the high seat, opened his eyes suddenly, two cold lights flashed past, and the momentum of his whole body rushed into the hall in an instant. In the past month, his cultivation base has skyrocketed, and he has reached the peak of the earthly venerable realm, only one step away from the heavenly venerable realm. At the same time, in the Jiuxiao, his status has been continuously improved, and he is now regarded as one of the top leaders, and at the same time he has become an elite disciple of an ancient giant. That Chu Yan, the body of natural disasters. The protection of the three great god kings. Shen Gongxi looked at the two disciples kneeling in the hall, his face was indifferent. #C2972, the first in the world. Regarding Chu Yan's situation, Shen Gongxi has been paying attention. Before the two disciples came back to report, he already knew. But now, just question these two disciples a little bit, let them know their power and influence, and do things with heart. Yes, it is. The two disciples kept wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Elder Shen Gongxi, in front of them, put too much pressure on them. Elder Shen, there are now 15 immortal ancients opened outside, Chu Yan will definitely appear, we have a chance. Shen Gongxi heard the words, but closed his eyes slightly, pondered for a long time, and then said lightly. Next, you have two things to do. 1. Let the powerhouses of the gods stand guard in the ancient immortals, and kill Chu Yan immediately when they see Chu Yan. 2. Go and invite the 5 great true inheritances. With Shen Gongxi's current cultivation base, Chu Yan naturally poses no threat to him, but Chu Yan's performance during this period of time made him feel bad. This Chu Yan's talent is too amazing, and his growth rate is also extremely amazing. So now, we must do our best to kill this threat. On the other side, the curtain of heaven and sea, the main hall. Following the news of the birth of the 15 ancient battlefields, elders and disciples from all major forces gathered one after another. The Holy Heaven God King also lowered the will of the God King. This matter is decided here. You are the elders to lead the team, and when the time comes, send them to the 3 immortals. The face of Xuanhuan was cold, and he continued. Also, Sujiatian and Li Mutian, if you meet Chu Yan, give me your best shot. Do you understand? Full strength. Sujiatian and Li Mutian nodded quickly. Turning his eyes, he looked at Taoist Wood Spirit, and said. Hongmong's mortal enemy. He must not be allowed to grow up. This time, we must arrange more means to prevent him from leaving the immortal ancient. Finished speaking. The will of the Holy God King gradually faded away and slowly dissipated. The Wood Spirit Taoist in the temple immediately began to send orders, and the orders of the elders were issued one after another, almost all of which were aimed at Chu Yan. At the same time, the Supreme Blessed Land, the land of true law. All the turbulence and changes in the outside world, the world is changing, and Chu Yan knows nothing about it. His whole mind was completely immersed in cultivation, and he was fully aware of the changes in the divine power in his body. After a full day passed, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he burst out with aura all over his body, rushing to the 9th level of the heavenly god realm, and reaching the peak of the heavenly god realm. It's finally finished. The peak cultivation of the heavenly god realm. Chu Yan exhaled for a long time and let out a mouthful of turbid air. Call out. The spiritual consciousness is instantly restrained, and it turns into a spiritual body, appearing in the sea of consciousness and the sky. A pair of eyes, looking deeply at the crystal coffin floating in the 9 realms star map. Linglong, soon, soon. With a murmur, Chu Yan's eyes instantly became extremely sharp, piercing the sky like 2 sharp blades, looking towards the outside sky. The battle of honor is finally about to begin. After a long time, Chu Yan restrained his breath, took out the jade talisman, and sent out his consciousness. Shantian, I should go to that immortal ancient now. Looking at the locations and introductions of the 15 ancient battlefields on the map of God's domain, Chu Yan had a hard time choosing. At present, among the 15 ancient immortals, the only one that has been fully opened is the Guihai Tower in the Yinyang God realm. The remaining 14 immortals are all still in the state of vision outbreak. Naturally, Chu Yan would not go to Guihai Tower. After all, he was not familiar with the world of Yin and Yang, and the distance was not far away. In addition, 10 of the 15 ancient immortals appeared in the Shanhai realm, so why bother to look far away? According to Empress Xuanhuan's experience, with his current situation, if he wants to be honored, one immortal ancient is definitely not enough. Maybe I went to one, and then I have to rush to the second, or even the third. Therefore, the Divine Sea realm is the best choice. First is the land of extinguishing souls, it is about to open. A cold voice sounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Good. Chu Yan nodded, and then sent Huayang and Moa Tianshan, including the 3 great kings, to greet each other, before rushing out of the place of true law. The land of destroying souls is located in the southern part of the Divine Sea realm. According to some historical records, this place got its name because there was a wave of heaven and earth tides that wiped out the spirits of several heavenly gods. In the past battles of honor, it has also been opened several times, and the number of practitioners lost in each time is more than that of other immortals. In 2 days, Chu Yan flew all the way and arrived soon. I saw that on the distant skyline, a layer of gray mist covered the sky and the earth. The gray fog is still spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the terrifying aura released from it makes one's heart palpitate endlessly. Even some weak warriors feel that if they enter it, they may be annihilated directly. There is a city. Chu Yan swept his gaze, and saw a big city standing near the edge of the gray fog. He suddenly turned around and flew towards the city. Near every Xiangu battlefield, there will be 1 or 2 big cities. Moreover, this kind of city is protected by the agreement of all the unrivaled overlords in the Shanhai realm, and no one can do anything in the city. This can also be regarded as a special protection for those practitioners who have withdrawn from injury. Sky Profound Earth Palace, one of the supreme orthodoxy, absolutely no problem. The market is open. How many cultivators are there in the land of destroying souls? Hurry up and make a bet. In 1 day, you will be worth 10 times your worth, your resources will be like a sea, and your cultivation will skyrocket. It is definitely not a dream. Come on, time is running out. Entering the gate of the city, on both sides of the street, strong men shouted hard. The corners of Chu Yan's eyes twitched twice, speaking in Mani. Chu Yan has also heard of this Tianqian Digong. In the realm of the gods, one of the 12 supreme orthodoxy is extremely powerful. However, from the top to the bottom of this Tianqian Digong, it seems that all the disciples are engaged in things related to gambling. These people don't need to practice. Chu Yan looked puzzled, shook his head, and walked straight forward. Every time there is a battle of respect, the disciples from the ancient battlefields of the great immortals and the Tianqian Digong are the first to arrive. I just heard it before, but now I saw it with my own eyes. Chu Yan was also drunk. However, after walking a few steps forward, the unicorn's pupils swept across the main street, and Chu Yan was startled for a moment. So many cultivators. Even if it was Chu Yan, he also had a look of astonishment. At this time, on this main street alone, there are no less than 1,000 cultivators. Moreover, most of the cultivators are in the realm of the gods, and the number of cultivators in the realm of the earth and the gods is not many. If this land of soul extinction is opened, the number of cultivators will probably only increase. Moreover, Chu Yan also discovered that among the surrounding buildings, there are still some powerful auras, which turned out to be strong people in the realm of human and earth. There is only one possibility for a strong man of this level to appear, and that is to escort the disciples of the power. Brother Yan, I can't go this time. In the sea of consciousness, Huayang's message sounded. The Supreme Elder sent an order that this time, the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect will focus on the 9 demon mountains, the Earth Buddha Dojo, and the tidal Spirit Lake. I can't disobey this order. In addition, I received news that many forces are staring at you, you must be careful. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, his face full of thought. It seems that some powerful forces have set their main goals and will not disperse. #C2973, Destroy the Soul. If the forces of the Supreme Orthodoxy are all arranged in this way, it is possible that the forces of those unrivaled overlords will do the same. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, what are you thinking? Suddenly, a pleasant voice sounded, and fortunately Chu Yan looked at it, but it was Yu Linger with a smile on his face, walking towards him with light steps on his skirt. Are you thinking about the #1 statue in the world? Hearing this, Chu Yan shook his head and asked. Fellow Taoist Jade Spirit, you 3 profound sect, plan to focus on that immortal ancient. This is the one. My master asked me to come here, and I saw you as soon as I came, what a fate. Yu Linger chuckled, looking at Chu Yan, her eyes turned into crescent moons. To be honest, this is really a bit of a coincidence. However, the probability of such a coincidence is not low. Since the Empress Shantian can sense that the land of Maihun is the first immortal ancient to be opened, then as the power of the 3 Dao lineages, she can naturally sense it too. Therefore, there may be quite a few forces, especially some powerful forces, that take the land of extinguished souls as their main target. Ahem, it's a bit of a coincidence. Chu Yan coughed twice, looked at the smiling Yu Linger, and gave a wry smile. What did you mean by the first one just now? Huh? You don't even know the first one. Yu Linger looked at Chu Yan with a surprised face, but soon, she thought that Chu Yan was an ascendant who had just come up from the lower realm, and she might really not understand about the #1 statue in the world in God's domain. About the #1 statue in the world, it has been around for a long time, really long. It is said that as long as there are more than 10 immortal ancients in the domain of the gods, there will be the strongest Supreme Orthodox force, who will take out resources and hold a battle. As long as you can defeat more than half of the opponents, you can get the title of #1 in the world. Hearing Yu Linger's explanation, Chu Yan's eyes brightened slightly. He didn't expect that the #1 statue in the world turned out to be a name made out of it. But yes, the title of #1 in the world is so majestic, if it doesn't convince everyone, I am afraid that people will come to challenge it every day. That Empress Shantian seems to be the #1 in the world 1,000 years ago. Chu Yan asked. Yes. Yu Linger nodded. Thousands of years ago, Empress Shantian swept across the world, stood on the ring, defeated all opponents, and caused a sensation in the God realm. It is precisely because of this that Empress Shantian was awarded the title of #1 in the world. Furthermore, in the next few sessions, although there were unrivaled geniuses who defeated many opponents, in the end they couldn't compare with Lord Shantian. They could only be honored, but not the title of #1 in the world. The first one in a millennium, only Shantian in the God realm. Hearing this sentence, Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately, and he nodded slightly. The Tian Dao Ming mantra seems to be of great help to Empress Shantian. After all, as one of the 3 avatars of the God of War, she is also worthy of being the #1 in the world. This time, our Shunhai realm has opened up the most ancient immortals, and the 3 major systems are negotiating and preparing. When Yu Linger said this, she glanced at Chu Yan, and the aura in her eyes flickered. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, are you interested? Then you can read the Overlord Order, which has a detailed introduction. Chu Yan nodded, bowed his hands and said. Thank you, fellow Taoist Yuling, for telling me. This battle of top geniuses is exactly what Chu Yan yearns for. The #1 in the world, how domineering. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, why are you being so polite to me? After entering Shangu, I still want you to take care of me. Yu Ling'er looked around and whispered to Chu Yan. The land of destroying souls won't open in a few days, why don't we find a restaurant first? When this sentence landed, Chu Yan's eyes twitched twice. There seems to be some ambiguity in what I said. However, as a warrior, Chu Yan naturally wouldn't think too much, and Yu Ling'er naturally didn't mean that. At the moment, the two walked together and headed towards a big restaurant in the city. Along the way, among the dense crowds on the street, a few eyes fell on the two of them. That's the natural disaster Chu Yan, he came to the land of exterminating souls. Report to the elders, the target has appeared. My lord, Chu Yan and Yu Ling'er appeared in Wuhun city. Conscious thoughts scattered in all directions, flying towards the entire Divine Sea realm in all directions. Afterwards, the eyes hidden in the dark all received a reply, mixed into the crowd, and followed the two figures all the way. Not long after, in Wuhun restaurant, in a box. Chu Yan is carefully checking the Overlord's token, recording all the respect rules in it in the Sea of Consciousness. Although it seemed that the final battle this time was in charge of the three supreme orthodoxy, in fact, it was completely controlled by the 8 Xuanhuan sect. To participate, there are only two conditions. 1. Get the precious and rare treasures in the land of immortality. 2. Before the 15 ancient immortals are closed, they must be honored. The conditions are very simple, but the rewards are also very common. It is just a chance to gain enlightenment in Taoism, plus 15 days of training in the land of asking. Such a reward is not considered a reward at all for some unrivaled geniuses with powerful identities. After all, behind these unrivaled geniuses, there are powerful existences, and they will listen to the Tao and comprehend it almost every once in a while. And the cultivation in the land of asking is even easier for them. So in the end, the real biggest reward is the title of number 1 in the world in the arena, which attracts everyone the most. In particular, Empress Shantian, who obtained the number 1 statue in the world thousands of years ago, later achieved the position of overlord. She is almost one of the most powerful overlords in the entire Divine Sea realm, and even ranks among the top spears in the entire Divine Sea realm. What does this mean? If you want a strong identity and strength, you must get the title of number 1 in the world. The number 1 in the world. Chu Yan murmured, then gently closed his eyes. Time passed, 3 days passed in a flash. Around the entire Wuhun city, the spread of gray fog finally stopped. More importantly, a main road appeared in the middle of the thick gray fog, and the surrounding gray fog avoided this main road and went straight to the deep. Countless celestial lights, at the end of the road, and at the core of the gray mist, kept shining. At this moment, the entire Wuhun city boiled instantly. Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged in the private room, could feel the rushing fairy spirit outside the city even through several layers of spiritual formations, just like the layers of waves between heaven and earth, constantly rolling. Fellow Taoist Yuling, let's go. Chu Yan fell to the ground with a word, his body flickered, but he appeared above the city, the unicorn's pupils flickered, and he looked towards the gray fog area. At this time, tens of thousands of cultivators formed a crowd, and some people continued to lift off into the sky, and there were also a large number of cultivators heading towards the gray mist. Among them are powerful orthodox disciples, as well as those of the overlord, and even casual cultivators. In the city below, the streets were already crowded with people, pouring out of the city gate and appearing outside the city. The whole scene is incomparably spectacular. #C2974 Prestige Retreat. For Chu Yan, the immortal ancient battlefield is a place of respect, but for some ordinary practitioners, it is a place of experience. Maybe, you can get some opportunities or gains in it. Chu Yan's 6 senses were sensitive, and he turned his head slightly, as if he had noticed something. Among the group of cultivators, a young man in Taoist robes with a kind face was walking slowly while reciting Taoist scriptures, calm and indifferent. Not far away, a young man carrying a knife led a dozen cultivators. His aura was like a rainbow, and his true energy was released, and the cultivators around him were all shocked. Farther away, there were two masks and a group of powerful cultivators. They passed by in his consciousness and disappeared into the crowd. The aura left behind was extremely deep. That Taoist is one of the 12 great traditions of the divine realm, a true disciple of the infinite sect, with the Tao named Yuan, and an unrivaled genius. Yu Linger followed Chu Yan's gaze, her eyes flickered slightly, and her voice was like a bell. The same goes for the knife-handling youth, one of the 12 great traditions, a disciple of the promised sect, named Zhongjing. The identities of those two wearing masks are still unclear, and they are being investigated. Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned slightly, and said, "The number of unrivaled geniuses this time seems to be less than I thought. If every immortal ancient is like this, how can they be honored?" Yu Linger heard the words, chuckled and said, "Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, not to mention the opening of 15 immortal ancients this time, I'm afraid I didn't expect that the land of extinguishing souls would open so early. If I had known earlier, I'm afraid it would not be the scene in front of me." Chu Yan was startled, and quickly understood. He needs several immortal ancients to be honored, so the same may be true for other unrivaled geniuses. In addition, some cultivators who did not succeed in honoring or did not get the opportunity will also go to the next immortal ancient to continue searching. In this way, the more you go to Shangu in the back, the more lively it will be. That makes sense. Let's go in. Chu Yan's eyes flashed instantly, and flew towards the grey mist. At this time, in the city, the palace. "Little Lord." A disciple flew over quickly and landed in the hall. "That Chu Yan and Yu Linger have already entered the land of destroying souls. Sitting on the throne of the hall master is the little heavenly king, Yu Peng." Only this time, he was not alone, there were 22 cultivators standing beside him. In addition, sitting not far from him was a young man in purple robes, who looked like a young master like green bamboos and cypresses. Behind this young man, there are more than a dozen cultivators at the peak of the heavenly god realm. "Elderine, they have gone in, so we should go too." Yu Peng's face and eyes were full of murderous intent, and he said in a cold voice, "Brother Yu, don't worry. It is said that Li Mutian, who is under the command of the Holy Heaven King, has already brought someone here, and he will arrive soon." The young man called Elderine had a gentle smile on his face. "When the time comes, how difficult it will be for us to join forces. In addition, this is the elder's order, and I cannot disobey it." Yu Peng listened, but said coldly, "Humph. If the time comes, let him run away, don't blame me for falling out." Elderine smiled lightly and didn't say much. At the same time, the sky was filled with grey fog. As soon as Chu Yan stepped into it, the scene in front of him made him startled suddenly. The continuous mountains hang above the sky, like a sky peak, which will be suppressed in an instant, making people terrified. The entire land is full of red and black colors, and the void is filled with infinite killing intent. In the farther sky, some fairy lights flickered, as if there were adventures and treasures. This soul-destroying place is similar to the forbidden secret realm he entered before, and every practitioner who enters will be randomly separated. Now, Yu Linger is no longer by his side. The opening of Shangu means that the opportunity and inheritance of Jiuxiao have been opened. I don't know if the green lotus will affect it again. Chu Yan pondered for a while, then got up and flew towards the distant sky. For this soul-destroying land, Chu Yan is going to sweep all the way, and take down all the inheritances and treasures he encounters. If someone blocks, then, kill. Boom. 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 Half an hour later, in a forest, one after another divine lights exploded, and the continuous burst of air immediately attracted Chu Yan's attention. Fairy grass. Chu Yan looked at the plant, which was 1 foot high, with a fairy-like cage, like a strange colored comfrey blazing with flames. Without a trace of hesitation, his figure was violently plundered, and he raised his hand to grab it. Bold! One after another shouted loudly, resounding in the forest. The next moment, 3 gods of heaven and 8 peak gods of earth flew out of the forest and stood in front of Chu Yan. In their hands, spiritual seals have formed, ready to strike at any time. You know, these people bought this fairy grass and fought here for a long time. Now, he was suddenly taken away by someone, and he was so angry that he was about to explode. Wan Lai. The whole body was running with divine power. Chu Yan didn't intend to talk nonsense with them at all. His fists were condensed, and he was ready to shoot. You are the natural disaster Chu Yan. However, before Chu Yan could make a move, the expressions of the 12 cultivators suddenly changed drastically when they saw Chu Yan, turning pale. Go! With a quick shout, the 12 cultivators turned around and ran away without any hesitation. This scene made Chu Yan startled slightly. But soon, Chu Yan thought of something, and suddenly smiled lightly. As Yu Linger said before, I am afraid that all the forces have made complete preparations for honoring the immortal ancient this time. Therefore, people like him have long been known by the major forces. Beheading young Master Shiming, drawing a tie with Sui, plus the source of natural disasters, the unrivaled genius protected by the 3 great god kings is simply not something they can provoke. So, if you don't run, you are going to die. I didn't expect that I'm so famous now. Chu Yan shook his head, just thought, put away the purple grass, and continued to fly forward. In the next few hours, Chu Yan was full of astonishment. This immortal ancient really deserves its reputation. There are fairy medicines and spiritual plants everywhere, and there are even some ancient inheritances and small blessings, which made Chu Yan reap a lot. Of course, Chu Yan has misunderstood the fierce name of the land of destruction of souls. All kinds of restraints and ultimate moves suddenly exploded from the void. Most of them were attacking the soul, making it impossible to guard against. Refining first. Chu Yan randomly found a secluded place and sat cross-legged. This time, the battle of respect is by no means simple. Chu Yan must maintain a full state at all times and make all preparations. Not long after, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled. Boom, boom. The world shook violently, and above the sky, a thunderbolt exploded, as if the sky was about to be shattered. Chu Yan frowned slightly, looked up at the sky, and suddenly saw an astonishing scene. All I saw was that the suspended celestial peaks above the sky all collapsed, and countless boulders fell from the sky and smashed to the ground. And where the peak collapsed that day, huge clusters of fairy light appeared from the peak body. These 5 celestial lights turned out to be a powerful inheritance. Chu Yan's eyes were shining, and he walked up with a long body, about to fly into the air. But at this moment, another vision rose in the distant sky. #C 2975 Nantian Sword Emperor. On the edge of the sky, a large number of beast shadows appeared. Tens of thousands of beasts were like a tide, and among them, ghosts of dragons, tigers, phoenixes, and other gods and beasts could be vaguely seen. However, this vision of 10,000 beasts is much weaker than the vision of Tianfeng inheritance in front of him. Go and have a look. For Chu Yan, there seems to be some unknown powerful force hidden in Tianfeng's inheritance. This kind of power even gave Chu Yan a feeling that someone was deliberately manipulating it. At the same time, the 5 gods and beasts in Chu Yan's body also gave Chu Yan strong guidance, so Chu Yan chose the vision of the myriad beasts on the edge of the sky. At that time, even if you make a wrong choice, you can go back again. Whoosh! At the same time that Chu Yan was flying rapidly, the sound of piercing through the air continued to resound. All around him, including the distant sky, there are powerful divine lights, which evolved myriads of magical arts, and flew towards the land of Tianfeng at an astonishing speed. That scene was quite spectacular. It can be said that at least 1/3 of the cultivators who rushed into the land of soul destruction this time rushed to Tianfeng. Huh. Yu Linger, Du Yuan, Zongjing, and the others don't seem to have gone to Tianfeng. The pupil of Chu Yan's unicorn swept over, looking into the sky, and after a glance, he suddenly became suspicious. These unrivaled geniuses should have known something in advance. This land of exterminating souls is no better than other ancient immortal lands. It also killed the powerful people of the heavenly realm in the past. But in front of them, the inheritance of these 5 heavenly peaks might be a trap. Thinking of this, Chu Yan suddenly felt cold, and his hair stood on end. If it is as he guessed, then this ancient battlefield is really underestimated. Just as Chu Yan was pondering, a trembling knife whistling sounded in the sky. The Duantian knife broke out from his Rakshasa space and passed on to the 5 heavenly peaks. Fly away. What? Chu Yan stopped abruptly, and when he turned around to look, his consciousness instantly locked on Duantian knife. Buzz buzz. The Duantian knife trembled violently, and in the whistling sound of the shaking knives, countless knife intents shot out, but they couldn't lock and chop Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness at all. The Duantian knife wrapped in spiritual consciousness struck in all directions, as if wanting to get out of trouble. It seemed extremely eager. Ouyang, brother, are you here? Chu Yan was startled, sensed the will of Duan Tian Dao, and immediately reacted. Duan Tian knife was full of spirituality. The tip of the knife turned, pointed at Chu Yan, and kept moving up and down. At this moment, Chu Yan's face suddenly changed, and he suddenly turned his unicorn pupils, looking towards the Tianfeng inheritance, not far away. Walk. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan unlocked the lock of his spiritual consciousness, followed the Duantian Dao, and flew away in the direction of Tianfeng's inheritance. At this moment, no matter what the vision of the beasts or the inheritance of Tianfeng, it has no meaning to Chu Yan. At this time, in a forest in the distance, little heavenly King Yupeng, Li Mutian, and Eldarine looked up at the scene in the sky. All of them were amazed. Behind them, there are a total of 80 strong men in the God realm, in groups of 3 or 4, each working in groups, gathering together, discussing something in a low voice, as if they are also observing the vision in the sky. If it weren't for the great benefits given by these 3, they would have been able to wait there now, and they would have rushed directly to the Tianfeng inheritance. Chu Yan is gone. The little heavenly king Yupeng saw a black light flashing across the sky, and his eyes suddenly burst into golden light, which kept flickering. This is his Peng clan's gifted pupil technique, which can penetrate hundreds of thousands of miles into the world. Ever since he arrived here, he has been looking for the remains of Chu Yan, and now he has found it. Okay. Brother Li, let's divide into 3 teams, and surround him. On Elder Yin's body, divine light flickered, and he said, "Wait a minute, I will use my seal if I get closer to him within 10,000 steps. At that time, not only will he not be able to find us, but he will also fall into my magic circle. It will be much easier to kill him again." Speaking of this, Elder Yin's eyes flashed with excitement. Although he was only an elder of the outer sect, he had killed an unrivaled genius. Good. Yupeng and Li Mutian nodded at the same time. Without any hesitation, they led their subordinates into spurs and soared into the sky. At this time, a cultivator is flying to Tianfeng to inherit. Chu Yan chased after Duantian Dao, and within 100 breaths, he also arrived in the Tianfeng mountains. In this piece of Tianfeng, the presence of immortals is coming to the sky, and the aura is soaring, as if there is a shocking treasure, which is about to be born. The most special thing is that after stepping into the mountain, the body seems to be pulled by some force, and it can be suspended in the sky without any divine power. Moreover, looking at the ground at this time, it feels like the sky and the earth are hanging upside down, as if the sky has become the earth, and the earth has become the sky. Really are. After a few breaths, Chu Yan suddenly found a figure in a Tianfeng forest. His face was full of shock. I saw, 1,000 steps away, Ouyang Nantian was dressed in a white robe, with scars all over his body, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, his eyes were blood red, and his whole body was wrapped in murderous intent. In front of him, the 5 green-robed cultivators burst out with divine light all over their bodies, and at the same time their divine light soared to the sky. All of them were at the peak of the heavenly god realm. There is a powerful aura hidden in these people's bodies, and it is obvious that their identities are not simple. Ouyang, you are a mere human god, and you dare to fight with us. Hurry up and hand it over, or you will die. A young man in the lead yelled loudly with a murderous look on his face. This is the last chance, our patience is limited. Otherwise, even if you destroy that treasure, we will kill you. Torture your spirit and make your life worse than death. The other 4 youths also opened their mouths in unison, shot out beams of divine light, and blasted towards Ouyang Nantian's body, blasting away lumps of flesh and blood. It was as if the flesh and blood did not belong to him at all. Ouyang Nantian's face didn't change any expression, it was just cold. The divine power in the body kept surging, accumulating the last strength, and rushed towards the opponent suddenly. 1 against 5. It's still in the realm of human gods, fighting against 5 gods in the realm of gods. Such an imposing matter, I am afraid that only the Sword Emperor Nantian can have it. Senior brother, the others are coming soon, and we need to make a quick decision here. A young man spoke to the leading youth. Humph. Ouyang, you asked for this. Hearing the words, the leading young man turned his head and glanced around. Sure enough, there were many figures flying over. He turned his head and looked at Ouyang Nantian viciously, and said sharply. No matter, even if the other party destroys the treasure, he must be killed. It's up to you. A smile appeared on Ouyang Nantian's face. Kill. At worst, die. After uttering one word, Ouyang Nantian's eyes were bloodshot, and he was about to fight for his life. However, at this moment, a strange sound sounded. 5 of you, court death. Dare to take action against my brother Ouyang. After the sound, Ouyang Nantian's face suddenly changed, and when he turned his head to look, his eyes were filled with excitement. Chu Yan. You are also here. Clang. The next moment, a black light struck, and the Duantian Dao was in his hand, and the soaring majesty of the sword swept out like a strong wind. #C2976 1 sword 5 kills. The Heaven Duan knife returned to Nantian Knife Emperor's hands, and half of the void collapsed. Peak of the God Realm. The 5 young people present all looked at Chu Yan. The young man in the lead just froze for a moment, and then sneered. Ouyang, you ran away desperately just to find help here. Ouyang Nantian, who was stroking the Duantian knife, ignored him. The corner of the leader's mouth twitched twice, and he turned to look at Chu Yan. Boy, it's not easy to cultivate, don't try to force yourself, otherwise it won't be worth it if you lose it when the Maihun is activated. I'll give you a chance, roll in 3 breaths. The other 4 youths also had grim smiles on their faces, not paying attention to Chu Yan at all. After all, the 5 of them are all at the peak of the heavenly god realm, and there is only one other party. As for that Ouyang, it can be completely ignored. The peak of the earth god realm, too weak. At this time in a forest below, little heavenly King Yupeng, Li Mutian, and Eldarine each brought a team of troops and quickly surrounded them. Heavenly immortal formation. Seeing that the distance to Chu Yan was only about 10,000 steps away, the 3 of them shot at the same time, and spirit seals were flying all over the sky. Waves of spiritual light gushed out from their hands, enveloping themselves, including the people behind them, and disappeared instantly on the spot. The people on the three sides rushed out of the powerful spiritual power at the same time, and appeared around Chu Yan. At the same time, a vast array spread out in an instant. Chu Yan, you are very good. I have seen one of the rare top geniuses in the Shanghai world. Little Heavenly King Yupeng smiled triumphantly and looked at Chu Yan with a feeling that his wish would come true immediately. However, today, you are destined to be lost here. Besides, remember before you die, Yu Linger is mine, you can't take it away. Not far away. Li Mutian and Elder Yin looked at Chu Yan with a smile on their faces. Now, Chu Yan is dead. There is no doubt about this at all. Moreover, after this matter is over, they can all get huge benefits from Xingtian Shenwang and Shengongxi. Maybe, even if they are not honored this time, these benefits alone are enough for them to break through to the honorable state. It seems that unrivaled genius is nothing more than that. Dozens of peak gods led by the three of them looked at the trapped Chu Yan and thought to themselves. With so many of them joining forces, what problems could there be if they dealt with an unrivaled genius of the same level of cultivation? Don't talk about the same level, even if they are in the respected state, they can be killed. Give me, kill. Little Heavenly King Yupeng didn't wait at all, and ordered directly. Within a radius of 100,000 steps, spiritual seals surged on the body of a strong man in the god realm, rushing towards Chu Yan's direction. The distance of 100,000 steps is very short for them. And at this time, Chu Yan hadn't found them yet, so this was an excellent opportunity. Because, at this time, Chu Yan was still confronting the five youths. Chu Yan, ignore them, let's leave here quickly, as long as we can. Ouyang Nantian communicated with Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness. Of course he understands Chu Yan. However, the five powerhouses at the peak of the gods are not so easy to deal with. Get out. Just you five piles of trash. The golden light in Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and he fell into an abnormal calmness, but it was easy to see that the void around Chu Yan began to crack. What? How dare you scold us? The faces of the five youths changed at the same time, and they couldn't believe it. The three-breath time is an opportunity they gave each other, but the other party didn't appreciate it and even cursed. Then die. Under the rising anger, they were about to make a move, when suddenly an extremely terrifying shout exploded in their ears, which made their spirits tremble. The next moment, when the five of them looked up, they saw an extremely astonishing scene. I saw that a terrifying killing power erupted from Chu Yan's body, and the dazzling red on burst into a radius of 100 steps in an instant. If the Chu Yan just now had a stronger breath, then now, he is like a heaven and earth killing god rushing out of the abyss, and the whole world is trembling under his killing power. 100 steps of red light. The faces of the five young people changed drastically in an instant, their entire bodies were shaking, and they even stuttered when they spoke. The five of them are not cultivators of the divine sea realm, but inner disciples of the unrivaled overlord in a small god realm. They have seen many unrivaled geniuses, and many geniuses who practice killing. However, they have never seen that killing intent on that genius's body can condense to the extent that 100 paces of red light can condense. Hiss. 100-step red light. Not only the five youths, but also the little heavenly king Yupeng, who was 10,000 steps away, suddenly gasped and stopped abruptly. The 80 peak gods looked at each other with pale faces. 100 steps of red light. What a concept! At least 7 unrivaled geniuses must be beheaded to produce such a level of killing power. The most important thing is, how long has it been since Chu Yan left the Tianluanheimu birthday banquet before? After all the calculations, it would take at most 1 month. But this month, what the hell did this guy do? To kill so many peerless geniuses. And that's not the worst part. The most likely thing is that after killing so many unrivaled geniuses, he is still alive. Chu Yan, you. Ouyang Nantian doesn't know what the mark of heaven and earth is, but Ouyang Nantian knows the killing power of this level, which is completely beyond his cognition range. How long has it been since Chu Yan arrived in God's domain? What happened to him? Senior, please spare me. We are inner disciples under the command of the Eastern Gate God King. We have no eyes and no eyes, so we don't intend to offend you. Please. The 5 youths were completely shocked by Chu Yan's terrifying killing power, and suddenly reacted, kneeling down and begging for mercy. Call out. Before they could finish speaking, a dazzling sword light appeared from the void and streaked across the necks of the 5 people. 5 heads were thrown into the air, bloody arrows soaring into the sky. 5 strong men at the peak of the heavenly god realm were killed with a single blow. Hiss. 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 Thousands of paces away, the dozens of strong men in the heavenly god realm who were in the formation gasped in unison, their eyeballs almost flying out. This kills a strong man at the peak of the god realm, just like killing a chicken. What's the situation? Originally, I thought that a peerless genius was nothing. But now, it seems that the opposite is true. These peak gods, under the sword of others, are completely like chickens and dogs, and they are slaughtered casually. At this moment, they seem to understand. There is also a world of difference between unrivaled geniuses and unrivaled geniuses. And the Chu Yan in front of him is obviously the most powerful existence among the unrivaled geniuses. Maybe they are at the peak of the heavenly god realm, and they can't even stop them with a single move. #C2977 Scare away the gods. Wrong. This time it was really wrong. Just as these experts at the peak of the heavenly god realm watched the 5 corpses fall to the ground, a voice sounded from the sky. Everyone, do you want to sneak attack me by hiding in the spirit array? Chu Yan turned around slowly, his red light was like flames, and he looked into the void not far away. Although there seemed to be nothing there, Chu Yan had already sensed their existence. At this moment, the bodies of dozens of experts at the peak of the heavenly god realm trembled. That feeling was like being directly locked by the eyes of the devil, and the scalp of the whole body was numb. Go. Without thinking at all, among the dozen or so peak gods, the practitioners of 2 lines turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, the figures of a dozen people disappeared into the distant sky. This little heavenly King Yupeng, Li Mutian and Elder Yin were shocked. At this moment, the terrifying killing power released from Chu Yan not far away completely shook their original confidence. A sword in the sky. Seeing someone running away, Chu Yan drew out his sword directly. The bright sword light, like a ferocious red dragon, shot out violently and slashed towards a point in the void formation. Boom! 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 As the sword light passed, half of the sky trembled, and spiritual seals emerged from the void. In the blink of an eye, the figures of little heavenly King Yupeng, Li Mutian, Elder Yin and many others at the peak of the heavenly god realm also appeared. Yupeng, it's you again. In Chu Yan's eyes, a cold glow flickered, Tiger Roar's cloak flew up, and he raised his hand and swung his sword again. Waves of shocking sword energy slashed out horizontally. How is it possible? He is so strong. Little heavenly King Yupeng and Li Mutian. Sensing the incoming sword lights, his expression changed drastically. Walk. Without the slightest hesitation, the 3 of them waved their hands at the same time, using their prepared retreat together, and fled towards the distant sky. Full of shock and regret. If he had known earlier, Chu Yan could become so strong in a month's time, and he would not come if he killed them, to die. Those powerhouses at the peak of the heavenly god realm, seeing Yupeng and the others escaped, how could they charge upwards? They all turned and fled. Hidden sky formation, want to attack and kill me. Want to leave now. Fei Lu. Chu Yan looked at the people who were fleeing in all directions in front of him, and suddenly his whole body exploded with arrogance. It is so easy to set up a large formation to attack and kill yourself, and want to leave now. The Haotian sword turned into a bit of cold light, shot out like a drop of water, melted into the void, and disappeared. However, Yu Peng and the others could clearly sense a terrifying killing intent behind them, completely locking them in. Boom! 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 Without a trace of hesitation, while the death energy rose in their hearts, they all turned around and attacked, and the powerful magic spells continued to blast into the void. Ah! A miserable scream sounded. Blooming blood flowers bloomed in the void, like red clouds blooming in the sky. Among those bloody flowers, one could clearly see a white light flickering, constantly shuttling back and forth. The little heavenly King Yupeng was struck by the white light, and suddenly a ball of golden light exploded from his body. He opened his mouth and sprayed out a big mouthful of blood mist, and his body flew out backwards. The means of life-saving also collapsed. At this moment, the eyeballs of the others were about to explode, and they still wanted to resist, mobilizing their true energy and escaping after images. Look quickly. There are a lot of strong people at the peak of the gods. Hey, why do they seem to be running for their lives? In the Tianfeng below, a cultivator sensed the great battle above, and looked up. All of them were stunned. Could it be that they have touched the shocking murderous intent in Tianfeng's inheritance? Snort. Chu Yan looked at the fleeing crowd, snorted coldly, raised his hand, and retracted the Haotian sword. If he hadn't met Brother Ouyang just now, all these dozens would have been killed. As soon as he turned around, Chu Yan swept across his body, landed in front of Ouyang Nantian, and said with a light smile. Brother Ouyang, long time no see. Completely different from just now, Chu Yan at this time has a smile on his face and a trace of warmth in his eyes. After all, he didn't expect to meet Ouyang Nantian here. You. At this time Ouyang Nantian didn't seem to have reacted yet. His face was twitching. He looked at Chu Yan, and looked up and down. That expression was obviously confirming whether the Chu Yan in front of him was the Chu Yan he knew before. How long is this? How long? How long? Ouyang Nantian wanted to beat someone. If he could beat him, he would beat this kid up first. Soaring up, it took a lot of hard work to break through the Earth God realm. But this kid is already at the peak of the God realm. Moreover, as soon as he appeared on the stage, he killed 5 peak gods with a single sword, and retreated dozens of powerhouses of the same level. Has this guy copied the old nest of the King of Gods? Otherwise, Ouyang Nantian really didn't believe that Chu Yan would practice harder than him. Look at the two of them. I was injured all over for a treasure, and it was terrible. This kid has nothing to do with it. You rock. Thousands of words, infinite emotions, finally turned into 3 words. Ahem, this. Chu Yan coughed twice, then asked. Brother Ouyang, what happened just now? Well, it's a little troublesome to say. Ouyang Nantian had a bitter look on his face. That's right, before. Chu Yan listened quietly, and after a long time, he finally heard Ouyang Nantian finish his speech. Ouyang Nantian was different from him. After ascending to the God realm, he went to the Yin-Yang God realm. Along the way, I found a shocking treasure in a secret place, but it was followed by a group of young gods. After getting the strange treasure, Ouyang Nantian kept running for his life, and even lost the Duantian knife in the pursuit. Therefore, Ouyang Nantian not only wanted to run for his life, but also inquired about the whereabouts of the Duantian knife. With a ray of induction, he found the Shanhai realm. Unexpectedly, he met that group of people just after the Land of Extinguishing Souls opened, and after a few battles, he was also on the verge of running out of fuel. If he hadn't just met Chu Yan this time, maybe he would really blow himself up on the spot. So it is. Chu Yan nodded. Immediately, Chu Yan turned his eyes to Tianfeng inheritance, not far away, and his eyes suddenly changed. This Tianfeng inheritance is not a trap for me. Just as Huayang reminded himself before, I am afraid that there are many forces in Tianfeng's inheritance, and they have opened up a big net, waiting for him. Brother Ouyang, it's not easy to stay here for a long time, let's leave first. Following Chu Yan's gaze, Ouyang Nantian turned his head and glanced at the Tianfeng inheritance behind him. To be honest, he originally planned to go in, to fish in troubled waters, but he would not only be able to escape, but also get some opportunities. After all, the current Tianfeng inheritance is crowded and chaotic. Okay, However, since Chu Yan said there was a problem, Ouyang Nantian would not doubt it, nodded, and was just about to leave. Suddenly, the Tianfeng mountains under their feet began to tremble rumblingly. #C2978 kill him. Just when the Tianfeng inheritance mountain range began to tremble, a chill flashed in Chu Yan's heart. In an instant, the true energy in Chu Yan's whole body surged, and it exploded directly. His divine power wrapped around Ouyang Nantian and shot straight into the sky. Almost in the blink of an eye, Chu Yan and Ouyang Nantian disappeared into the sea of spiritual clouds in the sky. The moment they disappeared, in midair where they had just stood still, a series of terrifying sword glows exploded and shot directly at the sea of spirit clouds. The second-day peak, the fourth-day peak, and the seventh peak Tian Shang burst out with terrifying divine light, as if peerless powerhouses rushed out together. It's such a strong breath, this move can kill a human being. Chu Yan was hiding in the sea of spiritual clouds, running the pupils of the unicorn, and while looking at the Tianfeng below, the tiger roaring cloak flew up and turned into a wall to block in front of the two of them. So many attacks appeared at the same time, and the attack was still where they were standing just now, and the matter was already very clear. What's the situation? Why are so many strong people suddenly attacking Tiandao? It doesn't have to be a strong person, it may also be the outbreak of the inheritance vision. Could it be that there is really a powerful inheritance in this Tianfeng inheritance? Possible. The cultivators on the major celestial peaks all gasped when they saw the scene in the sky. A look of excitement appeared on the faces of many people. Whoosh! The next moment, those attacks that were thrown into the air exploded directly, turning into a series of fierce vigor, and bursting out in all directions. Powerful forces, blind and aimless, many of them shot towards the Tianfeng mountains below. Boom! 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 In the Tianfeng mountains below, blood clusters exploded, all cultivators who were killed by mistake. These people didn't even have time to scream. Then his body exploded directly, and he was destroyed on the spot. Wandering the world of dragons. Chu Yan, who was in the sea of spiritual clouds, was like thunder, bursting out like a dragon, wrapping Ouyang Nantian in the sea of spiritual clouds. However, even so, Chu Yan was still hit by 2 attacks on his back and chest, blasting away 2 lumps of flesh and blood. Chu Yan, are you okay? Ouyang Nantian's expression changed. It's okay, just a small injury. Chu Yan operated the taboo body, a breath of life gushed out, and the 2 injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Chu Yan stared straight at the Tianfeng mountains below, his face full of solemnity. With this glance, Chu Yan's expression changed slightly. In the Tianfeng below, pieces of flesh and blood were flying all over the sky, dyeing the sky and the earth a blood red. It's like a scene of hell. Those cultivators who survived were all pale, and their souls flew out of shock. This is too scary. When everyone saw this scene, they all thought of the legends before the land of destroying souls, and a chill rose in everyone's hearts. This is a place of chance, this is simply a place of killing. The next moment, many weak cultivators, who were like lightning, quickly left Tianfeng and shot towards the sky. In such a terrifying place, they didn't dare to stay for a long time, so they gave up the opportunity and chose to leave. Of course, not all cultivators left, most of them chose to stay. People who practice martial arts, that one didn't go through life and death to get to this point. The more dangerous the place, the stronger the natural chance. Except for those cultivators who rely on resources to pile up, this kind of life and death danger cannot make real warriors shrink back. On the contrary, a cultivator like Chu Yan directly inspired the fighting spirit and became more excited. Brother Ouyang, this should be just the beginning, this place is not easy to enter now, let's leave first. Chu Yan withdrew his gaze, looked at Ouyang Nantian, and said. But, I want to go in and try. Ouyang Nantian's eyes were shining, and he looked at the Tianfeng below. Before, the rare treasure I got had an induction in front of this Tianfeng. It should be in the fourth Tianfeng. So. Having said that, Ouyang Nantian swung his sword and took out a black jade tablet. On the jade card, the three big characters flashed with a strange knife power. Soul Slayer 4. The two characters for Maihun should refer to the land of Maihun, and the four characters obviously refer to the fourth peak of heaven. From this point of view, the strange treasure that Ouyang Nantian got should be a guiding kind of strange treasure. This shows that maybe there is a real chance, in the fourth day peak. Okay, I'll accompany you. Chu Yan pondered for a while, looked back at the vision of the beasts in the distant sky, nodded, and said. Now, Ouyang Nantian's cultivation is only at the Earth God realm. It is really dangerous and easy to lose for the land of extermination of souls where thousands of geniuses gathered just after it was opened. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, Ouyang Nantian was startled for a moment, and then his face froze slightly. Okay, I won't be polite to you. The reason why Chu Yan chose, he naturally knows. Naturally, let's go. Chu Yan smiled lightly. Immediately, the figures of the two flew at the same time, rushed out of the Lingyun Sea, and flew towards the Tianfeng mountains below. Almost at the same time as they left, a shocking evil spirit rushed out from the fourth spiritual peak of the Tianfeng mountains, pointing directly at the sky. Sword intent. The eyes of Chu Yan and Ouyang Nantian lit up at the same time. It seems that maybe there is a real chance, waiting for Ouyang Nantian. Moreover, because of the vision of the fourth peak, not only Chu Yan and Ouyang Nantian, but also some other cultivators rushed towards the fourth peak frantically. Time passed, half an hour later. Chu Yan landed on the fourth peak, and kept moving forward in the forest mixed with black mist and gray mist. It doesn't take long to walk, and you will find a corpse with an indistinct flesh, or a skeleton with flesh and blood, which seems to be very old. After walking for a long time, the jade card in Ouyang Nantian's hand finally responded. A strong evil spirit gushed out from the jade tablet and merged with the surrounding black mist. It seems that this direction is right, it shouldn't be far away. Chu Yan glanced at the jade tablet, his consciousness spread out, and he looked around. Here, it turned out to be a large formation. After a little investigation, Chu Yan's expression changed immediately, and without a trace of hesitation, he waved a ball of God of War power and poured it into Ouyang Nantian's body. Ouyang Nantian also felt the abnormality of the environment, and his face was solemn. There seems to be a stone tablet. 100 steps away, in the hazy mist, a shadow looms. Chu Yan's face was startled. He didn't even notice the steel with his spiritual sense just now, but he could see it with the naked eye. The steel is densely covered with spirit patterns, and a few big characters can be seen in the middle. Destroy the soul and kill the ground. Ouyang Nantian murmured, and his spirit was shocked. In other words, they have now entered a dangerous land called Soul-Killing Land. Go, take a look. Without any hesitation at all, Chu Yan swept across the stone tablet and continued to move forward. Ouyang Nantian followed behind Chu Yan, and after some haste, a huge valley appeared in front of them. #C2979 Three Swords. This valley is extremely dangerous. Just where Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness swept, hundreds of restrictions and spiritual formations can be found. On the ground, among the big trees, and even in the grass, there are densely packed, watching Chu Yan's heart rise with coldness. Moreover, these are only on the surface, and they can be discovered with a simple scan of the mind. There are also those hidden deep under the ground, which are even more numerous. In such a small valley, even if a strong person from the earth presence enters it by mistake, there will be no chance of life. This is the second time Chu Yan has seen the dangerous reputation of this land of soul extinction. Call out. At this moment, the jade tablet in Ouyang Nanshan's hand suddenly shot out a large piece of light and rushed out of the valley. Among these rays of light, there are peerless and fierce names, as well as the shadow of the demon lord, and even the spiritual treasure of the talisman flag. Although they are all phantoms, they are full of evil spirits. Boom, boom. An invisible momentum, like a thunder god, exploded into the void. The battle armor on Chu Yan's body seemed to feel some kind of threat, and it appeared on its own, covering Chu Yan's body. It seems that among these phantoms, there is a peerless inheritance. Chu Yan frowned slightly, and said, "But, I'm not sure which one it is, and which one is dangerous." Ouyang Nantian frowned slightly, kept scanning these phantoms, and said after a while, "Just the shadow of the demon lord." Hearing this, Chu Yan looked at Ouyang Nantian, slightly taken aback. "How did you see that?" "Hee, it's not for looking, it's just a feeling." Ouyang Nantian stared straight at the phantom of the demon god with a pair of eyes, then turned to look at Chu Yan. The way of a warrior is to go forward, there is no turning back. Since you have already arrived here, you don't need to hesitate. Even if it feels wrong. If you choose the wrong one, you will rebuild your martial arts path in 18 years at most. After saying this sentence, Ouyang Nanshan's whole body was filled with white light, which turned into a ray of shock and shot at the phantom of the demon god. The light of the other jade cards trembled instantly, and they all fell silent. Including the entire valley, it was completely silent. For Ouyang Nantian, the realm of cultivation is only second, not the most important to him. After all, he is completely different from ordinary warriors. Having suffered a loss once, he rebuilt his physical body with the heaven-breaking knife. The knife is the root, and the root is the knife. Therefore, only the improvement of Tao of the sword is the skyrocketing of his strength. However, among the rays of light from the jade cards just now, there was obviously a sword light, but Ouyang Nantian did not choose the shadow of the sword light, but chose the phantom of a demon god. 18 years later. Brother Ouyang, stop dreaming. Chu Yan was slightly taken aback, then shook his head. Ouyang Nantian, he absolutely believed it. Not only the trust between each other, but also Ouyang Nanshan's martial arts path, including the 10-direction star field, the famous Nantian Sword Emperor. Even if it is in this god's domain, one day, the Nantian Sword Emperor will come to the world again. Next, how do we go? Chu Yan withdrew his gaze, and began to think deeply. Yu Linger, Zhongjing, Du Yuan, these unrivaled geniuses, probably have already gone to the land of myriad beasts. And after Tian Peak's inheritance revealed a powerful murderous intent, some geniuses would change their original plan. If I go now, it will take at least several hours to arrive. At that time, the vision inheritance horror had already been obtained by the great geniuses, it was too late. Of course, there is absolutely no shortage of world-shocking inheritances in an ancient immortal battlefield. With a green lotus in his body, as long as he waits for a while, I am afraid that it will continue to cause abnormal changes. That mountain seems to be good. The unicorn pupils of Chu Yan's eyes danced as he looked around. The valley here can also be regarded as a place of powerful inheritance, and there will be no shortage of various inheritance Jedi in all directions. Now that the new mutation has not yet occurred, this time cannot be wasted. Swish swish swish. At this moment, an astonishing heat wave emerged from the sky, and the entire sky was dyed into a sea of flames. Chu Yan looked up, and immediately saw that a large rain of fire fell from the sky. Every drop of fire rain fell on the ground, and it ignited a large flame, instantly burning the surrounding area into a sea of flames. What's even more strange is that the valley, including the surrounding mountain peaks, and those trees and plants, are not affected at all, as if ignoring these flames. This kind of flame is specially aimed at cultivators, and a drop of fire rain is enough to burn and kill a group of strong people. Before Chu Yan, he felt that this place is definitely not just some forbidden killing moves. Sure enough, the real crisis is coming now. It doesn't matter over there. Chu Yan swept his gaze, and suddenly his figure moved. Ah. Ah. But within a few breaths, screams sounded one after another, although separated by several mountain peaks and hundreds of miles away, they still reached Chu Yan's ears. There is no need to doubt that in those places outside the valley, there are probably many cultivators who were all swallowed by the fire rain. It's not a big problem. Chu Yan took a deep breath, kept flying, and looked ahead. Just now, he kept dodging and flying, all his attention was on the rain of fire, and he didn't even know where he was. Now, there is darkness in front of my eyes, and as far as I can see, it is only 100 steps away. Chu Yan suddenly froze. He was moving forward, but at this moment, there was an extremely strong coldness in the ground under his feet, and fairy spirits also began to surge. On both sides of the road, there are fairy grasses and spiritual plants with amazing aura. Although these treasures of heaven, material and earth do not reach the level of immortal medicines, their quantity is extremely astonishing. Adding them up, they are definitely worth a few immortal medicines. Could it be that this is also a treasure land? A thought came to Chu Yan's mind, but he didn't collect it, instead he looked solemn and vigilant. Soul Slayer Demon Claw. Suddenly, a piercing scream sounded, and in the darkness around him, a black paw print hit Chu Yan at an alarming speed. Not good. Chu Yan was shocked, and he drew his sword, ready to fight back. However, that devil's claw was too fast. Even before the divine power in his body was fully activated, he was caught directly and dragged into the darkness. The next moment, Chu Yan was pulled by the paw prints, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in a palace. And that demon claw put Chu Yan in the palace, and it dissipated directly. Who? Chu Yan held the Haotian sword, pointed it in all directions, and roared sharply. I saw that this palace, with a radius of 100,000 steps, is neither too big nor too small. On both sides of the hall, there are statues standing, there are Buddhas and demons, some are benevolent, and some are ferocious. This scene gave Chu Yan a weird feeling, as if two completely opposite auras, but in this hall, there was no conflict at all, nor did they appear discordant. In the depths of the temple, 3 huge swords were suspended in mid-air, releasing a faint sword intent. Even if it was just a very faint sword intent, it completely froze the void around the sword, making it difficult to advance. In front of the 3 huge swords, a group of black mist figures stood there, without saying a word. #C2980 Dao Yi Stay. A black mist-like figure shot out 2 red pupils, sweeping across Chu Yan up and down. TSK, 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 you have such a strong sword power, it's not bad. It's basically qualified. Holding the sword, Chu Yan didn't relax at all. He stared at the opponent, and at the same time glanced at the 2 giant swords, but found that the light on the sword was obviously dimmed. It can suppress these 3 swords, so it is qualified. He Wu said. In the past, a strong man told me that one day, someone will come and rescue me. It seems that it is you. When these words fell to the ground, Chu Yan's eyes flickered, as if he understood something. Senior, I have something to do, and there will be a time later. After Chu Yan finished speaking, he turned and left. Those 3 swords are obviously the spirit treasures to suppress this black mist figure. Regardless of good and evil, Chu Yan at least knows that the black mist can't do anything to him, otherwise he won't seduce him with words. As for what he said about saving people, none of my business. It's hard to say whether it is a blessing or a curse for a suppressed black mist figure to appear in such a lore-killing place. What's more, even the human eminence realm is here to be killed in seconds. This place of extermination of souls is extremely dangerous. It is best not to take risks in everything, and stability is the priority. Bold. I am Demon Lord Xie La Jiao, how dare you? The moment Chu Yan turned around, the black mist figure was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he was furious and roared sharply. However, before he could finish his sentence, the boy's figure had already left the hall and disappeared without a trace. He actually went away. Hoo. Just stunned for a moment, a cloud of black air emerged from the body of the black mist, obviously very angry. This little friend. Please, stay tuned, everything is negotiable and negotiable. Demon Lord Xie La Jiao was in a hurry, he was really in a hurry. He quickly changed his tone, squeezed out a twitching smile, and called out. I can't stand it. I really can't bear it. For a full 100 years, he was locked in this dark hall and completely suppressed by the 3 swords. The point is that there is no entrance or exit at all in this hall, and there is no way to get in except for external force. Therefore, even if you wait another 100 or 1,000 years, the chances of people entering this hall are extremely low. This time, I don't know what happened, but the hall opened by itself, and this kid happened to pass by. If this opportunity is missed, when will we have to wait? In other words, this is his only chance, one that must not be missed. However, Chu Yan didn't seem to respond to his words at all, and still strode towards the gate of the palace. This time, Demon Lord Xie La Jiao's face turned green, and he howled loudly. Fellow Dao. Master Dao, don't go. As long as you help me this time, I can help you get all the extraordinary inheritances in this land of destroying souls, really. His voice was so loud that it shook the hall, and it was obvious that he had exhausted all his strength. However, it didn't seem to have any effect, the figure flashed, and it had already left the palace gate, and even the breath disappeared. Bastard boy, if the deity goes out, you will die. Demon Lord Xie La Jiao roared into the void, and the black mist rolled, as if he was about to be blown up. Who is he? He is the top unrivaled overlord in God's domain, even if he is only half a step away from the supreme position. When was it so ignored by a small heavenly god realm? Could it be that if you are locked up, you don't want to lose face? You just said, asshole. Before Demon Lord Xie La Jiao continued to roar, a voice sounded in the hall, and Chu Yan stood outside the gate of the hall, looking at Demon Lord Xie La Jiao. Ha ha ha, Master Dao, you are back, great. Just now. No one said that just now, really not. At this time, even if Demon Venerable Xie La Jiao was killed, he would not admit that he scolded that kid. Yeah. Chu Yan sneered, raised his foot and stepped into the hall, walked 3 steps, and stopped again. You said, you can take me to the place of extraordinary inheritance. Green Lotus can induce vision, but it takes time. But now, peerless geniuses and powerhouses from all over the world are gathering here. When will this wait? Even if you wait until it arrives, there will be a lot of people robbing it. If you take one step at night, you might miss it. It would be best if you could know it in advance, or even get it in advance. Of course. Absolutely no problem. Xie La Jiao Mozen evolved a palm of black mist, and the black mist surged in his chest. I am the top unrivaled overlord, and I have reached a great level of Taoism. This little thing couldn't be easier. Before, if I hadn't used all-powerful methods to refine this immortal ancient, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes flashed instantly. Immortal ancient battlefield can still be refined. Are all the unrivaled overlords who have reached the Tao realm so strong? At least, Chu Yan has been in the God realm for so long, and it seems that he has never heard of it, not even Empress Xiantian told him. Really? If the refinement hadn't failed, I wouldn't have been suppressed here and suffered so much. I suffer, woo. As he was talking, Demon Venerable Xie Yao, the overlord of the world, actually started crying. Chu Yan's face suddenly twitched, speechless. Isn't this guy stupid? Even if his cultivation base is weaker than him, he is still a strong person in the heavenly God realm. How can a cultivator who can cultivate to this level be moved by such misery? At least, you should believe me. I almost refined this immortal ancient, so my understanding of this immortal ancient is absolutely the best in the world. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the other party. To be honest, he would never believe everything that Demon Venerable Xie Yao said. Senior, with my cultivation, can I save you? Chu Yan thought for a while and asked. No problem at all. Xie Yao Mozen replied without the slightest hesitation. These 3 giant swords only suppress the soul, and are useless to the body. As long as you use your divine power, you can easily remove them. Okay. But first, you make the oath of heavenly power. Chu Yan said the conditions. No problem. Xie Yao Mozen immediately opened his mouth, chanted the mantra, and began to make the oath of heavenly power. Chu Yan watched from the side, feeling the fluctuation of Tianwei, and the oath was established. That being the case, then things will be easy to handle. Next, Chu Yan's divine power condensed, turned into a claw, and grabbed the 3 giant swords. The 3 ancient swords emitted bright sword light, but they did not resist at all. Sure enough, they were shot towards the sky when they were touched by divine power. Ha, it worked. The deity came out. A loud laugh resounded throughout the hall. The black mist rolled and rose in an instant, turning into a tall figure, but it was a young man with 2 horns on his first head. Powerful magic breath surged out like a tide. This demon lord Xie Yao has been imprisoned for hundreds of years, unable to cultivate and recover, but his aura is still astonishing. Senior, you should fulfill your promise. Chu Yan looked at the other party, trembling slightly, and reminded him. #C 2981 horror background. Chu Yan dared to come back and face this demon lord Xie Yao not only because of his interests. At the same time, with a soul body like Xie Yao Mozen, with the god of war's physical body and the phantom of the godhead, it is impossible for the opponent to hurt him. Boy, watch your attitude. Demon Venerable Xie Yao hung in the air, the smile on his face disappeared, and a hideous look emerged. Back then, even some unrivaled overlords didn't dare to talk to me like this when they faced me. You are a mere god, so courageous. Hearing this sentence, Chu Yan frowned immediately. In the eyes of Xie Yao Mozen, a blush flashed, and his face was full of fangs. I wanted to torture you, but no matter what, you released the deity. Forget it. However, I think your physical body is not bad. After saying a word, Demon Lord Xie Yao turned into a ball of soul fire, and rushed towards Chu Yan like a meteor falling from the sky. Aren't you not afraid of Tianwei's oath? Chu Yan was full of astonishment. Just now he was staring at the oath made by the other party the whole time. Now, he dared to break his promise and directly attack himself. Ha, kid, I knew it, but you didn't. Xie Yao Demon Venerable laughed extremely arrogantly, his face was full of complacency. The deity's physical body is damaged, most of the imprints of the soul are shattered, and the godhead is shattered. Under such circumstances, the oath of Tianwei is useless at all. Remember, I will be buried with you as the deity. After finishing speaking, Demon Venerable He Yao laughed even more intensely, and the whole hall trembled slightly amidst his laughter. Without the suppression of the giant sword, his magic sense probed Chu Yan and found that this son's physical body was extremely powerful. Moreover, the sword in his hand is not ordinary. I see. Chu Yan nodded. His eyes flickered slightly, it seemed that he had really gambled too much this time. So, you want to take me away? With a slight smile, a powerful aura surged from Chu Yan's body instantly. Behind him, a towering mountain-like figure appeared. The eternal coercion, like a boiling frenzy, swept across the entire hall. Even the demon lord He Yao, in front of him, under such coercion, looks like a dead leaf, weak. What? What are you? Demon lord He Yao's face turned green, but he became even more ecstatic in an instant. Ha ha ha, that's great, I didn't expect you to have some background, but this is all cheap for me. As he said that, the meteor fire became more intense, covering Chu Yan's whole body, burning crazily. Huh. Useless. Chu Yan was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the deity of Saint Raksha would have no effect on this demon lord. Impossible. However, just as Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, the roar of demon lord He Yao rang out in that ball of demonic fire. Your kid actually has a Dao crystal. And, return the Dao realm great achievement. How can it be a mortal thing if the Dao realm is great? Even this unrivaled demon venerable, who is famous in the God realm, almost died in order to condense the Dao crystal, and even forcibly refined the immortal ancient, so he ended up like this. But now, the kid in the heavenly God realm in front of him, who has not yet been honored, actually has a Dao crystal in his body. This and that go to reason. Could it be that the outside world has changed after I have been here for hundreds of years? Dao Jing is all over the street. But the next moment, Demon Venerable He Yao almost exploded. Hold the grass, this is. The devil fire invaded his body, and he actually saw that the boy's bones were densely covered with war god spirit patterns. This time, he was completely dumbfounded. What's this? How could there be spirit patterns on the bones? Although he had never seen or heard of it, but based on his knowledge, he was sure that this was by no means a simple matter. At this moment, Demon Venerable He Yao, his whole soul froze there, and fell into deep shock. This kid is definitely not simple. Not only is he a top unrivaled genius, but his identity is probably far beyond his imagination. It can be said that this time, he definitely hit an iron plate. Escape. In just one breath, Demon Venerable He Yao made a decision, and the magic flames all over his body rose, urging a powerful escape technique. Even if the boy in front of him has the best body he has ever encountered, he may not be able to meet such a powerful one again in the future. However, strong is strong, but too strong, even he dare not take it away. So, if you don't go now, when will you stay? Boom. At this moment, on the bones of Chu Yan, the Dao patterns of the god of war suddenly erupted, and a terrifying force gushed out, blasting fiercely towards the magic fire that was about to escape. Not good. Flash. Demon Venerable He Yao felt an extremely powerful death energy, his whole scalp was ecstatic, and his whole body was like falling into a cellar of ice. With a loud roar, he pushed the escapism to the extreme, and suddenly broke away from Chu Yan's body. However, no matter how fast he was still slammed into by the power of the god of war, making dull crashing sounds. Huh. Good, so dangerous. He Yao Mozen was pale, looking at Chu Yan, his pupils trembled constantly, and his eyes were full of horror. What the hell is this evildoer from there? It's so strong that it can't make people live. Just now, if he hadn't started running away in advance and reacted faster, he might have died on the spot. Hey Yao, you are quite courageous. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Who? Who, come out. Demon Lord He Yao was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and his entire face turned green. What's going on today? First came an incomparably monstrous boy who almost killed him with a single move, and now, another one came near him, and he didn't even notice the existence of terror. The next moment, in the void in the hall, a massive white void fluctuated and trembled continuously. A phantom of a snow skirt slowly appeared. The moment he saw this figure appear, He Yao Mozen was in a bad mood. Xian. Empress Xiantian. Almost the same expression as when he was hit by that terrifying force just now. The back of Demon Lord He Yao's neck was breathing cold air. Others don't know about it, but Demon Lord He Yao is very clear about Empress Xiantian. At the beginning, he and Empress Xiantian were both among the top unrivaled overlords in the God realm, and they often fought against each other. However, for the first time, the scene of him being beaten up by Empress Xiantian and howling like ghosts and wolves still left a deep memory in his memory. Empress Xiantian didn't even look at Mozen He Yao, but looked at Chu Yan with a look of astonishment in her eyes. Her consciousness fell into deep thought for an instant. In an instant, the entire hall became dead silent. You boy, what is the origin? He Yao Mozen looked at Chu Yan and almost cried. Obviously, the relationship between this kid and Empress Xiantian is not simple. It's hard to say. It's not clear, but... Chu Yan looked at Demon Emperor He Yao, chuckled lightly, and replied. But what? Demon Emperor He Yao was taken aback, and looked at Chu Yan with curiosity. However, you have violated the oath of Tianwei. If that is the case, then I will not be polite. After these few words, Demon Venerable He Yao's face twitched instantly. #C2982 Do not impulse. Before that, the blow of God of War's might, although he did not destroy He Yao Mozen, it still severely injured him. He has been trapped here for hundreds of years. Without a physical body, the power of the soul was already weak, and now it is even weaker. Wait a minute. Demon Lord He Yao was so frightened that his soul almost collapsed, so he quickly opened his mouth and said. Misunderstanding, it is definitely a misunderstanding, little friend, don't be impulsive. I will immediately make the oath of the heavenly soul, and this time I will definitely take you to those places of inheritance. Chu Yan chuckled, raised his eyebrows, and looked at the other party and said. Do you think I will still trust you? When these words landed, Mozen He Yao trembled all over, and sweat rolled down his face. Dao. Fellow Daoist, this oath of the soul of the sky is completely different from the oath of the power of the sky. It is designed to affect the soul. This time, I really didn't lie. Besides, the situation is different now than before. There is great power on the bones in your body, and now there is old Xiantian. Mr. Xiantian is covering it, how dare I lie to you again? If you kill me, the 10 immortal grasses in that place, then. Immortal grass. Chu Yan was startled. Demon Lord He Yao saw that Chu Yan was tempted, and immediately said with a charming smile. Of course, you also know that immortal grass is not an ordinary product, and one plant can directly step into the realm of dignity. Also, if a peerless genius like you refines all 10 plants, it won't be a problem to be honored at all. Also, there are 3 powerful ancient inheritances near the immortal grass. And there's more. In order to survive, He Yao Demon Venerable also fought hard, telling all the treasures he knew in one breath. Originally, he wanted to harvest these treasures by himself after taking away Chu Yan. But now, it's good to be alive. Immortal grass, there are 3 other inheritances. Chu Yan's eyes flashed slightly, he nodded and said. Okay, you make the oath of the soul first. If you still dare to act unwisely this time, then I will really be rude. He Yaoma nodded quickly and made the oath of the heavenly soul. This time, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness shrouded Heiyao Mozen, who dared not resist, sensing the fluctuation of the heavenly power of the heavenly soul oath. Sure enough, very mysterious. It turned out to be the same kind of celestial power fluctuations as the martial soul. People in God's domain do not have martial souls, but this part of the original power is still there. Another ban. As soon as Chu Yan raised his hand, he shot out beams of light and destructive power, and shot them directly into Heiyao Mozen's body. Sensing the powerful prohibition to enter the soul body, Heiyao Mozen was about to cry. I am a top unrivaled overlord, and I am so miserable that I am controlled by a small god. Reasoning here and there. However, he turned his head and glanced at Empress Xiantian, who was still in deep thought, sighed softly, and could only accept his fate. Wait, it doesn't seem right there. Demon Lord Heiyao was taken aback for a moment, as if thinking of something. He suddenly turned his head to look at Chu Yan, his eyes flickering violently. Since he has the means to control the spirit, why didn't he use it before? In this way, he was confident before, even if I betrayed him, he would not be afraid. Hold the grass, follow this kid's way. He definitely did it on purpose. At this moment, Demon Lord Heiyao felt an urge to die. His strength is not as good, and now even his intelligence has been crushed. This kind of blow made him want to be violent. It's really shameless to mess around in God's domain, it's so fucking lost. My lifetime of wisdom was ruined by this son, it's hateful. Demon Lord Heiyao opened his mouth and rattled his fangs. Chi turns to chi, hatred turns to hatred. On Demon Lord Heiyao's face, he still smiled coquettishly and said, Little friend, I'll take you there now. Chu Yan nodded, glanced at Empress Xiantian not far away, who was still in deep thought, and walked straight towards the gate, without disturbing her. After the two left, the figure in the snow skirt in the hall raised his head slightly, looked at the place where Chu Yan's figure disappeared, and frowned slightly. That breath, could it be? I sensed it wrong. After half a stick of incense, Chu Yan followed Heiyao Mozen and left the completely enclosed hall, directly. Unlike when he came, Demon Lord Heiyao was worried about what would hinder him when he left. However, he followed Chu Yan closely, and the sealed space opened a void passage for Chu Yan directly, and he came out after waiting. The dumbfounded Heiyao Mozen, who opened his mouth wide, looked at Chu Yan's back, and was dumbfounded. This kid's identity is astonishing. Huh. The aura here is so rich. After leaving the Palace of Seals, it appeared directly at the third peak of Wuhun mountain range, an extremely hidden place. As soon as Demon Lord Heiyao appeared, he sniffed it vigorously. The bloody smell in the air made him instantly excited. That's right, smell it, the whole body feels comfortable. Demon Zun, the unrivaled overlord, has a paranoia about flesh and blood. Huh. So many inheritances have been born. What's going on? With the next knock, his magic consciousness dispersed, and under the distant sky, hundreds of different visions appeared, like a bright starry sky. Has the immortal grass bloomed yet? Chu Yan asked immediately. Demon Lord Heiyao was astonished, but it didn't mean that Chu Yan was also surprised. After all, Chu Yan already knew that there was a green lotus here. It would be strange if there were so many visions. Therefore, Chu Yan only cares about the situation of the 10 immortal grasses. If immortal ascension grass is opened, maybe other cultivators have already entered it, that would be bad. Impossible. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Demon Lord Heiyao jumped up. The place where the immortal grass is located is the core of the Wuhun Immortal Ancient, and it is also the highest level treasure land. Without an inheritor, it will not take the initiative to open it at all. Forget it, stop talking, the distance is not close, hurry up. Demon Lord He Yao is really a little scared of Chu Yan's identity, and back now. Therefore, he only thought about completing the agreement with Chu Yan as soon as possible. In that case, he would be free, and he would no longer have to be so frightened. If you can stay away from this kid, try to stay as far away as possible, and never want to meet him again. Immediately afterwards, the two of them stopped talking, soared into the sky, and rushed into the depths of the land of extinguishing souls. Sure enough, as Demon Venerable He Yao said, the distance is really not close. The two flew for a full day. Along the way, Chu Yan encountered a lot of fairy medicines, collected them all, and collected them into the Rakshasa space. At the same time, various news are constantly being refreshed on the God's domain map. Immortal ancient battlefields in various places, with the opening of the land of destroying souls, have been opened one after another. Geniuses and strong men from all sides rushed into it. Now, there are still 11 immortal ancients. Chu Yan counted in his heart and said secretly, "It's here it is." At this moment, Demon Venerable He Yao stopped in shape, looked at Chu Yan with half of his eyes and reminded. On the way, whenever Demon Lord He Yao came across a corpse, he would stop and check it carefully. However, it seemed that every corpse did not meet his wishes. With a face full of disgust, He Yao Mozen would turn his head to look at Chu Yan, and that look made Chu Yan's hair stand on end. If he hadn't known that this guy wanted to take him away, other people would probably wonder if this guy had the habit of long yang when they saw it. In the end, I reluctantly chose a slightly older one, but the body was a bit broken. Along the way, Demon Venerable He Yao repaired his body while recovering. Although it has improved a lot, the broken corpse is still quite terrifying. #C2983 3 Great Inheritance. After taking away a broken corpse, He Yao Demon Venerable, his strength has recovered to around the 7th level of the heavenly god realm, which is not too weak. Hearing Demon Venerable He Yao's words, Chu Yan raised his head and his expression changed slightly. I saw that in a forest in front of me, the ground was full of bright crystals. Surrounded by towering mountains on all sides, all kinds of ancient giant trees grow extremely tall and straight. Among them, on the tallest spiritual mountain, waterfalls in the mountain fly down, and colorful spirits fly up, turbulent like a dragon flying in the sky, which is extremely spectacular. This kind of natural momentum, uncanny craftsmanship, is extremely wonderful, including the ground of the forest, which is full of bright crystals like stars. If all the previous encounters were dangerous, then this place can really be called a blessed land. This kid's pupil technique is very strong, and he can see it. He Yao Mozen stared at Chu Yan, found something strange, and sighed in his heart. This place is a fierce place, even more terrifying than the 7 heavenly peaks. If it works, those ordinary cultivators will die as many times as they come, and there will be no one alive. But don't worry, this fierce place has not yet been opened, relatively. He Yao Mozen had a smile on his face and a respectful tone, but his heart was full of depression. Originally, he planned to take advantage of Chu Yan's ignorance, and directly stimulate the fierce operation to kill Chu Yan. In this way, he can take the opportunity to escape and regain his freedom. But now, there is obviously no chance. The immortal grass is in that mountain, let's go there. Demon Venerable He Yao just wanted to lift his foot, when he was taken aback suddenly, as if thinking of something, he said with a serious face. Little friend, you must remember that after getting the immortal ascension grass, you must not go deeper into the mountain, otherwise, no matter how powerful the background is, it will still be damaged. There is another sentence that he didn't say, that is, the reason why he failed to refine the immortal ancient was because of the terrifying existence in the deep mountain. Understood. Chu Yan nodded. The two flew over and flew towards the mountain peak. Different from the outside, after entering the mountain, a majestic sense of immortality continuously sinks into the body, making people feel relaxed and comfortable. Roar. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly exploded. I saw a giant red tiger 10 feet high and covered in fire, rushing out of the forest, and facing Chu Yan and the other two. It was a tiger claw. Intense flames attached to the tiger's claws, piercing the sky and burning the sky, melting the void. The cultivation of this tiger demon is not lower than the 9th heaven of the god realm. Little friend, this is left to you. Heiyao Mozen retreated quickly and hid directly behind Chu Yan. Although the evil land here has not yet operated, those mountain spirits and monsters are everywhere. With the appearance of these monsters, they can be used to consume Chu Yan's strength. Chu Yan turned his head and glanced at Heiyao Mozen. How could he not see such thoughts? It was too obvious. Since Demon Venerable Heiyao is the top unrivaled overlord of God's domain, even if his strength has not recovered, how could he not be able to deal with even a demon of the 9th level of the gods? Die. Chu Yan didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. The Haotian sword came out of its sheath, and a burst of sword energy rushed out, directly cutting the demon tiger in half. With his current cultivation base, not to mention such monsters, even the tide of beasts will not have any influence. After all, the monsters of the 9th heavenly god realm are really nothing to Chu Yan, who is now at the peak of the heavenly god realm. Then, the two moved on. All the way, no matter whether it is a monster or a restriction, Chu Yan keeps making shots. Time passed and an hour passed. Watching Chu Yan helplessly chopping a monster into pieces like cutting a watermelon, Demon Lord Heiyao twitched the corners of his eyes twice. Huh. How did the 3 inheritances here respond? Turning his head, Demon Venerable Heiyao's eyes were full of astonishment. You know, they haven't done anything since they came here, and it's impossible for these places of inheritance to react. Chu Yan took a glance and saw 3 nearby mountains, a ferry, a sea tide, and a knife light suspended and evolving. Although there was not much movement, it could be clearly sensed that the vast power seemed to be accumulating. As Demon Venerable Heiyao said, these 3 inheritances are extremely extraordinary. Senior, what are these 3 inheritances? Chu Yan asked. Well, one is the inheritance of the spirit array, the other is the inheritance of the martial arts, and the other seems to be the inheritance of the Tao of the sword. Among the 3 inheritances, the inheritance of the Tao of the sword is the strongest. Demon Venerable Heiyao may not have spoken for hundreds of years. Chu Yan only asked a question, and he began to explain all kinds of things. Huh. In that case, forget it. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, then shook his head. These 3 inheritances are not suitable for me, and now I have started to react, and some powerful cultivators nearby should be aware of it and will come as soon as possible. In this case, Chu Yan didn't plan to make a move. At present, the most important thing is the helicopter grass, which is the key. What? Immortal Ascension grass also reacted. At this moment, Demon Venerable Heiyao let out an exclamation, his face full of astonishment. I saw that on the mountain peak in the distance, the colorful waterfall gushed out a circle of mist that was full of 10,000 steps. A strong sense of immortality, like a meteor shower, enveloped the entire Lingfang. Chu Yan's eyes swept across, and he could clearly see that in the Lingxiao waterfall, more than a dozen majestic spiritual breaths were gradually rising. It felt like some peerless elixir was breaking through the ground and completely recovering. Under the spiritual aura, even Chu Yan's current aura seemed extremely small. Although the function of this immortal grass is extremely mysterious and can be directly honored by cultivators, in fact, the spiritual power it contains far exceeds this realm. How could it be such a coincidence? It's not right. Could it be you? Demon Lord Heiyao was shocked, and finally turned his head to stare at Chu Yan, and said in astonishment. Along the way, he and Chu Yan walked over, and what happened was completely unreasonable, and it was completely wrong from when he came before. With the ability of the top unrivaled overlord, Demon Venerable He Yao quickly judged, I am afraid that this Chu Yan is really not easy. However, before he could finish this sentence, he suddenly felt a chill hit his body, making him tremble all over. In the void nearby, there seemed to be an extremely powerful force staring at him, making his hair stand on end. Fuck, I forgot about his background. Demon Lord He Yao hurriedly opened his mouth to remind. Little friend, this immortal grass is protected by powerful monsters. Wait a minute, you can be careful, don't lose it. The icy streak just now made Demon Lord He Yao finally come to his senses. If Chu Yan really wants to be lost here, maybe he will have to be buried with him. Therefore, He Yao Mozen, who was trying to consume Chu Yan before, looking for a chance to escape, now really hopes that Chu Yan will be blessed with great fortune. Ascension Immortal Grass has woken up, the treasure-protecting monster must have been alerted, and may have spotted us. He Yao Mozen had a dignified expression. #C 2984 Taiku Shangzong. He Yao Mozen seemed to be hesitant. He glanced at Chu Yan, and then at Xiao Wu in the distance. However, if you don't kill this treasure-protecting monster, you won't be able to get the immortal grass. This is true. Since ancient times, the top treasures of heaven and earth have always been guarded by monsters. And the higher the rank of Tian Kadibo, the more powerful the guarded monsters will be. When the treasures of heaven, material and earth are mature, there will be an opportunity for monsters to devour and improve them. Therefore, these treasure-protecting monsters always think that those treasures of heaven, material and earth belong to them. If outsiders want to snatch it, they will naturally have to desperately. After all, monsters don't know anything, the most important thing is demon cultivation. In addition, most monsters are brainless, if you steal something from it, it will remember you for a lifetime. Swish. With a flash of Chu Yan's figure, before reaching Shapu, he raised his hand and slashed out with a sword. As the sword light passed, the entire Xiao waterfall exploded immediately, the waterfall water flowed backwards, and even the mountain peak trembled slightly. Hold the grass, what are you doing? Demon Lord He Yao was taken aback, and roared with horror on his face. This guy, knowing that the monster has woken up, actually made such a big commotion, isn't he courting death? Roar! 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 Sure enough, just as Demon Venerable He Yao was worried, an earth-shattering beast roar exploded on the mountain peak. The roar was as powerful as thunder, and under the rumble, the Lingfang trembled continuously. A large shadow, like a thunder-like dark cloud, came from a distance at high speed. Demon Venerable He Yao looked up at the top of his head, his whole body trembled suddenly, his eyeballs almost flew out of shock. I saw 18 monster-like monsters floating above the heads of Chu Yan and the two of them. The roar of the beast shook the sky, and they were obviously angry. Boom! In the next breath, 18 monsters shot out together, and countless paw prints, like 18 thunderbolts, shot towards the two of them with the momentum of destroying heaven and earth. The monster power of each of these dozen or so monsters has reached the peak of the heavenly god realm, and it may be the reason for guarding the immortal grass for a long time. The monster power in the body is extremely strong. In other words, these monsters are probably much stronger than monsters of the same level. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan's divine power erupted like a volcano, his long hair was flying, and his sword was as mighty as a tide. When he raised his hand, he cut the sky and destroyed the earth with a sword. In an instant, 1 person and 18 demons soared into the sky, and a terrifying battle broke out in the sky. The violent energy exploded to the surroundings, and the whole world trembled. Chu Yan, you wait. He Yao Mozen frantically shuttled through the mountain peaks, constantly dodging to avoid the remaining waves of energy scattered in all directions, looking extremely embarrassed. Now he only has the 7th level of Heavenly God realm. If he doesn't hide, these remaining waves of energy can blow him into a cripple again. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan didn't bother to pay attention to He Yao Mozen. The sword in his hand was full of energy, and the sword intent was overwhelming, as if the master of the supreme sword in this world. A sword cut down, and the attacking monster was cut into 2 pieces. The other dozen or so monsters roared angrily and became fierce, and all kinds of witchcraft rushed towards Chu Yan like a tide. These monsters are completely angry at this time, and their animal nature is like a tide. Hey, let you shoot at will, even if you are a Taoist. 17 monsters, you can live, you are amazing. Demon Venerable He Yao kept sneering in his heart while running away. After this battle is over, even if that Chu Yan survives, his strength will probably be exhausted. When the time comes, it will be the best opportunity for complete freedom. Taboo. However, just when Demon Lord He Yao was full of fantasies, Chu Yan's long howl sounded in the sky. The next moment, a large piece of green light emerged from Chu Yan's body, and the surrounding void exploded. The demonic power of those 17 monsters, like a gust of wind sweeping fallen leaves, wilted instantly. What? The injuries are all healed, and the strength has doubled. This? Demon Lord He Yao was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. He was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the black-robed figure in the sky. This, what means? Primeval Taboo Ridge. Could it be that he is, a lot of people from the ancient sect? This kind of heaven-defying means, even He Yao Demon Venerable, who is the top unrivaled overlord of God's domain, never possessed it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a mess when he came out of the sealed palace, and even the current battle in the heavenly God realm would make him jump up and down. Cultivators above the divine realm are injured, and it is very difficult to recover. That is a huge amount of resources and spiritual energy. Not to mention, if the strength is doubled in a short moment, it will be even more terrifying. Therefore, Demon Venerable He Yao, who has become a top unrivaled overlord in God's domain, of course knows some secrets. Taboo Ridge is the sworn enemy of the primordial emperor, and there are constant battles. Only those ancient sects could have such heaven-defying means. Therefore, Demon Venerable He Yao thought that Chu Yan was a member of the primordial emperor. Boom. 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 Chu Yan's aura reached its peak in an instant, and he rushed to the 17 monsters, and the violent battle resumed. A sword light contains the will to destroy and the power of a god of war. Wherever it passes, one after another monsters are constantly beheaded. Compared with those unrivaled genius-level skeletons in the Supreme Cave, these monsters are not a problem at all. Die. In the next breath, Chu Yan shouted violently, and the tiger-roaring cape and the god of war Qingjia appeared at the same time, and the combat power of his whole body soared again. The 3rd head, the 4th head, the 5th head. Monster beasts were constantly beheaded under the terrifying sword power, or directly smashed to pieces with a sword, and the sky was covered with blood mist, and the sky was already pale. If you don't want to die, get out. Chu Yan hung his sword in the air. His whole body was full of murderous aura, and he spoke in a cold voice, like an emperor's order, shaking the mountain peak. The monster beasts that were still alive had blood-red eyes, and the wounds on their bodies were bursting with flesh and blood, but they roared again and again, as if they were about to be culled again. But when Chu Yan roared out, several monsters trembled in fright, crawled in the void, and trembled. Senior, it's all right, let's go. Chu Yan was a little taller, and flew directly behind the spirit waterfall, where more than a dozen celestial lights were located. Demon Lord He Yao opened his mouth wide, stiff as petrified, when he heard Chu Yan's voice. He couldn't react suddenly, glanced at the trembling monsters, his throat rolled with difficulty, and rushed to follow. In the next breath, when the two of them reached the edge of the spirit waterfall, suddenly, a huge wave soared into the sky in the waterfall pool below. Chu Yan's eyes were like thunder, and he was as motionless as a mountain, and he slashed with his sword. Boom, boom. The sky trembled, and the spiritual waves shattered instantly. This level of blocking is meaningless at all. These are Immortal Ascension Grass. Chu Yan rushed through the Ling waterfall and landed in a cave behind him, his eyes lit up immediately. I saw that on the stone wall of the cave, there were 12 fairy grasses and spiritual plants wrapped in Ling Xia, each of which was 1 foot high, but the root system was almost densely covered in the entire cave. Under the rush of fairy spirit, the whole cave is colorful and full of fairy spirit, just like a fairyland on Earth. #C2985 Any ideas? Such a treasure land, even if you don't harvest those immortal grass, just practice here, your cultivation base may skyrocket. 800 years. 800 years. Demon Lord Xie Yao was full of excitement, his eyes were looking at the 12 immortal grass plants, and his voice was a little choked up. These immortal grasses have finally matured. There are a total of 12 plants. If they are all refined, they will not only be honored, but also obtain the source of Xiangxianyi, and even harvest immortal seeds. It is possible. The next moment, a pair of eyes with incomparable hatred stared fiercely at the black-robed figure ahead, and Demon Lord Xie Yao's heart was bleeding. Thinking of him as an unrivaled overlord, getting such a fairy grass is a huge harvest, but this little god realm, unexpectedly. Hateful. If he couldn't beat him, or if his background was not as strong as the opponent's, Xie Yao Mozen would definitely pounce on him directly, and even bite Chu Yan to death. Senior, do you have any ideas? Chu Yan turned around slowly, looked at Demon Lord Xie Yao, and asked. This sentence immediately awakened Xie Yao Mozen with a hideous face, and quickly shook his head like a rattle. No. No. Absolutely not. It's all yours. That's the best. Chu Yan took a deep look at Demon Venerable Xie Yao, and then waved directly, ready to collect these immortal grass. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. As if sensing danger, the densely covered immortal rising grass spiritual roots rolled together, and even the leaves on the immortal rising grass began to tremble. The majestic fairy spirit kept surging, instantly doubling the aura in the entire cave. Boom. In the next moment, the auras of the 12 immortal grass gathered together and turned into a pillar that soared to the sky, soaring straight into the sky. As the spiritual pillar exploded in the sky, the spiritual breath like raindrops enveloped the space of 100 miles in one direction. Chu Yan was startled for a moment. The previous 3 places of inheritance caused visions, and many cultivators had rushed there. Now the immortal grass has also activated a vision, and there is an astonishing wave of spirits all over the sky. In this way, all the cultivators in the Soul Destroyer land may have seen it. Before long, those cultivators will gather quickly like wolves smelling meat. Senior, are you preparing to kill someone with a knife? Let those cultivators get rid of me. Chu Yan's eyes were cold, and he looked at Xie Yao Mozen, and the Haoyan sword trembled slightly in his hand. Damn. Wronged, this deity is wronged. Xie Yao Mozen didn't know whether he was guilty or really wronged, so he exclaimed again and again. This immortal grass is suddenly in trouble, how would I know when it will send out a vision? On this point, he didn't lie, because he knew Chu Yan's background, and he was accompanied by Empress Xiantian. At this time, if he tried to kill Chu Yan, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, his idea all the time was that Chu Yan's strength was exhausted, and he took the opportunity to escape. In this way, even the Empress Xiantian, or those who belong to the ancient sect, cannot blame him. At most, it is a small episode in Chu Yan's experience. For an old monster like Xie Yao Mozen, such things, and scheming, can still be counted clearly. Never mind. Chu Yan looked at Demon Venerable Xie Yao, pondered for a moment, and said nothing more. The next moment, the divine power in his body erupted at the same time, turning into 12 claw marks, and grabbed immortal grass. As things went, only before those cultivators arrived, they collected the immortal grass and refined it. At this moment, the 12 immortal herbs all trembled. Fully half of the grass roots turned into spirit snakes, and they all rushed out while voicing letters towards Chu Yan. In an instant, the entire cave seemed to become a snake's nest. Moreover, even the Xiao waterfall behind him also changed, and the endless tide seemed to turn into thousands of troops, and the killing sound shook the sky, attacking Chu Yan at the same time. These grassroots, the power of the waterfall spiritual tide, is extremely powerful, enough to be comparable to the full blow of an unrivaled genius. Chu Yan, this immortal grass is a heaven-defying treasure after all, so of course it's not easy to harvest. Demon Lord He Yao hurriedly stepped aside, and at the same time reminded him. You dragon in the world, the sword in the sky. Chu Yan's figure, like a sharp sword, shuttles through the void, and afterimages are like lightning, constantly clashing among the large snakes and thousands of troops. From time to time, he glanced at He Yao Demon Venerable, who was huddled in the corner. If the Empress Shantian hadn't confirmed it, Chu Yan really wouldn't believe that this guy is a top unrivaled overlord. Even compared with several ordinary god kings such as Duanshan God King, is it weak? Not to mention, he is just a top unrivaled overlord who is slightly worse than Empress Shantian. This style of painting is wrong. And at this moment, in the land of destroying souls, everywhere. Look over there, what a powerful spirit. When the vision occurs, there must be a peerless opportunity born there. I can't wait any longer, hurry up and grab this opportunity. There is a sense of immortality in the spiritual breath. It is different from the breath of the land of exterminated souls. It seems to be much safer. Hurry up. All the cultivators who were vying for the treasures in the land of extinguishing souls all discovered the vision of heaven and earth in the direction of the spirit waterfall, and all of them looked excited. Without any hesitation, everyone rushed towards the spirit waterfall. Spiritual breath transformation pillar, accompanied by the 3 major inheritances, this vision seems to be very simple. In an ancient stone palace, Zongjing, whose body was covered with all kinds of fairy light, slowly opened his eyes, and said with a light smile. It seems that my chance has arrived. On the top of another spiritual peak, Du Yuan, who was wearing a Taoist robe on the rock, seemed to be integrated with the rock below him, breathing all over his body. Immortal Venerable, it seems that they will all go there. If so, let Xiaodao join in the fun. Turning his head, slowly, looking at the soaring Lingzhu in the direction of Lingbao, Yuandu lightly said. I want to see, who dares to compete with Pindao for number 1 in the world. Except for these 2 powerful unrivaled geniuses, including Yu Linger and other mysterious unrivaled geniuses, they all looked in the direction of Lingpu. It can be said that the 3 major inheritances plus the vision of the spiritual pillar basically attracted nearly 50% of the cultivators in the entire land of exterminated souls. Time is like a tide, rushing by. After half a stick of incense, Chu Yan's figure in the cave exploded like lightning from heaven and earth. As Lei Guangjian's intent passed, all the ironclad warriors were chopped into powder, turned into spiritual water, and disappeared in the air. In this battle, Chu Yan discovered that the armored warrior transformed by the spirit waterfall could complement those spirit snakes. After beheading those spirit snakes, as long as there is a spirit waterfall rushing by, the spirit snakes can be revived instantly. At that scene, it was like water pouring dead wood and reviving it when it meets water. Therefore, Chu Yan is now trying his best to kill those armored warriors. Only in this way can he have a chance. Chu Yan, it's not good. At this moment, Demon Lord He Yao, who was guarding near the entrance of the cave, cried out in shock. A lot of cultivators are coming this way, hurry up. Demon Lord He Yao's eyes were like 2 black gemstones, penetrating thousands of miles into the sky. Hashtag C2986, here comes the opportunity. Demon Lord He Yao's words sounded, but Chu Yan didn't seem to hear it, and broke out with amazing fighting power, beheading those armored warriors and spirit snakes one by one. Time passed, and soon dozens of breaths passed. Although most of them were cleared away, the remaining spirit snakes seemed to have spiritual wisdom, and began to swim and attack Chu Yan, instead of rushing up crazily. In this way, Chu Yan will waste a lot of time chasing and killing these spirit snakes. At the same time, in the majestic Maihun Lingfeng mountain, a young man wearing a jade robe and with 3 eyes on his forehead stood on a rock, facing the mountain wind, motionless and silent, like a stone statue. This 3-eyed youth, named Lu Jinghai, is the 4th-ranked inner disciple of the 8th Xuanhuan sect. A body that has reached the peak of the heavenly god realm, possesses 3 elements of extreme strength, and is a top genius with innate spiritual veins. He had just arrived at this place, and he stood there for nearly 100 breaths. It's such a powerful force. Although it is impossible to accurately detect it through the spirit waterfall, this person's strength has definitely reached the level of an unrivaled genius. Lu Jinghai's face was slightly stern, and he pondered in his heart. If it was before, maybe he would leave directly. After all, with his current situation, it is not suitable for him to find a direct conflict with unrivaled genius. But now, the situation is different. Behind the spirit waterfall, there are 12 dazzling celestial lights, which are obviously the sect's secret ascending immortal grass. Immortal grass. Even if it's just a single plant, it can make a cultivator of his level directly break the emptiness and be honored. What's more, there are a total of 12 plants here. That is to say, if all of them are harvested, maybe 12 revered cultivators will be born. If 11 of them are exchanged for resources, then the cultivation resources, after being honored, are completely enough. Therefore, Lu Jinghai stayed here and never left. At this moment, he was in a conflict between heaven and man, unable to decide whether to take a gamble and snatch a plant from that unrivaled genius. Honoring him, the temptation to him is too great. Huh. Someone finally came. Suddenly, Lu Jinghai turned his head and looked towards the sky, with a look of joy on his face. On the edge of the sky not far away, 5 black shadows appeared, and they turned their 3 eyes to peek, and they clearly saw that they were 5 sword repairmen with powerful strength. The origins of these 5 people, through his 3rd eye, also had an instant insight. They are not cultivators of the divine sea realm, but disciples of a certain unrivaled overlord who came to another small island of God. Lu Jing had seen the disciples of these forces before when he went abroad to practice, so he recognized them. 5. Please wait a moment. A sound transmission of spiritual consciousness came out directly, and Lu Jinghai looked at the 5 people. There are good things here, behind the spirit waterfall. You can see them by using the pupil technique. When the 5 people suddenly received a message from Lu Jinghai's spiritual consciousness, they were all startled and put on alert. However, after hearing the content, he turned his head and looked at the spirit waterfall in the distance. One of them took a few steps, his eyes brightened, and a pupil of light shot out, and the other 4 were stationed in 4 directions to guard. As long as we stay here and gather more practitioners, we can. Lu Jinghai continued to lobby. His plan is very simple. Before that unrivaled genius harvests all the immortal ascension grass, gather a large number of cultivators and launch a surprise attack. As long as there are enough people, no matter how strong that unrivaled genius is, if so many people rush, they will still rush out of the gap if they can't win. At that time, there is definitely a chance to fish in troubled waters. The 5 knife masters glanced at Lu Jinghai, and after discussing in low voices, they all landed not far from Lu Jinghai. Time passed slowly. More and more cultivators came from the land of destroying souls. Some of the cultivators sensed that the 3 major inheritances were present, and they all flocked away. But there are still many people rushing to the Lingfeng here. Among these people, some powerful ones were stopped by Lu Jinghai, and after lobbying, they all chose to join. At this time, the number of cultivators around Lu Jinghai reached 51. Among them, there are 15 people who are at the peak of the heavenly god realm, and the rest are all above the 8th heaven of the heavenly god realm, and their power is astounding. Brother Lu Dao, when shall we do it? A cultivator who was waiting impatiently asked. That's right, if you wait any longer, those immortal grass might be gone. Someone echoed. Don't be afraid of death. You can go now. That's an unrivaled genius, and most likely a top unrivaled genius. The cards on his body are beyond what you can imagine. With so many people gathered together, Lu Jinghai naturally wanted to coerce them. However, he then calmed down and began to persuade. We are all here looking for a chance to be honored, not to die. Now that the immortal ascension grass is in front of us, it would be a pity if it were lost at this time. So, we'd better wait. Hearing Lu Jinghai's words, dozens of cultivators could only hold back their temper and continue to look at Lingpu. Many of these people have pupil skills, although they are somewhat blurred after passing through the spirit waterfall, they can be seen more or less. That unrivaled genius is still fighting with the guardian force. At this time, Chu Yan in the cave held a long sword and kept slashing, cutting off all the spiritual roots that came suddenly. Swish. With one blow, he retreated, dodging the spirit roots shot from both sides, and pulled out the afterimage like a swimming dragon, and retreated 100 steps away. At this time, the bursting power of the spiritual roots of the immortal grass is extremely astonishing, as if it is consuming the original power of the immortal grass, and must kill Chu Yan. Instead of using the magical spirit snake to attack, directly use the spiritual root body to attack, the power is more than doubled than before. Now, the most critical time has come. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan screamed and shook the sky, and the Haoyan sword in his hand cut out another rainbow light. In the distance, Lu Jinghai, who was separated from the spirit waterfall, suddenly became happy, and said loudly. The opportunity is here, fellow Taoists, success or failure depends on one move, the opportunity to honor is right in front of you, go. As soon as the words landed, a powerful wave of air burst out from Lu Jinghai's body, and he was the first to rush towards the spirit waterfall. His actions immediately attracted other cultivators around him to explode, and all of them rushed towards the spirit waterfall crazily. Kill. My immortal grass. Zunzun. I can finally be honored. Quick. More than 50 powerful cultivators broke out at the same time, and the momentum was like a flood, shaking the surrounding world and trembling. Demon Lord He Yao, who was guarding the entrance of the cave, discovered it immediately. Suddenly, his whole body trembled with fright, and then he roared with anger on his face. Humph! A group of ants are so presumptuous in front of this deity. The words were arrogant, but his feet had already started to move backwards. Moreover, in his heart, he was about to fly in ecstasy. Finally, the opportunity came. Chu Yan boy, even if you don't die this time, I'm afraid you will end up half useless. After guarding for so long, I finally couldn't bear it anymore, but it depends on whether you have such skills. Chu Yan turned his head, glanced at Demon Venerable He Yao, the unicorn pupil, looked out of the cave, and said softly.